take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome guys, I am here joined by two veterans of the StarCraft scene and I'm going to talk to them about some of their favorite memories of StarCraft II. They've been around for an incredibly long time, they've gone to so many events across different places of the planet, and let's just hear some of their favorite moments. Let's start off first with our handsome German. Tiny introduction, Gabriel.
Yeah, hello, my name is Gabe, also known as Jeremy.
And of course,
hello, this is Solar, the real veteran with StarCraft in this year.
How's it for you, Gabe, as a player personally, if you think back of some of your favorite events in the history of...
I mean, you know, when I started, I was still in school and like 13, 14 years old, so like still a child. But nowadays I'm like double the age, I'm like 27.
And if you think back of all these events that you've gone to, what are some of the events that really stand out for you?
For me, I was actually never really a traveling guy. When I first started playing, there were a lot of tournaments next to my... like in my city in Cologne, and it were mostly like national tournaments because I was still in school, so I couldn't just like travel to America to play a tournament. In 2018, I released like the DreamHack in Leipzig. I really enjoyed that one because the only reason I played in that one is because it was in Germany. And then I also played the next one because I qualified.
Solar, do you have any events that stand out for you after all these years of traveling?
The first one is like, it was 2014, the DreamHack Stockholm. I remember this tournament because I won the first international tournaments in offline, was this time. There was so much crowd and so much fans and really amazing like the place. I mean, like after I win tournament and I went to the sightseeing, and it was really, the Stockholm was really cool place to see around.
If I have to pick one tournament, I think it's the BlizzCon in 2018 when Sarah won. Because that was actually, like at that point I was already out in the tournament. I had some nice vacation, but I was there then as a spectator, and that was quite a memory when like Cyril did the impossible, and in the finals there were like so many people, like the big BlizzCon, and so many people cheering for him. That was like a huge moment, I feel like in all of esports probably.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that you mentioned that because I was thinking of 2018 as well, but one that was very special to me was GSL vs. the World 2018 because that was the first time that Sarah went over to Korea, duked it out with all the Koreans. I mean, if you guys don't necessarily look at it from your personal point of view, but you guys are both big fans of the game as well.
I remember like, as a spectator, the most memorable point was like, I don't know what year was it, but the stats against Su final, it was
2019.
Yeah, 2019. It was like the last offline before the GSL changed to the studio finals, and there was really amazing fans. And like the CEO of the Africa, he paid for like drinks for every fans, and including cloud like players, talents. He rented one place to let everyone just for free get the free soju and free drinks. Yeah, it is really amazing.
No, that's fun. Is there any city that you guys specifically remember? Not necessarily for the tournament, but you know, StarCraft has brought you guys to so many different places. Is there one city besides Stockholm that really stood out for you, where you're like, oh, this was such an amazing place?
I like LA in America. It's really like they has like nice weather, nice food, also nice people. So I really love to visit again to LA if I have chances.
All right, Gabe, he loves LA.
For me, it's definitely Katowice because I've been doing well in that tournament. I mean, I've been so many times there at this point that I know the city pretty well, and I feel like it's kind of nice. It's like close by, and it's like a random city in Poland that has like such a big standing in esports, which I think is very nice. So for me, it's that one, I think.
Thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun. I mean, there's many more tournaments that we could talk about, many more great cities that we've gone to. I loved Gamers 8 last year as well, but we'll talk more about that on a different day. Thank you guys.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moments can be lost entirely. Clear Man eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Man. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hello, I'm Clément Desplanches, my nickname is Clem, and I play StarCraft II for Team Liquid.
Hello, my name is Ricardo, also known as Reynor, and I play StarCraft as well.
Hello, I'm Estraya. My voice died a little bit yesterday on the plane ride, but I play StarCraft for Virtus Pro.
Hello, this is Solar. I'm from Korea. My name is Minsu, well known as Solar. Nice to meet you guys.
Okay, who wants to
We'll go, Clem.
Yeah, you're a
since,
star.
since you're the...
Alright, what's the first card? Surg
I see. I
You got it?
understand, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
tell us, we're a team.
It's Zergling Rush.
Zerglin Rush.
Zerglin.
Oh, I'm so glad we have an American here.
Zerglin
Oh,
Rush.
yeah.
Yep.
Good one.
This is the type of game it is. Okay.
Very well played, Max. So that's 1 point for us, right?
Alright,
go with the next?
You go ahead.
Do triple crown.
Triples?
Do triple.
Wait, do triple crown.
Wait,
Do triple crown.
Yeah, it's a
But
triple. It's a triple crown, but what does that mean in StarCraft?
Triple crown?
Yeah.
Do triple.
I don't think.
Really?
That's not really a StarCraft thing, is
Do
it?
triple crown.
It's StarCraft thing. So.
What is
Crown?
triple crown?
Crown?
Crown? Crown?
Cone?
The triple crown?
That has to be crown, right?
Crown.
Not really sure about that one.
Do triple crown.
Yeah, just do it.
Do triple crown. Correct. 2 points for us. Oh, you go, Max. Sorry.
Legacy of the Void.
Legacy of
the Void, yeah.
Very nice.
Okay.
Well played, Max.
Crimson Quartz.
Crimson Court.
Crimson Court.
What?
Yeah,
Crimson Court?
It's Crimson Court.
Crimson Court. Alright, that's 4 points for us then.
Very nice.
4 points for us. 0 for the cards.
That's the next one. Dark Templar. Dark Templar.
Dark Templar, yeah.
Alright, we figured this one out as
Well
well.
played.
So fast.
Marine Prince.
Marine.
Marine
Prince.
What is
Max?
Preance?
Marine Prince.
When you preempt your Marines.
What?
Marine
Push Marines?
Prince.
Push Marines.
Marine push?
Marine
No.
Prince. Prince.
Marine Prince.
I
Marine
don't know what
Prince.
that means.
Yes.
Wait, what was
is
it?
it?
Marine Prince.
Marine
You're just
Prince.
printing Marines
Oh.
from your barracks?
It's like Gabe. You go, Max.
Okay. We'll just say we got that one, I guess.
We got it.
Dinaj T. Kinji. Dinaj T. Kinji.
I think it's
Oh, Dynasty Kinji?
I don't know.
Kinji?
I don't know
I don't know
what
what Kinji is.
Dynasty
Kinji is the shit.
Kenj.
Dynasty Kings. I don't know what that
Kings?
is.
Kings in Dynasty?
King. Kinji.
I think this one is a tie.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Dynasty Kenj.
I think we got it.
That's it. No?
I don't know. You figure it out.
Want a hint?
Yes.
Yeah, hints.
Sure.
All right. It's a nickname for one of your competitors.
Oh?
A player.
Di Mauer? I don't know.
Clem?
Nickname for a competitor?
D.
Dinaj T. Kinji.
This player, also known as Dynasty Kinji.
I've never heard that.
I don't know.
Maybe the commentators.
Oh,
are
is it Korean player or like foreign player?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
The Night King.
Ah!
Dynasty King.
Dynasty Kinj. Dynasty
Whose turn
Kinj.
is it?
It's mine.
Oh, this one.
Macro Ter on May Yens.
Macro.
It's probably nickname.
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Macro God?
on
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Mayant.
Mayans.
What's May?
Macro Terran Mayant.
Management. No.
Macro Terran Management.
Macro.
Macro
Macro.
Terran.
We already figured half of it, right? It has to be
May-
Macro Terran. Macro.
What is Mayant? Mayant? Mayant. Sounds like a song.
What's the nickname again?
Mayan?
The macro player, Macro Terran.
It's probably nickname, I think.
Who?
Gave?
Mayant.
People call him the Mayans.
Imagine they just made up a word and they're like, yeah, figure it out,
They're just
guys.
trolling us on the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran Mayant. Mayant.
Are we dumb?
No way.
No,
No.
we're not stupid. We're programmers. Can't be.
Surely.
Surely we're not.
That's why we're smart.
It's macro management.
Macro.
Macro.
What?
No, it cannot be macro. Okay, we're dumb, but not that dumb. Like Macro Terran Mayant.
I think Mayant is management.
Yeah, that was a trick one.
I told you they made it up. I did say management at some point.
We did.
Now, as a conclusion, how would you rate yourself? Did you do good?
I think we did amazing.
I think we did the best we could.
Alright, I think we're done.
All right, let's get to work.
Rachel? What the heck are you wearing?
I feel like I should ask you the same thing, Cats.
Well, I'm obviously wearing some Team Liquid merch.
The last thing was pretty good. Okay.
Okay, quick.
Merc. Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Rolling. 3, 2.
Rachel? What the heck are you wearing?
I feel like I should ask you the same thing, Cats.
Well, I'm obviously representing Team Liquid. My boy Clem already made it to the Final Four.
Yeah, well, I'm shopping for Talon merch because Dark also already made it to the top 4.
Well, last time that happened at Atlanta, Clem actually came on top to win the finals against Dark in pretty crushing fashion.
Well, doesn't that sound like excellent narrative for Dark to come back and win this one against him?
Maybe, if Clem wasn't the fastest player in the tournament.
Yeah, but wait, check this out. Dark's actually got 1 point over Clem.
No way.
Yeah, way.
All right, it's time, day number 4 here, and we are at the Esports World Cup. We are going to figure out now who is going home. Some dreams will be dashed against the rocks like ships in the night, as we have got ourselves an opportunity not only for one player to move through into that Final Four, but for everybody else, it is done today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Esports World Cup for the StarCraft II World Championship. My name's Kyle Lars. Joining me to get things a-rolling, I have Dimu, I have Pig, and I have Lambo to talk about everything. Ben, honestly, yesterday, the games were fantastic. Wall-to-wall, great StarCraft here to get us to this knockout bracket.
You really couldn't dream of a better day, you know? Like, some of these days, you might start off with some 3-0s here and there, but honestly, the amount of close games and long series we had between the players, yesterday was absolutely vying for not just one, but multiple series of the year.
Yeah.
Just great stuff out of the players.
Lambo, the Zergin, you've got to be kind of happy with some of the stuff we watched yesterday. It was kind of crazy, back and forth all over the place.
100%. I got to see so many great Zerg series, and I also got to see my good friend Yona advance, but it wasn't easy for him whatsoever. Hero really brought the fight to him. It was probably my favorite series of the entire year, honestly. The series of the year for me. Also with the game of the tournament so far, just pure back and forth. So many series that went down the wire, it was amazing.
And Pig, somehow, some way, Protoss is still alive because we haven't eliminated anybody just yet.
Indeed. I mean, there's been some nasty plays out of these guys. QAnock and Classic down, Cyril stopping Hero despite Hero coming out with some of the best play he has in the last 5 years. But we've still got those Protoss dreams alive. I mean, that 3-0 over Reynor, what a shock that was from Hero. He came out looking so good yesterday.
Yeah. Huge reactions across the board from players. And I mean, even all the way to the very end of the day, you could see that, you know, things like fatigue may have been setting in. We were going deep into the night, Ben, of course, as we had a Cyril versus Maru match, which, you know, we've seen many, many a time. Some of us thought it might be disappointing. Some of us thought it might be a 3-0 bop. Maru fought back in that, and just getting that one map alone might actually, in a weird way, be Maru's saving grace mentally against someone like Cyril.
Oh, no, absolutely could. I mean, yesterday was so bitter and grueling, right? And like, it's so, what's the word? It's so sad to see a player like Hero take down all those names in a row as well. It's like he beat Cure, he beat Reynor, came so close to beating Cyril. he's back to ground one today. Like, he could literally finish last in the tournament, which is so weird to say.
Oh, yeah, for the players yesterday trying to get into the second place for the second place match or trying to get through as first in the group, it really was the difference between guaranteeing yourself $80,000 or going back to square one, as you're saying here, Pig, and then maybe even just taking $15,000 away, which is great. That's really nice, $15,000. But when there's the opportunity to strike out at $400,000, it kind of puts things in perspective a little bit.
Yeah, competition is more than a little bit brutal, isn't it? And I mean, you get a better seed, so you go in there with a slightly better potential run through that bracket.
Yeah.
But it is brutal today. It's best of threes now. The chances are up. There are no extra lives. You've used them up, and obviously you've used them up against immense opposition. We've talked a bit about Hero saying, you know, hey, he didn't come into this tournament with the highest seed. And because of that, he's had an absolute just killer's row. His bracket's been incredibly hard. I still believe in Hero, man. After what he showed yesterday, I think he can make it out of this knockout bracket.
Cats have 9 lives, StarCraft players have 3. Let's take a look, though, at the Esports World Cup standings here for the Club Championships, because this is once again important. We alluded to it yesterday in terms of where Team Liquid has been able to move thanks to Clem. He was a needle mover as well last year for Team Liquid and was able to gain them literally hundreds of thousands more dollars here, Lambo. But now Clem has moved them up in second place. But there's other players today that are vying for organizations looking for big points throughout this tournament.
Yes, I'm especially looking at Team Vitality, who are not quite in the top 6 yet, but they still have Maru and Solar left in the tournament, both of them good enough to make a run for their money. Even Gaming Gladiators has someone like Shin, who could move up a couple of spots still in the tournament. I think he's not to be underestimated. We haven't seen him at all yet, but I think he's in a great shape right now.
Yeah, completely agree. Through that qualifier that he came through, Ben, of course, now Shin, we've seen him go deep in almost every single tournament he's actually been able to attend in the last year or two. So definitely a huge threat. And considering that Gaming Gladiators currently is in 4th place, if he gains big numbers, that is actually millions of dollars potential here that Shin could make for the team.
No, absolutely. And he's got a pretty doable bracket for him as well, if I'm not mistaken. Like, his ZVT's always been pretty sharp because he's a very fast mechanical player.
Yeah.
I think he starts with Cure, if I'm not mistaken, then the winner of Beyond and Coffee. So it's definitely doable to make a real deep run and get Gaming Gladiators way more points. And we can't forget about Spirit as well. Na'Vi was mentioned there, 5th place, but he's up against Hero in first round, so I mean, that's pretty brutal for him.
Hey, Twisted Minds, they still have a lot of players as well as teams here in the competition overall. If you're looking at someone like Classic, I was, you know, memeing a little bit in terms of Protoss not being eliminated just yet, but Classic's a great prospect to try and move forwards, Pig.
If Classic can just dodge Cure, man, Cure is just a problem for him in Riyadh. Like last year, it looked like he had Cure. Cure somehow brought it back. He did it as well yesterday. But Classic's looking fantastic outside of that one Terran opponent that's been very much a problem for him. So definitely they need a lot of points, of course, Twisted Minds to climb up those rankings, but he's one that's in there with a damn good shot.
I've got a feeling in another game they might get a lot of points. Just gonna hold on to that for a moment. We'll see that next week, of course. But anyway, that's by the by. People like Estraya as well for Virtus Pro. Maybe a few opportunities for him to try and strike. It is difficult in a lineup like this, but I feel like, Ben, honestly, Estraya has impressed me so much at this tournament. Some of his series might not have been wins, but even in the ones that he lost out on, he's impressed me.
He's gone toe-to-toe with some very big opposition. It was like Gumiho in round 1, if I'm not mistaken, and then Bioni had a really good series with him.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a rough draw with Solar in the first round here, which Solar's a big name, but it's not undoable for him. I know we got kind of smoked by Dark, but Dark's a very different PvZ opponent. It's like PV Dark at that point, so Estraya has been very good at this matchup.
Right.
Can't forget his top 3 runs in Home Story Cups and stuff. He can do it.
We'll get to, he's our first match, so we'll get to go a bit more in depth in a little bit. Ben's getting a bit ahead of himself.
Apologies.
All right, let's take a look at the Aramco highlights coming in from yesterday as well. They are zooming in thick and fast here to show you exactly what was going down. Let's take a look at number 5 here, Lambo. It's going to be Bjorn going up against Oliveira.
Yeah, this fight was actually super hard to judge because it looked like Oliveira was just pushing forward and destroying Bjorn, but Bjorn had way better Raven usage. He used the auto turrets to tank, he used the buildings to tank, and he kept his Ravens alive for later on in the fight, and he just had more Vikings in the air, and that's what ends up winning you these fights. He really didn't lose that much in this battle, and he outplayed Oliveira in the late game, which usually Bjorn never is the guy to go into the late game, and now he showed me he can actually do it.
Yeah, we've had spectacular TVTs wall to wall. It's been a real treat to watch here, and Oliveira is the kind of guy that, again, we get to see him also kind of step up to the likes of Maru in TVT, but Bjorn showing masterful control. Number 4, though, we head over to Serral versus Hero, Ben.
Yeah, this was actually an absolute mess of a match, wasn't it? Like,
Yes, it
there were
was.
so many turns and swings, and over here, this is a point where Hero, I don't think he really needed to take the fights at some point. If he's over in the bottom left here, I'm going to get closer to the monitor, but he was actually making a real dent in Serral this game. He was just playing so damn well. Is this where Serral just comes in with a bunch of neurals? Oh,
It was
entirely.
Yeah, it was actually a nice reposition.
He got so close to the screen. All right, anyway, we got Serral versus Maru Pig.
Indeed. I mean, this here, that fungal from behind. This was Maru inches from victory in Game 2 to tie up the series. And Serral just destroyed his entire army. 60 supply in a second. It was brutal.
Number 2, Reynor versus Solar Lambo.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorite moments yesterday. In the very first series of the day, Reynor really brought it back with 3 hold fire lurkers.
Yeah.
At the very end of the series to close it out, he was really up against the ropes in that match, and that single play completely turned the game on its head.
Yeah, very important. But of course, let's check in with number 1. I'm going to stick with you, Lambo, for this one, as we want to do a little bit more of a pro perspective on this one.
Yes, this will be Serral versus Hero, and for anyone who missed it, this is a wild moment in the game.
Yes,
so
it is.
if we look at it, the supplies are relatively even, and if we take a look at the upgrades, Serral doesn't really have any upgrade, right? He has no upgrades, he has Roach Ravager, so how is the game exactly going to end in the next 20 seconds? You might ask. Well, can you see anything here? I'm going to zoom in for you. I can't really see anything, but Hero also couldn't, and that meant that he lost 7 Void Rays at once to the Corrosive Bile. Here we can see it once again. And I mean, all I can say is that this man right here, that's just good sportsmanship, because I would be crushed after that.
Thank you for the arrows. I wasn't aware exactly where he was in this image. That's some great breakdown there from Lambo. I appreciate that. But yeah, it was a wild moment. Like, when those kinds of things happen, it's the perfect disaster, Pig, unfortunately, for a player.
Yeah, it's such a moonshot. You know, we always talk about like Dark kind of just throwing biles at air units and hoping in like 1 in 20 he'll kill a Prism or a Void Ray. 7 Void Rays? I mean, especially because Serral wasn't even aiming for it. He was just aiming for the shield battery. Yeah. That was, I think Serral, I almost wish we could have got his reaction shot there, because I'm sure he also was kind of eyebrow raised going, did that just happen?
Yeah, it doesn't often happen at all. Let's check in with the Doritos reactions then. Maybe Serral's is in here, who knows? As we have plenty from yesterday. Just so many magical moments, not only, again, as I said before, in victory, but also defeat. You can see it on everybody's faces when they're in these games, Demu.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's so tense. Like, I've never seen Serral sigh so many times, and it was out of pure relief.
Yeah.
So many pop-offs as well. And you see how much the relief on all these players, the desperation, the sadness. Like, it's just amazing to see. Even the sad moments are amazing because it means so much to these guys.
You actually make a really good point, because a lot of the times when we see like a Serral pop-off, for example, Lambo, sometimes it looks, he's finished. It looks very reserved. He's like, haha, yes, I've won. And then puts his fist up. However, yesterday when Serral won some of these games, you could see genuine relief. Just wall-to-wall relief from a guy like Serral, because he knows what it means.
Yes, I don't think I've seen Serral like that since he won the first BlizzCon in 2018.
Yeah.
There he also popped off when he managed to get into the top 4. There he popped off when he went into the finals. And that was the very first time a foreigner ever won such a big event against the Koreans. And now he's done it ever since, like every single year. He wins so many tournaments. You would think he starts to get used to it, but you can see how much it means to him to just make it into the top 4. Because it wasn't sure at all for him, right? He got 3-0'd by Clem, he almost lost to Hero, and then he got Maru. He had a really tough bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he has been able to make it through, but another name that is looking to make it through down here in the knockout bracket is our current reigning world champion, Oliveira. Let's check in with him about his thoughts on that Katowice win, as well as coming into EWC.
其实最开始当时计划的我真的是就是如果我这次没有拿到成绩，可能就退役了，然后可能需要去干其他事情，因为当时已经是打了第6年、第7年了，但是我还是没有在就是国际大赛上拿到任何的成绩。然后那次其实备赛的状态也不是很好。其实我这次也有点，就是我最近自定义和天梯其实打的挺多的，但是就是胜率都很低，也不知道哪里出了问题。然后但是就是可能就是这种心态吧，就是学着放松着打。就那次的话， 要说真是预期，就只是预期到小组出线，就而且是将能够小组出线就好。其实有一种心态，当时说不上来吧，就真的是很放松，但是其实在我每次上台之前，其实我腿都是发软的，就是从不管是12进8、8进4一直打到上面，其实每次在台下等的时候，上台的时候就整个人都就紧张到腿在发软，但是一上去之后就也不知道怎么着，就一点都不紧张了。然后如果真的说有夺冠的预感的话，就是在8进4我赢了雷诺之后，其实有一种预感，就心理状态感觉今天可能有了，就是这种感觉我也说不上来，但是就真的是感觉可能有了，然后就是反而就很放松，就是甚至当时在总决赛第1局，我当时印象很深刻，就是打马路的时候，我上来第1局就很快的输掉了，但是就是有一种这无所谓，反正后边就有一种自己要夺冠的那种感觉，说不上来。其实唯一的畏惧感可能是，因为我天梯上有时候老是后期输给他，但是我就想着我今天就也没有赢不赢冠军，其实当时就觉得无所谓。但是唯一我要想的就是我今天只是想在当时想的就是我一定要有一把后期赢过他，然后我只要其他开局我像就是前面几把我只要像我平时练习的那样把该做的东西做出来就没什么问题，就整个人都很放松的那种状态。其实我甚至是我当时举奖杯的时候都没有意识到，其实是意识到是在我自己当时比完赛回到房间的时候，然后刷到手机，然后是我爸给我打的电话，然后还有一些家人的祝福。那个时候说实话自己哭了，比当时在舞台上哭的还激动一点，就是有一种就真的我哭了很久，就是有一种我终于这好像真的还是有点不真实，但是有一种就是我脑子里终于成了世界冠军的这个感觉。但是其实就对我现在来说，就是之前看的话，其实每次看自己夺了冠录像会很开心，但其实自从今年年初吧，就是有时候还是会刷到自己的一些夺冠录像什么的，就是会有一种很难受的感觉，反而说不上来很伤心的感觉，就是会有一种为什么我当时能做的事情现在做不到了。就是回到前面的问题，就是说实话，我真的好像就是再拿一个世界冠军。就拿我自己来说吧，就是其实我很早之前就在一个，我记得是当时国内那个应该是网易举办活动上说过，就是我很羡慕当时雷诺还有克莱姆他们那样的剧本，就是年纪轻轻出来，然后一下就拿了世界冠军，然后或者世界亚军。但是我其实回顾我的整个职业生涯而来，就是其实失败是偏多的。拿 IEM 冠军之前，然后0杠6输掉比赛，然后好不容易感觉拿了冠军，要开始自己的一段就像刀大一样 Spirit 他们那样的王朝，但是又一下回到了现实，就是我基本上那年 Gamer Slate 被小组淘汰，然后西安的线下赛被0比3，然后去年的卡图维兹又是小组没出现，但是我觉得就跟我练习的一样嘛，就是我即使输给那个人1000次，我也会想去赢那个人1次，就别放弃就好。其实吧，就是真想说的话，就对自己未来的自己说吧，就是其实你现在已经做得很好了，但是我还是想说，就是我感觉，就是至少我现在自己心里感觉，就是我感觉我如果拿不到另一个世界冠军的话，其实我觉得我自己的人生毫无意义。但是我觉得其实各位在看直播或者在看就是 后边 VOD 的朋友们，其实你们远比我更优秀很多。我其实是一个很容易放弃的人，但是我这样的人都取得了今天的成就，我觉得你们可以比我做得更好。
What can I say? Ever the eloquent speaker truly shows that hard work and determination can pay off and create magical moments. Let's see if he can survive, though. It's time for the knockout bracket here, as we have got potentially more magical moments on the way. This is a difficult time for all of these players. Today, Pig, we eliminate 14.
It's heartbreak row. It's going to be just so many tears, so much joy today. Every single series is going to be intense. Any slow starters will be brutally punished because it is a best of 3 stage. Every mistake is going to be something you will be regretting for the rest of the year. Of course, it is your last final chance, but we do have a few players who didn't qualify through the regular season, Shin and Showtime.
Yeah.
They've been waiting on the sidelines, watching, practicing. They finally get to show what they've prepared.
Yeah, let's talk about them for a moment here, because Shin's road was excellent. I always call him kind of the hope ender for a lot of players, Lambo. And then on the other side, Showtime, he had a great series against Shin. but then played a blinder of a series against Bunny to be able to qualify here.
Yes, I think Shin is at such a high level. He's actually on the Korean ladder right now. He's the highest ranked Zerg. And that's already been the case for quite a while. He just got his straight up solid macro game to another level, because he used to be a little bit more of a cheesy Zerg, a very aggressive Zerg, but now he can also play the longer games. He even beat Showtime in some of those later stage games when it really mattered the absolute most. Because if you drop down to the lower bracket, there's always a chance that you still lose to Bunny. So both of them played their absolute A strategies and brought their A game. And that's when Shin relied on his macro strategies as well. So he became more of a complete player.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule, then we'll blast through this. We've got a B stream as well, don't forget. So you guys at home can have 2 streams open at the same time, keeping an eye on all the matches that are going to be going down. Here is our stream B. We start things off with Coffee versus Bjorn going on there. We move into Hero versus Reynor there as well. Hero, Spirit, and then, of course, we don't know what is coming up there as time goes on. Let's move on to stream A. Here's what we've got as a sampling for you here today. Now, again, do bear in mind, it's best of 3s all the way until that best of 5 match, which will determine who our last player will be in the Final 4. Anything that piques your interest there, Ben?
I mean, I really like Estraya Solar just because the winner then goes in to meet Maru. So, like, your fate's already sort of decided a bit. But I really feel the quarter of the bracket with Shin, Cure, and Bjorn is incredibly close. Like, any one of those 3 players making it out would not surprise me at all. I think that is the most closely matched quarter of the bracket.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's get hyped. It's our first match of the day here. It is going to be Estraya representing Virtus Pro going up against Solar representing Vitality. Both of these players not only looking to survive in the tournament, but looking to gather big EWC points for their teams respectively as well. Pig, talk to me about this matchup coming in.
Well, I mean, Estraya is absolutely heat resistant right now, wearing a hoodie and a cap right now there in the heat in Riyadh. What a beast. Honestly, I think it's an interesting matchup. Basically, Solar preys on Estraya. Historically, he wins a lot more of their series. These guys play so many online tournaments against each other, which means a lot of best of 3 experience. Recently, Estraya has a couple of wins against him. So if you look at just the last kind of couple months, you go, oh, Estrella's done pretty well. But there are some streaks before that where Solar has really just beaten him 4 or 5 times in a row. So the real problem historically is Solar's timing attacks are brutal. His queen walks, his surprise big attacks, he just will shove across there. And Estraya will be just a little bit too greedy sometimes.
Well, let's hear from Estraya coming into this match as to what he thinks in the knockout bracket.
I am here with Estraya, the American Dream. How are you, Max Angel? And yeah, how are you feeling for your match today?
I'm feeling a little bit anxious right now. I've got a few nerves, but I think they'll sort themselves out by the time I play. I'm feeling good.
All right. I mean, you did fall to Dark, not to the nerves or anything, but it was a PVC. You did have very strong performances defeating Gumiho before that and a very close series against Bjorn in the PVT matchup. Is it an issue of the matchup itself or the players or your mindset, or how are you feeling against Solar in any case, as he is also a Zerg player?
I'm not too sure, but Dark is just a tough matchup. He's just really powerful, and it's been a while since I've beat him in a tournament match. Solar, I've been doing better versus. I practiced some custom games with him in Korea, and I played with him a little bit here before we realized we were going to play each other. And it's definitely closer than versus Dark, so I think you can expect a good series.
All right, awesome. Then you know what to expect.
All right, things are getting hectic here. You guys at home can get hectic too as you head over to sdcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to be winning out this game. Lambo, I want to come to you. Any potential predictions for this one whilst things get loud?
My personal prediction is it's going to be a close series. We just heard that both of them played against each other while Estraya was staying in Korea.
Yeah.
So I think it's closer than on paper in their history it might seem. My honest prediction would be is a 2-1 for Solar. I still favor Solar slightly.
Yeah.
I think it should be a very close one.
Ben, how about you?
Lambo's a true professional, man. Like, I know he hasn't done much of this stuff, but having this go on right now, But no, I think this is going to be very close between these guys. I mean, Solar for me is he has been Mr. Consistent for so many years, and Mr. Consistent against Mr. Crazy. I feel that when it comes to the pressure, this kind of situation, I would give Solar the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he's the big game player that a lot of people say he is sometimes. But anyway, will the powerful clown from America get the buzzsaw out and start cutting up Solar here? We're about to find out. Let's head over to the stage. Estraya versus Solar.
It's day 4 of StarCraft II at the Esports World Cup. Fancy, and as excited as I am to get this day started, there is a bit of a somber note today, isn't there?
Absolutely. It's going to be 15 players playing at the knockout bracket. No other chance for any of them. 14 of them will be going home and getting their keys crushed, their hopes and dreams.
It's going to be a tough one, but whoever does make it through today's grueling gauntlet makes it on to Sunday, where they get to face off against Clem and Dark and Cyril, which actually kind of sounds pretty scary when you think about it.
Exactly. Like, I have no idea how today's matches are going to go, but it's definitely going to be an exciting one. We've got a lot of StarCraft to get to, and a chance for all of these 15 players. One of them will be the first ever Esports World Cup StarCraft II champion and get their hands on this trophy. So how about we welcome the first set of players on the stage. It is going to be Estraya versus Solar.
Representing Team Veritas Pro, we've got Estraya, the #1 US player and winner of the Spring ESL SC2 Masters America. His opponent, Solar of Vitality, 2023 GSL Season 2 Co-S champion.
Players are now taking their seats and getting ready for their first match. As we said, no other chance, no other opportunity to get to the playoffs. It is the Final 4 knockout bracket. Casters, take it away.
What's up, everybody? Tasteless and Artosis here, ready to bring you this best of 3 with Estraya versus Solar.
This is going to be very exciting. This is the first time we're going to eliminate anyone from the tournament. So everyone that you see lose today is out. That's it. Yep. They're not going to be the world champ.
Kind of a scary moment here. We've had so many great games over the last 3 days, but we're at the phase now where we're going to start taking these players out. This is a pretty treacherous part of the group here. We've had a couple guys that have managed to basically coast by, narrowly escaping getting to this phase, but now it's going to be an absolute all-out bloodbath.
Yeah, and every single match is looking really good, really nice. Of course, we're going to have 2 streams today, so make sure you're checking them both out. But this is a great first match to start at, right? This is our only North American player, a very strong Protoss. He's put out some great games so far. Even the games he lost against Dark, he was playing very nicely. He's going to be going up against Solar, who is a Zerg that I think is strong enough to make it to that Final 4, but isn't quite as good as someone like Dark. So I think he gives Estraya a bit better chance.
Yeah, I think this is doable for Estraya. I think Solar slightly favored. We see even in the player points, Solar a little bit ahead, I think by 5 points overall in stats. But, you know, if Estraya can bring it all, those stats are going to be meaningless, right? No matter what happens with these two, it's going to be a crazy, difficult road ahead here. Again, this is a best of 3. I know if you've been watching over the last couple days, it's been nothing but best of 5s, but this is really where it gets dangerous because in a best of 3, you don't have that much room to try to figure your opponent out to make the right adjustments. You really have to come in much more prepared.
Yeah, you got to have your plans set and ready to be actioned. It looks like we are getting into game number 1 here. It's going to be on site Delta. Estraya versus Solar. The winner goes home. And the loser goes home.
And the loser dies. All right, guys, introducing our player as we go into game 1 in this best of 3 in the upper left, in the red, from the United States of America, he is Estraya. And in the bottom right here, in the blue, from South Korea, one of the best Zergs in the entire world, he is Solar. It should be noted as we go into this match, Estraya spends, I would say, almost half the year training in Korea. I see him pretty regularly, whether he's playing in GSL or just, you know, we'll spend some time together in Korea. So, you know, he's not somebody who's been siloed out of the Korean scene or the Korean meta. So, you know, whenever we go into something like the Esports World Cup, it's very easy to look at players and their nationality and therefore their respective server you would imagine they come from. But the truth is that Estraya plays with a lot of Korean players and Asian players in general, and trains with the very best Europeans. So he's going to have a very good idea of how to approach Solar.
Yeah, and already we're seeing something cool out of him. He's going for a Nexus first here.
Right.
Not expecting that there's not going to be something crazy like a 12 pool. And of course he's right. You really don't expect that in this matchup. So I like the Nexus first very, very much. It's going to give him a little boost in terms of economy. So when you look at the openers, you do have to give a little nod to Estraya.
So Estraya going to wall in over at his ramp here. This is Site Delta, where you have not only a ramp up into your main, but a ramp up into your expansion. So it's a good map to try to fast expand on. Solar's going to scout here with the Overlord, and when you see the infrastructure here at the front, it's no secret. You know this is going to be a quick expand build. I was talking to Artosis about this. I think, before we even actually started this broadcast, I think this is going to be a close one. It's tough to call.
Yeah.
It could go either way. I think a best of 5, maybe. Solar should come out 3-2. A best of 3, I think it's too hard to call. Game 1 obviously going to be pivotal.
Yeah.
These players don't have a lot of time to prepare because they don't know until, they finally end up in this part of the bracket who they're up against. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two open up here, especially in Game 1, because, if you do cheese and it backfires, it really puts you in a tough spot trying to recover in the next 2 games.
Well, when you look at their styles, right, like Estraya brings more different strategies than probably anybody else.
Yeah.
Solar, in the meantime, is like a very good macro Zerg, but leans towards aggression, I would say, right? So, honestly, I would like to see him play this a little bit aggressively. I think if you're going to try to play a reactive macro-type play, that's going to be what Estraya does best against, right? Because you're not going to be threatening his build, which may have some different optimizations than a lot of others. So just throwing that out there. Right now, a couple Adepts did get Chrono boosted out pretty quickly. I don't know that he's going to get any damage done. A Ling comes up and will scout around and, of course, find that Stargate. But nothing like too weird other than the fact that, he got that very fast Nexus first. And, well, he is making 2 Adepts at a time, whereas right now in the game, normally you're making 1.
Yeah, and the double Adept thing. That puts a little bit of extra pressure. If you're not totally prepared for that, you can get zoned back. It kind of reminds me of some of these now commonplace, but, aggressive Reaper openings where you get 3 to 5 or even more Reapers and just put a little bit more pressure on that you would normally have to deal with. The Lings are going to get in here. The Stalker's on the outside. The Probes, at least one does get taken out here. Not a bad run by here by Solar. He'll also get in the main. Now he's going to try to, actually he does kill a Probe, but also you get to scout. He saw that Oracle leaving the base. There is a second one being made now, which you can see as well.
Yeah, I think that was a very good move by Solar. Like, these are the types of things you want to do just because Estraya's play is a bit different from everyone else's. A little bit more attacking, a little bit more aggression is going to help you to feel out, like, what your opponent is doing exactly. And, he gets a reasonable idea. But right now, Estraya is getting that third base. He's making Oracles, everything looking pretty good, while Solar is actually making a reasonable amount of Zerglings.
Yeah, Solar's still making more and more Lings. We got a couple drones on the way here as well. Estraya, it's interesting because a lot of times we talk about players like Stats or these other really conservative Protoss players that have long games that tend to win that. Estraya also makes for some very long games. Let's park that thought for a second here. We've got some Lings coming in. Going to harass these Probes. But I wouldn't say that Estraya is like Stats and that he defaults into longer games.
Yeah.
You were saying this earlier, Artosis, and I think it's worth repeating. He has, it feels like, more styles of play than maybe any of the Protoss right now.
For sure he does,
yeah.
And Protoss are generally very creative players, but, like, he makes all his own stuff. He can do all the normal stuff, but he makes so many builds, so many strategies that no one else uses. He's truly the most strategic player in this World Championship. There's just not even a question about it.
Okay, the Lings are going to come up here now. Going to get another Probe. I mean, these are little victories for sure. The Ling's also going to come and hit this location where the Stalker is. We got some Oracles that are going to come in here and try to help out. And I think Solar made the right call trying to pull away. He will get a couple Lings snipped off there. And the Templar Archives is starting. So this has been a pretty slow, kind of development-oriented game. The Protoss is pretty buttoned up back at home. But the Zerg is moving out now. We've got, was that Queens put in the Overlords there?
I thought that was actually Roaches, but it should have been Queens, so. Yeah, I think it must be. Yeah,
it must be Queens. So This is going to be a timing attack. There's a lot of Lings coming in over here, and he's going to try to either break down the natural or break down the third base. And we just got a shot of Estraya's face here, and he didn't seem too happy about this. No. Now, the Queens can be used to transfuse, but they can also hit the Oracles. The Queens just beat Oracles straight up, and it seems like the third base is going to be the target. We've got Lings coming up now. Ravagers firing into the very congested area behind the Nexus now. I don't know that Estraya can control this position, Artosis.
No, it looks pretty bad for him right now as Oracle's unable to really help the Queens, sniping them down oh so quickly. A lot of the shield batteries going down. The Photon Cannon coming in a little bit late, and I think Estraya is going to take critical damage here.
Yeah, I think so. We've got some more shots coming down. There's no way that Estraya can really salvage this position. And, you know, it's bad enough losing the Nexus, but the fact that there's 4 gateways here is even worse because now he's going to lose about half of his development back at home. So all those gateways unpowered. And I think that blow alone should be fatal. We'll probably be going into game number 2 as there is just no way to sandbag the progress that Solar's already made.
Yeah, this looks like Estraya is just about dead. You're so right about unpowering those gates, too. Maybe if those were in his main base or still powered, he could make enough units to rally out and get this area under control, but the Nexus is already gone. Most of his production is gone. He's trying to do something, because don't forget, you know, you're doing a rush like this, like from Solar, you don't have that much at home. So you always feel like maybe there's some way to come back, but for us, looking at these numbers, looking at the quality of play that Solar puts out, doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah, he does have the Robo here. He's making Immortals, but I think with the number of Ravagers here, you can see the creep is blanketing the area outside of Estraya's base. Estraya got to try to come in here, and, you know, this is not a bad idea, get some drones, but I don't know that there is an easy way to recover here. We're talking about a 4-base Zerg versus a 2-base Protoss. Protoss trying to recover as well as you can. Again, 4 gateways unpowered is huge.
Yeah.
It does seem like Solar, I think, being a pretty smart player, doesn't go for the win more move, although he is going to be able to surround this Archon, which is insane. That's so bad. In fact, can he trap the other Archon and maybe pelt that with Corrosive Biles? That doesn't matter. GG. Game 1 is won very easily by Solar, sniffing out an opportunity to get a really good timing attack. I didn't see exactly what prompted Solar to do that, or maybe that was the plan all along.
Yeah. He does stuff like that pretty regularly. You know, I think that he looked at that and said, okay, first off, he had 2 Adepts over across the map really, really quickly, so Solar was able to sneak Lings in. He saw that it was into Oracle, and he saw that it was a very fast third. So I think he just decided to put on the aggression. You know, this is a build that Solar does from time to time. This has been a bit more popular lately as well. And, you know, like we were talking about before, sometimes it's really smart to just lean into aggression a little bit against these creative players.
Yeah.
There's a reason why a lot of the builds Estraya does, no one else does. And that's because the standard metagame is better at stopping some of these attacks.
Yeah, you know, when you get aggressive enough, you don't even have to deal with the headache of whatever weird stuff Estraya is going to do. You kind of kill the strategy in its crib, so to speak. So Solar winning that game pretty easily. We saw Estraya moments ago shaking his head in frustration, probably regretting putting those gateways over there at the third base, maybe not trying to preempt any kind of rush and going for a more conservative game before letting his strategy blossom into whatever it was going to be. So now we go into game 2. I want to remind everybody, this is a best of 3.
Yes.
This phase of the tournament, I know we've had best of 5s the whole time. This is all about survival right now, so Estraya needs to turn this around, or Solar's going to close this out 2-0.
Well, let's get into game number 2 here. Estraya on his last life here in the bottom right. It is our Protoss player from America. It is Estraya. If he loses one more game here to Solar, he is out of this tournament. His opponent in the top left, a GSL champion, someone who may be able to make the whole run through this bracket. It's Solar.
I think a pretty even match, but just a great opening there from Solar to kind of go in there with a gut punch to a macro Protoss. Certainly in this tournament, everybody has characterized Estraya's play as slow Protoss play. So anything that's going to be kind of a long game that's focused on development, on ticking all the boxes in tech and getting all the bases on your side of the map, rushes can be pretty good then. The mistake you don't want to make is trying to rush into a player who also might be aggro, and you might end up with kind of a weird interaction that doesn't really make sense. It does seem like, although we've talked about Estraya having a wide range of play, they've all been long games.
Yeah. It's not like he's creating new rushes or something, right? They're mostly macro-based plays. So I guess you're right about that, right? Like another reason to lean into some more aggressive plays. Now, to mention here on Oceanborn, Estraya has once again gone for a Nexus first. So, yeah, he's going to be, I think, throwing down that second gateway again. He might just look at that last game and say, I just didn't quite get my build.
Yeah, he might have looked at the loss and been like, that was a fluke. I can make a couple adjustments. You know, maybe not probe as hard, maybe make the right defenses, and probably get to where I want to be. Now, that doesn't mean that Solar is going to have to rush in here again. There's so many ways to play this out. But yeah, Estraya, once again, going for the macro play. It is that double gate, like Artos has said, so you're going to have a couple more adepts than normal. We did see a little bit of this evolution in TVZ over the last 2.5 years, where it's been a little bit more of, you know, instead of one Rax Reaper just getting 2, it kind of changes the dynamic of the early game.
Absolutely.
And that'll just cause Zerg to adjust. You know, these in these matchups, it's always both races kind of chasing each other around and what the other one's trying to do, and figure out whatever the next step is. We call that the meta. It's why the games are always looking different over the years as players adapt to their approach in each of the matchups.
Yeah, you find something generally strong, everyone kind of starts doing it, then you figure out how to beat it, and everyone starts doing that, and so on and so forth. Now, this is kind of cool. He goes for double Adept with the double Chrono again, starts the Warp Gate upgrade right away, and then goes into the Stargate, right? So, in regular, like, fast expansions from Protoss that aren't Nexus first, you definitely see that Stargate come up before the Warp Gate upgrade. That's something that Zergs can very easily check. Of course, there can be some mind games around there, but there generally isn't too many. It's more about the optimization of the build. But Solar, you know, playing against a Nexus first, he may not be completely sure of what all these timings mean. Now, that being said, a Zergling just runs right up through once again.
Yeah, Ling comes in here. Look, this is annoying. You know, there's no denying it. You always want to at least keep the Zerg guessing, at least force them to sacrifice as much as possible. So the second Ling scout comes in here. This is preventable, by the way. You know, there's no rule that says a Ling has to get inside of your base. So, you know, maybe it was actually the Ling scout in game 1 that prompted that attack. I don't know.
Yeah, could have been. I
still don't think we're going to see Solar do the same thing twice, right? But let's see.
Yeah, well, we're seeing Estraya do the same thing twice. That part we know.
But I think we haven't gotten to the part where we get to see it in action,
yeah.
Right? So,
I mean, for sure.
He can definitely, you know, take a couple steps slower here and maybe hold it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we got to rush again.
I don't think we do. Like, Solar right now is just droning up a little bit, making some queens, right? The Oracles will come in and try to get a bit of scouting intel, try to kill a few drones here and there. I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be able to pull out. But, you know, just getting in here and being able to scout is a big, big deal. If you can get in there and recognize, like, oh, okay, there's, like, not a Roach Warren, right? He's not... It doesn't look like he's making extra queens to come drop on me. You know, you can play it a little bit more greedily as Estraya. But that all being said, you know, Roach Warren is on the way. A few more Lings, but still pretty heavy droning here from Solar.
Okay, we've got a couple snipes over here on some drones. You know, not great, to be honest, giving up half health for 2 drones there with the Oracle. The Phoenix is going to be clearing the map here of the Overlords. We've got Adepts coming out. Doesn't appear that this is going to be any kind of committed attack. This is more kind of generating the illusion of a possible powerful rush coming out here. Because the Phoenix can clear out the Overlords, a lot of times a good Zerg player goes, oh no, what are you hiding?
Yeah.
You know, and this is where you get really high-level players. Like, if you're against a bad player, this doesn't do anything. You're like, that's too bad, I lost my Overlord. They just go on with what they're doing. But, you know, against very good players, this can prompt them to overreact.
Yeah, sometimes. Now, the layer is about to finish up. He did just scout that 4th hatchery, going down at the 4th base. Estraya, you know, he has his 3 bases up and mining. Everything looking pretty good. Templar Archives is going to be finishing up here. Robo is on the way. He's already getting charged in +1. I'm not sure what the plan is. Like, this could be like a Charge Archon type attack, right? Like, that Yeah, it looks like it might be, in fact. I think he's going to get a Prism, and he just added 4 more gateways. So, like, charge +1 Archon.
So
sneaky.
So the idea is that it's very unlikely that this is going to get scouted. You drop the creep there, you make a Spire, and you're trying to blindside the Protoss, because right now these Oracles are actually crazy amount of damage.
Wow.
8 kills.
Wow.
That's insane. But they're also scouting, right?
Yeah.
And so you're harassing, but you're kind of glimpsing into their base and going, all right, are you up to anything weird? All right, I don't see a Spire. And when you don't see a Spire as Protoss, you think, okay, well then I got to go into anti-ground. So
yeah.
This could completely, like, judo flip the game as the rush comes in here. Oh my God! And the one big anti-air unit, the Archon gets surrounded. Oh, you can see Estraya
He's not happy about
pain. Yeah.
Well, right now he is getting a second Robo as well. He does have a Prism. It's really unfortunate that he lost that one Archon that adds so much to this army quality-wise. But he's moving out. Blink is on the way, and he's actually making another Phoenix. So I don't know if he saw the Spire, but just the fact that he's making another Phoenix makes me... Okay, he's reading this even though he doesn't see the Spire. He's reading this and saying, you know what, I think a Spire's on the way. Actually, one of the ways to tell is if they don't have a ton of Roaches, a lot of times that does mean that they're going for that Spire. So he's going to push in right now. The Roach count is okay, but there's a lot of Zealots there.
Okay, this is another huge blow. He gets the Robo.
Ooh.
I mean, we've just seen 2. Oh my God, hold on, maybe 3. He's gonna, oh my God, he's gonna get the Warp Prism.
Oh man.
And you can see he sees the last second. This is a train wreck, and he doesn't even know about the Mutatech switch.
Well, he's still making Phoenixes, so like he definitely hasn't seen a Mutatech switch.
Yeah,
but
he might suspect it.
Yeah. It's like he's maybe he's hedging his bets here because he is making Immortals. But yeah, losing that Robo, losing the Archon early on, losing the Prism with Zealots in it. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong, and there's going to be a ton of Mutas showing up at his base shortly.
Okay, he sees the Spire, which is upgrading air attack. The question is that going to be enough? You know, they talk about a plane crash. It's not one mistake. It's several in a row, like 7 or 8 that cause it to go down. We're close to that happening in this game for Estraya. I mean, losing the Archon, losing the Warp Prism. All these mistakes that have happened right now are just so bad. The Mutas are out, and this really puts Protoss on the back foot. So I think what we thought was going to be a timing is going to be a very turtled up Protoss. Instead, this is going to allow Solar to grow, to grab other spots on the map. And we've got this Oracle Harass coming in still. Oh my God, he's not microing the Phoenixes.
Yeah, looks like he was doing something else in there. So a little bit unfortunate losing those Phoenixes, still warping in a lot of Blink Stalkers here.
Stuck here?
No, there's a changeling in the wall.
All right.
Oh man, a lot, like Solar is playing a magnificent game. Estraya's having a hard time against it.
It does seem like Estraya's choking a little bit here.
A little bit, yeah.
Like things are just kind of fraying at the seams here. He does open that back up. Here come the Roaches. The Archons are definitely going to be able to swat back the Mutalisks that have come up. Now, Estraya's not dead.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play for the long game. He's going to take a base at 6 o'clock. You see that little Nexus hologram there. I was about to say, that can't be a strategy to send 2 beats across the map. So somehow those got caught in some control group and we're moving out on the map. But they're going back home now. Solar spots the expansion. The Mutalisks can basically keep harassing. Now, long term, the Protoss can always beat Mutalisks. Mutalisks are never a thing you're trying to accumulate enough of to where they'll never stop you, at least in a game where the Protoss' economy is this healthy.
Yeah.
But it does force Protoss to respect the Zerg. And so the Zerg can freely take these other bases on the map.
He's actually made so many Mutalisks, and he's getting banging speed, so that makes me think he might stay on Mutas and like force a base trade if Estraya attacks. That can be a very strong way to play. Like, speed banelings are surprisingly good against Blink Stalkers. But yeah, sometimes situations like this just turn into a massive, massive base trade later on. But the thing is, I think Estraya, like, if he doesn't end up dying, if he does approach max supply, I feel like he's the type of player who will make very good decisions in that base trade. Normally, creative players are the ones that are very good at that.
Okay, he's going to come down here now and hit. And I just don't know that Estraya actually has enough here. It looks like he is going to just get squished in this position.
We've got the one Immortal, but the Mutas are going to come in here. They're now sniping the Stalkers. The Nexus falls before the rest of the units can even defend it. And Estraya looking defeated in this moment here as Solar is maxed out, has so much of the map, and it doesn't look like he could be stopped.
No, those vials hitting all the Immortals and everything. So many things have gone wrong for Estraya within this game. Kind of sad to see because he had some cool ideas. I really enjoy watching Estraya play, but this time just not enough here at the World Championships.
Mutas back up. More Banelings are coming. This is kind of a 1-2 punch here, right? The fourth base has fallen. Estraya scrambling to try to get anything to hold off this next attack. And it looks like this is just going to battering ram its way in here. I mean, there's so many, but yeah, GG. It doesn't matter what the Banelings connect to. There's just way too many. And Solar, swiftly and decisively, is victorious there in a 2-0 versus Estraya. No question that Solar is the better player. Cleaner play overall, a better understanding of how to react to his opponent. And especially in game 2, to be honest, just a kind of a sloppy play from Estraya. He just had a lot of fumbles back there. Whereas game 1, I think, is a little bit more forgivable. The timing attack just sliced through him.
Yeah. I think Estrella's not going to be happy with his performance here today, and I think he can be happy with his other days of performance.
100%.
But yeah, Solar looking very on point, but he has maybe his hardest match coming up next against Maru.
Shortly here, we're going to go to a interview with Solar and see how he's feeling. No doubt confident, definitely not a tough match for him. But it is still a long road ahead. It's going to be a very, very brutal day here. We're going to go to an interview now. Or we're going to go to an interview in a second. So a quick review here, just what happened in that last game. So interview now, sorry.
Wow, Solar. We just got here and already you are standing victorious after your first knockout match. You are the first player on stage to send another player home. So before we get into this, Estraya, I must invite you to take your key and deliver it to Solar, the winner of your match. And Solar, you will be taking this key over to the hydraulic press and you will be crushing it just like you crushed that match. So, Estraya, my friend, this is the first time this has happened here on the StarCraft stage here at the Esports World Cup. And this is our unique tournament system. The keys from the defeated players will become part of the trophy that does ultimately go to the winner of this tournament. And speaking of winning this tournament, Solar, after a performance like that, how likely do you think you are to make it all the way to Sunday and to take it through those players?
Yeah, I just beat first opponent, but there's still so many opponents that I beat. Like, there's so many good players still, so I didn't feel like, not yet. I'm not sure that I can make it Sunday, but I will do my best.
Well, you'll have to make it through Maru next to get to Sunday. Do you bring anything special for him? Something in the back pocket, or are you just going to pull out some regular Solar games?
Yeah, Maru is really good player, probably best Terran. And I played him so much and we are teammates, so I feel like we know very well against each other. So I hope we can make a great game this tournament.
I think for certain it'll be an excellent game. I'll invite you to take that trophy now onto the hydraulic press. I'll send this one over to the analysts. Take another look at that match.
Solar wastes no time at all in sending someone home. We had to wait a few days here, Cats, to send someone back, but when it came to it, it didn't take much time, just showing us how cutthroat this knockout bracket is.
Really, there's something visceral about the handing of the key. I wasn't expecting for it to hit me like this, and I mean, neither player is really looking forward to Maru. I talked to both of them before the games, and you know, it's going to be a tough match.
Maru is super, super difficult to play against, and Solar has a pretty terrible track record against him. But if there's anything that goes his way, surely it's maybe this best-of-3 format that can give Solar something of a chance.
Yeah, and he's an excellent CBT player, so I think, you know, it's the big stage. Anything can happen. I'm excited for it.
We're going to be continuing to press a lot more keys today. Let's head on over to the desk to see what they have to say about that first series.
All right, full steam ahead then here as we have got ourselves Solar 2-0 victory. He wasted no time in dispatching of Estraya, and unfortunately, Ben, Estraya is our first victim of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad for Estraya, right? Like, today was not the same Estraya that we saw turn up for the rest of the tournament. And I mean, this system is so brutal because after having so many amazing and close best of fives, a best of 3 against Solar to seal your fate, brutal.
Yeah, Solar had his number, really. Pig here looking very, very strong with it. Even in the second game as well, a cheeky hidden Spire makes things quite complicated.
Yeah, Solar channeling his old Pro League performances. I mean, he first came into prominence as a player who was a ZVP sniper in Pro League.
Yeah.
He would come out and snipe players who were much more established than him for a couple of years before he himself became a champion. And you could see it with his build planning here. Lovely Queen, Roach Ravager pushes to start things off. Proxy Spire in the corner. Just felt like he had great plans to really get in there. Estraya never got going.
Yeah, 100%. I think there were a bunch of mind games that we obviously can't know, but Estraya stayed for a month in Korea and they practiced a lot together. And what I'm expecting is that in these games, Estraya also went something like that with Charge Lots and Archons. And Solar didn't play exactly like he did here, and instead played to his image. He knew what Estraya strategies would be bad against, and I think in game 1 it was just a straight up build order loss. Estraya's build was not safe against what Solar was doing, so he gambled a little bit. In game 2, you just can't make that many mistakes at this stage. Solar is so strong, he's so solid. If you lose a unit here, you lose a unit there, it just starts adding up too quickly.
I think it's also very important when it gets to the best of 3 stage, where it's like do or die. You know everybody's feeling the pressure. Absolutely everybody is. So doing these strategies where your opponent has to react to you, as opposed to the other way around, very smart prep by Solar.
Do you think of that interview? Do you think Solar feels bad about having to crush this key? I was looking at his face and I was like, oh, Solar's such a nice guy. I don't think he wants to actually crush it.
I think he wanted to do it with his foot right there.
What do you think, Pig? He looks so...
I mean, I don't know. I think the players, you're going to be nice. These are your mates. You don't want to be rude to them. But at the same time, dude, getting to destroy like a trophy of the people you've destroyed in the tournament, this is awesome. I mean, it's kind of cool, especially if you win and you get like literally to pick the 3 people. Crushed trophies there, like inside your thing. It's awesome.
That's something that we really didn't ever talk about that much here on the desk. I mean, okay, Lambo, imagine you didn't qualify. Imagine you win the Esports.
Wow, James. Wow.
Which 3 trophies would you pick, Lambo?
I would pick the ones that beat me the most often. So I would pick Jonas, Clems, and then... Well, Maxpex is not here. He usually owns me as well, so I'm going to pick Maru as well.
Okay, fair.
I would pick Reynor. I would absolutely crush Reynor's key.
Just so every time you saw him, like, still got your key.
Yeah, I'm
still
like,
got your key. And he's like,
10 years on, mate. 10 years on, I still got you.
This is like the old Warcraft 3 stories you and Rotterdam tell me. They'll live forever, apparently.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we've got plenty more games coming up, of course, as this one is concluded. Now Solo goes up against Maru here, Pig, which is scary.
Historically, I was saying yesterday, setting the story for how great a player Solar is, that he would be about 10 more championships deep in his career if it wasn't for his teammate Maru. These guys always run into each other. It's a bit of a shame for Vitality. And historically, it's 9-1 roughly in Maru's favor. Solar gives him great series. I mean, Solar is the best defensive, just purely defensive ZVT player in the world, in my opinion. The problem is that Maru is just so good at adjusting his playstyle to be greedy at the right time, to be aggressive at the right time, and really, I feel like he plays the flexible mental game just a little bit better than Solar. We'll see if Solar can change the story up and maybe have some extra preparation, some nice special all-ins for this one.
Right, well, from one powerful Zerg to another, our next match is upcoming here, as we are going to have Shin, as he makes his debut here at the Esports World Cup. However, his task is no small feat whatsoever, as he goes up against Cure. It's right after this break here for the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود عطيختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
I am joined here by Cure and Maddox. Cure, your next opponent is Shin, a practice partner of yours. Are you ready for that matchup? It is a TVC. It wasn't so easy against Reynor, so are you feeling confident?
일단 김도욱 선수 다음 상대가 아무래도 연습 상대이신 신이범 선수를 만나게 되셨는데 태전에 사실 순탄치 않았어요. 레이너 선수 상대로도 좀 아쉽게 패배하셨는데 오늘 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 신이범 선수가 좀 변칙적으로 잘하는 스타일이어가지고 지금 뭘 할지 모르겠어서 좀 뭐 할지 궁금하고 솔직히 좀 편하지는 않은 상대인 것 같아요.
I mean, Shin, of course, he has a very fluid play style, so I don't know what he's bringing, what gameplay what he's going to bring, and he has a lot of tactics in his sleeve, so I have no idea what will be going on. So it's going to be tough.
Do you have some? Do you have some tactics?
혹시 김도욱 선수는 따로 뭐 전략 같은 거 가지고 계시나요?
저는 그 연습하면서 다 쏟아 부었어가지고 희범이랑 하면서 그래서 솔직히 쓸 게 딱히 없긴 한데 그래도 좀 평소에 열심히 했으니까 좀 기본기 위주로 하려고 생각 중입니다.
Well, I had some, but actually I poured everything on my skirmish against Shin, so I think he knows every play on my hand, so I don't know.
All right, best of luck.
All right, good to hear from Cure coming into this one. However, we now have our first key crush pig, as unfortunately for Estraya, the key is no more.
Get your hand out of there, guys. Be careful. Be
Yeah,
careful.
yeah.
Operating heavy machinery. I'm a little nervous.
I'm glad they got some other one to do it because I used to man the pumpkin chunker, and I had to push the pumpkin chunker. You heard that correctly. I figure I gotta get some Americanisms. We're still talking about Estraya, but literally a cannon that just shoots pumpkins at a fall festival.
Oh, wow!
And we were not allowed to let the kids do it for obvious reasons.
Dangerous.
Oh, it's also a corn shooter for a little less dangerous.
Oh, that's the kids' version, isn't
Yes,
it?
exactly.
I actually need to look this up so I can visualize.
Yeah, weaponized vegetables. This sounds very American. I like it.
That's like everything that I'm scared of. I don't eat any veg. Anyway, all right, let's get to it. It's our next match coming up. Shin going up against Kyo. We have seen our first key crush. Exciting stuff here for the Esports World Cup. But now this is an exciting match as well. I want to talk about Shin because obviously we haven't had really a chance to talk about him throughout this tournament so far, ZG. But it feels like he gets to so many Premier tournaments, and he's almost always stopped by the likes of Maru or Serral. If it wasn't for those guys, I genuinely think he'd have more Premiers under his belt, or Premiers in general.
I mean, and honestly, you know, it's really the only one that's kind of like a factual, I suppose, that's like a no-brainer, is him versus Maru, because he did actually win versus Serral at Katowice.
Yeah.
Now, Shin's a very interesting character coming in, because even though he starts from here and he seems to be in that, you know, even harsher position than everyone else, I really feel like him as a player and his play style would actually work wonders in a bracket like this.
Yeah.
You know, like he's going to be on the fly, changing things up, being kind of weird, throwing out some cheeses and all-ins, and he's going to be able to actually take out a lot of best of threes and cause some upsets. So I almost label him as a favorite for this bracket.
That makes, I'm with you, to be honest, with how he plays, with how his ability is. I would say oftentimes constantly overlooked pick. I mean, Cure is obviously no slouch, and he's been able to get to the finals of these Premier tournaments as well as win them himself. But Shin just has that thing about him where he just, up until a Maru, up until sometimes a Serral, he makes people look a bit silly.
And what a cool story that is, because he really is kind of the normal man of the Korean scene.
Yeah.
In that he's a fan. He has a YouTube channel. He makes compilations of other players' cool plays. He does little analytical videos. Yeah, it's all in Korean, so a lot of the English-speaking scene doesn't know about it. He's a big fan of the game. And he's kind of, I think, been around these other players and seen them almost like, hey, they're his idols, and he's worked his way up through those ranks over the years to the point where he's regularly beating the guys that he used to look up to. So I'm always really impressed with Shin. I feel like his build orders as well, even though, you know, he's quite fast, it feels like if it's a raw mechanical speed macro-micro match, I don't see him being, say, on the level of like a Dark, who's just so fast with his hands. But his strategy is so good. He makes it so he avoids the intensely hard situations. He makes it hard for his opponents. And every time I watch his play, he just has a very fresh, unique, well-planned perspective on how to play Zerg and basically say, hey, if you make even a few small mistakes or misreads, I will take you out.
What about Cure on the other side, though?
Yeah, so we do have to talk about Cure. He's just a solid character, right? And I think we came into this tournament, personally anyway, very worried about his TVZ. It's one of the matchups that he can be good at, as evidence of last year in Riyadh, right? But then a lot of other times it looks like he's the most unconfident in that matchup. So even though he did manage to take Game 5 against Reynor, you know, there were weird builds. Reynor, you know, keeps on insisting like, no, I wasn't really playing my best. And so Cure is still, to me, kind of coming in as a question mark in this matchup. Even though he's usually very dependable, it's a little shaky versus Shin.
Your thoughts?
Fantastic player in TVT, TVP, arguably the best in the world behind Maru as a Terran. This matchup, I do think there's a clear drop-off. I think his early game's good, his mid game's good. I think there's a point when there's a bit of multitasking going on all over the map where Cure sometimes loses track of those fragile Marines, and if you're not looking and those Banelings roll into them, and we know Shin likes to make a lot of Banelings, Cure has to be careful, and that's why we saw a lot of nice 2-base timings, aggressive plays, because he doesn't want to end up in a situation where he's managing 5 different squadrons of Marines, losing track of them, and then getting rolled into by Banelings.
And again, we have to come back to the Esports World Cup point system for the club championships. I think Gaming Gladiators had a brilliant pickup in Shin. The fact that he has the potential to really go deep in these tournaments, and as you say, it's arguably a good system, a good bracket for him. Maybe he can claim some big points for them.
Yeah, he's generally not a favorite to win, you know, tournaments or an entire bracket, but when it comes to a string of best of threes where no one can properly prepare for their opponent, I do think this is his element. So absolutely considering him with a good chance, I don't want to put a number on it, but a good chance to make it through. I think he can start off really strong by proving that his EVT is great and just kind of brush Cure away and think about the next match very quickly. That could happen, and then I don't know who his next opponent would be, but I could see it just continuing to roll on.
Yeah. You guys at home can predict as to who you think is going to be victorious in this match as well. Head over to stcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to take this one. It's a very interesting draw for Cure in round 1, because I feel like, technically speaking, okay, yeah, to be in this position, actually you had to be a little bit of a slightly lower seed than Shin and Showtime because they were afforded a little bit of a better position. But this is probably one of the harder matchups that Cure could have got in the first round, I would say.
Shin's such a problem to play against. I mean, you see players have to play differently against him. His mid-game style is very scary. We heard from Lambo, for instance, saying, hey, he's gotten much better at just late game. But it used to be like, if he gets a bit ahead of you, my lord, 120 Banelings will roll into you in the mid-game, and you need to be so well set up to withstand the power of his attacks. What I'm personally, though, most excited for in this series is Dynasty got left in. That's right.
Oh, wow.
That is map 3, the decider. So if it goes 1-1, it's going to be decided on a map which the Zerg players, a few of them are starting to leave this in more and more. They're always vetoing Ghost River now. They're saying, oh, we're done with Ghost River. We'll keep Dynasty in. But I'm like, that gold-based return's very frightening. Dark showed some magic against Maru on that map with Roaches. We'll see what Shin can bring out if we get there.
Well, let's check in on the knockout bracket, actually, because you piqued my interest, CG, with who they may end up being facing later on as we take a look at where they are positioned in the bracket. So it's either, well, probably Beyond.
Probably Beyond.
That is going to... I was about to, you know, kind of mince words a little bit, but whatever. It's the World Championship. We've got, so Shin versus Cure, likely to be Beyond on the next... I feel like that's a good bracket for Shin as a whole, ZG. Not only the system, of course, that we were alluding to, but going up against someone like Beyond next up.
Yeah, I think what I was, definitely considering was that there was a chance that someone else would take out Maru, though.
Right.
Seeing that Maru will probably be
hurt.
the end boss. Unfortunately, while Shin can cause a lot of upsets in other matchups against other players, Maru is just, he cannot do anything against him no matter how hard he tries.
That would mean if Shin got to there and was playing Maru, which, again, I can't mince words, when he plays against Maru, he looks hopeless.
He does.
And if that occurs, you would, be 6th place effectively in the tournament, which actually is quite a few points.
Yeah.
6th place. So
the dream would have been, though, to have a Reynor or an Oliveira, someone who you think has a bit more chance of intercepting, and then maybe Shin matches up a little bit better against those two opponents than he does Maru historically. He has beaten Maru in best of 3s before. It's possible. It's happened very, very rarely. I think there was one best of 3 he beat him in GSL, if I'm not forgetting. Many, many, many losses. So it's going to be a tough match either way. But you know what? Apparently we've got a new Shin, new late game. I hear Lambo talk about his late game, and I'm like, okay, all right. I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us.
It sounds like we're damning him, but this is the point of the analysis desk. We're speculating as to what may occur here throughout the tournament and speculating going into this matchup once again. Thank you very much, guys. It is time to head into it. It's Shin's debut here at the EWC, and he goes up against a tough opponent in Cure to see who moves on in this best of 3. Let's do it.
Well, there you have it. Estraya is the first player to leave the Esports World Cup at StarCraft II. His key just got crushed, but we still got 13 more keys to go, Rachel.
Absolutely. We're playing best of 3s. These are going to be quick. If you got a favorite player, make sure you shout him out, especially if one of these two is your favorite, because our next match features Shin versus Cure.
We have Shin representing Gaming Gladiators in his first time ever on the big stage. He's going up against Cure from Team Liquid. After his loss to Hero in Group B, he's now back on the big stage as well.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. And with that, I'll send it back to our casters to get this match started.
I don't know what's more intense, Artosis. The games we're about to see or the fact they almost didn't do the handshake. I was on the edge of my seat. What's up, everybody? Tasteless and Artosis here, bringing you our second best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, hopefully this one going to be a little bit longer, a little bit more competitive than the previous match. And I think it will be, right? These are a couple of very strong GSL regulars, both of them very good at this matchup. And I'm excited, hearing all these things, like Shin has kind of reworked his late game. Let's see it against Cure, a player who, at his best, is amongst the best in this matchup.
We're going to have these two players from the Korea region cannibalize each other. One of them is going to be out. The other one will move on. Two players that have been competing against each other for over a decade. Guys that we know very well after casting the GSL for so long. Shin, formerly known as Ragnarok, has rebranded. Obviously, I think we all know Cure. He's had a pretty incredible run for the last couple years, but he's always been nipping at the heels of Maru.
Yeah.
When you get a player in that region as dominant as Maru, it's rough because the other Terrans are always playing second fiddle. They're very overshadowed. I would say Cure is the favorite here, but we heard Pig talking about this earlier that Shin has reworked his late game, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah. I think the thing about Cure is that insane volatility. If he plays his best, he could win the tournament. Truly, if he puts out his best games, I think he's one of the best players in the world. So we'll see what type of player he's going to be here today.
Introducing our player in the red from South Korea, our Zerg, he is Shin. And his opponent down here in the blue, also from South Korea, our Terran player, he is Cure.
All right.
All right.
What types of builds are we going to see from these guys? I'm honestly not too sure. Ragnarok, just like generally speaking, okay, that's a very fast touch.
Yep.
But Ragnarok, generally speaking, like I've always kind of viewed him leaning towards aggression. It's great to hear that he continues to work on his late game. And I think he's filled himself out a lot. Like there was a period, if you remember, Tasteless, back in like 2015 when the SPO TV Star League was still around, where Shin was just like Mr. Cheese, you know? But nowadays, you know, he's been to GSL finals. He's, you know, a strong macro player as well. Really a good range on him.
Yeah, this is a match where I think, yeah, Shin has definitely filled in all the spots of Zerg play, right? And I think that's true for a lot of these guys. You know, in years past, you'd see them play a certain way or they'd have certain ticks. But, you know, the longer you play, the more parts of the game you can begin to master. And that's really how you become a world-class player, is that you can do the rushes, you can do the macro play, you can do the deceptive timing attacks, all of it and everywhere in between. But Cure, I think, has overall had a stronger performance here in Korea and around the world here. He's looked to be very good. He's had extremely robust late game. It does seem like the only player who's consistently getting in his way is Maru. You know, but Maru right now isn't a factor within this best of three.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I remember him being in the finals of Gamers 8 last year against Reynor.
Right.
And that game #1 still stands out as one of the best played TVZs I've ever seen. So can he keep that type of level? Can he bring that type of level back here to get a really great result for Team Liquid? We're going to see.
Now, the fact that these guys have played against each other so many times, not just in studio, but online as well, means we're probably going to have some very, very zeroed-in build order selection, stuff that I think is not going to be obvious to anybody, including you and me. They just know each other inside and out so well. It is going to be a third command center after the factory tech here for Cure. So he's going to be going for really macro-oriented play. We don't have a read yet from Shin as far as what he wants to do.
Yeah, we do have a small read to his play quality right now, though. He did lose a drone to the Reaper, which is not very common at such a high level. There are 10 Lings on the way with speed just about finished. Cure just trying to delay that hatchery as long as possible. Of course, Shin will be able to get that down.
Okay, so macroing up on both sides. Going to be a quiet start here. These guys really want to zero in on development. I don't think it really makes sense for anybody to take any risks so far. The star part's about to finish. The tech lab is almost done here. Again, for Zerg, we basically have to watch the production tab. When is the real tech going to be revealed? For now, it's queens, hatcheries, and drones. He just needs to try to get that infrastructure, get that economy going. Some Lings are going to run in here, and the depot wall doesn't get up. So this is not just a harass. This is also a bit of a scout. He's going to see, especially with the tech lab added on to the starport, that's going to be a Banshee coming out. He spots the third command center. So much less about damage, much more about intel.
Yeah, Cloak does get started there, but he gets a little peek at that, so that is something. Also killing 4 SCVs. Like, I think you're pretty happy overall about this, and I think he will probably duck in with this Overlord. Yeah, it gets clicked in. He just wants to see if Cloak got canceled or not.
So the Overlord's going to double peek in here and see Cloak is there. Now you could go like crazy meta and cancel that. And keep canceling and stuff, but there's a point where eventually you've canceled so much you're not actually doing anything, so it doesn't matter what they react to. So I would say that Shin has about as good of a read as you could ask for. Now, it's not always about just having the read, having the intel. It's also about the execution. So let's see. Cure may be a real threat and be damaging in spite of all of that.
Yeah. Right now, Ragnarok just kind of droning up still, making plenty of queens. We do see some spores going down because he knows that Cloak is going to finish pretty quickly. Definitely has his timing down on that correctly. That first Banshee flying in. We'll see what type of damage he can get up here. I don't think there's really going to be any, maybe like 1 drone maximum.
So we've got the double E-bays. Everything that Terran's doing signals investing in the late game.
Yep.
Right? We don't have, you know, the double medevacs coming out across the map trying to even control creep. It's a very turtle up, stay at home, and focus on getting everything you need for that push. Now, this frees the map up quite a bit here for Ragnarok. You know, there's not necessarily a right or a wrong way to do this, but it is going to be one where the end game is going to be epic, and there's going to be a lot of free bases to take for the time being. I don't think we're going to see a 4th base from Terran anytime soon. You just basically sit back and power on 3 bases. Where is Shin here? Yeah, he just wants to defend any kind of little harass. We've got the 2 Banshees coming in here. There should be a score that spots that. In fact, Cure sees that and gets back out before I think even Shin knew that the Banshees were there, because the Banshees can see a little bit further than the Spore can detect.
Yeah. 1-1 is already on the way. The Evolution Chamber's just now finishing up, so he will get those upgrades started for his Lings. Baneling Speed coming up as well. And we're going to see in the next about 30 seconds or so whether Cure wants to add more barracks or he wants to go for that 4th command center.
Yeah, there's basically 2... there's a fork in the road, and it only goes in one of 2 ways. So yeah, either invest even more in that economy or actually try to start to push and try to control the map. Now, I would say on this map specifically, no obvious place to push, right? And we have Zerg on 5 bases. I still don't feel like there's an obvious location you want to hit. And that's really due to the geography of the map, the distance the expansions have from, you know, the starting point of the barracks here for Terran. So, you know, it might just be one of these games where both guys continue to just secure their side of the map instead of truly interacting with each other. And I know we've got these Hellions and Lings here, but the reality, you know, is that nobody's really committed yet until we see this. This is where you start to have a little bit more control play from the Terran.
So, yeah, right now, Cure is getting that armory with perfect timing to continue onto 2-2 right away. Also, he added the 3 additional barracks, right? So he made that decision between the 4th command center or going pretty aggro. And so we're going to see Cure start to get aggressive on the map here. He's going to be macroing up really, really heavily. Lots of Marines and medics, lots of siege tanks coming out of that factory. And we'll see if he's able to actually pressure Ragnarok, or Shin rather, into submission, right? Like you have to keep that pressure on pretty heavily if you choose to play this type of way.
Cool to see the triple Evo, man. You know, just getting everything. But I guess when you have a game that's going to be this macro heavy, it's going to be kind of crazy. And so, you know, it's going to be one where, like, nobody's really, you know, lacking at any kind of key upgrade. And so, in other words, for the Zerg, tech switches are going to be very, very possible. And Cure's going to have to be ready for that. They're both about even in supply. Cure is starting to push out. He may just try to get a foothold here in the center. This watchtower does give you kind of like the center of the board and chest, you know, a little bit more control of the map overall. You can launch attacks to the north or to the east if you want. Now, Shin's staying back, and I think that's a smart move. He doesn't have to attack into Cure's army until Cure has really generated an actual threat on one of these expansions. And it's not clear he's got a real threat anywhere. Now, with Cure in the middle of the map, you can't take the gold bases, but I don't know that Zerg needs to take the gold bases just yet. Shin peeks over here. He sees the advancement of Cure here. I don't know that he wants to try to attack in. And the question is going to be, is Cure spread too thin? We see some of these Zerglings over here manage to take out a tank on the side.
Well, Cure right now, like, his 2-2 is approaching. He's producing a huge amount of Marines right now. He's basically maxed out. And, you know, he's going to have about 20 army supply more than Shin because of the amount of drones here. So let's see if Shin is able to actually break through these positions. Comes in from both sides. Lingbane Hydra attacking in. Some good Baneling hits on both sides here as well. The Hydra's coming up, dealing a bit more damage, but Cure has done nothing but focus on making units. So he has a gigantic army still left over.
Okay, the push is going to continue on. No damage yet on any of these hatcheries here. We have some scans up on the high ground right now. Shin lurking up here, probably looking for any kind of opportunities to dive in and do some damage. 2-2 finishes right as the Zerg attacks in.
Yeah, very, very important. He has a big group of Marines here behind those gold minerals as well, trying to pick off those Banes before they connect, but some of them do get a connection right there. He kills off all the Banes and then stimming forward, going after this Hydra Queen. More Marines coming up. If you don't have Banelings here, this is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, a lot of these Queens are going to get wiped. And, you know, Shin escapes. You know, the Queens are kind of the, it's like the giant shield of your army, right? You want to have enough of them to kind of tank damage as the rest of the reinforcements come in. Getting those kills there might free up the map here. Cure is not done pushing. He's got armies parading across the map. And now he's going to be hitting over here at the 3 o'clock spot. He's doing a good job of keep away. We don't have any tanks to kind of leverage this spot just yet. A lot of Banes are here and present. So when those tanks finally do get there. Oh, an interception over here from Shin, cutting off reinforcements.
I love that type of move. If you can cut off reinforcements a couple times, sometimes you're able to move in and kill the actual push itself and gain a big advantage. Now, Cure microing really heavily against this Lingbane Hydra. And I tell you, like, it's a big, scary army that's being made by Shin on the creep here, but it is hard to force the engagement. The thing is, there's not that many tanks for Cure. So I'm not sure if he's able to just micro so well that he breaks through here.
Okay, we've got Banes coming down now. And, I mean, I just don't know if there's enough here for Cure. The connections are too good. There's just nowhere to run, really. I mean, he's here hitting from both sides. Cure, look at the distance these medevacs are going to have to travel as well. If they go back, he may relocate the middle of the map here. But, I mean, he's just not near anything. I don't see a fourth base yet. I think I see a command center floating to 9 o'clock.
He did get that started a bit ago, so he will be able to take the fourth base, and he does have 3-3 on the way. So his continuation towards that late game is here. We have Shin going into the Hive as well, so he's going to be able to continue to upgrade, you know, go for maybe that 3-3, possibly an Ultralisk Cavern. You know, he could go into, like, Lurkers or something like that as well. Obviously, some Vipers would be nice. But yeah, the game just kind of continues forward. It's been a little bit tit for tat so far.
Yeah, it just seems like Cure hasn't made any headway yet. Now, keep in mind that, you know, Shin might have survived all these attacks, but he's not done growing. He has to keep moving out. And, you know, the top left and the bottom right of the map, they're very, very far away from each other. So there's a chance as the game gets later, Cure's going to have more opportunities to push in. But for now, it seems like Shin just keeps stopping him. Great surround over here with these Lings. That might allow these Banelings to connect. He's going to force a pickup, which then allows the Hydras to drive this out. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Cure is continuing to roam. He's going to scan and he's going to stim. Can he actually get into this spot over here? It seems like if he doesn't target those Banelings, he never will. One connects, and one might just be all that Shin needs to make this an impossible maneuver here for Cure.
Yeah, it is a little bit tough when those Banelings connect, but let's not forget the Hydras are down 2 upgrades compared to the armor on the Marines. So they're not doing huge amounts of damage. They're still helping, but he does need that +1 to finish and then go beyond that because 3-3 is almost done here for Cure.
Yeah, Cure is about to be as strong as he's ever going to get in this game. You know, slow games like this make, in the early part, make for very, very dramatic games like we have right now here, and that's all due to the size of this map. Things are really starting to heat up. Cure going to run back here, has to micro back and try to snipe those Banelings. It can be a little tricky when you're running right from top to bottom because sometimes the medevacs actually cover the Banes as you're trying to shoot him. But he's still trying to hit this location over here. Now, regardless, Shin is continuing to grow. Shin has more and more of the map. It doesn't seem like Cure is able to really deny anything. He's trying to take fights, but every time Shin drives him away.
You know, I got to say, this is like an excellent, pretty standard macro game that we're seeing here. Everything's looking pretty modern as well. You know, not everyone goes Lingbane Hydra, but it is still a very good comp against this type of thing. Now, the Banelings rolling in will get a few of these Marines, but he doesn't actually sacrifice that many. More Ghosts are coming out right now. That +1 vehicle weapons for the 2 Factory Siege Tank coming as well. And here comes Shin.
Okay, he's coming in here right now, and a lot of Banes are going to be spilling down here. Great shots off on that, and you know what? Cure might have swung this. I just see Hydras and 1 Bane running. I guess there's a couple more over here, but is it going to be targeted down? It is. And now Cure can advance on this position. Is he going to be able to take this hatchery out here? If he can take the hatch here, he can take the one just to 1 screenshot to the right as well.
Yeah, he's trying to utilize his tempo advantage here after killing that many units, just pushing right up the center to take out this base, and it looks like he will be able to kill that off. Bane Hydra coming down and trying to hold on. There are Ultralisks on the way, but Shin is just going to tap out. Cure takes game number 1.
Beautifully done. It really was like 50-50. Wasn't clear who was going to take that. But then you saw at the last moment with great control, Cure did it. He pushed in there. It looked like it might have been another back and forth, another tug of war in the map, but then we had tank shots showing up on screen. I never saw the tank siege, by the way.
Yeah.
I suddenly saw tank shots sitting there and I thought, oh, wow, well, he's going to have control of this. If he's got control of that base, he can take out the one to the right, and by then Zerg's going to be too far behind. So this is a recap of that final fight. See the tank shots appearing on camera? Yes, there are tanks. There it is, just south of here, which means the banelings can't really ever get in. You know, Marines can always kite. You know, kind of melee explosion from a baneling. So I got to say, a great game. It kind of ended the way I sort of expected it to end. You know, it was a back and forth. Shin is very good at macroing. He's very good at controlling, but I'd say Cure is a couple points ahead in that regard.
Yeah.
Taking a look at a fight that happened much earlier on in the game.
Yeah, this was Shin actually clearing some of these armies out.
Yeah.
You know, it was a pretty, like, standard situation overall. I think they both played a very nice game. They both kind of continued forward after, you know, some of the pushes were broken, but the consistently good macro and micro here of Cure did end up taking it down.
And so we move on now into game number 2. Remember, this is a best of 3, and the loser is out of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft II. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Shin. And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, our Terran player, he is Cure.
Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to deviate from that previous game, right? Because, again, a pretty standard, pretty straightforward game. Do you want to play the same as Cure and be a little bit predictable? Because you did win, right? And then on Shin's side, it's like, okay, if we go into that macro game, is Lingbane Hydra actually what you want to do? I do think that there were some problems with it. You know, it can be really hard to play Lingbane, and if you're not a regular Roach user, that can be really difficult. Like the people that got really good at playing defensive Roach, like Dark or Serral, you know, can crush a lot of these pushes, but some of the Zergs that are more used to the Lingbane just don't have that power, and they just start getting very cost inefficient. So where does Shin put himself, you know, in this gradient of skill with these different openers?
You know, I don't know that we're going to have super aggro play here from Shin. I do feel like Cure is a guy, at least in my memory, I don't have the stats in front of me. I feel like I never see him really die to cheese. At least TVZ. There's never really these rushes that take him out.
Yeah, generally not.
I don't feel like he ever gets surprised by Nidus Worms. Like, he's just sort of solid in that regard. It seems like if Cure loses a game, it's an overextension in the late game, which he's done a lot of, actually. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a tough one here for Shin. So this map is shaped in a very unique way. There is a pathway on the left where if you mine out the minerals there, you get kind of a direct access attack lane into their natural and towards their main. And it's pretty good TVZ because Zerg can't get behind you. You know, a lot of the ways that Zerg stop rushes or not rushes, I should say, pushes, is like, as the push comes out, you send a bunch of Zerglings in between it, and then the small reinforcements get caught and killed. And you do that once or twice, and then the Terran push will get smashed as the Zerg is trying to, as the Terran's trying to advance on the Zerg. Speaking of which, we have a command center here being built.
Cure throwing down his third command center, but he's throwing at those like small mineral patches, so it's very clear he wants to take his third to the left there.
Right.
And he'll utilize that command center, of course, to help mine out those patches very, very quickly.
So
I like that. I like this approach from Cure because that area is already kind of pre-defended against Zerg.
It's pretty rare this early in the game. It looks like the entire intentions of the game from Terran have been telegraphed with that one building. Right?
I think so,
it's
yeah.
It's going to be a third base. Why would you open that up? Probably to push through the bottom. Push through the side. I'm sorry, the left side of the map is what I'm trying to say. To the bottom.
The layout of it kind of reminds me a little bit of Golden Wall, if you recall. It's like, do you choose to, you know, expand to the north and attack through the top part of the map, or do you want to expand to the south and attack down this one lane, right? So we don't know 100% that that's what he's going to do, but it really does look that way, as you said, from that command center going down. It feels like you can divine a lot of how this game's going to end up looking.
So, you know, if the Zerg sees that, then you kind of know, right? And by the way, so how do you deal with this? Well, one thing to note is that if everything we've said is correct, that it's going to be a lot of pushing through the left side of the map, you can just start expanding towards the bottom right and usually go unimpeded. Maybe there'll be a medevac or two that will try to drop you, but we all know that's manageable. But it will be about trying to blockade that rush, trying to sandbag it, trying to stall it out as much as possible. Remember that even though most games in TVZ, the Terran, if they win by killing off a few expansions on the exterior. That's not the only way to win in a TVZ. Whether it's TVZ or PVZ, we do see games where you just kind of push into the main.
Yeah.
And it's like you've killed the beating heart of the Zerg, because if you get into the main, you're going to kill their lair or hive. You're probably going to kill a lot of the important infrastructure on the way. And pretty rarely do we ever see a Zerg actually recuperate after losing all of that important stuff.
Yeah, I did like your suggestion, though, of expanding towards the right. So we'll see if something like that comes up, but there's a Nidus on the way. So it does seem as if Shin may want to try a very, very aggressive cheese here. It looks like it's going to be a Queen Zergling all-in with a Nidus. And he has a greatly placed Overlord, man. There's no vision over here for Cure. This might catch him completely off guard.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be ready for this. We were saying that Cure rarely dies to cheeses, but this looks like one where if he was going to die, it would be to this cheese here. He doesn't see the Nidus. Keep in mind that once you do one Nidus, it gets a lot harder to pull the second one off, so the first one's kind of the most important part to watch. There is a decoy set of lings set out here to basically draw Cure's screen away to make him watch that and try to protect this. And this is all going to hit here as the queens come out. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Cure right now. He doesn't have a lot. Now, he does a counterattack with these Hellions, so he's going to try to get counter damage. He knows he's going to take a lot of damage. Doesn't deal that much across the map. The Queen's walking up, pushing that Banshee back. Continual Nidus is being made. A counterattack. Cure doesn't even lift that third command center. This game is all but over.
Yeah, it looks like Shin should win this. He's on top of the barracks and all the other important structures. This is going to take out all the vital organs of the Terran. The SCVs are being wiped out down here at the bottom. This should be a pretty short and pretty simple game. SCVs are going to come up here and try to help defend. More units cranking out of the Niduses. In fact, I think we have some spine crawlers being built here as well. We should be seeing GG any second now.
Yeah, 40 SCVs going down. There's really no comeback potential here. Like, if he had lifted that third command center, maybe you could wiggle yourself into a game again, but losing the third command center, you're just never going to replace these workers in time.
Yeah, there it is, GG. Shin with a very cool win. We never really got to see Cure's plans pan out.
No.
I like it. You know, it was a very well-hidden Overlord. I like the Zerglings coming up to generate a threat down outside the third command center, but once those Queens got out there, you could see the rug got pulled right out from under Cure. Definitely a frustrating loss for Cure. He doesn't usually go down like that. Cure played his hand in that match, but I don't think he can really replicate that kind of a win again here. So it's all going to come down to this final game and this best of three.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy with his building placements, right? Like, he didn't have anything on the side of the base to scout a move like that coming in. You know, he puts his command center down on the low ground so he can take it super quick. Okay, there's some cool optimizations there, but he just instantly died when the strat came up.
I didn't even see that. He killed the command center.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was bad. Like, once the command center fell, there really wasn't anything else. I was actually surprised as well that he did the counterattack with the Hellions, but sometimes you're looking for a little bit of luck to try to stay in a game like that too.
One game left, and only one player will be moving on. The others out here of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. Man, this is a rough day here because we're going to be eliminating player after player after player.
And don't forget, this is the first time we've seen Shin. He went through that last chance qualifier, so he gets only best of threes to see if he can make it, and if he gets eliminated here, he's going to be very sad.
We go into our final game between these two players. In the top right, in the red, he is Shin.
It's a long flight and a very long week if he gets eliminated from one best of three tasteless.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left, in the blue, he is Cure. Okay, so we've got a hatchery here made at the gold base. We should note that normally it's made on the other side. there. So this isn't, you know.
Yeah, he's looking for ultimate greed to get the rich geyser as well.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
yeah, much more attackable though. But in some ways, like if you were gonna harass the back of the mineral patches, right? This, you know, if it's like a single Reaper or something, this is actually in some ways more defendable. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
A
It's
little
in a
bit.
weirder spot to try to hit because
Yeah.
you're in between stuff.
Yeah.
Where otherwise you're kind of like outside chucking things.
Yeah,
over the fence,
exactly.
Over the the normal defenses. So normally when we have a hatchery made immediately at a gold base, we say it's going to be roaches, right? Because the gold minerals give you such a boost. But we have purple gas geyser here.
Yeah, so Ravagers, I guess.
yeah. So there's going to be a little bit of a different income mathing out here over time. Now, the Terran also makes a gold base here. By the way, if you're you kind of casually watch StarCraft II and this map already looks weird, it is weird.
Yeah, it is.
They now put a couple super creative maps in a map pool just to force different play. So yeah, you basically both get access to a gold base immediately. You know, 7 or 8 years ago, there was always a gold base somewhere on the map, but pretty much only Zerg could take it.
yeah, for the most part. Sometimes you might get a Protoss like SOS taking it and doing some crazy builds, but yeah, the metagame actually evolved pretty far with how many gold bases we used to have, to the point where it was so obvious you'd go Roach that some Zergs like Leenox started going Muta to try to like counter the counter to the Roach. Anyways, this Reaper does get up behind. You know, you're always going for those behind mineral patchways. He does bring some Lings up to fight, but already a drone was picked off, so not too bad from Kier so far.
Okay, so the Reaper's out here. Now, we were talking about, can Terran get back here and harass this? Yeah, you can. But you can see that you're kind of trapped back here, so... Oh, he's actually going to get out. All right.
2 drone kills is really nice for a first Reaper. Really nice.
No, I mean, that's good on any map. 2 drone kills, especially when your big opening is hinged on getting gold minerals right away. So we've got 5 roaches coming. Now, this is going to be an aggressive play.
I think so. Like, I would be kind of surprised if he just sits back and tries to defend with this. You know, especially considering you're probably assuming that he's taking a gold base as well, and Roaches or Ravagers can do such a good job harassing that as well, just like this Reaper is doing.
This Reaper's still here. Now, he's basically being a nuisance. It doesn't look like the Queen's going to chase him down, so he might have an opportunity to hit that a little bit later on. Now, it's hard to get up the Terran's ramp. You know, you do start out on high ground, but you don't have to go to the Terran's high ground where the main entrance is. You can just hit behind the minerals, like our observer's showing us now. Oh, sorry, or you can just hit up front. Never mind, guys. I mean,
well, you know, when you're going for like a 2-base Ravager rush, yeah, sometimes you bring that Overlord over so you can hit your biles. This is going to be a little bit hard to break. If you want to break something like this, you kind of have to launch the biles to make the SCVs pull back and then start to put damage on, because you have to break the bunker pretty quickly or it's going to snowball out of control.
Right. And now he's hitting both the depot and the bunker. You don't have enough Ravagers with 5 to like one-shot that, and I love this. Just 1 Roach. 1 Roach is enough.
Yeah.
It's enough to probably force those to pull. Now, one person might look at this and go, well, isn't the bunker getting repaired? Isn't this fine? Yeah, but the SCVs aren't mining. This costs resources. Look at that spike up. Red is getting a much better income than blue right now. And it's kind of a double whammy because you've got the gold base not mining because of the 1 Roach. The cooldown on the corrosive biles for the Ravagers, that's free.
Yes.
That's infinite as long as you can keep shooting it out. Now, this doesn't mean that Kier is going to lose, but it means Kier has to thread this needle pretty carefully here. The 1 Reaper actually outranges the Roach. I know we don't normally think about Reaper range versus Roach, but in this situation, it does matter. And so that will force the Ravagers to then come around here and once again force deny mining.
Yeah, it looks like these Ravagers will be able to kill off quite a few SCVs before that pullback occurs, dealing some damage to that command center as well. But this was actually a 2-1-1 build from Kier.
Yeah.
He's boosting across the map right now with quite a few Marines in those medevacs.
He did kill that Reaper, by the way, as well, so he can leave that and send the Roach back in.
Well, right now he is getting some good economic damage here onto Kier, but with Kier's counter push going and most of the units over here for Shin, is Shin just going to take critical damage? It looks like he might.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything defending back here, so suddenly this big, scary attack that was happening at the bottom of the map doesn't really matter, as it is an absolute massacre over here on the drones. The roaches come in. Is there even enough roaches? I guess there is, but you can pick up and get away. And those roaches, they got to go the long way. In fact, they're getting stuck in the minerals. Command center's been lifted. It's a really scrappy game. Oh my god, I love this. He's got better range than the roaches.
Yeah, roaches are not that great a range. He's getting like one to shoot at a time. Some others trying to come from the other direction, brings these Ravagers home as well. But it feels like Kira doing a great job with these drops. Now that being said, look at this. Like his gold base is not mining for a long time. This is a very scrappy map.
Yeah, this has just been like a really action-packed close game. Kind of hard to say who exactly is in a better spot. I think Kier can cause a lot more hurt right now than Shin can. It's sort of his turn to deal the damage. And you got to remember, just because one player hasn't lost a base doesn't mean the mining time isn't hugely impactful. Now, over time, Roach Ravager kind of beats anything early game, so eventually they do have enough you have to keep away. But, you know, Kier is being very nimble on the map. He's actually hitting a lot of different locations. And he's really causing a lot of problems. 2-base Zerg versus 2-base Terran. Technically, it's better for 2-base Terran, right?
Yeah, for sure. No question about that. Like, Zerg does need to get a little bit more as far as that mining goes. And especially when you have things like Marine Marauder Medevac, right? Like, Roach Ravager on 2 bases just doesn't want to deal with such a thing. Right? He tries...
That was ambitious.
Tries to time that out. Doesn't quite work. Didn't get 7 Void Rays with those biles, but... you know, right now, Kier just flying around, keeping some pressure on. I like the concussive shells. I like a lot of the things that Kier is doing here, right? He took some reasonable damage early on, for sure. But his counterplay of the 2-1-1 build, I think that Shin didn't even have any idea about that.
Oh, is he not watching? Okay, barely saves that. You kind of have to assume in a pro game you'll never lose anything to biles, unless they're structures. So Kier is going to stay back here, and he's got basically a little squad out here to fight anything that's out, trying to hit his gold base. Stim Marines are faster, you can see, than Ravagers.
And look, he flies the 2 medevacs in. There's not a lot of anti-air, so he can continue to fly these around without too much worry. And if any mistakes are made by Shin, he gets damage. And if not, you know, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, this has got to be annoying. You know, Roach Ravager, it's got its moments, but then eventually you see the Terran get medevacs, and it's like you're just chasing these guys around the map. They can pick up and roam with impunity. It's a frustrating thing. And, you know, Terran is now expanding pretty comfortably. Don't be fooled by the supplies, by the way. Roach Ravager takes up a lot of supplies, so it's not like shit is necessarily stronger and can break the Terran. Now, he might be able to do something here because there's enough Ravagers that you could basically one-shot the tanks. Oh, I didn't see that third one. So there might be enough tanks here this can't quite be done. 2,
I don't know how I didn't see that third one either.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
I was like, why are the tanks stealing like 50% more damage than they should? But yeah, I think it was behind like the production tab or something there. But yeah, anyways, another drop here against Shin. Hurting that economy still. Going to boost out. The 4th base being taken, and he is kind of doing a back-and-forth harassment there with these medevacs. If he can keep him down on 3 bases, that's going to be amazing. Yeah, look at that. In fact, that was a cancel.
You know, Kier, I think long-term is going to be in a better spot. There's been a lot of effective attacks coming in here. By the way, the gold minerals are mined out at least on one of those patches, so now there's a way to move in there. We'll probably see harassment slow down a lot over on that side of the map. Now for Shin, he's expanding. He's looking pretty good. This game is moving far, far away from the crazy rush technical game that we had early on, and more going into the development front, more about trying to spread creep tumors for Terran, probably eventually getting sensor towers up here and trying to grow out on the map. We could get to the point where Kier starts to push as well. He may start to try to come out on the map and try to attack. Again, similar to map 1, I don't know that there's any one obvious location you want to attack into.
Yeah, I think right now there's no real good attacks on either side. They both have like a pretty good defensive setup. You know, as some of these upgrades finish, though, you know, Baneling speed, Zergling speed, get these 1-2 upgrades for Shin, he is going to become a bit more dangerous. Obviously, he's got like a little bit more supply right now, but again, like you said before, a lot of it is in roaches, and they're one of the more supply inefficient units in the game.
Scan here. Another attack in. Now, you know, at the point in time where you have enough Marauders, you can kind of just bust through this. You know, the stim units are going to do so much damage. He's going to kite away. And, you know, when you get enough Marine Marauder, they're just a better unit comp than Roach Ravager. You know, you can kite the Roaches. When the Ravagers fire, you just sidestep it. And so Kjur slices through that. He gets right back out. The Zerglings are going to make the math a lot more difficult there because now you can't just kite. And so he's going to pick up and run away. But I think Kjur's taking some good fights. He's creating some good opportunities here on the map.
I think he's keeping his supply in a place that makes this game really hard for Shin. Like, just keeping your supply close against someone who's been making a lot of Roaches and Ravagers is very, very nice. He's continuing those upgrades forward. You know, we do have +2 carapace, which is a good thing for Shin. And finally, that Hive is going to finish up. I would imagine he's going to go into Ultras here. Like, the upgrades kind of look like it. The way the game is played out has kind of looked like it. But it's going to be a little bit before those are effective if he does go down that route.
So he's unloaded over here. It looks like he's probably not going to be able to deny this. I think this is basically you wait for the drones to come, you stim, you get as many kills as possible. Or not. He's going to come in here, so he's just going to get driven out. So here comes the big push. Terran is going to send these tanks out with these Marines. And this is really where we're getting to the climax of this game. Does the Zerg have enough? Roach Ravager eventually isn't going to be good against this kind of complexity from the Terran. So you need the Banelings. The Ling counterattack is great. I don't really see much to defend here. Let's see how fast Kjur even reacts.
Yeah, a little bit slow on that reaction there, pulling everything back. But he is microing in the center of the map right now. 10 SCVs fall, so Kjur's economy looking a little bit weak. But this is a scary army, a very decent army from Kjur out there. A good amount of Siege Tanks, a good amount of Marauders as well.
So he needs to start to hit this tank up here. If the tank spread is, sorry, this hatchery up here with the tank, excuse me, he's got a really good spread. Another Ling counterattack, I think it's a great idea. This is definitely going to be a really annoying moment. But here comes the attempt to deny the push. He gets in there, he gets hit with some shells, he backs up. The Marauders might be able to just pick the hatchery off as well. It's really hard to engage with Kjur. He's got the Vipers, some blinding clouds come down. The tank spread is pretty decent, but the blinding clouds are many.
Yeah, the blinding clouds are so painful here. In fact, even pulling some of these Siege Tanks forward, it looks like Shin is going to kill this army of Kjur that he took a long time to make, killing off all of his Siege Tanks.
It's a bit of a trade, though. There's a lot of medevacs, so there's going to be a lot of sustain over here. I don't see any Banelings just yet. The kiting is getting pretty good here. Kjur could try to reinforce this.
Yeah, he still has a very good Marine Marauder medevac ball, right? Like, a lot of these do have damage on them right now. Maybe some Lucky Biles can help out with that. But, you know, the Siege Tanks aren't the only thing. If you don't have that much supply, and Shin actually has less supply than Kjur here with a more Roach Ravager intense army, it's still going to be very hard to deal with Terran.
He's going to come in again. Now, the Banelings are going to finish just in time, I think, to... Oh. All right, he's actually going to cancel that here. So the stim is going to come in. This is a really big moment here. He's got to kite these as well as he can. He's splitting really nicely. Beautiful split here from Kjur. He could dive back in. Is this the tipping point? He's going to move in. The Ravagers can't quite get away. The hatchery is not protected.
What a painful moment right now for Shin. He is on the brink of defeat. If he loses that base, Kjur is going to be in a great position here. And in fact, Kjur continues to kill off so many of Shin's units.
Yeah, he's doing a great job over here. I think this is going to be it. GG! Kjur victorious in that best of 3. Shin is now out of the Esports World Cup.
Oh, it's a painful one. You know, he won that last chance qualifier, flew all the way here. He's been here for a week, finally gets to have his chance in the sun, and unfortunately falls to one of the world's best Terrans, 1-2 in his best of 3.
Yeah, it's painful, you know, but I guess we're kind of in the painful part of this tournament. So Kjur survives, at least for now, but there's a long road ahead. As today is going to be an absolute bloodbath, as we're going to have so many players eliminated. It was this split right here that was the defining moment of this game. Sometimes it comes down to a build order or an overarching strategy. That came down to control.
All right, yeah, and just targeting down all these Ravagers, Shin never really got the army size that he wanted, right? He did kind of an aggressive 2-base play, and it did not end up doing enough damage.
That's right. We're going to go to that interview now. Let's see how Kjur's feeling.
Here we go again, another player's key getting crushed as Cure took down Shin in a best-of-3 series. Before we start the interview, Shin, if you would please hand over the key to Cure for it to be crushed later on. Thank you very much for playing in this tournament. Cure, I have a lot of questions for you for this one, but I do want to talk about your matchups in general. You haven't been, the strongest suit for you is not to play against a Zerg player. So how are you preparing for this match? How did you overcome Shin in a TVZ matchup?
일단은 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 김도욱 선수가 이번 대회에서 태저전이 그렇게 순탄치 않았어요. 그래서 태저전에서 좀 많이 고전을 하셨는데 이번에는 좀 어떤 점에서 좀 달라지셨는지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
이번에 맵 뱀픽 할 때부터 희범이가 좀 저그가 웬만하면 싫어하는 맵을 해가지고 이상한 걸 할 줄은 알았는데 할 게 워낙 많아서 좀 머리가 정말 아팠고 그래도 어느 정도는 생각하고 와서 어느 정도 대처가 됐던 것 같아요.
I mean, from the start, Shin had a map pick that usually Zergs are not favorable.
Right.
So I definitely knew he's going to do something, like he's going to do like really, really cheesy builds. But that being said, there's a lot of options he can take. So I was really confused what he's going to bring. But I tried to counter as much as possible.
I mean, even though it's not your strongest matchups, you were still able to overcome Shin in this one. But now that you're playing in the knockout bracket, it might feel like there's a lot of pressure added into your gameplay because your back is against the wall. There's no other chance to continue the tournament. Does that affect your gameplay at all?
이제 한번 극복을 해내시긴 했지만 그래도 아직까지 계속 관문이 계속 남아 있으시잖아요. 그래서 계속 한번 지면은 결국엔 탈락이기 때문에 계속해서 좀 부담감이 있으실 텐데 좀 앞으로의 경기에서 좀 어떻게 이 부담감을 좀 극복을 해내실지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
처음부터 매 경기 정말 부담이 많이 됐고 또 나머지 이제 남은 선수들은 그래도 어느 정도는 할만하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 자신감이 있어서 좀 그래도 좀 편하게 할 생각이에요.
I mean, definitely the pressure is on, so I don't know if I can overcome it, but I'll just bring my best and try to bring the best out of me, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, so far you've been definitely doing your best, and this match proves that you can make it to the championship, to the top 4. So congratulations again on the win. We'll get that key crushing ceremony going, but for now, let's head back to the analysts.
More crushing to be done as Cure moves on over Shin. State, it is brutal here in the knockout bracket. Shin has come, he was in the last chance qualifier, he only came in with 1 life, and it's just gone like that.
Yeah, I mean, what an absolutely brutal series there for Shin. He fought his heart out. You can see that he had some really strong game plans. He wanted to bring the fight to Cure, but it's so hard to gain momentum in a moment like this one. And so, you know, for Shin, getting through the closed qualifiers, that was a real gauntlet. It was going to be another gauntlet today, but unfortunately in the end, he went up against one of the best Terran players in the world. And now it's Cure who's going to have to try and fight to move on to that final top 4 spot.
And that's not going to be easy because he's obviously on the same side of the bracket as Maru or Sola. We've already seen a little bit of that today, but also up next, he's most likely going to be playing Björn. And in a best-of-3, TVT is such a volatile match.
Yeah, it's a very scary matchup now. I mean, Cure versus Björn, I feel like that can go 50-50, right? Those are 2 very good players. Cure lately, especially in GSL, has been showcasing some very good TVT, even taking a series off of Maru. So I think he can do it, but this format, best-of-3s, it is scary for every single player right now.
Yeah, I think I would almost give it to anyone going into that series. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are continuing our way through the knockout bracket for now, though. Let's head back to the desk.
Whew, the trials for Shin are already over here in the knockout bracket. Unfortunately for him, he is done. Just like that, Cure manages to live on, survive, and continue things here at the Esports World Cup. Joining me, Pig, ZG, and Lambo to talk about this one. ZG, this was... Well, yep, you got 1 life, and it's gone for Shin.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I still stand by my statement. I think that something like this does favor him generally, but it was a matter of Cure just playing up to his level that he can. Really dependable Terran, like I said. Any other type of format, I would have given it to Cure, but it was just Shin getting so close, almost proving me right, but Cure really did look solid in that last game.
Yeah, he had to show some mettle, didn't he? This map was so interesting. I love seeing Dynasty get in there more, but Cure took advantage of the medevac mobility, kept finding trade. He showed that he could navigate a very scary situation, which is normally Shin in those chaotic games. He excels, but he just was not able to stay on the offensive because Cure was so good with the medevacs.
Yeah, Cure was also just generally great at setting up all the engagements. He always had the tanks in the perfect spots. He fell back to them. He let the tanks also do some tanking, which is not the only way they're being used. But he was really good at taking good engagements. And if I'm being honest, I'm a little bit sad that Shin is out because he's such a fun tactical Zerg to watch. Like if I watch back the replays, I always check the Shin replays first because I can't do what Cyril does. And Shin comes up with great strategies that I can then steal and maybe steal some wins of some of the better players. So I'm a little bit sad that Shin is out, but he still got to show 2 of specially prepared build orders, which is nice to see.
Yeah, and of course, just for qualifying here alone, you get yourself $15,000. So he doesn't walk away empty-handed, but 1 best of 3 all the way to Riyadh just for 1 best of 3. It's unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles here. But for Cure, he survives on ZG. He's got an opportunity now to try and keep things going in this bracket.
Right, exactly. And I think his chances are pretty strong, right? I mean, I've already forgotten the bracket, but, you know, I am already envisioning the Maru Cure rematch number 50 or something, right?
Yeah, if you can get past Beyond.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. I was like, there's one more before that, but it is going to be Beyond, who did 2-0 coffee. But now it's TVT. So we talked about how Cure, even though he did win versus Shin, we all agree that his TVT is not his best, but his TVT is one of his best and is absolutely, you know, a contestant for second best in the world, only because Maru continues to just like inch like a little bit farther, right? So this is now a really good situation for Cure.
Well, time to check in with the pro perspective. Lambo, what do you have for us from this series?
Well, I have a beautiful engagement here from game number 1 where we can see how Cure sets up the fight. He is in the front here with only a couple of Marines, not that much supply on creep because those Marines always are the ones that need to run. They don't get all their DPS out, and with that he forces the Zerg to engage into him, where we can see here he has a lot of his stuff backed off creep in a good position. So if we let it play, the first thing he does is he hits the EMP on the Vipers, only a single blinding cloud goes off, and now Shin even sees how many units there are at the back where Cure is fighting with a perfect concave, and because of all the work that he did with the positioning at first, he just kites back a little bit, holds the position, gets the maximum amount of DPS out of the Marines, and then from here on out, it's just all the way to the Zerg base. He kills the last couple of Banelings. At this point, this is not the focus fire that we're used to seeing because, yeah, he killed all the Zerglings already, and yeah, he just destroyed Shin with that one engagement, baiting it, beautifully setting it up.
Yeah, very nicely done. I'm glad you caught this clip because looking at how that plays out here, I mean, if you're Shin and Cure set up that well, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do pick against that. That's difficult.
Yeah, there's some fights you go into and afterwards you realize not taking that fight was the correct way to take that fight. Go around, give up ground, counterattack, do anything you can to delay, because that position there, Cure was baiting. He set up the fight off creep, like Lambo said, and he only had a few Marines saying, come into the trap, and unfortunately for Shin, he fell into it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now Cure goes up against Beyond here, ZG. Any kind of expectations, ruminations around that?
Yeah, I did say that Cure, you know, is a good chance now, but it's not like either of those players I mentioned, Beyond, Maru, or Solar, are easy. It's just, it does feel like it's back to him being able to focus on that matchup, which I think is really important for his knockout bracket. So I think that's going to be very similar to a Beyond versus Maru. That does tend to be what it is, 8 racks versus 3 starport. We'll see if Beyond can push it a little bit farther and actually beat some of these Terrans.
All right, well, thank you very much, everybody. It is time to go to a short break here, but when we return, more best of 3s, more players getting eliminated, more staying alive. We have got next up our current defending reigning world champion in Oliveira, and he goes up against a strong test in Classic. Join us right after this for more Esports World Cup.
I am joined here by Estraya, first player to be eliminated here on the main stage. I'm so sorry, Max. I know you're smiling, but I mean, your first reaction was kind of like, do I have to? And yeah, it was kind of like also my first reaction to these interviews, but I have to ask, how are you feeling and how was the tournament?
Yeah, doesn't feel good. I mean, the tournament was fine, but yeah, I'm really sad to be the first player out.
I'm so sorry about that. And yeah, about the key, I mean, Did you feel anything giving away your key?
Well, I mean, I already lost, and then they're like, okay, you have to give your key to Solar on stage now. And I'm like, you didn't tell me that. Kind of sucks, but.
Well, Max, there will be another time, and yeah, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
Another time?
So I sure hope so. I am joined here by Shin. Shin, you're an incredible player. You made it through the closed qualifier, which was an incredibly difficult feat. But unfortunately for you, you only had one life coming into this tournament, and it didn't pan out today. So I want to ask if you can still manage to be proud about this performance, about making it as far as you did, and what would you wish had gone better for you in that particular match against Cure?
이제 신이버 선수 안타깝게도 일단 여정은 여기서 마무리하긴 했지만 그래도 정말 치열한 예선전을 뚫고 올라오신 만큼 그만큼 실력을 또 증명해내신 선수잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 이번 대회가 좀 많이 아쉽긴 하겠지만 그래도 여기까지 여정을 일단 끌고 온 거에 대해서 그래도 좀 만족을 하시는지 일단 궁금하고요. 그리고 이번 매치에서 김덕 선수와의 매치에서 좀 어떤 것들이 좀 많이 아쉬웠는지 그런 것들도 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
아무래도 당연히 아쉽긴 하고요. 처음만 하고 이렇게 떨어진다는 게 조금 많이 아쉬운 것 같아요. 근데 이제 도욱이 형이랑 할 때도 자신감은 많았는데 아무래도 첫 방송 경기고 그리고 아무래도 적응을 잘 못한 것 같아요. 그래서 그 부분이 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요.
Of course, it's very disappointing, regardless of the journey. I mean, regardless of the process, I feel really down because I get knocked down only in the first game. So, considering the fact that my confidence really high, but considering the fact that this was my first stage match, so I think I wasn't adjusted to the stage environment and kind of stuff. So if I had more time or if I had more chance to adjust it, then it might have been different.
Thank you, Shin.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we have got ourselves another key-crushing moment coming out from Cure, absolutely destroying. No, he really didn't. I mean, it was a close series between them, but unfortunately for Shin, it is a difficult trial to kind of broach here in the desert, as now his key is no more.
My soul's in there. No.
It's your Horcrux.
Oh, poor Shin.
Oh.
He flew all this way to have his key crushed.
Yeah. That's what one best of three will do to you.
These guys don't know how to use a hydraulic press. As someone who's watched far too many videos of that,
oh, yeah,
you put it vertical. It's way cooler, and normally it pops out and almost hits you.
Yeah. So there was shields, and I think that are like not there right now. You have that just go whoosh.
Yeah.
But the thing is, actually, to really break this down for a second, just have it more deep. So then, if it actually crushes sideways, then it probably will snap. We've had a few snaps.
We're doing a lot of bending of keys, but we need to be doing more mushing of keys.
The whole thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. All right. Well, let's talk about the next matchup.
Let's talk about the hydraulic press more.
Just do a whole segment.
Best part of the tournament.
Quit messing around, Claire. Right? We're trying to focus here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
far, the hydraulic press is 2-0 against keys.
Well, you're not wrong. Right, well, before we actually talk about this series here, we can check in with one of our players, Classic, coming into it versus Oliveira.
I am now joined by Classic, who has in his next opponent the reigning world champion, I should say, Oliveira. Classic, how are you feeling against Oliveira? Do you get to practice against him on the ladder?
일단은 김도 선수, 올리베이라 선수와 이제 경기를 앞두고 계신데, 올리베이라 선수와 혹시 또 연습을 좀 나누신 적 있으신지 레더에서나 뭐 만나신 적이 있거나 좀 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
한국 레더에서 자주 만나고 뭐 서로 이기고 지고 하는 편이어서 솔직히 누가 이겨도 이상할 게 없는 매치라고 생각을 해서 저도 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Of course, we met on the Korean ladder a lot, so I mean we've been like going back and forth a lot. So it's anybody's game. So I think I have a decent chance to win.
Okay, and the next question I have is, you're one of the foremost veterans of the scene. You have been around forever. So what does this opportunity mean to you?
또 GSL부터 해서 정말 엄청 오래 또 이 씬에서 또 계속 활동한 이제 베테랑이잖아요. 그런 베테랑으로서 이 대회가 이제 김도 선수에게 좀 어떤 의미를 가지시는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 예전부터 세계대회 우승을 하고 싶어서 이번에도 좀 열심히 해서 우승을 할 수 있지 않을까 싶었는데 지금 앞선 경기에서 너무 좋지 못한 모습을 보여드려가지고 약간의 자신감은 잃은 상태인데 그래도 제가 한국에서의 준비했던 게 이게 전부가 아니거든요. 좀 아직 많이 못 보여드린 것 같아가지고 이번에 올리베이라 선수만 이긴다면 충분히 이제 계속 상승세를 이어나갈 수 있을 것 같아서 이번 경기를 무조건 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, of course, throughout my career, all I wanted was a global title, and so far I didn't have one. So this opportunity is my golden opportunity to have one, and for sure everyone else did, but their practice. But I practiced a lot as well, and considering the fact that I had a lot of preparation, I feel a little down because I haven't showed my best form in this tournament, and so my confidence is a little low. But if I win Oliveira, I think I can show my best throughout the tournament and win consecutively as well.
Fighting.
Thank you.
All right, straight from Classic's mouth here, how he feels about this series coming on up. But let's talk about Oliveira, the current reigning world champion, looking to defend his title. It is going to be difficult though, Dan.
Yes. Classic should not be underestimated. I know there's not a lot of Protoss in this tournament. I know Protoss haven't won a lot of tournaments in recent years, but Classic is a killer. He's one of the most successful, strongest Protosses we've ever had. And really, I mean, he's so strategic. He's got so many different things he can do to you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very strong player. I think he's got the experience. He's got the confidence. Oliveira, though, look, I mean, he's really been on the up and up in the last probably 2 to 3 years here. He's really brought the best version of himself. When you see his interviews, he does seem to psychologically be in the right spot.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's one of the most important things for a pro is to not be overwhelmed, to not be stressed out, to know how to focus, to know how to forgive yourself when you lose.
All right. Well, let's get to it then. It is going to be Oliveira going up against Classic here. One of them will be eliminated right now. Or will Oliveira try and defend the World Championship?
A thrilling day for games, but also a terribly sad one. So many players coming so far to compete here. And we send home player after every match. Don't forget to check out the B stream, but you're here on the A stream, so keep this one put too. Fancy, we got another matchup coming.
Absolutely, and this one is a banger of a match because we have a world champion going against a player that hasn't been on stage yet. So how about we welcome them on stage? Please welcome Oliveira versus Classic.
Oliveira playing for Weibo Gaming. He's had all Terran opposition up to this point, but he is our reigning world champ and he's ready to take on anyone. But his opponent, Classic, is playing for the Saudi Arabian home team, Twisted Minds. He's made top 4 of GSL Code S Season 3. Let's see what he can do today.
Players are now taking their seats as we start this match. One player made it to the end of the lower bracket. The other is here to prove himself. So casters, please take it away.
Against Oliveira, China against Korea, one of our few remaining Protoss players up against the reigning world champion, a player who almost made a reversal against Maru yesterday, barely fell short. We could see the frustration on his face, but what a performance he has put on so far in this tournament.
He almost completed it, arguably without a bit of tank mispositioning. It could have been a very different game, but that was all it took. He lost, unfortunately, and did fall down to the very, very dangerous knockout bracket, where he now faces Classic, someone that historically, in best of threes, is not his best matchup, but Oliveira, this is the time to dig the deepest, I suppose, and really bring out what he can to, I guess, continue on the road to defending his title.
I mean, let's remember a few months ago at Dallas, a lot of people looked at Oliveira coming into that tournament and they said, look, yeah, he's the reigning world champ, but he's been in a downswing. He's been pretty vocal about his frustrations. He hasn't performed that well, and he shocked everybody. In the group stages at that tournament, he took out Classic, he took out Stats, he took out so many great players, and was barely stopped by Cyril there in the semi-finals, 2-3 loss. I mean, that was when Oliveira stepped up again, and he told us afterwards, he said in many interviews, I trained my butt off. I have worked so hard. I have studied harder than every other player. I still don't believe I'm as talented as pretty much the rest of the field, but I will outwork them. And I think in this matchup specifically, there was a really interesting story that he spoke about while being interviewed on one of the Chinese streams after that Dallas event. And he said, you know what, I just could not beat Protoss. I was really having a mental block, and I took Maru out for some KFC, bought him some lunch, and said, can you give me some advice, man? Like, what's going wrong? I can't beat Protoss. And Maru said, I've seen your games, and I think you just need to focus on your build. You're trying to react to everything. You're actually playing overly reactive. You just need to plan your timings and hit them better and just be really confident. Yeah. Stop second guessing yourself. Yeah. And somehow that little bit of advice from Maru just completely reversed his experience in TVP.
I think that can be, I'm not going to say a lot of Terrans, but when you do see some Terrans struggle versus Protoss, I do feel like you can point to the confidence. It just feels like they're a little bit shyer when it comes to staying on the map, pushing the issue, getting defended, and then just going around somewhere else. They don't just go back, right? And that does really seem to be the difference. And certainly with some of the metas that we've been seeing, making sure you're on the map and they can't get their prime position for like the Colossus and the Zealot overwhelm when you're on the defensive. I mean, that can be really important, but it is a best of 3 against Classic. And while Classic has not been able to show his top form, as he said in that interview, we do really love his PVT. We were kind of looking for one of the Protoss hopes alongside Hero for this matchup. The meta certainly has shifted since then, so it's not as dire, but Classic was one of those guys that we were looking at to prove that Protoss can continue on. And he had a fabulous performance last year in Riyadh. He wants to do it again.
Indeed, Classic has had some fantastic moments. Cure has been a problem for him in this tournament, as well as at Gamers 8 last year in Riyadh. And he definitely has some good defensive macro chops. But TVP is a fascinating matchup. It's one where the Protoss player likes to toe the line of greed. Identify with their scouting what the Terran's up to, build your economy as much as you can, and at the last second, get out the right army, deflect a push, and once you get 1 or 2 good defensive fights, that's when Protoss takes control of the matchups. So there's a lot of hiding information as the Terran, looking to surprise them by hitting just a little bit earlier than they're expecting and catching them off guard. It's all about the information gathering, the build orders, and the mind games, as always, in this game of real-time strategy that is StarCraft. In the top left side of the map, representing Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And in the bottom right, representing Twisted Minds, he is the Blue Protoss Classic.
Personally gutted when Cure turned that series around against him last year. Classic, so close to getting a final spot against Reynor in Gamers 8, and I really feel like he actually had a very good shot against Reynor. He'd taken him out, I believe, earlier in that tournament. It's been a few of those near misses for Classic over the last year or so, where he's had these moments where he's brushed with greatness, brushed with championship runs, hasn't quite made that distance just yet.
Yeah, exactly. So close, it's so far. We do have Oliveira very much intentionally running away from potential probe scout to get this engineering bay block up without interference. When a Protoss sees this immediately, A, they could block it, and then B, they can pull the probes immediately and take care of it and just kind of make sure that their build is still as smooth as possible. When it's like this, it's going to be 99% done before Classic, really has anything to do against it. So you can't continue with perhaps that Nexus timing you were hoping for.
Yeah, slight reaction on the face there. Classic was absolutely not expecting that. And Oliveira's even tracking him to the third, so we can block that as well.
Okay, well, that didn't actually work out. I thought that it would, but no, Classic will be able to get a Nexus. Obviously, now the problem is that it's in the wrong location, right? So that does push you into a less defensible area than natural in StarCraft II maps. They're made with chokes, sometimes even ramps, not this map, but with chokes at the very least. Third base is a little more open, 3 different directions for Oliveira to get in there.
One of the difficult things here for the Protoss player now is judging what comes next. It's almost always a factory and an early reactor.
The question is it Hellions or Cyclones? Because if Cyclones come across this map, you need to go like Phoenix, Stalkers, batteries, things that can fight front on. However, if it's Hellions, you'd be much better off just rushing an Oracle, getting a shield battery up here or there, and just trying to stop the damage from getting too out of hand. We'll see what Oliveira's got in store as he places a command center on the high ground, and 2 Hellions to start off.
Yeah, this was really tricky when Engine Beer actually came back, I would say. It has been a thing for, I guess, all of the years of StarCraft II, but it was very tricky to begin with. And I remember Parting was actually one of the guys who was actually able to defend that third base as your natural. And since then, it really is not the catastrophic situation that it is, even though the Cyclones also got changed at some point, so they were even more fearsome in the early game. We know that the Protoss know what to expect. They know that it's going to be pretty tight on just the number of units they have to spread around, but if everything goes according to plan, you can absolutely defend this factory follow-up. It is going to be a decent amount of Hellions. We're going to see how Oliveira plans to try and get into Classic's mineral lines. He could go for the third. That's kind of the obvious one. He could try and sneak into the main and just kind of hope that Classic's a little out of position, which is something that Classic, needs to pay super close attention to. He doesn't know exactly where it's coming, but he knows it's coming.
3 Hellions is the magic number. That's what allows you to one-shot probes. Speak of the devil, get a run in. First probe goes down. 4 Hellions and a Reaper there. The Phoenix will pick up 1. 2 Stalkers in the depth are on point. They're trying to take down that Hellion. That Reaper grenade actually delayed 2 Stalker shots. Massive move.
Yeah, absolutely massive. A good pickup on the reinforcing Phoenix, making it a 2-shot instead. The probes come in to help out, and that is all the almost all the Hellions. Very weak probes. Third one is available. 9 probes in general. That's still something there for Oliveira. Remember, wasn't proxying a starport while doing that. That is actually damage that Classic is really hoping not to take. He was so close to being in perfect position, but just a little bit too much there.
Those 2 Stalker shots being delayed by that Reaper grenade is actually so big, because we see the difference there, right? If you've got 1 or 2 Hellions, it takes a while to take down the probes. You get just 1 or 2 extra Hellion hits in, and suddenly 9 probes is a really good start for the Terran. Second barracks and third barracks down, not to mention the factory. I think our Classic sees it, and he immediately goes, okay, hair standing on end. I know what's coming. I've gone for a third Nexus. How am I possibly going to defend this? Because you can move out now with just a massive Marines, Marauders, tanks. You don't even need medevacs. You can literally just go for look, I'll stim, and I know we're not healing. It doesn't matter. We're going to hit you so fast, you won't be able to handle the sheer number of units.
Exactly. The 3 racks just gives you so much buy. You can see that Classic really knows that he is in trouble. He's going to have to do some magic here. I hope that Oliveira messes up slightly, which is still possible. Perhaps with some defender's advantage kicking in, Classic can actually hold on to all 3 of his Nexus and his probe count.
Trying to rush charge. I was thinking you can't go blink here. You just don't have time. This is such a desperate thing. You rarely see people just rushing charge Phoenix on 2 gas. But in this situation, it's the right call. Classic is cut probes, is just making gateways. He says, look, I didn't cancel the third Nexus. It's there. If I defend this attack, then I can probe up. But for now, I am just on 2 mineral lines, 2 gases, and I'm desperately trying to get my production up. But Oliveira is not going to give him that time. The gateways are still building. No chance to warp in yet. Charge is still a minute away, and 2 tanks and a pack of Marine Marauder coming forwards.
Yeah, I would not have minded a couple of SCVs, and that's exactly what's coming. Can help off the Cyclone as well. Build bunkers too, if that actually comes to fruition. We do have a force field blocking the ramp initially. Another one actually in the back pocket. Tanks will have to siege to push those force fields away, but this is all those extra seconds that Classic desperately need to get that charge finished, to get the gateways finished, and to actually start warping in Zealots.
Oh, gateways and charge takes so long to build when there's a Terran army coming across the map, Zombie Grub. It feels like this is not that long an upgrade. Gateways normally build pretty fast, but this is not a lot of time to get ready. 2 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, and only a handful of Zealots. 1 battery goes down. The pylon is exposed. Doesn't even have energy for battery overcharge. Classic does not have the numbers. The early damage combined with a third Nexus follow-up was too much, and he knows he does not have the material to deal with this. Oliveira gets the damage done, the engineering base surprise, and then carries it forwards with the Hellions, and a decisive finishing blow. Every step planned to perfection before the game even started.
Exactly. That went according to plan for Oliveira. Obviously, the same cannot be said for Classic. He was thrown off for a minute 2, basically, because even though we do have these Protoss now understanding the complications of the situation, it doesn't mean that it's less difficult to handle, especially when the Terran's going to follow up with those 3 Raxes. As Pig was pointing out, say this doesn't quite work. That stim, the damage from the initial combat if you have to pull away and come back, you're still injured. It is a dramatic difference if that first push doesn't do that damage.
Massive, massive difference indeed. It really is so committed, but you can see this Reaper Grenade just stopping those Stalkers from getting an extra volley off, and you can see the first volley already taking out 3 probes and so much damage on the following ones, and you think it's over, but the one Hellion drops and the Adept unfortunately didn't get a chance to block it. So the Hellion moves away, the Stalkers aren't able to get more shots, and he gets multiple volleys off, taking down 3 more workers. There was a picture-perfect start in Game 1, something which is brutal in this best-of-3 format, and that's exactly what he wants. He'd love another brutal finish like that in Game 2. In the bottom left side of the map, the reigning world champion representing Weibo Gaming, it's Oliveira.
And in the top right, as the blue Protoss now on his last life in the tournament for Twisted Minds, he is Classic.
For whatever reason, he did not expect an Engineering Bay block in that last game, and it caught him off guard completely. You could tell that he was not ready for that. It wasn't really something that he'd accounted for, and was a little bit shocked. Had to go take the third base. Going for the Phoenix there, the Adepts and the Stalkers, the battery at the front. I mean, it felt like he had most of the pieces you need to defend that, and just wasn't perfectly positioned. Moved out to build a pylon, saw the Hellions coming. Those Stalkers just weren't quite in the direct path of the Hellions to fully intercept. So a 1 second difference, it sounds like a small thing, but when you're dealing with that build, you know there's incoming aggression. You really do have no room for error.
What about a shield battery?
In the main?
Yes.
2 shield batteries is expensive. I think the problem there is to afford it, you need to cut either Phoenix, Gateway, or Pro Production. And he wasn't willing to do that in case it was obviously a different follow-up. I think it's something where I've seen the shield battery in the main look great. Personally, I think it's always a different decision. Players will normally say, look, if I'm going Phoenix, I already have the best control unit. I got the Adepts and the Stalkers. I technically should be able to be in the right position. Yes, it's slightly riskier, but you know what? This way I can chrono probes harder, have an extra Adept or Stalker out. It should be good. Hindsight, you always look at it afterwards and go, you know, I should have built the cannon, or I should have built the shield battery. And you always say that afterwards, and everyone in Twitch chat is always saying that afterwards, and there's always the amateur players saying, why don't they just build more static defense? And the thing is, the pro player is always looking to avoid needing the static defense. It's always a kicker afterwards because you realize, oh, probably should have got it that time, but it's impossible to know that ahead.
It's a tightrope, and so, you know, that tightrope is very visibly represented with the Zerg race, balancing massive drone counts versus massive army swells, but it actually exists with the other races as well. You do want to cut those corners, especially when you're facing someone who is at an equal skill level than you, or perhaps even if you're an underdog, right? You take those risks, but if you consider yourself even, you want to go ahead and do that. Make sure you have the best macro game, should it have gotten there, and of course, it did not in that game. This time around, you do not have as many complications for Classic in the very early game, but Oliveira, with the factory expand, is going to be going for a lot of Reapers and Hellions, and this is still one of those situations where Classic may be able to figure it out. He might have the right tools, but being in the right position and guaranteeing 0 losses against it is extremely difficult.
Indeed. I think the gateway unit count's very important, and you know, we were talking about what should there be a battery in the main in that last game. In this case, there is a battery on the natural, which is absolutely necessary, but I think it's always the gateway count that matters. And I always feel like if you want to be extra safe in this matchup against these sort of openings, an extra chrono on the gateway, getting a 4th gateway unit out really early, that's what tends to shut these sorts of pressures down. There will be a Stalker out momentarily. There has been a small gap in gateway unit production, but only a small one. Reaper already going down, but of course, Hellions going to run in the natural as well. Probe block is fantastic. I mean, the cleanup in the main is great. Only 1 probe goes down there. These probes run to the battery. They should be okay, but they stack up a little. Shield battery healing so good, though.
Yes, it is. The Hellions, in fact, deciding they best actually get out of there, and both of them do live. That means they can come back for a 2-shot if Classic is ever not paying attention, but ultimately, when this stops, it really does stop. The Hellions are like, okay, you might scout the 3rd later on, but it is always there. Oliveira once again going for multiple barracks behind this, getting that stim, adding on the tanks. It is very similar, I believe, to the follow-up, if not identical, just without the engineering bay, that he is going to push through the middle of the map, and this is a shorter map as far as the rush distance, guys. It's about average, actually middle of the road for our map pool, but it is going to be difficult for Classic to hold. The thing is, Classic is actually getting to a nice production build. He's got gateways on the way, guys. He's got Blink on the way, War Prism here, and now actually Essentially, this is one of those fight versus fight, army versus army situations. Does Oliveira realize this is happening and just say, okay, I'll stay back at home? Or does he push the issue and actually try and attack?
He's been cutting SCVs, so I feel like he feels like he might be forced to attack. Obviously, it still can work for the Terran. You've got a very high damage army, but if Classic manages things just right, I mean, he should be able to pick you off, right? He should be able to pick off units, blink back, move around, cut off your reinforcement, and you end up feeling very flat-footed against this as the Terran sees a few adepts there with the Hellions, and Classic actually calling for a pause from the admins. And we do have a pause. Not sure what the issue is. I'm sure we'll find out momentarily and let you all know. But in the moment, sometimes there are technical issues or disturbances that do arise, and that is something that will be getting solved. But we see forward right now, basically it's a blink pressure coming in up against Oliveira, who is super committed to, as you said, the same sort of build from the previous game. The difference is, hasn't had the big disruption. No engineering bay block.
Yeah.
The Hellion Reaper fell flat. 2 probes for 3 Reapers is definitely not a good trade. So it feels like, this is kind of tactically Oliveira saying, sloppy, I'll just win this best of 3, 2-0.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because I am, guys, if you're cheering for the Protoss here, put your hands together, all right? Start praying, all right? Because this can theoretically be good for the Protoss. They can get a nice number of Stalkers and actually pick off any type of push as it comes across the map.
And we are back in game.
Oh, okay, we're back in the game. But we have seen plenty of top-tier TVPs still lose out to bad positioning. That Warp Prism does get sniped, kind of case in point right there. And without more reinforcements, you're certainly not going to overwhelm the bio. It might not want to chase, as it is bleeding out units. It would have bleeded out as well if they had actually run back, but it's a matter of balance right now. And Classic also knowing that, knows that he has to buy time, pick off these units, and actually get defense back at home, because he did not stay on that side of the map as long as he was thinking he would. SCV's coming in from behind, almost like a little surround, catches 1 or 2 of them, and that is a blink past them. This is Oliveira pushing once again and getting into Classic's natural.
This is a crazy move right now for Oliveira. Pulling the SCVs and stimming from halfway across the map. This is a desperate move. He realizes he's committed. As I said, he cut SCVs earlier, which means he wasn't non-stop producing economy. Oliveira knows he's got to get damage with the Stalker count very high. That shield battery ready to overcharge. Immortals are on the way. Now, there's no charge. There's nothing like that that would easily clean this army up. Still need a very careful engagement for Classic, warping in 3 Zealots on the right side, ready to use those. I love that Stalker counterattack.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent addition right here for Classic, because Oliveira does have to respect the army. Oh, a tank is going to go down. That does take 2 of the Stalkers, maybe a 3rd, very, very close to it. I love the idea. He knows that he has some time on his side back at home, as Oliveira really has to calculate how he wants to push in here, and apparently he's calculating more SCVs, more good. They are on the way, perhaps again going to build bunkers, as this is now an elongated kind of contain. It looks like Classic's going to try and break out. Shield Buddy overcharge is popped. SCVs do make it to the front of the line to block out those Zealots. The Immortal takes out 1 tank, but is now out of range of the other one, but he's helping against the Marauders, and the rest of the Protoss army was doing work. Classic adding on a lot of production, not getting interrupted in the early game, able to have the nice supply, the nice map presence and positioning to take down Oliveira's aggression.
Oliveira tried to take a shortcut here, doing a similar follow-up 2 games in a row. One of the easiest builds to kind of execute, and if the Protoss is a little sloppy, they will fall to it. But Classic remains firm on elimination point in the entire tournament, and he defends perfectly. That Immortal across the gap, reaching that siege tank as well, showing that position, which is slightly off there for Oliveira. But I think even from the moment he was stimming in the middle of the map for a single Stalker kill, that's so expensive. That's so many hit points. Remember, Marauders lose 20 hit points. Marines 10 every time they stim. You've got no medevacs, no way to heal those up, and the idea usually is if you can sneak that army across the map or not have to stim until you get to their base, you just have so much more oomph to it. You want to catch a Protoss who's got 5 or 6 Stalkers, not one with 10 Stalkers on the map, in your face, diving in, picking off a siege tank at the start, getting so much damage done over and over again. So I feel like Classic there, he started off well, losing the Prism, made it just a little scary. You could tell he was like a little bit at the end of that game, like, okay, ooh, thankfully we survived. But overall, his early defense was fantastic, and that's why I think we're going to see a plan with a little bit more depth for the Terran player. Going into map 3 in the bottom left side of the map, in the red, representing Weibo, it is Oliveira.
And in the top right, bringing it to a knife's edge for both of them, it is Twisted Minds Classic.
Chronoing the Nexus nice and early as per standard. Gateway's coming up for that Reaper wall off, and Classic. You know, there's a lot of guys like Hero who don't like scouting in this matchup. Let's see if we can get away with it. Classic's been scouting every game. Despite that, in game 1, didn't see the engineering bay block coming in, and once again, there's an SCV going around that left side of the map. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, zombie grub.
Oh, no. But Classic has to check this time, right?
You would think so?
Oh, boy. By the way, this is just such an insane position. These two, best of 3, one of the remaining Protosses of very, very few. Oliveira, defending world champ. Everyone in the crowd, no doubts, just holding their breath. And unfortunately, that engineering bay was not found particularly quickly. A little bit faster than the first game, but the point is, it has gone so far. Again, you can't pull those probes, really take care of it. Get the Nexus down there. You got to get the Zealot down, and then it's really awkward. I mean...
it feels awkward to clean this up. Even with the Zealot being preemptively started, it's going to take so long to get through. But that being said, it's so much easier to defend. And I don't mind this. Okay, I'll get the second gas a bit earlier. I'll keep building my probes. It's awkward, but I think it's acceptable as a decision. If you say, look, defending that third is just too fragile. We saw in game 1, I'm not comfortable with it. Will this put you massively behind? No, I don't think so. I think it makes your build a little different, a little more awkward. You have a bit more gas, a bit lower minerals. But as long as you keep up probe production, you build a third pylon a bit early, because the Nexus isn't going to be ready to unsupply block you. That's one of the key things he has to remember next after this Nexus goes down. As long as Classic does all that correctly, he comes out without being in too bad of a position. The scary thing is that Classic is not building any probes just yet, or that pylon. Does start another Stalker, and the gap of both of those is just a little worrying. Finally, that pylon does come up.
Yeah, I'm going to block out the Reaper as well. Hellions are on the way, as you do, I mean, basically all the time. If you engineering bay block, you're going to go for a factory beyond that. And you're going to apply more pressure. But as you were saying, you know, kind of when you decide, hey, that third base is not going to be good enough, you know, like theoretically I could hold it against all damage, but damn, is it hard. So the natural gives you such a better defensive position with that choke, particularly if you add on buildings. I need to be careful about adding on buildings, because it could have been Cyclones, and Cyclones will take advantage of that type of SimCity. But we do see we see that it is going to be 2 Hellions into number 3 and 4. Wow. Classic not getting a confirmation on the next 2 units, of course, but first and foremost, worry about those Hellions sneaking on in.
Is Oliveira doing the exact same build from game 1, Zombie Grub?
Yes.
This is bizarre. It's another 2 racks into probably 3 racks follow-up. This is crazy. We don't see players repeating build orders, and especially follow-ups so much at this level, and yet it seems like Oliveira just has faith in this. And like I said, it's an easy to execute build. It's hard to make big mistakes with this as a Terran, and if the Protoss makes a big mistake, it's going to be very punishing. But that probe sees it coming. Are the units ready? Where are they? Stalkers moving into the low ground. Zealot gets a hit off. Stalker movement's good. Oh, beautiful block with the Stalkers and with the probe ball, but they stack up.
Oh, the grenade just popped the Stalker out of the way. 3 probes so far, but that is still some more damage to be had. 6 might just be the end. Good pull away on that last probe. Still feels sucky, basically, for a Protoss, because you almost had everything perfectly, but once again, the grenade really causing the damage that Oliveira was looking for a little more. 6 is not as good as 9.
Yeah.
But it is still that damage to throw off Classic's build and set up even a little bit more. Warp Prism is on the way for Classic. How many gateways does he have?
Even
just
with
literally 2.
You can still put on some nice pressure, right? You can do the drop in the main. You can see what's going on. The Observer's already going to spot that this is a 3 racks, and Classic didn't go for the third. Not only did he protect 3 more probes compared to game 1, doesn't build the third Nexus, goes to the Twilight Council now, and that charge lot defense should actually be ready this time. And that's a huge difference maker compared to game 1. Now, obviously, Oliveira is not just going all in. He has made a change. He's gone for the starport. We should see a third gas and an engineering bay in the near future as well. So Oliveira's got a little bit more flexibility and depth to his play, but let's see how he weathers the counter-harassment. Classic only now adding a third Nexus as he comes into the main base. Perfect tank positioning to start.
Nice SimCity around that. Again, these are not Blink Stalkers. We're so familiar seeing a Warp Prism and Stalkers in here, but this is much earlier on. So the Stalkers are just a different build. The Stalkers are going to be able to one-shot the Marines. They're going to be able to one-shot the SCVs, so it is a matter of just being in the right place to just stop 1 or 2 of them going down. And you can see that Classic with the good micro of the Warp Prism, almost giving himself Blink in that regard. We'll always have the threat of this Warp Prism, but because he is going to be adding on charge, not only better for, in case of push from Oliveira, it is also going to be really threatening with that Warp Prism. Oliveira will always have to wonder if the Warp Prism is waiting to come in as he finally pushes out. Classic certainly getting into the better macro position compared to the first game. And, well, this actually could be quite a banger. We've been getting a little stunted, I suppose, on the TVPs so far, but this one's going to go a little farther. The Warp Prism has managed to circumvent, but now Stim is done. You got to be very careful about those Marines pouncing on it.
Oh, yeah, I like the drop around here. Classic's a little paranoid. He's not been probing that much because he really thinks this is like such a committed build as game 1 and 2 have been from Oliveira. Oliveira's drop pokes in and says, ooh, let's get out of here. We're going to be careful. Charges on the way, of course. With no blink, you can't really punish drops getting overly aggressive. So this does afford Oliveira much more mobility and control over this area, and that's a great move. Bypasses the Stalker, says, I'm faster than you with these stims. Going to get a shield battery cancel and 4 probes to start off. Nothing in the main base to defend there either. A warp in does come, though. Classic weathers that scary moment, but look at Classic's worker count, only 45 workers, no Forge. Oliveira is still building workers and doing a lot of other things, oh my lord.
There is no blink. There is the mineral wall still up, and he almost accidentally sent it back in the line of fire, but does end up saving it. Warp Prism continuing to harass. We do have the SCVs not pulling away from the Stalkers. They're being pulled into the fight. The boys are pulled. Oliveira gonna put all of his money down. All of the chips are down. This is the all-in to win and advance him in the knockout bracket.
This is a crazy all-in, putting everything on the line right now in game 3. One of these players will be eliminated from the tournament. Beautiful force fields to start for Classic. Oliveira has gambled big on the aggression, but Classic, he seems well prepared. The energy's running low, charges, ready zealots coming in. He's got a massive shield batteries. Classic realized from earlier in this series, Oliveira took an aggressive stance. He saved some of the Marines from behind the force fields. The tanks are shelling, but there's still a lot of zealots in there. The Immortals and the Stalkers getting on top. If the tanks go down, Classic can break this, and it looks like the tanks will go down.
Nice Warp Prism micro to save that Immortal right there. He does it again. The shield battery regained the shield, and this looks poor for Oliveira. He knows that was not good enough, and even though he will not tap out, it is grim. 19 SCVs, not a big enough army to win this game. Oliveira gambled heavily, and Classic was just too prepared.
Classic played some proper defensive reactive strategy throughout this series. He has adapted and gotten better game to game, and Oliveira kept trying to make the same build work, and slight variations to it, sure. This was a crazy SCV pool, but it was all within the same realm of 3 racks heavily committed aggression. Classic scouted it, he knew what was coming, and he responded flawlessly. The adjustments Classic showed in this series really was peak PVT. I am very impressed with the Twisted Minds player. But of course, it's a tragic moment for our reigning world champion. And you can see he knows he's in a terrible position now. He doesn't want to quite tap out. He wants to see if there's a way he can get back into the game. But of course, it's dawning on him the reality of what has just happened.
Yeah, he will be, unfortunately, giving that key over to Classic. Unfortunately, not able to kind of shock in all the Protoss, which I think is what he might have been going for. You know, I'll do these really aggressive builds that are a little tricky to hold on the execution, even if you have the knowledge, and hopefully I'll just bowl you right over. But he will tap out. GG, well played. Classic, one of 3 Protosses left in the tournament, will continue on in the knockout bracket.
Oh, this really is the day of the highest highs and the lowest lows, Zombie Grub. You're going to see this in every single match. One player going home, one player continuing through. Such a tense moment. I am very impressed with Classic's play. As I said throughout, the way Oliveira chose to play that series, if the Protoss is even a little off their game, they crumble under the pressure of those builds. But he just stayed so stable, scouted everything, and Classic comes out with that win.
Yeah, well done there by Classic, able to show his adaptation, you know, his ability to do so against Oliveira's aggression, and is setting himself up to the next series. It was a good attempt from Oliveira, but he came in kind of with that in mind. He wanted to do something that was aggressive, could shock, and give him a little bit of a momentum boost, but it wasn't good enough. Classic will be on stage with the interview.
What an amazing match, Classic. Oliveira, I invite you to deliver your trophy to Classic. Classic, you said in a pre-match interview that you hadn't shown your full potential at this tournament. Did we just get a taste of your potential in this matchup here, taking out the current world champion?
일단은 김도호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 김도호 선수가 아까 경기 전 인터뷰에서 아직까지 자기 실력을 연습했던 것들을 이제 못 보여주셨다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 이제 월드 챔피언인 올리베이라 선수를 잡아내면서 혹시 좀 그런 자신의 실력을 좀 보여주셨다고 생각하는지 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 1세트도 제가 아무것도 하지 못하고 져서 정말 열심히 연습했는데 아무것도 또 못 보여주고 탈락할 수 있겠다 싶어서 2세트부터는 더 집중을 했는데 솔직히 아직 뭐 준비한 거 많이 보여드리지 못했지만 그래도 이렇게 승리를 하게 되어가지고 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 첫 승했으니까 좀 자신감을 가져서 제가 준비했던 거 더 앞에서 이제 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, in the game one, I was shut down completely. So I thought to myself, "Oh, I'm going down without anything without showing anything I practiced." But I just turned it around, and after game two, I just tried to focus on my game, and I honestly don't feel that I showed my potential yet. But this is my first win, and I think I can still have a chance to win and to show my potential and what I practice. So I'm gonna focus on my game next game as possible, and I'm gonna show it.
Yeah, what an incredible debut on the stage here, and we still have much to see from you. I'm excited to hear that, Classic. You've been facing off against Oliveira online and doing fairly well, winning a lot of those matches. How were you able to convert those results to LAN?
이제 올리베이라 선수 상대로 그래도 이제 온라인에서 그래도 상대 전적에서 그래도 좀 앞서 있으셨던 만큼 그래도 올리베이라 선수를 상대로 어떻게 이기실지에 대해서는 좀 알고 계셨을 것 같은데 그거를 이제 오프라인에서 또 꺼내는 건 좀 다른 일이었잖아요. 그래서 오프라인으로 이렇게 또 온라인 전적을 다시 이렇게 꺼낼 수 있었을지 그게 좀 궁금해집니다.
아무래도 이제 온라인 경기에서 많이 승리를 했던 게 좀 자신감이 있었고요. 또 한국 레더에서도 많이 만나서 이제 서로의 스타일을 많이 알고 있어서 올리베이라 선수의 스타일을 대충은 예상을 했는데 마지막에 그렇게 건설 로봇을 다 이끌고 메시를 올 거는 생각을 못 해가지고 그거 막을 때 되게 조마조마했던 것 같아요.
Well, of course, I was really confident because I have many online wins against Oliveira, but considering the fact that I faced him a lot in Korean ladder as well, so we both know their ways. We both know our ways, so we share a lot each other. So I think that was a thing that I need to consider. But considering the fact that in game 3, I didn't really expect Oliveira to pull the boys out, so I was really nervous defending that.
Well, you did an excellent job. Congratulations, and we'll be seeing more from you. And let's hand it over to the analyst so we can see more of that last match against Oliveira.
Classic takes out Oliveira and Rotti. We are a little bit sad, right? Because Oliveira is perhaps one of the most likable and relatable players that we have in this tournament, and he's now being claimed by the knockout bracket.
Yeah, and especially when you're standing this close, you see what it means to him. You just feel it, man. Like, we lived in an absolutely amazing era of that man being our world champion for a year and a half. And it wasn't just last year, Kato. In Dallas, he was amazing. And over the last 3 days here in Riyadh, Oliveira played some of the best TVTs that we've seen in a long time. You feel it. It hurts. It's heartbreaking. We're going to have that a lot today. It is such a painful exit for these guys. On the other hand, Classic, last year, Game is 8, the last standing Protoss back then in the quarterfinals. It is amazing to see Classic advance.
He always brings such a fun kind of layer of Protoss, right? And he's kind of, he has his own way of doing things. So great to see him getting to move on. And we will know he moves on to play against Reynor up next because we had news from the B stream. Reynor takes out Hero Marine 2-0, so another knockout bracket victim. But now Reynor Classic, what are some thoughts on that?
That's amazing. A long, long time ago when Reynor was still a young upcoming StarCraft II player, he went to Korea and he played a legendary series against Classic in the GSO Contest many years ago. But that is a series that a lot of people still think of as some of the best PvZ of all time. Let's hope we get to see some of that today.
Amazing to think back to some of that history. We are going to be heading on over to Kalaris to see what the guys thought about that series at the desk.
That's right, thank you boys. This one's going to hit you in the feels as our current reigning world champion is no longer here. He will fall down to Classic, meaning we are guaranteed a new world champion in terms of being back-to-back, of course, and we will see who it's going to be. Will it be Classic though? I mean, Protoss has been able to survive now, Dan. One of the torrents of aggression coming their way.
Yeah, very well done there from Classic. Of course, it is sad to see Oliveira go. I think he did show in this tournament. He definitely deserves his place as a world champion, one of the very best. But I got to tell you, I'm also very happy to see a Protoss player in Classic and one of the greatest Protosses truly of all time really having a good comeback year.
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, you can see... Oh, well... Yeah, it's rough. You know, it's all that build-up, right? You finally get this far. It's been an emotional roller coaster, but ultimately he's not able to cut it. As Artosis said, I'm glad that we got a Protoss advancing. It's cool to have all of the possible playable races represented here, but you can feel the pain, man. It hurts to lose for Oliveira. That's competition, man. We knew the emotions would be riding high, regardless win or loss for Oliveira, of course, now out here. But again, I mean, on the opposite side of that here, State, for Classic as well, just surviving these best of threes, like both of them, you know, just emotions on either side of the spectrum.
I mean, the fact that we have the reigning world champion getting eliminated in round 1 of the knockout bracket here at EWC 2024 is just absolutely insane. It shows how strong you have to be every single day to advance. I mean, we're only going to have one player advance from this knockout bracket to join the others in the top 4. It is so intense.
Yeah, definitely is. And for now, of course, that means here Classic will survive. And I was previously mentioned as well here that he's going to be going up against Reynor next, which, well, if Protoss wants a chance of being able to do something. I mean, admittedly, we've seen Reynor fall to Protoss before, but here is the brackets as they do stand. Quite a tall order, though.
Yeah, no, Reynor is actually playing very, very well at this event, despite his losses, despite the fact that he's down here in this loser bracket. And I think he's one of the guys that could maybe upset Maru and make it to that top 4.
Potentially. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I do think Reynor probably the guy who's going to be advancing here. He just looks very good. But this has been kind of a destabilizing tournament overall as far as how we perceive these players. You know, some of these events we do, obviously, the number 1 guy always gets where he's supposed to be. Number 2, as we perceive it, always gets 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and so on. Here, we've had so many close matches. It's going to get a lot more interesting as we get deeper into this. So, who knows? I mean, Reynor did have a hard time versus Hero before. Maybe it's going to happen with Classic. Maybe we got another upset. What's your thoughts, State?
I kind of feel the same way. I mean, PvZ's a tough matchup right now. Reynor's been looking really good, but Classic, if he's able to take down the reigning world champ, maybe he can take down Reynor too.
Maybe. Let's rewind a second though, actually, Stakes. I do want to stick with you. Would you have a moment maybe from that previous series?
Yeah, there are a couple of moments I want to check out from game number 2 of Classic versus Oliveira, because Oliveira up 1-0, he pulls the boys, he wanted to go for the throat against Classic, but Classic, it felt like he had the perfect defense. So let's break this thing down right here. It started out with Classic in the front line, intercepting the Terran army right in the middle. And notice the supplies. Oliveira drops 10% of his supplies. That is SCVs, that is units, you know, Marines, Marauders right there, and a siege tank gets taken out at the same moment, setting up for the big push. This is a problem that a lot of Protoss players have when they're playing against these kind of pushes in TVP, where the Terrans are going for these siege tank pushes, where they try to set up here at your natural expansion, siege you down. If you can't use the mobility of the Stalkers to shave those units away, you're in a lot of hurt, but as a result, Oliveira in this position, his army is a lot weaker, so he's trying to break down Classic still. He's completely all in. He's trying to breach this position, but this engagement coming in from Classic is beautiful. He comes in on both of these angles. And notice also, these siege tanks, they go, 1 second as the camera came around. They're actually target firing the Stalkers right here.
Yeah.
But this one shield battery basically nullifies the damage from these siege tanks throughout the entire fight. Oliveira, because one siege tank got caught in the middle, because one siege tank got caught basically against the shield battery, gets almost no damage done. In the end, Classic able to hold on to that position. If he wasn't able to make those plays early on, I think that Oliveira wins 2-0, but Classic just ironclad defense.
Yeah, super aggressive about things. Actually, whilst I was watching you do that, this tablet setup you have, it just, I don't know why, it keeps reminding you remember that thing they had in Yu-Gi-Oh where the thing like folds out on your arm? States believing in the heart of the cards. Like,
yeah, this thing's pretty cool. You can actually fit, it's like, what? It's like a fidget spinner. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with this thing. It's cool.
I didn't even know it spins.
Yeah, man. It really can be like Yu-Gi-Oh.
All right, well, okay, let's let's get on to the next match. All right, maybe the next players will have to play Exodia or something. We've got ourselves Showtime making his Esports World Cup debut, and he goes up against Gumiho, who has previously already been a victim to Protoss. Let's see how it's going to go right after this.
I am here with Oliveira. Unfortunately, this year won't be a repeat performance, and I see that, you know, we're not obviously going to be feeling the best at this point. So I just want to give you the mic to say anything that you want to your fans, and yeah, I'm so sorry.
These two losses is really difficult for me to accept. I feel like I've put in so much effort, and it pains me greatly to fail over here, to simply, you know, not to be able to achieve the victory that I hope to obtain, and I am very much disappointed in myself.
Well, Reynor, thank you very much. I won't bother you anymore, but you're an inspiration to so many people, and you're an amazing player and an amazing person, so I'll see you around.
Tough scenes here at the Esports World Cup, of course, as Oliveira is now out, and symbolizing here by the key crush as the man who was able to dispatch of our current reigning world champion is now no longer here to be able to push forwards. Giving it a wave goodbye is Classic here, despite what is a very emotionally charged moment for Oliveira, and I'm sure a lot of us here feel it as well, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some touching moments as we see Oliveira's key destroyed after he has a tearful goodbye interview, but this is why this is so great. It's because it matters. These guys are putting everything they have into it, and it only ends up working out for one person.
I respect it, man. I mean, seeing those tears, they're real. The pain's real. That juxtaposed with that key getting smashed. Wow. You know, he put his heart into it, but this is what a tournament is, right? Only one ends up on top, and we look forward to seeing him down the road in the future.
Yeah, the thoughts were riding high. It's a very different atmosphere here, as I mentioned before, in terms of, again, kind of the symbolicism of the key crushing and how that actually fits in with the trophy and things like that. And I genuinely love the notion of how it actually works, because it's something different that we've not seen really when it comes to esports as things go on. But anyway, that is that and how it goes down. Let's talk about our next match here for the Esports World Cup in this knockout bracket. It is going to be, of course, Gumiho going up against the man making his debut here on the EWC stage, Showtime. And Showtime through the qualifiers looked fantastic. Yes, he may have not gone through the winners bracket as he was dispatched by Shin, but down towards the bottom, denying Falcon Bunny from being able to get here, Dan, was a very big deal for Showtime.
Absolutely. That was, I felt like it was a little bit of a surprise to get him qualified here, but played very well, deserves to be here, but he's in that same type of situation that Shin was in, where he's traveled a long way, he's been here for a while.
Yeah.
He gets a best of 3 to show that he will be able to play more.
Definitely. Dan, your thoughts coming into this? Sorry, Nick, your thoughts coming into this one. I've already asked you. Shut up.
You know, it's funny. We've had so much of some of these players, but yeah, Showtime's been here. He hasn't really been playing any games, so he's here, like you were saying. A best of 3 is brutal, but this is a brutal part of the tournament. I think Gumiho might be the favorite here, but we'll see. We're going to see real quick, too.
Yeah, we will. Of course, Gumiho came off the back of, you know, being dispatched by a Protoss in the upper bracket when it came to that, and was knocked down towards that. So I think technically, while Showtime could extrapolate from that, Showtime is a very different Protoss player to, you know, how Gumiho kind of fell down there, right? Showtime's going to weather the storm if he wants to, take the game into the later stages and try and deal with some of the trickier things Gumiho wants to throw at him.
Yeah, I believe he had the lowest strategy score coming in, right? Definitely plays mostly defensive plays, and we'll see if that's going to like do well against Gumiho, who actually has like a very wide range of plays that he can use.
No, definitely. I mean, when you look at Showtime here as well, the one reason why his defensive stat is always ranked so highly, Tasteless, is because of the fact that he has stuck with this stalwartly for years and years and years. Nobody else, when it comes to that kind of Protoss, I'm thinking back to like guys like Reyn, all the way back then when you came to defensive Protoss stats as well. Showtime's up there with that.
One of the things about Protoss is there's a lot of ways to approach it. You can kind of put the players on a spectrum where over here you've got the guys that like to rush, that like to do all-ins, that like to do micro stuff. And then over here you've got people like Showtime who like to defend, they like to react, they like to get a read, develop and play more of a control game from there. He's definitely one of those Protosses.
Guys, you guys can vote as well with stcplay.gg. Go and tell us who you think is going to be making the victory here in this best of 3. Thank you very much, gentlemen. For now, it is time to head on over. Showtime makes his debut. He goes up against a tough challenge, though, in Gumiho, representing Cloud9, looking for points and looking for advancement here.
What a cutthroat this format is. The pressure continues on the big stage as we keep eliminating player by player till we find out who's the final one standing, joining the final 4 in the tournament.
Yeah, we see just how much this tournament matters to the players in it, and as we've said before, the skills on display here, indisputable. We have the best of the best, and while it's sad to lose, there's no shame in it. Unfortunately, one of these next 2 players is also going to get their key crushed, but one of them will move on in the tournament. So let's find out if it's going to be Showtime or Gumiho.
Showtime representing Big. He did amazing on the qualifiers, and his first match on the stage starts in a moment. Gumiho was taken down by Oliveira in the lower bracket of Group A, and now he continues his run at the knockout bracket.
Gentlemen, please shake hands and return to your seats. And let's give this game over to the casters to get it started.
It is time for another banging best of 3 between this man. For the first time, we finally get to see him play some video games. It is Maru, also known as BIG Showtime, as he's gonna go up against the man that he too has a lot of history with. Some very awesome history recently, perhaps not in his favor, but boy oh boy, Benny, those Home Story Cup finals were legendary. If this best of 3 is half as good, we are in for one hell of a series.
I mean, this is round 1 of the knockout bracket, and you know, Showtime, we saw on day 1, it's like he's been lying in wait, you know? He's had a lot of time to prepare and just get himself ready. Gumiho's had a hell of a lot of warm-up, but now's the time to shine for both these players. It's all or nothing. One best of 3 to decide your fate. Do you go on, or are you out?
Yes, and for Showtime it was obviously very difficult because yes, he was here, but he still had no idea who he was going to play against. He was not able to get ready months in advance for this match, but what he could have done is just take a look at the player lineup, and obviously he's done that many times over. You see 4 Protoss players, including yourself, 5 Zergs, 9 Terrans. That does make it pretty likely that whoever you're going to face in that first round of this incredibly brutal but also exciting knockout bracket is going to be a Terran. I am sure that this is the matchup that he's put most work in.
I would say so for sure. You know, like he's had so much good Terran practice in Europe, fighting the likes of Clem, Hero Marine, even Spirit. Gumiho is not out of reach, and to get things started off here on Alcyone. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, representing Berlin International Gaming, it is Showtime.
Showtime went up against this man in the top right side of Alcyone not too long ago in the Grand Finals of Home Story Cup 25, and that was an absolutely legendary Grand Finals. Is this series going to be as awesome? Representing Cloud9, it is Gumiho.
It's just so awesome to see what this tournament's done for the scene, right? Like Cloud9, you didn't hear of them for a long time, unless you're outside of StarCraft, of course, posting very strong CSGO roster, been in multiple games before. Same with Berlin International Gaming. It's just lovely to see that they've taken on such good players, and here they are, top 18 players of the entire world now. Gumiho, he is a strategic genius. You're going to know that he's going to have a lot of builds up his sleeve, but Showtime, he's the kind of guy that he repels all these attacks, and right now you see him just doing Showtime things where he's just scanning around, making sure there's no proxies.
Yep, and Gumiho for a long time, we always talk about how aggressive he likes to be, how he's got very creative ways to get to the other side of the map early on with a few Marines, a tank, perhaps builds a bunker or two, and he's just going to make life hell. He finds a lot of clever ways to get on top of the Protoss economy early on. However, in that Home Story Cup final, at one point Gumiho is like, man, this guy is too damn good in defending everything. I guess that's why they call him the Maru over in Europe. He opened up his German dictionary. He's like, oh, the wall? Well, let's create my own wall. And Gumiho completely flipped the switch. He started playing ultra late game, and he showed us that he's not just that good early game aggressive Terran. His late game with those 3-3 upgrades, a lot of Liberators, incredibly gnarly too. It is really hard to predict how this is going to go. The only thing I think we can say is that it's different than the previous TVP. We saw a lot of eBay blocks, a lot of Hellions open on, and then obviously Oliveira trying to end things immediately. Gumi has a different approach. Yes, he's willing to be aggressive, but I don't expect him to just click in Hellions over and over again.
No, I'm absolutely with you. Like, in the past, he's been a guy that will drop some weird timing drops at you, but so far, he's already doing things a little bit his way. He went for a 1-rack gas fast expand here, but he went Marine into Reaper, into a second barracks behind this. A very unusual way of getting things going. I won't be surprised if it's going to be a 3cc build out of him, but it's an unusual 3cc, right? Like the second barracks being full, it still means his stim's going to be ridiculously fast.
It's different. It is a very macro-oriented opening, but it's not as greedy as it could have been, even though Showtime is not particularly known for his 4-gate Blinkstalker aggression, but maybe this is that sweet spot that Gumiho has found for himself, where he's like, I have a few more units. I'm going to be able to hop into stim a little bit quicker, so I don't just have a lot of SCVs and a lot of mules to work with. I will still have a lot of units too, and if I can then just find one opening in that early mid-game, deal some economic damage, I will be flying because of my triple CC. I like it. I'm very curious to see how this one is going to play out for Gumi.
Yeah, me too. I do like the fact that you'll have a lot of Marines very quickly. You do see that stim starting up now, and Showtime's going to be in the dark for quite some time here. He's opting for just 2 gates with the blink. Oh, 3 gates with the blink. Okay.
And it's smart as well, because in a weird way, Gumiho could even still move out, right? Let's say Showtime just sits at home, builds the robo, goes up to 3 bases, and keeps Stalkers at bay. Because at this point, Showtime has not been in the main base yet. Showtime may be suspecting that something is a little bit off. Hasn't seen a Hellion yet, hasn't seen multiple Reapers, hasn't seen a Cyclone. But at this point, you're like, okay, is it 3 racks perhaps? Like, that's something that you have to worry about. 3 racks is popular. The moment that you're suddenly like, no, wait a minute, it's triple CC, Gumiho will still have a lot of units. Gumiho could still go for a move out. And if Showtime's units are at home for the wrong reasons, that could actually still be problematic, despite the fact this is a triple CC opening. It's a really cool build by Gumi.
It really is, because right now they're both in the dark, very much so. You saw Gumiho, he had Marines in the main, he's even got an early engineering bay just to get turrets if things do go awry. Obviously it's mainly for the +1, but a third barracks before the factory. He's going to have so many units of it.
Look at that warping in the main base. Showtime is warping in Stalkers in his own main. That's giving us the idea that he's absolutely not given up yet on the idea of Gumiho having a factory, having a starport, doing something annoying. Maybe even with Cloak Banshees, right? There are so many things you have to worry about when you play against a man like Gumiho. You're spot on, Ben. Gumiho is in the dark as well, but that's way better for him because he's got 3 bases. Showtime only has 2.
Yeah, now Gumiho gets a little bit of a glimpse of what's going on. Going to put up a second bunker at the natural, most likely one in the main as well. Yes, there it is. So he is ready for some Blinkstalker aggression, not realizing how aggressive it's going to be, or if there's a third Nexus on the way.
But Showtime has to be careful because Stim is a lot quicker than it normally is. So if Showtime makes a blink into the main base thinking there is no Stim yet, but there is Stim, these Marines and Marauders will really pack one hell of a punch. Adepts get, oh, he revealed Stim. I'm a tiny bit sad by that, by Gumiho. I kind of would have wished he let Showtime invite himself into the main base. And if he blinks in there thinking there's no way you have triple CC and Stim yet, Gumiho could have taken an amazing fight there. I'm sure Showtime was a little bit like, whoa, Stim? Oh, okay, well, I guess I'll stay on the low ground and just continue to be annoying, but in a very cautious way, rather than a, I'm going to blink into your main base way and see if I can pick off a tank or a lot of SCVs.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, it was just 2 Adepts on the high ground. You didn't have to worry. You just had to buy time for that bunker getting up. And then if it doesn't get up because he's blinked on you, pull everything. Deal with that army very smoothly and quickly, because these units, battered and bruised, Showtime will be able to pick off a few of them. And remember, it's not super all in by him by any means. He's on 3 Nexus behind this. He's got an Observer right at the front here. The world is his oyster. Gumiho will be able to move out once those 2 medevacs are finished, but Showtime, for the time being, he's feeling very free to do whatever he wills.
And I really do think this was the original plan, by the way, of Gumiho, hoping that the Protoss would blink in and then punish them immediately and create a game-ending lead for yourself. But could be some of the nerves, right? The stakes are so incredibly high here in the knockout bracket. It's no longer a best of 5 either. It's a best of 3. Everybody has a single life, and perhaps he just panicked a little bit, and he's like, okay, I'm just going to go for it and stim. And later on, it's like, I should not have activated stim yet. So Showtime will continue to find damage, as he's obviously playing it in a much safer way than he otherwise would have if he didn't think that stim was ready yet. They're going to get a Colossus on the way, and it's actually shaping up to be a nice little macro game. Showtime found damage, but Gumiho had such a strong economic opening that I really think this is anybody's game at this point.
It is. Like a few minutes ago, I felt that the stars were aligning for Gumiho with his build, but right now, everything that Showtime's done behind it all, I think he's just been chrono boosting out probes like crazy just to get that little bit of an economic lead. But here, these little skirmishes in the middle, definitely panning out for Gumi. But I look at that production tab, Kev. It's been a lot of gateways, Colossus coming online, charge very quick as well.
Yep, but Showtime is probably going to play a defensive game now for a little while. You don't want to take the risk of moving out, not exactly knowing where all the bio units of your opponents are at. And if Gumiho starts finding it dropping in natural and you're just out of position or you don't have energy to recall, it is simply too risky. Showtime doesn't need to do anything too crazy. He's going to work on his vision, as the Observer is showing us as well. Spread out a couple of Observers, still has a little bit of map presence with the War Prism. I think Showtime will try to live up to his name of Demour and just defend to the best of his abilities. And Gumiho is going to poke, but is obviously not going to be ultra crazy and pick everything up and try to end it, because he knows that at this point Showtime has all the tools to deal with Gumiho aggression.
Absolutely, this Warp Prism will be able to get into the main base, and remember, Showtime made a lot of gateways earlier, so this is a great delay tactic for if your opponent's right at your front door. Now, Gumiho will be able to most likely deal with this with his rally point that he has available, but any eco damage, any leaving units behind for Gumi just means less in the possible push, and I think that is Mr. Third Colossus coming online, and Showtime so far, he's all over the defense.
Yep, Showtime playing incredibly good. Do we have a few units in position to defend our 4th base? Nexus not quite done yet, means that shield battery overcharge cannot be activated. If Showtime is incredibly quick, he can start trying to drop in and save that Nexus. And he was absolutely quick, but the DPS of all these bio units was a little bit too high. So Gumiho finds his first big victory in the game, and that is killing the 4th base of Showtime.
That's a big deal. Showtime has moved on to 2 forges here, meaning he will start to catch up in those upgrades, which is nice for him. Gumiho's sticking on 1 engineering bay for now, most likely going to move into Ghosts of his own, and this Warp Prism dealing with this. That's actually a big hindrance to Showtime's aggressive potential.
Yep, that's back-to-back victories for Gumiho. Killing the 4th base is awesome, but not game-ending, because Showtime has those double forges. He's got 2 robos running. He's got a strong, powerful army that's not going to go anywhere. And on top of that, he is closing in on being a maxed-out Protoss. But finding the War Prism as well, now Gumiho knows, like, hey, there's actually nothing bad happening on my side of the map anymore. And he can already think of the next wave of his own aggression. Should have probably picked up these units a tiny bit quicker, but the reinforcements have arrived. Marines and Marauders for days, a couple of Widowmines in the mix too, and Showtime knows that at this point, this is where it's going to get a little bit dicey, because he's not the only one with a big army. Gumiho is heading towards his side of the map with a lot of Terran army supply.
Yeah, and Gumi, it's not the highest tech army, but it's a lot of army, isn't it? And it's soon going to hit the +2 as well. And we do see here that he is moving in multiple spots on the map, and Disruptors are shown beautiful to wipe out those Widowmines so far. No ghosts in his army. He has to be very careful because he's maxed out as well. If Gumi doesn't take a fight for a while, he can't really get those tech units added on, but it doesn't look like that's what he's going for anyway.
What an MVP observer here for Showtime, as Gumiho is just hoping that Showtime overly defends against that main army in his natural, and that Gumiho can once more get on top of that 4th base. But the observer of Showtime gave him the heads up that there is a lot of Terran army supply here as well. So our German Protoss does a 10 out of 10 job in splitting up his army, having the right amount of units in his natural, still having a few disruptors here, there, and everywhere. And you mentioned the tech. This is now becoming a problem for Gumiho. It's okay to just try to get to 200 supply, max out supply as quickly as possible. If you continue to trade, you continue to find damage. Right now, there hasn't been any trades. Meanwhile, Showtime has been teching up. He's ahead in upgrades. He's got a higher tech army. Gumiho needs to slowly but steady get rid of a couple of these Marines, Marauders, and get a few more Liberators, Vikings, and Ghosts out on the map.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's got a Ghost Academy on the map here, Kev. It's a very unusual style by him. He skipped them entirely. And yeah, our observer here is showing us no Ghost Academy, but going very quickly into those Liberators with upgrades. So this is something that could potentially catch Showtime off guard, but transitioning into it, he has to keep the Protoss far away from him.
we don't often talk about the strength of Archons in a 12-minute PvT because you don't want to have too many Archons because they always have Ghost. Well, Gumiho does not have Ghost, and that actually means that having a few Archons in the mix right now would really make Showtime's army a lot more beefy, a lot more powerful, because it's the EMPs that are normally the #1 threat to the Archons. And I think if Showtime is able to pick up on this ban, we're absolutely going to see that. 3-4 Archons in the mix, they can even soak up Liberator shots for days.
Yeah, and I mean, these Liberators, they're going to be cooking as well. And I mean, getting that +2 is such a big deal, because with the EMPs, you one-shot the Stalkers, and that's pretty much it, right? Deal with those, get them out of the way, your Liberators reign absolutely supreme. Gumiho is making a lot of extra CCs right now, and I don't know if he's revealed the Liberators at all for now, but those are some big upgrades coming online for him.
Yep, but still the lack of Ghost I think is pretty terrifying. It kind of feels to me that Showtime is counting down the seconds until +2 armor is done and +3 attack is done. We don't often see a Protoss being ahead in upgrades in this phase in the game while also having all the high-tech splash units. I think Showtime is in a pretty magnificent spot. Even if both players are maxed out, his army right now simply has more potential.
It really does, and yeah, Gumiho just not going for Ghosts. It looks like it's just not part of his game plan, but he is sneaking by Showtime's entire army over here to defend the gold base, realizing he needs to recall to his natural here, because that's where a big threat is. One Colossus right on the front there with the recall, but there is one in the back to deal the damage that he needed, and maybe these are the trades that Gumiho needed to get all those Liberators out.
Yeah, but can he get a couple of these buy units out? 2 out of the 3 medevacs in a lot of trouble. The first one got picked up. The second one is 1 hit away from dying. That one was empty though, and it will live. Overall, yes, good for Gumiho, but not fantastic, because Showtime still has plenty of Disruptors left over, still has Colossus, and he's working with that upgrade advantage at the moment. And if Showtime goes for the natural of Gumiho, this is going to be very difficult. Now, base trading a Terran with a lot of Liberators is scary, Ben, but Showtime simply has a very powerful army.
He really does. I mean, I don't see many of the Robo units here besides that Warp Prism that might be getting gunned down, but Gumiho, he needs a little bit more time. Showtime, though, I think he enjoys these kinds of games. You know, he's going to be able to move on to like a 6th base pretty soon. The upgrades are very good for him. It's just those Liberators right now is getting to a point where there isn't truly an answer to deal with them on the field.
Well, the Stalkers with these upgrades are actually kind of decent, right? Because they're going to pack a punch. They've got +3, and those Ghosts are not there. And Stalkers being one-shotted by Liberators with +2 air weapons is incredibly problematic. But without the Ghost, the Stalkers are just going to live a little while longer. And you said there are not too many Robo units yet. Well, they were somewhere, right? We just didn't really know where they were. But Showtime is now going to show us that he's got Disruptors, he's got Colossus left over. What he does need to do, though, is start slowing Gumiho down economically. Because Gumiho has taken that base in the top side of the map. That's 1 Rich Vespian Geyser. And he's even getting his hands on the 2nd base with the 2nd Rich Vespian Geyser. This is something that Showtime really needs to prevent.
Yeah, he does. And he's not really got any Immortals in this mix, so this PF will take a little bit of time to die. But Gumiho, look at this. He's moving across the map with his entire army here. He's got a few Liberators left behind, maybe enough to stop. Oh, he actually unsieged those as well. I think this might be turning into a bit of a base trade here between these guys.
Showtime should have a recall available. It does not seem that he's aware of that base in the top left side. He feels like he has taken care of that part of the map, not quite. It is important that Showtime does not take the worst fight ever, right, in range of all these circles. I still like Showtime's army. He's got a lot of money in the bank too, so you really don't want to see Gumiho get on top of that Protoss production, because if everything gets unpowered, all that money is worthless.
I'm getting, you know, this is a tight situation. You don't often see this in this matchup. Gumiho, having that left base alive could really help him out a lot. Getting into the main base, I don't think you can recall against this anymore, Kev.
Nope, it might be a little bit too late. I'm sure that Showtime eventually will go home to defend that 6 o'clock base or the gold in the center of the map. But losing that forge with +3 armor, that is problematic. Trying to get into this main base, I mean, sometimes it's tempting because you're like, hey, that's a lot of units. If I can just kill this part of the army without fighting the main army, that's pretty good. But it's so difficult to get up these tiny ramps, especially if Liberators are keeping the main base of Gumiho safe. Gumiho's making a lot of correct calls right now, even splitting off a couple of lips to the bottom side of the map, denying the economy there too. Showtime still has some money, but it is really time for the German Protoss to go home.
It really is, and he couldn't recall against this just because those units, or at least he couldn't recall his entire army, it was just too big. But the amount of Liberators, Gumiho's been pumping out nothing but. Now, the far left base was taken care of.
Yeah.
Showtime economically, I would say in a better spot here for sure. He's got many more Nexus up. but the production absolutely slaughtered.
He's even building a Nexus in range of the sensor tower that Gumiho still had, which is kind of funny. These two are just incapable of having a boring game with one another by the looks of it. Showtime looks at this and there is no need for him to walk into all the circles. Sure, he knows the army is there and he would love to take a good fight against it, but you don't want to fight all the Liberators while they're sieged. Showtime is hoping to catch Gumiho while he's not paying attention, or only a few of the Liberators are sieged.
I wonder how many orbitals Gumiho kept alive here, because he has to keep vision 3 orbitals. That's actually pretty decent for him so far. He gets to see where the army is exactly. Did keep that CC alive on the far left, so might be able to utilize that. This is anyone's game at this point. It's such a weird one.
42 Zealots, so the engagement is going to be incredibly important, because if we have Zealots coming in from different angles...
libs!
Yeah, that is also... Wow, that's actually incredibly
He's
scary.
got more libs than Stalkers, Kev.
Yep.
Like, if they fight head-on, he's going to absolutely murder Showtime's army. So Showtime, he's going to want to try and open up the map a little bit and just keep his bases alive.
And also just buy some time, right, to unsupply block himself and get a few more Stalkers out there, because you are spot on. 17 libs. Now, a lot of Liberators were at home, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Gumiho to take a fight where all 17 Liberators participate. But yeah, the more time that goes by, the more likely it is that all these Terran forces will sync up with one another. Showtime needs more anti-air.
He certainly does. I mean, he is not going to beat that army in a straight-up fight. And you see the whole map is covered in Liberation right now. Now, that's kind of the moves that Showtime does need, because Gumiho's eco is absolutely down the toilet right now, but the approach is coming. You cannot engage into that.
What a banger between these two, because Showtime has more micro potential with the Disruptors, with the Stalkers. He can kite a little bit and get in and out of range, but Gumiho knows that as long as some of the Liberators are sieged up, his army is going to be fine. That does allow him to get on top of this base, but the other bases of Showtime are incredibly scattered around the map. So it is going to be a little bit difficult for Gumiho to get on top of those while making sure that he doesn't get caught off guard by all these Stalkers or Disruptors as one of the Novas falls short. I mean, it kind of feels right now if you're Showtime, you're living out your worst nightmare. Everywhere you look, there is a circle.
Everywhere. And I mean, maybe his greatest shot here is just to go for the main. Just stop the production entirely. I mean, the eco right now, let's have a look at the income tab between these players, because it's got to be next to nothing. I mean, there's very little in it between them. So that is what Showtime's going to start doing here, taking out some bases if he can. But his anti-air, 16 Stalkers, that's it. Look at these minerals that they're actually working with. And Showtime is getting cut to the last corner of the map that he has here. This is really well played by Gumiho.
Yep, the third cybernetic score is going to get picked off as Showtime lost all those pylons that he rebuilt in the bottom right side, so he's going to be supply blocked forever. At this point, I would almost say, like, try to only stay active with the Stalkers and the Colossus for a little bit. Every volley you can get off on the army of Gumiho right now is a volley that truly counts. Because we look at this army, it's pretty stimped. Not too many medevacs. The Liberators are the biggest problem, but you kind of just play the hit and run game, right? You get a volley off and you disengage. You get a volley off and you disengage, as one of the Novas does connect in a big way. Showtime is playing this out in a masterful manner, but the Liberators are still here, Ben.
They're coming, Kev. The Liberators are coming. Like Gumiho playing like a shepherd herder at this point, just absolutely reeling Showtime into a corner, and this is like his last bastion. Soon he's going to be left down to one Nexus, and that's about it on the map.
Yes, but it's not too much about production. It's a lot more about just taking the right fight, because neither player can replace the army that they have right now. If Gumiho takes a bad fight, he's never going to rebuild all these Liberators. As Novas from the high ground will not quite connect. The fact that Gumiho saved 3 of those orbitals, Ben, is massive, because that allows him to scan, and that allows him to just give him a little more vision than he's supposed to have in these crazy base trading games. And as long as you have vision, as Showtime does make a forward blink, guns down 2 of those Liberators and only loses a single Stalker in return, that's a good trade, but Showtime needs a few more of those.
Super worth for Showtime. Super worth. Just whittling this army, making it move as slow as possible. He's doing everything possible. And guess what? If he actually makes... Oh! Showtime's playing this perfect.
Yes, but Showtime does not have a lot of buildings left. At this point, it's a pylon and a Nexus. Another Nexus is going to try to come online on the left side. A few more Novas are connecting. And the problem is that these medevacs were running out of energy. The stims were hurting, and if the stims are hurting all your bio units, it's going to be so much more difficult to avoid those purification Novas, as Gumiho does save some of his structures. The Observer is showing us not a whole lot left for Showtime, but the good news for Showtime is that he's going to try to YOLO it on the Nexus perhaps, but there is more. There's another Nexus coming online. There's a few more pilots online. I feel Gumiho is going to try to eliminate Showtime because the golden age rule in an RTS is you win if your opponent has no more structures, and I think Showtime is starting to pick up on that.
Yeah, I think so too. And getting in this position here, I mean, Showtime can't engage with it. Most he can do is get some doing exactly what he's doing. Where is Disruptors at, actually? I mean, a few units getting caught here and there, but that is one extra Nexus down. And for Gumiho, he's really hoping that Showtime gets no money left to take an expand.
That is it. These two have some ridiculous games. Gumiho does not have a lot of buildings. Obviously, if he does manage to kill the final Nexus, Showtime needs to worry about potential draws. It's too early to talk about a draw right now, but if Showtime keeps on losing his main bases, eventually we could find ourselves in a scenario where Gumiho just has a floating barracks or a floating command center in the top left side. It is incredibly important for Showtime to always get a couple of workers out there if he gives up a base and make sure he's got 400 minerals in the bank.
Absolutely is. And I mean, these Stalkers, every mistake counts at this point. You have to be so darn careful. Now, the game of cat and mouse, but who's the cat and who's the mouse? I mean, Gumiho really wants to try and kill these buildings. Best case scenario, he gets all the Nexus, makes it so he can't mine, they can force a draw maybe, or even a win with a bad fight.
This is a sweet rotation though by Gumiho, because that does allow him to get on top of this Nexus. That's 100 minerals down the drain. Losing that pylon is problematic. Showtime is down to once more just 2 or 3 buildings. All the Liberators are now going to get in range of this Nexus too. This game is nuts. This game is actually nuts because Gumiho is doing all the right things, but Showtime is also thinking of all the right scary potential scenarios that are unfolding right in front of our eyes. 77 army supply against 77 army supply after 23 minutes and no mining. This is StarCraft, baby.
This is StarCraft. I mean, macro has gone out the window at this point. Neither one of them really truly able to get an army together. Or a few of these pros trying to avoid these liberation zones. I mean, you have to be so careful here as Showtime. The supplies are so close. Showtime has to keep trying to get this army unprepared for him. The liberation zones are dead zones. He can't get in them.
Yep, he is going to try to rebuild another Nexus. It might actually, the best base he could potentially take is perhaps the gold from Gumiho. Because that is actually a wide open area, right? And it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Liberators to get an incredibly sick spot against that base, because then Showtime can kind of rotate. But as long as you take bases on the edge of the map, there should always be a sweet spot for at least one Liberator to start sieging up on top of your probes, and the other Liberators to eventually show up. As Gumiho split off 2 Marines, already knows about that pylon and the Nexus in the bottom right side. Meanwhile, Showtime taking out more and more structures of Gumiho. But of course, a lot of the Terran structures, not all of them, but a lot of them can fly. The command center, by the way, is going to build down as Gumiho feels that he can jump on this army. He got a bunch of the Disruptors. If he gets the Colossus too, that would be massive. Wow, I don't think Showtime saw that one coming.
I don't think he did either. I mean, when the whole game's been so patient, for him to launch like a tiger like that, that was kind of crazy, and does get a good chunk of the army. 9 Stalkers left versus 9 Liberators. Showtime can't afford another fight like that.
Nope, he had a lot of Zealots, right? But those Zealots were doing stuff. Is that the final building?
No. He just made a Nexus up to the north as well. So they will be dealt with. And remember, every unit they make at this point, they're probably not coming back on the field. The Liberators are caught, though. That's huge.
Yep, one Liberator goes down. The second one gets picked off as well. Where are the other units for Gumiho, as he's going to try to go back into his main base, or he gets on top of the next one? But all the Liberators have gone down except one, and even that one took a lot of damage. Gumi just hoping, I think, that Showtime runs out of money. Because if Showtime cancels this base, by the way, he can no longer build a Nexus. He's got 2 Nexus, so he cancels this one. He's got that one in the bottom right side that Gumiho knows about. But only 267 minerals in the bank. It is really, really important to keep an eye on that. Showtime cannot give up this base until he's got 400 minerals again.
Oh, and Showtime's actually going for it. The Colossus are left in the Liberation Zones, but the Liberation Zones are not on these Stalkers. Look at Gumiho. He's really prioritizing trying to take down these Stalkers as much as possible. Has Showtime been able to hold what's being thrown at him? I mean, 3 Liberators, 3 Marauders, and 5 Marines. If this fights without the Liberators, he's dead, but it's only 3 Liberators left.
Yep, that Gumiho's leftover army is not that great anymore. Now he does have orbitals, he doesn't have a crazy amount of energy because he's been scanning so much. It seems like he has lost all of his production facilities besides a barracks. I feel like that should not have happened, right? Because it's mostly been Zealots that have gone to town on everything that's happening in the main base. But this game has been so hectic, so chaotic. Eventually Gumiho went for it, then Showtime went for it. Now we look at these leftover armies, and this is amazing to be a Stalker. At this point, only 3 Marauders, 5 Marines, some of them were low on HP. Stalkers should be able to kite for days.
They should, and when you've only got 3 liberation zones to work with, if you're a Protoss, you're looking at it and it's like, how do I weasel around here? But does Showtime actually need to? I mean, if those 3 orbitals get running and pumping, maybe he does, but...
He needs to stay active, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, it's good that he played it safe to build up a tiny bit of a piggy bank, so he has a second Nexus on the way, and he's got that emergency bank in case he loses his Nexus, right? But it is important to stay active. He's going to go for it with the Zealots as well.
I'm not sure that's the play here, Showtime. Your supply just dwindled massively, and if you get rid of that meat shield for these Stalkers, maybe this little bio blob that is just a little bio blob can do it.
And he just lost his Observer. That one Observer was so useful for so long because that allowed him to get on top of these Liberators a few times when they were not sieged. Losing the Obs is big. Perfect scan there by Gumiho, who also knows what he really needs is just a couple of Marauders. Because if he gets a few Marauders, if he takes out the Stalkers, it is going to be incredibly hard for Showtime to rebuild. And Zealots alone will never win. They're not going to get on top of Liberators in circles or mules, SCVs. Oh, man, it's starting to swing into Gumiho's favor again. With 8, 9, 10 SCVs at this point, building 1 Marauder at a time. He's going to be able to build these Marauders a whole lot quicker than Showtime is able to build Stalkers.
Yeah, I mean, and Showtime, he's having to keep a few Stalkers back at home because he has no idea that those are the last 3 Liberators on the map defending, right? Like, totally out of vision, totally out of knowledge here, and Gumiho feeling like, okay, I can scan, you got a few Stalkers over there. Showtime has decent visioning on control on the map.
I think Showtime is going to go for it again. I think he's going to hope that he can gun down the Liberators and just let the Zealots tank against those Marauders for days. We even have a little bubbly boy for a magical Guardian Shield or perhaps a Force Field. Showtime feels that if this goes on for a long time, it never goes his way because there are 3 orbitals and mules are crazy good.
What? What? Gumiho? What?
I mean,
no, it's got to be a mistake, right? It's got to be. No,
yeah, they don't know. They can't know this, man. This game has been too crazy. Showtime wants to attack Gumiho. Gumiho is going to attack Showtime once more. He knows about this base. We're going to get a couple of force fields. Gumiho could go for the hot pickup. He's just kind of standing there, but the Liberators are here. Can the Stalkers avoid the circles? What is happening in this first game?
I cannot believe that Gumiho is doing what he's doing right now, but there's not that much anti-air. And these SCVs can repair as well. And these Marauders, is that just 2 bio units left in the mix? I mean, oh my goodness, there's a third one coming along as well. Oh, this is so damn close. I think Showtime's going to do it, Kev. He's going to do it.
I don't know if it's going to be that
so
easy
close.
Because the hot pickups by Gumiho are too damn good. Gumiho saves 1 Marauder that gets a couple of big shots off, and eventually that Marauder was protected by the Liberators, gets healed up again. Now it's 4 Stalkers against 2 Marauders. If those Medivacs were not there, I agree with you, Ben. Then it looked like Showtime was going to do it. But the micro potential of the Medivacs is too overwhelming.
It was just 1 Stalker too little to one-shot that Marauder. Went back up with red health in that Medivac. And right now, Gumiho with an absolute Hail Mary. He's got to a position on the map here where he's going to have his mining denied.
Take a look at Showtime's bank. It is very important to keep an eye on that bank. Right now, if he evacuates, he needs to cancel that pylon. He needs to cancel that pylon, and he does. And now he's back up to 440. Man, the fact that Showtime is able to stay on top of these things in a game like this is fascinating to me. The fact that Gumiho pulled the boys there is also crazy. Now he's actually in danger of losing his last barracks, maybe losing a Marauder. Perhaps Showtime can get an orbital, but orbitals have a lot of HP. Oh my, this game is ridiculous.
It is so damn ridiculous. Has he been producing Marauders from his main as well? From his main as well? Or
I think there is one tucked away somewhere.
Yeah, it was kind of funny how these Marauders kind of popped out, but this is so damn close between them. I mean, this army, this ragtag group of 4 or 3 Libs, 2 Marauders, a bunch of Medivacs and SCVs, this is crazy. But Gumiho, he's looking for that last base over here.
If Showtime did not see those final Marauders, right, then that is so sad. Because if those Marauders sync up with these 2 Marauders and these Liberators, I actually think Gumiho's army is just a bit too powerful. But Blink Stalkers are magical, and he snipes a Medivac. That's a massive pickoff.
No starport.
Only 3 Medivacs remaining, exactly. No starport, no factory, no nothing, Ben.
No, nothing at all, but Showtime has to be so oh my goodness. Every move is on the edge of a knife here, and oh, he's going to get a Stalker here. Blink cooldown. my goodness. Is he going to lose another one? Oh, my. Every unit matters so damn much. He's going to pull the probes. I mean, he kind of has to. They're a good meat shield here. Where are the other Marauders from Gumiho? I mean, this is getting so dicey. All the SCVs are dead. Those are the two Marauders. They're out of position.
They come in by themselves. Only 2 Marauders remaining. He saves them again. One of them very healthy, the other one incredibly low on HP. Showtime at this point has no more money. These are the last few buildings that he has as well. He has something left over in the bottom right side, but he knows that that is not something he can rely on forever. And Gumiho still has those orbitals. It is so hard for Showtime to figure out, did he fly them somewhere? Is he mining? We know that that's not really the case at the moment. Showtime just needs to stay active. Stalkers find themselves in a good spot. They're getting a couple of nice hits off. Ooh. They grab a Liberator. I almost think the Medivacs at this point might even be more important. It felt that Showtime thought he was dead, because in his mind those orbitals are spamming mules here, there, everywhere, and the army is growing. That actually took a little while before Gumiho started doing it again. Only now Gumiho is once more mining.
Oh, and he's just pulling the probes here. I think this is his last hoorah, and Gumiho just dancing in the zones. I mean, the probes don't do it. He's going to try and take out the Liberators, but I'm with you, Kev. I think the Medivacs were probably a bigger deal, but damage is being done. These Marauders are getting really low, and I mean, oh my goodness, they're getting so damn low. He's going to take out maybe the Liberator here as well. Marauders are falling, but if he loses all the probes... Okay, he's keeping... Oh, the Medivac! Okay, one Medivac down, but oh, hot pickups again. The Marauders are staying alive here, and oh my goodness, 1 Stalker remaining. I think Gumiho has done it here, Kev. No more DPS to take out these Marauders, and Showtime, we're about to witness one of the closest games we've seen in so damn long.
It is unbelievable what these two are able to produce with one another. They had amazing games at the Home Story Cup, and we already thought we saw the game of the year between them on Crimson Court. Well, this one, Ben, on this stage right here in Riyadh, that is amazing. Showtime had to wait a couple of days. He's been here for like 4 or 5 days just practicing, getting ready. I cannot believe what we have just seen. It came down to 1 Stalker, 2 Marauders, a couple of incredibly hot pickups by Gumiho. Stalkers, for the people who don't really know, don't watch StarCraft all the time, have a little projectile. That means it takes a little while before they connect with the unit. It's fast, but these guys are able to pick up their units over and over again to make sure that those shots do 0 damage. And that really is what made all the difference. I mean, we're taking a look at some of the highlights, but Ben, this entire game was a highlight since minute 10.
Yeah, it's like even the early game, the builds were interesting to see how they collided. And Kev, that game started off with a 3cc, like one of the most macro-orientated builds you'll ever see. And then when it turned to this goose chase around the map of Showtime, he was on like 8 bases or something at one point, and Gumiho just slowly took them all down. And this fight, this was the start of Gumiho staying alive and just being like, oh my goodness, I'm going to micro like a madman. I know he's talked about his lack of mechanics in the past, but these 2 Marauders, they had a dream, Kev, and they absolutely kept Gumiho in it.
He had such a clutch pickup right there and then. And indeed, I think at one point it wasn't so much about the Liberators anymore. It almost felt that the Medivacs were more important, because without those Medivacs, those Marauders can't keep on stimming. And obviously that micro potential that we talk about. As we can see right here, he knows that Showtime is going to target these Marauders, and he keeps on picking them up. He misclicked that, but obviously that's normal, right? These guys are nervous too. They're only human. Insane game. What an absolutely insane game between these two. It is Gumiho who in the end takes the 1-0 lead. And I honestly can't believe it. They're both looking over and they're like, yeah, ready for game 2? Let's go ahead and hop on into it. Like it's another day at the office.
Yeah, that was insane. That is like the game of a lifetime kind of thing. But we're going to get right on into it. And yet again, Oceanborn to hit things off on map 2. Spawning her in the bottom right-hand side, the Red Protoss. It is Showtime. Absolutely living up to his name, Showtime.
What a video game that was. Taking the 1-0 lead, representing Cloud9 in the top left side. This man just keeps on giving us absolutely memorable, legendary video games. Hailing from Korea, it is Gumiho.
It feels so strange to reset after that game, even as a caster, but for these guys, like, this is where you're kind of thinking about all those little moments that led up to that, you know? That was like, I mean, I'm going to bring you a blast from the past, like the MLG days of like Nanoa versus Hook, where it's like 1 story against like the Zealots running in and stuff, and it's like, oh my goodness, what is happening?
We often have a very simple approach to StarCraft II. You look at 2 build orders and be like, this build order, if you do X, Y, and Z, you're going to get yourself in a very good spot. And then you make the next 2 correct plays and then the game is over. But once in a while, you find yourself in a roller coaster like that. And yeah, you suddenly start thinking about stuff that you never think about. Like, maybe I should have gone for that one Marauder at minute 15. Maybe there was one fight. If only I didn't lose my Colossus. Where the hell did my Disruptors go? If only I would have just picked off a few more orbitals when we started base trading. A million if, buts, and maybes. It really goes two ways, though.
Yeah, it really does. Like,
that's obviously, if you're Gumiho, you're like, sick. Moving on.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh my goodness! Like Gumiho's like, yeah, welcome to the big league, son. But like, you know, that kind of game is just so crazy because you know, all your practice, all the repetition, everything that you know when it comes to reacting and just doing as opposed to thinking about it goes out the window. You're just completely freestyling, and they both handled it really damn well.
Yes, I was so incredibly impressed that they were somehow, with limited information, were able to still make so many correct plays and have a good read on the situation. Only at one point, Gumiho started pulling the boys, I think right when Showtime was ready to attack him. And it's like, that's kind of crazy, but we got to forgive him for that, right? Because he probably looks at like 3 orbitals at a very mined-out base. Like he's at like, what, 300-400 resources left there. He's probably like, if I now start floating everything over, it just takes way too long. If I split up my orbitals.
And he scanned both the bases as well. When he sees like a mining Protoss, he's like, oh my goodness, he's going to come at me soon because like get a few more stalks out, I'm dead.
And the beautiful thing is that Showtime sees 3 orbitals dropping Muse. He's like, oh my god, I gotta go.
Yeah. Like no idea how bad your or your opponent has no idea how bad your situation is. You just think the other guy's better than he is, and it's like, oh my goodness.
It was amazing, man.
All right, this game though, we start off with, I want to say, a very similar build for Showtime here. You know, he's a very methodical guy. Gumiho did show that he went for a Marine first again, but then behind it, a very different build by him. He's going to go for a Cyclone, a Medevac, maybe it's going to be 2 I mean, you never know with Gumiho. I think that Tech Lab has got to be for the factory here, right? Yeah, it's got to, yeah, okay, factory, floating it over. Oh, you know, a game like that, Kev, my brain's just totally reset. It's like, how do you go from that to normal?
Same. It is incredibly difficult. That was one hell of a roller coaster. That was the very first game that Showtime has played at Esports World Cup 2024. And even if he would be eliminated here in the first round, I think we can safely say that he has made his mark on this tournament, because anybody who was there to watch that game will not forget about that game for a very long time. Showtime, however, obviously is going to try to keep his eye on the prize, stay focused. We've got very different openings. No triple CC. Gumiho is floating out with a couple of Marines. Showtime, normally a very strong defensive product. He's playing this safe, man. He's respecting the opening of Gumiho a lot. He's not suddenly thinking about those late game crazy scenarios again. He's still, nope, early game. I'm a little bit worried because I know you're going to be aggressive, but I don't exactly know what kind of aggression it's going to be. Let's just get that safety battery, and I love it.
Yeah, I like it too. There's no need to do anything too out of your comfort zone. Gumiho is a wild player. We all know that. Showtime definitely knows it more than anybody. But this is actually quite nice trading. I mean, Gumiho wants to keep that Medevac alive, and Showtime wants to get rid of it, because if he can stop that, he gets all these Marines. And honestly, Showtime, if he doesn't lose an extra Stalker, that's pretty well handled by him.
That's actually really sick, because they both played that correctly, but because they did, the micro looked very silly and clumsy almost. Where it's like, why are the Stalkers right on top of the Marines? And that's because Showtime knows that if he just goes back, then the Medevac will continue to heal those Marines over and over again. Gumiho also knows that if he sends the Medevacs too far away, then eventually the Marines are left with that. So he's like, I'm looking for that one opportunity to save them. In the end, I think Showtime handled that incredibly well. Losing one Stalker, but saving the other 2 is impressive. And those at depths were like, wow, this is like the most useful we've ever been against a Marine drop. Look at us go. Like, they actually pushed out some really good damage.
I mean, Showtime has to be a bit careful here. Blinks right on that tank before there is a tank ready in the main. I mean, Gumiho, he invested so much in that Raven that's around the map right now, Kevin. The Blink was good. The pickups are great with the Warp Prism. And Showtime, immediately after having that really hard defeat there in game 1, he is bringing the heat, bringing the pressure.
Yep, he's making a lot of the correct calls. This one tank for Gumi is incredibly important. Showtime sees it, blinks forward, gets on top of that one as well. One more tank is about to pop, but it's going to be so difficult to get a lot of value out of that tank. Showtime sees it, he can disengage.
Ooh, save there. 2 Stalkers with that. That was you saw the tank rearrange its turret, getting ready for the shot. Now this Raven on the other side of the map, Showtime was pretty quick to react, because that was 2 turrets, I believe, for just 2 probes.
It almost feels to me that Showtime's got him, man. As long as he does not take a very bad fight against the tank and against all the SCPs, if the Stalker just keep on running circles around these units, right now Gumiho does not have stim, does not have that micro potential anymore that we were talking about in the last game. And this point, Showtime was like, It's fun, right? When you can do more stuff with your units. Look at me, I can dance all day. Now we are 6 seconds away from Stim. There is one more tank, so obviously that's something Showtime has to respect. But he has already done a tremendous amount of damage. 53 probes, 3 bases against 32 SCVs and 2 bases.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing so well at just avoiding these tanks and mitigating the damage. And he's got a real good supply lead. I mean, the game one, it was kind of precarious, right? Because it was an unusual build out of Gumiho.
Oh, this is a call, by the way. Sorry, mate.
I mean, that's a big game drop right there. And I mean, like, he wants to get that to the main, but if Showtime was to blink it, oh, is that Stalker? That is a little bit fortunate for Gumiho if he can get across the map, because that could really throw a spanner in the works.
Gumiho knows that he is in all sorts of trouble. And at this point, he's like, well, if I do nothing, if I just sit at home, I'm never going to win this game. So even though there are a bunch of Stalkers in my face, I'm going to try to sneak a bunch of Marines to the other side of the map, hope they can stim on top of a base and kill a bunch of probes. But there are a few Zealots here. There is a Sentry, and we could drop a battery overcharge. We could recall a few Stalkers as well. I love the play by Gumiho, but I don't think it's quite enough to get him back into this game. And now this medevac is actually going to get picked up as well. Showtime blinks forward, gets those Marines. I mean, it was 9 probes, as I believe the Raven was still busy too. That's decent damage in many other situations, but in this situation, 8 minutes into Oceanborn, that is nowhere near enough for Gumiho.
No, and Gumiho, you look at this. Oh, and he knows it. He knows it, Kev. Combat Shield's finished up, and he does not have much other choice. He knows his opponent's on 3 bases, getting some good tech going on, but look how close charge is. In Showtime, he's ready. He's on this ramp exactly where he should be against a push like this, and this Raven's still doing some work. It's been a damn good Raven for Gumiho.
Gumi knows that he's in trouble, and it's not just gateway units anymore. There is a Colossus in the mix. There is a second Colossus on the way. Don't forget, Showtime still has batteries too. Showtime can just guide back towards those batteries, and all he needs to do is not take the worst fight ever against those 4 tanks. With a really bad blink, this could still get scary, but Showtime knows that time is on his side. Every second that goes by, more gateway units will spawn, and Gumiho is incredibly committed, is incredibly all in. I do not love the idea of starting thermal lens now, by the way. I think that's silly. Put all your resources into units and then you'll be fine.
Absolutely. I thought he was skipping the thermal lance, actually. I think he's going to wait for the second Colossus before he takes this fight, or when Gumiho just pushes just enough to get in there. 5 tanks down. That's going to be a big deal. Overcharge is used on the far right battery here, and look at this. Showtime running in the Colossus, taking a lot of damage though. One already falling, second one falling as well. Oh my goodness, is Gumiho actually managing to break through here? It's so ridiculously close.
Yeah, but Gumiho is still down 33 workers, or at least 27. He's definitely doing a really good job with those Marines as he's going forward, and Showtime tilts his hackback. Can't believe it. I don't think Gumiho can quite believe this either. This really felt like a desperation move out, but those tanks were able to get crazy good shots up. The Marines survived for a little while. Showtime losing his 2 key units. It was an SCV pool. Gumiho is not there yet, but we're looking at 5 tanks. It's going to be really hard for Showtime to kill 5 tanks.
All the Zealots are dead, Kevin. Look at that Colossus, the last Colossus. Gumiho broke through with that. And GG, Showtime, for the first time in the tournament, got to show his face, and like that, just like that, he's out.
A legendary game 1 and a ridiculously victory out of nowhere there for Gumiho, who was in so much trouble. He knew he was in so much trouble, and it felt that Showtime made all the correct calls there for a little while. I mean, we mentioned thermal lens, like that was not needed. That was never going to be done in time, but it really did feel that Showtime had a perfect read on all of that. He dropped the force field, he delayed the push, he had battery overcharge, he split the Colossus up. Now the Colossus was standing on top of the Stalker, so there was a little more splash damage there, but what a final move out by Gumiho, who will advance into round 2 of the knockout bracket. 2 games that I think leave us with a lot to talk about, man. First for a legendary game 1, and now the surprise victory out of nowhere in game 2.
No, absolutely. That's one thing that I will have to review later in my time, but guys and girls, we're going to get to hear from the winner himself after moving on in round 1 of the knockout bracket in fantastic games. Let's hear it from the man himself, Gumiho.
What a great match that was between Gumiho and Showtime. Moving on to the next round. Before we start this interview, we have Showtime here to hand over the key to Gumiho after losing that match. Thank you very much for playing, but now we need to know what happened during game 1. Gumiho, that was a very chaotic base trade in the first game. Can you walk us through what happened exactly?
일단 고병재 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 경기가 워낙에도 명경기였습니다. 일단 엘리전까지 펼치면서 정말 처절하게 어떻게 보면 끝까지 어떻게 끝을 알 수 없을 정도로 정말 처절하게 이렇게 버티는 경기였는데 그 경기가 좀 어떻게 흘러가는지 좀 설명 한번 해주시죠.
사실 어느 정도는 엘리전을 예상하고 한 건 있지만 하는 과정에서 제 실수가 좀 많이 나왔고 그러다 보니까 좀 약간 아슬아슬하게 이긴 것 같아요. 사실 저는 확신을 가지고 엘리전을 한 건데 좀 너무 아슬아슬하게 이긴 것 같아서 근데 이겨서 정말 다행이라고 생각합니다.
Well, for the base trade, for the most part, it was my plan after all. I mean, I prompted it, and I was confident I could win it, but somehow I made a lot of mistakes during the process, so it was really nerve-wracking at the same time, but I'm glad I won that.
I mean, you were still able to come on top after that, but I do want to ask you, you have played a lot of matches against Showtime throughout the year, and you haven't dropped a single match for more than a year. Does that make prepping for a match like this easier?
이제 이번 승리로 인해서 사실 이제 쇼타임 선수를 상대로 거의 1년 넘게 무패를 지금 계속 유지를 하고 계시는데 쇼타임 선수와의 그런 이제 좋은 전적이 어떻게 보면 쇼타임 선수를 상대로 이제 준비함에 있어서 더 좀 도움이 되셨는지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 저한테는 그게 좋은 기억이긴 하지만 그렇게 큰 영향을 주지 않았고요. 쇼타임 선수는 좀 부담스러울 수도 있을 것 같아요. 저는 뭐 제가 앞선다, 더 잘한다 이런 생각은 별로 안 하고 그냥 언제든지 질 수 있다 이런 생각을 많이 합니다.
Well, it didn't affect me at all. I mean, it is a good memories for me, but I think on the contrary, as for Showtime, I think he's maybe pressured much on that view. So the record doesn't mean much to me. I mean, I always think that like he could always beat me whenever. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely prepared for this match and you were able to come on top. So congratulations once again, moving on to the next round of the knockout bracket. But for now, we'll get that key ceremony crushing going. Let's go back to our analysts.
All right, and with that, our qualifier players are dashed against the rocks. 50% of the Protoss dashed against the rocks. Gumiho here with a 2-0, but I mean, this series says anything but a 2-0, let's be real. That first game was all over the place. I don't think I've ever seen as close a base trade as that pick. That was nuts.
I mean, they played in the Home Story Cup finals. They played in other finals in a weekly cup about a week after it. I feel like this is just the continuation of the best of 300 that these two are playing, where every single time it is crazy games. And honestly, Showtime, after a kind of devastating game one, had an amazing, he was absolutely stunning in game two at the start, got way ahead, but Gumiho knew he had one last punch, and that tank siege up there, the focus fire in the Colossus, Showtime got caught a bit on the edge of the terrain, just couldn't quite clean it up.
Yeah, there's actually so much that could be improved in that final fight, and I mean, I think Showtime also would rewind and kind of look at the positioning, but you know, if he had come in from the left side of his Nexus, maybe the Colossus don't get shelled by all four tanks. I think he also kind of got hung up on the Raven trying to snipe it. He had an awkward blink up to the north that actually just made more Stalkers unable to fight the true battle. It was awkward. It was a good position for Protoss, as was, I think, the first game multiple times. Like, that first game was all over the place, of course, but really you can see in that series, this could have even been a Showtime 2-0, arguably, and it just was a failure at the very end, the trip to the finish line.
An absolute look of relief on the face of Gumiho there as well, as you can see, as he is now being able to move into the next round. But yeah, I think you're totally right, CG. I mean, even I called out the fact that Showtime, these kinds of engagements, just like not going quite right state here to be able to keep him in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we talk about this in basically every single StarCraft II tournament, where if the players could see what we see, if they could see what the viewers could see, then Showtime in a situation like that one, I think he beats Gumiho 99 times out of 100, if not 100 times in that game number one, because it's such a game of limited information. So it's a really kind of heartbreaking loss there, but it was a really fantastic match regardless of that. I mean, what an incredible base trade TVP.
I mean, you say if what the viewers could see. I've seen a video of Harston with map hacks and Sterile, and he didn't even have it. So, you know, if he could just, you know, get a bit better against the best of the world, it would be great. But that was an interesting video. All right, but yeah, of course, now with Gumiho advancing on here, he keeps his hopes alive, not only for him, but also Cloud9, who's looking for EWC points.
Absolutely, such an important win for him to progress. But I think also a worrying performance for him in those games. You could see the frustration in his face at the end of that second game going, whew, I barely squeaked through. Even though it's a 2-0, it didn't feel that way. And I'm sure he's immediately saying, well, you know what? I was a little shaky in this series. It's good I got it out then, because I am going up against Hero next. I need to be on my A game to get through that one.
Yeah, and how do you? I mean, Hero, of course, he's probably, I mean, actually, both of our Protoss are on the same side of this bracket here for the moment, ZG, but Hero is a tall order for Gumiho, I would say.
It is. This is going to be his toughest TVP yet, and, you know, coming into this tournament, I wouldn't have called it his best matchup to begin with.
Right.
So,
I just have to go through the gauntlet of Protoss.
yeah, I mean, like, now's the time to finally, like, get really good at it, right?
Yeah,
like, hopefully he does pop off for his sake, but Hero is a whole nother ask to defeat, and then even beyond that would have to be Classic, who just showed good PvT potentially. Yeah, this is still obviously a difficult bracket for everyone.
Yeah, all right, State. Well, let's take a look at the pros' perspective here, as we do have some moments from this game, but which one have you chosen? Because there was a few interesting things.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to choose
what
to pick from game number 1, because there were so many chaotic moments with Gumiho running around the map with kind of the game of whack-a-mole of Showtime building these bases and then Gumiho trying to find the bases and snipe them. And it's like, okay, well, we have 500 minerals. Let's build another Nexus. Let's try to mine again. But let's go into the final fight of the game, because Gumiho's micro was so exceptional. And we have this ready for you guys. I will show you, because I was kind of taken aback here. Now, in this situation, just to set the stage for you, we have 4 Stalkers against 2 Libs, 2 Marauders. Those are the only units here that really do damage. Of course, Workers, they have an attack, but those are the key players here. And for Showtime, those 4 Stalkers, you got to be so careful. So in this moment, starting out this fight, he is trying to get a surround on these Marauders, just barely missing it. The Liberator slowly shedding away. And you see right here, he has to take down this Liberator because Showtime needs to control this zone. He needs to kill these Marauders. If these Marauders go down, then suddenly these Stalkers can take the fight. The game is over. Showtime wins. But unfortunately for him, the micro from Gumiho was just truly exceptional. I mean, these Marauders, once they get one more Stalker kill, the Stalkers, they just can't two-shot anymore. Look at these Marauders. They have basically no HP getting inside of these medevacs. The kills not able to come through. And for Showtime, I mean, it's kind of a hard situation. Usually it's the Protoss player or the Warp Prism making these insane plays happen, but look at how low HP these Marauders are. It is just absolutely absurd. In the end, Gumiho, with this dropship micro, he is able to close it out because the Stalker shots with the particle, they simply cannot connect. And that is Gumiho winning what was, in my opinion, maybe the craziest TVP-based trade of all time. And once he finally got that killing blow, you could really see the relief on his face.
For sure.
I mean, what a way to start out this series.
I felt like Maru made this late game. It was like some weird micro challenge that you guys somehow complete during all of this. But the thing is that it's like there's a timer on the Stalkers, right? Or like the Marauders always being a threat, always shooting, because if you're not constantly dropping them up and down, then the Liberator, well, okay, the Stalkers can start shooting at that pig. So you've got to really manage all of these very small, minute details.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when StarCraft is big battles, you just don't think about things like dodging projectiles by popping a unit in and out of a transport. When you've got 2 Marauders and a couple of medevacs, that's all you're focused on. Gumiho is going to dodge every single Stalker shot.
All right, well, time for a break, but when we return, we have our next match on the way here. Solar versus Maru. Maru, the man that came so close to being able to qualify through into that Final Four, now takes on the Zerg Menace in Solar. Join us right after this here at the Esports World Cup for more TVZ action.
Hey guys, I'm here with Showtime after his unfortunate loss against Gumiho in the knockout bracket. Tobias, I know it's a rough one. Obviously, you had a great qualification process to get here in the last chance qualifier, but it just didn't go your way against Gumiho.
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty disappointed. I feel like I actually played better in both games, but somehow, like especially the last game, I have no idea how I lost that. Like, I felt pretty confident I could take the fight, but I don't know.
Yeah,
sometimes it's rough.
Anything you can pinpoint between those games? Because you said you felt as though, obviously, none of the first game obviously came down to a bit of a weird situation, but that second game, where do you think it went wrong?
I probably should have waited a bit longer. Like I wanted to engage him with my battery overcharge still active, and I was worried he was going to kill it. But I guess I should have waited for like a few more warp ins because he was all in, like he wasn't producing much. So I guess it was a mistake, yeah.
Obviously, disappointment on the day, but still glad to be here at the World Championship. Was there something nice about that? Have you enjoyed your time being able to come here and visit Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't have been here in the first place with how my season went, and then making it for the qualifier, I was very happy. So even though I feel like all my practice went to waste, like I barely was able to show anything now, it's a bit disappointing, of course, but yeah, I'm still happy to be here.
Bittersweet. All right, awesome. That's Showtime, and we'll see you for the next one.
Yeah, of course, disappointing here for Showtime, and unfortunately his key will now be crushed by Gumiho here at the Esports World Cup. But, you know, that's the nature of it. That's the nature of the beast, considering that the very best are here in the world. And even if you just come through a very difficult qualifier, it doesn't guarantee you're going to be able to get any further here against some of these very best players. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about our next series coming up, I have Ben as well as Kevin for our next series. And it's a good one here, as we have got Maru going up against Solar. So let's start talking about it here, Kevin, because Maru, I think a lot of people expect him to make the top 4, but there's so many good names down here that could quite easily take him out.
When this format was announced, we knew there was someone that was going to be incredibly sad, because they would have been so close to just being completely done with this day, go directly into the Final Four, and instead they would have to start all the way back in knockout bracket round 2, and that is difficult. No matter how long you've been on the circuit, no matter how many tournaments you've won, that is so mentally tough.
Yeah.
Perhaps if anybody can handle that and still bring his A game, it is Maru, but I'm incredibly curious what kind of Maru we're going to see today. Do I think he's the favorite against Solar? Absolutely. In any normal circumstance, he has done historically incredibly well against Solar, but this is so tough for Maru, man. Like, he was so close. It was right there. The finish line was right there. And now he has to start all over again.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself, to be honest, considering the fact that, well, Maru did take a map off Serral, so kind of broke that streak a little bit, but still lost out to Serral, of course. And then you watch as the later moments in that series happen here, Ben, and it's just, okay, I am going to sit steady, sit firm, take these games to even like a 40-minute scenario, and that's where Maru shines. And I imagine, look, coming into today, he probably thinks to himself, let's just try and get there every single time if I'm going up against Zerg.
And honestly, against a player like Solar, who is a guy that's very good at taking the punches, if Maru just doesn't do that as much but gets to his late game, I do feel it is stylistically quite a bit better for Maru, but you can't forget, his 2 losses of the tournament have been to Dark and Serral. And I mean, that's obviously not small Zergs by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still Zergs, and that can weigh on you.
Yeah.
These guys are teammates, they're practice partners as well. You don't know at this point. It'll be so brutal for Maru, though.
Some short words from Maru as well before we get into this one. So short words from Solar before we get into this, so let's hear from him.
Joined by Solar here before his match against Maru. It's a very tough opponent, but it's not an opponent that you haven't managed to defeat before. So are you feeling confident today, Solarita? Are you gonna do it?
Oh yeah, I feel better than yesterday. I slept better than yesterday, and my everything and condition is better than yesterday. Yeah.
All right. Do you have some tricks up your sleeve, or are you planning to play mostly standard?
I just try to doesn't sleep too much. Feels like sleep too much makes me more tired, so I try to wake up earlier than yesterday.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, and we'll see you around.
All right, a quick interview there from Solar as we get his impressions coming into this one. Do bear in mind, teammate versus teammate here for Vitality. So, I mean, guaranteed Vitality probably finds himself with more points by the end of this. It's just who actually advances on, and it's all smiles coming out from Maru as well. As much as they are teammates, Rotterdam, I know that Maru probably thinks he comes in as a bit of a clear favorite here, but Solar does have 1 or 2 things that, you know, he's capable of doing against the man.
Yeah, there's a lot of storylines we can go with. I think Ben made a great point. Like, he did lose against 2 Zergs. Both those Zergs, though, very different than Solar.
Yes.
Dark, I would say, is crazier in the matchup. I mean, the man played Swarm Host against Bio. Like, only Dark would come up with that. Did not go his way, but a couple of the other things did go his way. And obviously, Serral is the ultimate late-game god. What are you chuckling about?
Sorry, they were just so concerned about their hair as they were whizzing along in the little thing. I was amused. Please continue.
Yeah, it's tough. I just don't feel like this is a regular Solar against Maru. Yeah. Like, we were here yesterday till close to 1 a.m. Same can be said for Maru. And of course, he could come in a little bit later. He was allowed to come in whenever he wanted, play a couple warm-up games. But mentally, it is so incredibly tough, even for a man like Maru, to start all over again. And perhaps that is something that Solar can take advantage of.
Perhaps, Ben, what do you think?
I mean, Maru, I do feel that for the last few years, he's had a lot of pressure on his shoulders just because he is the Korean GOAT, in my eyes, absolutely the greatest Terran of all time. And everybody kind of expects him to do well at these events. They've done it for so long now, but he's been so close to clinching a World Finals, a World Championship, but he's been stopped numerous times, be it by Oliveira, very surprisingly. That was kind of a dream matchup for him. And
yeah.
I think at some point that also starts to get to you a little bit, but as far as his road goes, Solar is not an easy opponent by any stretch of the imagination, but I do feel that Maru, when it comes to clinch time, this is absolutely where he shines.
Yeah, it never felt like a case of if he would get a World Championship. It was always a case for Maru of when he would get a World Championship under his belt. Let's take a look at Site Delta Golden Aura. No, that's Ocean Bomb. I can't read anything for the life of me. And then Alcyone needs to
obviously, this is interesting as well, because in the best of 5s, we use a very different format, where both players are allowed to ban one map, but then they can pick a map.
Yeah,
but in the best of 3, you just ban all the way. So we get to see a very different kind of setup when it comes to the maps, and Terrans don't get that one dream map. And you see Ghost River getting vetoed immediately, Crimson Quarters out of the window, makes it a bit more difficult. Interesting map.
There was a time where Solar felt unbelievably confident in this matchup. I think it's fluctuated over the years here for Solar. He kind of bounces between all of the matchups here in terms of what he is most confident in, but when it comes to going up against Maru, there can be no other plan other than you have to feel confident, otherwise he will stretch it out and he will win.
I mean, Maru is the best at what he does, which is that late game Terran. I know, I mean, when you talk about TVZ, you have to mention Clem, just because he's brought a new pace, a new gear when it comes to this matchup, but Maru doesn't play like that. I think he could, if he wanted to, maybe at least close to that level, but this, stylistically, it is very much about defender versus defender. And then you get this very awkward clash, which has very often gone in Maru's favor. And you can't forget some of those nuke clips. You know, that's Maru versus Solar, in which it's happened. He just really batters you down in the long run.
We really have to go to the nukes again.
We have to. We have to
Poor
pull Solar.
Solar.
It's happened one too many times, but it's usually at the hands of this man.
Well, we've had many reactions in the past and at this tournament and things like that, but very few can kind of match up to that reaction. But
yeah, I was just thinking about what you were saying, because Solar was indeed incredibly good in this matchup for a little while.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of the lurker changes that went through overtime, and I think that really hurt Solar a little bit, where they nerfed the lurker a couple of times here and there, and that just made it a bit more difficult for him to just YOLO all those lurkers in, run on top of a Terran production, and that makes life hard for him. I don't think he's very happy with those changes, and ever since then I feel like his ZVT is slightly less intimidating than it was before.
Yeah, there was a period of time where Solo was actually doing all right against Clem as well, and it was just like he would weather this storm of attacks, and then all of a sudden this huge, and he would be holding, but just not enough damage is done. Then he'd counterattack with a big swell of Hydraling Bane and just absolutely overrun. But if you're not getting poked, when does the bear unleash? And that's going to be very hard against Maru, I do believe.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. You guys at home as well can be voting as to who you think is going to be victorious here in the Vitality versus Vitality matchup as stcplay.gg. Go and check that out. Go and vote for who you think. I imagine we may end up having a bit of a skew towards good old Maru for this one, but that doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination that this best of 3 that Solar can't make it. And actually, that would send ripples through the bracket if Solar was able to take out Maru here, to be honest, Rotterdam, because I think as the other TVT currently is ongoing, 1-0 currently to Cure, I think those guys would be very happy to not see Maru making it through, Roddy.
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, Cure historically, TVZ not his favorite matchup. Even if he was able to kick the day off with a nice win over Shin, it's hard, man. I feel like this knockout bracket, the players that are left are way too elite for us to say like, oh, if one guy goes out, it becomes more doable for the rest. No, everyone needs to take whoever's standing in front of them incredibly serious. You truly take it one round at a time. It's too silly to plan too far ahead. The guys are all too good. We cannot discredit any of them like that.
Yeah, you've made it to the top 12 now here at the Esports World Cup, at the World Championship for StarCraft II. So there is more and more prize pool now starting to rack up. The increments that we'd see from here, Ben, are really stacking up for these players. So it gets a bit more severe, a bit more dicey.
Absolutely does, and that's just on a personal level, right? On team level wise, it's just getting higher and higher. I mean, if Cure does exceptionally well, that's great for Team Liquid as well. But I mean, when you talk about these guys, just looking at the body language between them, when Solar got on the cart, you saw Maru just kind of smiling, relaxed, and it was Solar being like, hey, you little cheeky, you know, it was just, you can tell, you can feel it, that he knows he's the underdog here. And Maru, him being here, obviously, it's like, if he didn't belong here, he'd be in the top 3, but it's like, he was so damn close. This is a real rough one for Solar. He'd have wanted anybody else.
Final thoughts, 20 seconds.
Yeah, I just kind of felt that Solar, even this morning when he won Estraya, you think someone's buzzing, but it felt that he was already thinking, like, I have to play Maru. I have to play Maru.
Yeah.
But I think in a best of 3, it's a lot more doable for Solar than it would have been in a best of 5.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head to our next best of 3. It is going to be Vitality versus Vitality as Solar goes up against Maru here to find out who moves through and who survives. Let's do it.
Yeah, we have a overall team competition here at the Esports World Cup, not just a player v player competition. This one, a total wash for Team Vitality. One of their players going home, one of them moving onward. We'll find out who fancy.
Absolutely, and we have already finished the first round of the knockout bracket, and we're jumping into the quarterfinals, so only a few matches to find out who's the final 4. So how about we welcome the next match for our first quarterfinals. It is going to be Maru versus Solar.
A favorite to go the distance, Maru of Team Vitality has had some trouble with Zerg this tournament, and now he faces another Zerg in his teammate Solar. Well, Solar has already picked up a win today on this stage, though. He has to face another #1 player, this time from South Korea.
Players, please shake hands and take to your seats. One side is long overdue to get his first ever World Championship. The other is here to outsmart his opponent. So casters, over to you.
All right, right, it's going to be an unfortunate matchup for Team Vitality, but fortunate for the fans, the viewers, and for us up here commentating. Maru vs Solar, a matchup we've seen many times before, and I'm so happy to have him off the interviews and back here, getting a chance to share his insatiable curiosity and knowledge for StarCraft. How are you doing, Cats?
I'm doing great, Piggy. It's so good to be here. So yeah, shout out to you for accompanying me today, and to the rest of the crew, basically, for letting me steal a match here. I am so stoked to be here for this particular match. It's an awesome CVT coming up. And yeah, I mean, people are kind of touting Solar as the underdog, but I think I'm with Roddy here. I think all of these players are so very dangerous, and Solar has shown that he can defeat Maru in the past, and he's going to be a formidable opponent, not to mention one of the foremost veterans in the scene.
100%. It does feel like an interesting matchup. Two players that know each other so well. Maru has blocked Solar on the road to so many championships. You know, it's such a common occurrence in quarterfinals, especially sometimes the semifinals. Here now, unfortunately, in the knockout bracket and relatively early on as well. Solar, one of the greatest defensive Zergs in this matchup of all time. Many players actually argue that he might be even stronger than Serral at just the pure defense part of this matchup, very standard. Other players, though, have said Maru's knowledge and range in strategy and understanding of how Solar plays is his advantage. His ability to realize that Solar may be predictable is where Terran success may lie.
Yeah, especially come that late game. I mean, they share kind of like that strength in getting there, but then Maru is near unbeatable, right? Outside of players like Serral, it's very difficult to see anyone else giving him trouble. So let's see if Solar can kind of adapt and make something happen a little bit earlier, perhaps.
Indeed. Well, let's see what he can get done. I'd love to see some of those early timing attacks. A lot of the Zerg fans would. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Vitality, it's Solar.
And over in the top left, it is the greatest Terran of all time, representing also Vitality. It is Maru.
Kicking things off on site Delta. The focus is real for both sides. And we are going to be seeing that 2 racks Reaper for Maru. Maru wanting to put on some pressure early, keeping Solar's opening very safe. But you know what? There's no gas for Solar just yet. Okay. There we go. I thought for a second he was going to go for a spawning pool without it. That would be wild on this map, wouldn't it, Paulo? Feels like the Reaper's openings are just so common and so strong on this map. And it's almost like this is just the standard. Zerg has to go fast ling speed. And the question, I guess, is does Zerg try to sneak the third base in? Because if they do, Terran can cancel that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult here for Solar to pull off anything like a fast third. I mean, he went for 18 at the gas and then 17 for the pool. So he should be fine theoretically, but it's not a particularly long map either, right? So
definitely lots of options available in the follow-up as well. We saw Maru's first map against Serral yesterday. There was a nasty, it was like a fast lair, Ravager ling timing with Queens and an Overseer to deal with the Banshees, and that was a really clever attack. But on this map, you've got the ramp there. Even though the add-ons are on the outside on this spawn, it feels like it's always such a commitment to go aggressive here. That being said, Maru's other loss to a Zerg in this tournament, Dark. Dark went for a crazy Ravager ling attack against this 2-Rax Reaper opening, busted open the wall, couldn't get in the main, couldn't really get that many SCVs, but he just cleared up the infrastructure, delayed Maru enough, and ended up carrying it through in the later game. So definitely early aggression has been causing some mixed success for the Zergs against Maru.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be difficult to go up that ramp if you're Solar. It's a difficult decision to make. At the same time, Maru would have much rather, for this strategy in particular, spawned at the bottom right where his add-ons are a little bit more tucked in naturally, right? Instead of having to account for that preemptively with the building positioning. And hey, what is this drone doing, Piggy?
I like this. Just hiding in the grass, you know. Oh, wait, and he's even looking for it. He knows it's out here somewhere, but he can't quite find it. This is 2 teammates playing. Oh,
he will find it. Wow, that's actually insane. So that drone will go down. Solar with a cheeky smile there.
Only teammates know each other's habits this well after you've played so many times in practice and in tournaments. Solar trying to get out there. That drone does escape, though. And I think Solar's done a very good job of continuing to drone. His ling speed's almost finished. He's got 4 queens up and the double creep tumor as he moves the drone out the right side to take the alternate third base location. I don't really think the alternate third's a big problem. I know the other one's good because it kind of launches your creep forward onto this bottom side of the map, but this northern third is actually much easier to defend from, say, drops and air harass because they can't bounce up and do that kind of high ground, low ground bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Solar definitely wanted to be a little bit cheeky, hiding that drone and trying to get an expansion elsewhere. But at this point, I mean, he's going to be happy with this. Losing 2 drones would have been brutal. If Maru had been paying attention as fast as he possibly could have, maybe there would have been a chance to snipe it. But Solar, with a double creep tumor as well, is going to be able to push out pretty fast and defend the middle ground location here between those bases. So he's pretty well set up to defend.
We're going to be seeing a Liberator first for Maru. 3 command center, Hellions, and a Liberator. Kind of a very well-balanced mobile pressure opening. No fierce direct attack, but with the 3 Reapers combined with the Hellions, it gives you a bit more opportunity to engage the Queens, use those Reaper grenades, the regeneration on the Reapers in between these little skirmishes to heal up. Solar, on the other hand, is rushing double evolution chamber, and that's cool to see. I always think of Solar as a guy who for a long time was like, I always go lair, second gas, Baneley Nest, I want the fast Bane speed. And we've realized guys like Dark have had so much success just rushing the upgrades. It's a little greedy, but if you get away with it, the rewards are so good. Zerg's so used to being behind in upgrades. In this matchup, if you're ahead of the Terran, there are these windows where you can just swarm over the Marine tank.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is greedy, like you're saying, right? Because if you don't have that Baneling speed in time, the medevac, the first set of medevacs and so on with a lot of bio can be extremely scary. So once he gets those upgrades kicking in, and if he is able to do so uninterrupted, then he will be in a fantastic position. Maru is just now starting his E-base, but we'll see if Maru allows him that chance.
Nice advantage on the upgrades. Ling's trying to take down the rocks. Good preemptive planning for Solar, realizing those pushes later could be an issue. But he hasn't spotted this in the main base.
Only one Queen.
Yeah, 1 Queen's not enough to shut that down very quickly. We'll see how quickly Solar reacts. So far, losing no drones, dropping a Spore. Very nice reaction by Solar. The Liberator goes for the sneaky reposition there. The Queen, though, only taking 1 shot. Maru being very aggressive with the Liberator. Doesn't pull back to repair, just keeps on sieging up on the front. And you know what? That Queen, she's in the wrong spot. Hellion's distracting on that side, which means the Queen goes down. Solar a little bit distracted. Does have to pull those drones away. Spore Crawl is ready now. Liberator resieges. Overall, you know what? Losing a Queen's not great, but the Liberator goes down. I think Solar's happy to take that trade.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Solar maybe thought that, you know, didn't see the repositioning of the Liberator right away and thought, okay, if he repositions, then there's going to be a chance that my Queen just takes it down. Looks elsewhere, like you were saying, so great distraction by Maru. But also Maru was a little bit slow to react to the Spore, which is kind of unexpected at this stage of the game.
Keep in mind that Solar can take a lot of hits. Do not think he will go down easily. I think a lot of people get confused because we talk about Maru being an overwhelming favorite in the head-to-head, and every time we cast these games, they go, wow, Solar's getting walloped. Do not get me wrong. Solar can be defensive all game and look like he's just taking punch after punch. That is his style. That is how Solar wins games. He breaks his opponent's momentum with his jaw. It's like watching Rocky in boxing. You know, it's I'm going to tire you out with my face. Solar's whole thing is defend, get 4 bases, just hang on, survive. Eventually the Hive Tech kicks in, and that's when his Lurkers come out, he will hit a fierce counter-attack. And that is what Maru needs to do, is either get enough damage early that you do critical damage before he gets to Lurkers, or once the Hive Tech's out, you need to survive that counter-aggression. So far, Maru very siege tank focused. Historically, I feel like Widowmine play has been what Solar's struggled the most with from both Maru and Clem, but siege tanks are going to be more of like a static, one-directional push. It's not as much about the multitasking, it's about one big angle, and you can see Maru's already chosen where that's going to be. It's this northern side, tank sieging up around this terrain. So hard for Zerglings to get on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be difficult. At the same time, Solar is already getting 2-2. I mean, his lair was perfectly synced. As soon as it finished, he started the Baneling speed. As soon as the upgrades finished, he had exactly enough to go for the 2-2. So again, I think he is getting very well set up. I think he knows that his opponent is Maru and that he had kind of a lot of breathing room here leading up to this point in the game. But now Maru has his 1-1, so it's kind of time for him to act. Otherwise, Solar is going to continue to get ahead in the upgrade department, and his creep is already pretty good as well. So I don't hate his position. If he's able to hold and actually being a little bit aggressive, this looks great for Solar.
Yeah, there are tanks on the high ground, so he won't be able to get too much damage on the workers, but he does clear out a lot of the army on the low ground. Great pullback on the SCVs. Command Center does get cancelled as well. 4th CC getting cancelled slows down Maru's potential economic growth, but this was not enough damage. Keep in mind, Solar's been sitting on just 67, 68 workers. He built an abundance of army, specifically hoping to crush Maru when Maru overcommitted to the push. And he knew Maru was going to commit to the push. He wasn't counting on Maru keeping multiple tanks on the high ground, though. Maru with so much insurance behind this. Now that he defends, Maru could gather his army, get that push going in, or he could choose to macro up. Either one's fine, because when you're ahead in workers against the Zerg, you're feeling great.
Yeah, especially after taking that 4th base. I mean, Solar hasn't really repopulated with creep, even though he has a lot of energy on the Queens. The Lynx, however, are going to find a lonely tank here. The Banelings to follow through. I mean, they're going to struggle to go past the choke and into the SCV line. Solar knows that and knows that there's those potential siege tanks on the high ground. So instead, he's going to retreat. But Maru is ready to strike on the other side. Is Solar ready here? It does look like it, but the siege line is so deep, Piggy.
Indeed, the Marines and the tanks going to take out that 5th base. You got to get back here, and you got to hit this from 2 sides as Solar. That's exactly what he does. 5th base gets cancelled. Ling's on top of the tanks. Banelings go after the Marines, but he doesn't chase off creep. That was a beautiful pullback timing from Solar. If he kept chasing, those Banelings were going to get gunned down. But he gets rid of your artillery, your long-range support in the siege tanks, and pulls back. Maru only now rebuilding his 4th command center for the 2nd time. Remember, got cancelled once, got killed once. This is meaning Maru, with 77 workers, is not really that efficient on that worker count. He needs a bit more damage. He's got to keep slowing Solar down. He can't give Solar room to drone up and get a 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Solar with good reposition and their good response with the Lynx. Only 1 Queen and 1 Spore there to prevent anything like what Maru was attempting to do. Solar does hold on to his 4th and now is attempting to take a 5th. But again, not a lot of creeps where it was had here, and that means that Maru is going to go in and get the cancel.
Oh, he drops the Marine and clicks the drone! Do you know how hard that is to select that Marine in that split second, click it on the drone, get a shot off? What an annoying move for Maru, and that is something you don't see Maru leaning into those moves that often. Often he's a bit more kind of like big picture, but when he plays against a teammate like Solar, they're good close friends, and he kind of realizes, hey, maybe I can just get a little psychological edge by annoying you with these maneuvers.
Oh, absolutely. I thought Hero Marine was already out of the tournament, Piggy, but it looks like he's not.
Yeah, Gabriel came back just to get dropped out of that medevac, and does get a 1 big Gabe shot off on that, but for now, the fast +3 carapace is impressive for Solar. He's got +1 range on the way, adrenal glands as well. His work account's not amazing. He was playing a very dark style this game, fast upgrades, but a lower work account. Now he's up at that 81 workers. Solar's done a fantastic job, and I gotta say, I'm used to seeing Solar with very little creep spread by this point in the matchup. Yet Maru, even though he's been dropping a lot, Solar's
no
creep
Banelings
spread
here.
on the creep has been so good.
Yeah, I mean, Solar's going to get pushed back. I wonder where the Banelings are. He's going to really need him for this engagement. They're trailing behind here as there are some mines, but they might work against Maru as they do splash a little bit of the bio. Now Maru trying to go into the main base as the Queens try to guard on the north, and the Vipers are out, already having consumed enough to drop some parasitic bombs, and that means it's going to be difficult for Maru to escape with some of these medevacs, and a great move by Solar. But on the other side, Maru does not have enough. Oh my god, yeah, this is a little bit too much.
Yeah,
a little bit too much for Solar.
Maru's pushing in with so much. That first fight on the bottom, you called it that Banelings were late. He lost so many Zerglings defending, and now even just 2 Marines in the main base, you could see that they got unloaded back in that main and they're doing big damage. 2 Vipers went down as well. So expensive on the gas. The minerals here. Solar's 5th base is in jeopardy. Maru now swapping into the Widow Mines. Though it's such an effective play. The Ling Bane are getting smeared across the battlefield. Personal medevacs for pretty much every Marine and Marauder in that army. And Maru maintaining a 20 supply lead. He is keeping up the aggression, and now we are seeing Solar without the lurk attack, without that +3 armor yet. He's not in a position to suddenly get the aggression going, and it feels like Maru is saying, well, you might have hive tech, doesn't matter, I'm just going to keep attacking and wearing you down with the biomine.
Yeah, well, he continues to expand as well as he's floating a CC forward towards the area that Solar is trying to control as well. So Maru positioning himself to be very aggressive while defending his own bases. As he continues to push onto this north location, he is trying to get set up, but he is on creep. Gotta be careful with those mines as Solar does a good job of sending a few units in front.
Wing Bane coming forward, but the Marauders plus Mines is such a scary combo. The Concussive Shell slows down your units, and the Widow Mine splashes can be devastating. Beautiful push here from Maru. He's up the 20-30 army supply. Drop on the left side, also going to clean up those Zerglings. And Solar, what does he have as an efficient way of clearing this? Parasitic bombs on medevacs is a big part of what he should be using for efficiency, but remember, Maru sniped 2 Vipers in the main base. Yeah, it cost him a lot of Marines, but I think it was worth it because his medevac count is not really being touched. He's denying the 6th base in the bottom yet again, and Solar is not finding any positive trades. You can see the units lost have 4,000 resource lost advantage. Maru with the hot pickups, and that is so many Widow Mines.
Yeah, good splits towards the end there from Solar to account for those, but now the bio is behind to try to serve as a backbone, and that's going to push Solar back, or actually he's going to choose to engage. I'm not sure that that's the right call here, but one of the Banelings does slip through and connects onto the Marines in the back. Now the Vipers are trying to do what they can to clean up, and I think you're absolutely right, Piggy. I mean, those Vipers early on lost were so very important because Solar's gas management has been so clean in how he has progressed in terms of tech, basically. So he really needed those Vipers to stay alive. But now that he's kind of back to the Vipers and kind of back to the upgrades and now going into Hydras, this game is still looking pretty doable.
Lurker Den now coming down. Solar knows he needs something else here. 80 workers against 80, but Terran's building 4 command centers. I mean, it's great to see Solar with such good mid control in the creep spread. He's going to use this to try and put Maru on the defensive. But 5 base against 5 base, equal workers, it's a position that Terran loves. The Ghost Academy is up, and as those ghosts come out, essentially the Vipers are going to be getting EMP'd. They seem to be forgotten in the main right now in the midst of the chaos. Solar needs to get those Vipers back into action, landing spells, and indeed they will be heading back to the front now. He's got a bit more map control, does Solar, but the army is still so scary from Terran.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially with Maru having that forward base there, because it's very easy to siege from that location with the Ghosts, with the high ground. And now Solar has to expand to the 6 o'clock, but Maru knows that that is what Solar has to do, so blindly he moves a big chunk of army here. However, the Banelings may connect here, but good chokes there from Maru allows him to take decent engagement, a decent trade. Now as he tries to move on to the main, gotta be careful there with the Banelings as they're looking to connect as well. But Maru is quick to reposition. The Parasitic Bomb did a lot of damage to the Medivacs who were trying to go into the main, so they're forced to go back to the 6 o'clock. Let's see if Solar can reposition as Maru takes some nasty chokes.
Oh, here we go. Bio goes in the bottom looking for a hatchery snipe. Not quite going to be able to get a good defense by Solar.
Nice.
Very good catch there. It feels like Solar has been on the brink of dying for so long, and yet this is just a classic Solar game. I warned you about it earlier because I know it looks like he's about to die, but this is every single time I think, oh, it looks like he's crumbling. No, he just is comfortable in this game state. That being said, as the mass orbital comes up, it does get scary, right? Where do you find a chance to counter push? Nidus Worm, Lurkers, it seems like that's going to be kind of the play. Sight Delta is also a good map to pick apart a Terran in terms of multi-prong, right? You can attack 2-3 angles. The bases are so spread out. It's going to be difficult for Maru to keep up.
Yeah, we'll see if Solar can pull a fast one there. I wonder if Maru should be looking to try to use that high ground and that forward base, maybe remake some tanks, or do you feel like that's not the right call right now?
I love tanks in the late game against a Lurker base style, especially lots of Hydra Baneling. There is right now a Lurker harassing his base from the low ground, which is a really cool move from Solar. Overseer spotting.
Very cool.
The downside of going tanks, because I've talked to Clem about this a lot, is it does give up mobility if you go for those, but the Ghost is a more fragile style, and the Nidus Worms coming up right now. Single siege tank moves over. We can see in the picture-in-picture to finally clean up that Lurker harass. Nidus Worm coming up, Massling, Bane, Hydra on the front. The Vipers here as well. Blind Cloud's on the ramp doing pretty well. I like the Baneling splits, but a lot of the Ghosts are nearby, and even with that Nidus coming up in behind the natural, can he get much damage? Well, the Link Bane's in the third base. The Hydra's being careful, but great damage on those workers. A few depots going down as well. All these buildings add a bit of value in the long term, even though they aren't immediately resulting in supply blocks. And it feels like Solar, as long as he's not too inefficient, these sorts of moves should be great.
Yeah, that was great by him. I mean, kind of using the Hydras as well to, in a concave, try to send out the Ghost for as long as possible, as Maru had a lot of them choked up in the natural expansion. So that allows the Lynx to go into his third and deal a little bit of extra damage. As on the other side, there's a Nidus. I mean, this was not the most threatening Nidus ever, but Maru is going to be on top of it anyway.
6 libs building at a time. Maru swapping hard into Liberators. And Hydras are okay against a few Liberators. Once you get a lot of them, it gets very awkward. Now, don't get me wrong, Vipers can have Ducks, but if the Ghosts are used correctly to counter the Spellcasters, Hydras are going to fall off drastically. Liberator range has already been upgraded, and Hydras will start getting massacred. So, you know, you got to start to play this like PvT. Avoid the Liberator zones like we saw Showtime in the previous series trying to do. Don't just headbutt into these positions. Soul's going to have to be very selective about where he fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this. Just one Lurker at a time. You got to be as annoying as possible if you are Solar in this position. He is getting also one Infestor. I'm not even sure if he has Burrow researched, but this Lurker's here siege in the right position as well. That is going to be beautiful damage onto the PF and force Maru to further react as Solar continues to be aggressive elsewhere. 3-pronged attack.
Hydra Ling Bane army here is massive. Vipers coming forward, dropping a parasitic bomb. EMPs go out to zone, but one of the Vipers still has energy. Single lurker in the north behind the base as well. I think it's just so many problems, so many fires for Maru to put out right now. Solar is playing this map so very well. And Maru, can he keep up? He's got more infrastructure. I think he might have the better long-term tech in the Ghost Lib, but he's not locked everything down. He doesn't have extra planetary fortresses for insurance just yet. And I feel like if Solar could just isolate this base on the right, blow it up, and get out of there, that would be great. But right now he's kind of getting cornered. Solar maybe not being decisive enough.
Yeah, maybe not, but I do love what he's doing there, right? Like 2 lurkers here, 1 lurker there. If he could get a Nidus off right now in the main or elsewhere, it would be fantastic for him. I love the Infestor as well. If he has Burrow and he can utilize that to try to catch the ghosts in the midst of chaos, that would be fantastic. I'm not sure that this is the call, however, for Solar, but he thinks it is, and he's going to get a couple of Liberators before reconsidering.
Yeah, a lot of units to go down for the Zerg. They're rebuilding 16 Hydras. Okay, this is where things get weird. Solar is going so heavy on the Hydra. I think that's too heavy, because the problem with the Hydras is they get stuck behind each other. If you go anywhere above, say, 15 Hydras in a battle, they're kind of just stacking up behind each other.
Yeah.
It can be effective if you split them into 2 or 3 squads and attack different areas, but he's mostly been moving them around in one squad. So what I'd love to see from Solar here is splitting that army up and making sure he focuses on lots of Baneling production for the next minute or two. The Liberator count is just out of control, though. It's so many Liberators. He might need to build a Spire and think about Corruptors, because they are a better answer. The Liberators can't fight back. Eventually, you do usually get forced to swap into Corruptors in this matchup.
Yeah, the problem I think for Solar is the mineral to gas ratio, right? If you look at his bank, I mean, he has so many minerals and so little gas that it's very difficult, I think, for him to allow himself to make, say, Vipers or something else to account for the Liberators. That's why I think he feels forced to make so many Hydras. But this is a beautiful engagement as the Banelings pull through, and they actually collapse onto the army that allows Solar to reset the Liberator count. This would be a good time to morph some Lurkers, add some Zerglings, and try to make something happen.
That was huge. He caught the Libs mid-siege, parasitic bombs, some fungals landing, and that was, I'm going to say, the first truly successful, resounding Zerg victory in terms of the battles this game. That has no doubt shifted the units lost tab back in the Zerg favor a little bit more. You can see it there, only behind 6,000. That's great. That is, for this matchup, you're meant to be behind in the trading. That is a fantastic units lost ratio that Solar's got there. Catching some of the army down here. I'd love to see him just keep fighting. Yeah, the medevacs have to pick up and get out, but with the Ghost coming down, that's why he's backing away.
Yeah, he was trying to bait him.
Yeah, if you ever stand on the edge of the range, it's like, oh, this fight's good for Zerg. Then you just see those tracking lines from the snipers, and 10 Hydras can get popped in the blink of an eye. Solar still has a massive Hydra count. He's still got great lurker harass on the north. If he could get a Nidus in the back as well, I feel like this next big wave might just break Maru's back. Maru's got no money left. He's only equal in army supply. Maru is struggling to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Solar, he still has to be very careful. His gas bank is still very low. He is adding the Banelings that you requested, however, to try to deal with the Ghosts with Ling Bane. I think that's one of the best ways to do it, especially after you clear the Liberators. He's being very annoying with the Burrow as well. And he took both corner bases, which is fantastic for him should the game continue to extend.
Army moving back. He's splitting it up right now is Solar. Maru still is hanging on to 6 bases. As much as I'm saying Maru's struggling to control everything, I mean, it's because he's got 6 bases. 6 bases for Terran is a lot of money. Solar, of course, has maintained an income advantage for most of that last period. He's coming forward, spreading against the Widow Mines. He could potentially blow up this planetary. Marauders are there. It's a lot of Banelings needed to kill a planetary. I don't think he's got the numbers. A wise pullback for Solar. Will he capitalize on the other side of the map? That army is much bigger in the south. Solar is gathering up in the center, gathering his forces. He's really trying to pick the correct engagement. This is, though, giving Maru time. And time is Maru's friend. It's something where I think Solar needs to lean into the urgency a little bit more. He had some tempo. It's starting to slip away.
I don't like this for Solar. I don't like it at all. He's going to reconsider it as well. I mean, he spotted all of the Ghosts with the Zerglings that he had burrowed, so he should have moved away from the Ghosts, I think. Instead, he collapses onto the army where Maru has the easiest time basically joining his army together, but he is quick to reconsider, doesn't lose too much. Here, the Vipers are going to do a good job of abducting a Liberator, but they got to be careful. They could easily get sniped, and they will.
Big snipes there. Maru's revenge. This is why you can't be fighting in front on. Maru, when he's got the fight set up, he is immaculate. That's why we need to see Solar sending these units around as he is now with the counterattack. Those Libs, when they're pre-sieged, spread out, the Ghosts are behind, the Marauders up front, my lord. That is not an army that Zerg wants to engage into. I think you got to go full Dark here as Solar. What would Dark do? I think we all know what Dark would do. He'd run around, he'd send his whole army into your main base, and that's what Solar's going for with a large section of units trying to get on top of the production right now. Maru's SimCity is fantastic, though, blocking up the units, and the Nidus escape, the Zeril maneuver. Solar really nice, saving some of that economy.
Yeah, and continue to expand as well, so he's doing the best that he can on that front. The Ghosts are going to reveal themselves here. The Lynx, if they can get burrowed, that would be nice, but Maru is already very quick to scan. Now he knows where the Ghosts are. Here is where I would love for Solar to try to make something happen elsewhere. He's going to spot the mines and try to blow them off with some Zerglings, but again, collapsing onto the middle base here where the Ghosts are going to be semi-quick to reinforce, I think, and the mines are being super annoying. They will get cleared back on the way back, but now he gains all this terrain and isn't able to capitalize as the Ghosts are back. Piggy, this is troublesome for Solar. I mean, if we look at the army, I would imagine that Maru's is significantly more expensive.
Absolutely. I mean, remember, he was down 6,000 resources in units lost. Now he's down 15,000. Those last few minutes have been disastrous. Solar, I believe, needs to split his army half and half and just hit the extreme edges of the map. I think right now he's kind of keeping his whole army together, looking for that big ambush again, but Maru's not making that mistake. Maru is so well set up on these engagements. He's clearing the creep back. Everything is pre-spread. I mean, this is looking like how Kyo was doing it earlier today with just beautiful pre-set up engagements. Getting an Infestor behind is good, but there's no clump. There's nothing to take advantage of unless you force Maru to run backwards in a big ball. Then the Infestor can come in. But that means you're running through 8 Liberators. That's never a good idea. So, oh my gosh, he even scans it. How did he know?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Maybe he scanned like the edge of the Liberator. Solar must have moved it a little bit, and then with the Ghost, he's able to reveal it and kill it. Solar trying to find an angle here elsewhere, but I mean, he had to forfeit that position. These links are really nice, as there's only one medevac. A lot of that bio will actually fall to just Zerglings, which is about as good as you could hope for Solar. But now, I mean, he's going to get pushed back once away. But he really needs to find an angle, Piggy.
Oh, I thought he was going to turn and take that fight.
Oh, no, misclick!
Oh, no, the accidental.
Oh, no,
the panic. Solar, it was going so well for him, weathering the storm. But the last few minutes have been a hurricane of mistakes for the Zerg. And Maru, I mean, forcing those mistakes as well. These are not unforced errors. This is, you are playing the best late game TVZ player in the world, and he is making things difficult for you. Solar had some openings earlier on, but Maru put out all those fires, and now he is the one lighting the Zerg army on fire. He is creating a bonfire upon the thousands of dead Zerg on this map. This is absolutely brutal. Look at Maru's bank. Solar can't even remax. He's down 20,000 resources in efficiency.
Yeah, and I mean, his bank is completely gone whilst Maru continues to pile up. So this is a very, very difficult position now for Solar. Near impossible, I would dare say. I mean, he has to find a miracle onto the Ghosts. Maybe that's why he opted into the Infestors. If he can get some Fungals, maybe some Burrow Banelings or some sort of Hail Mary to try to reset things a little bit. Because as it stands, Maru is going to continue to be cost efficient. He has the better army, and now he is looking to equalize in terms of economy as well.
Scary mid-game for Maru. And this is a good example, I think, of this matchup, because Terran invests so much in their infrastructure, the mass orbital command centers that gives them all the mules and scans that make them so good in the late game. But when you're going for it, you are vulnerable. Oh my gosh, great fungal, but if you don't have a second one, you should be able to get out of there. Maybe. Oh, Ling baits around. Overseer's there for the detection. Vipers even abducted. Ghosts. Nice move for Solar. The Libs come back in on top of the Hydras. This is a really good fight. Amazingly good fight for Solar. He has so little bank behind it. He needs the perfect engagement, and that was just about it. That was such a good fight. Maru, got to watch out for the Infestor on the left flank. It's going to get a fungal on the Ghost. Doesn't land it on the bio, though, and there is not enough Hydraling Bane to capitalize. Solar is out of money. Oh, these fights coming in at the end of, it feels like 5 minutes of disasters into 1 minute of perfect fights for Solar, but the previous 5 minutes meant it wasn't worth it. If he had more units in this, he'd be able to roll over Maru after those engagements, but he just didn't have the numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, even like 5 or 7 more Banelings, he might have been able to push on through and try to take that engagement. The Infestors, perhaps, if they had fungled the bio, like you said, instead of the Ghosts, there would have been an opportunity there. But Solar, I mean, he was decisive enough to take that engagement, maybe not decisive enough in terms of the disengage or to continue to push forward, and it's understandable because he's in such a dire position that he really has to make some tough choices, right? He has to decide, this is my last stand.
Oh, what a fantastic example of both of the strengths of these players. Maru's early game is vicious. Solar managed to survive, fight back in the mid game, the early late game, and start to swarm over the top. But once Maru digs in his heels, there is no Terran like him in the late game. I mean, we saw that yesterday. Very few players can take the games that close in the late game to Serral, and I'm still a believer that even in the final game of that Maru-Serral series, if he was more patient and didn't try to force it, I really think Maru could have taken down Serral last night. It's just a testament to how good he is. It is a different experience. You cannot get practice against players of this caliber except by playing them and playing them when the stakes are high. Maru has such a fantastic army. The Lib Ghost, it's been his special unit set ever since 2016. Early Legacy of the Void, he's been the best player in the world with this army.
That's gotta be game for Solar, and he will type out. What a tough game for him. I mean, he had such great mid-game there. I feel like he had very many opportunities to kind of try to pile onto his aggression and try to end the game, but Maru, I mean, he's Maru for a reason. He is the best at stabilizing, at recovering, at taking it to the late game, and once he gets his ghosts and once he gets his army and his liberators, it's so difficult to trade well against him at all.
Good on Maru making it exciting, as he always does, right? He kind of like, ooh, it looks like he's breaking. No. Once he gets that determined look on his face and starts to play the late game the way he knows how, we start to see why he has so many trophies in that case. Some really cool ambushes here from Solar. I really felt like the Viper usage, the Infestor usage was pretty good. The movement for him, he was creating a lot of problems for Maru. You know, we've seen Dark recently have a lot of success with this sort of just hitting 3-4 positions at once repeatedly over and over again. It's hard to emulate that. I think Solar did a very good kind of, version of that style here once he got control with the Hive Tech. But, hats off to...
Cool. That was insane.
Yeah. Maru's the only guy who gets to recruit other pro gamers to be his unit. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, yeah, I think that there was moments where Solar had, like, Lurker Siege, like, one at each base. And in those moments where it's so chaotic for the Terran, where they are just experiencing the first Nidus, that's when you gotta try to capitalize if you're Solar and find more opportunities to continue to pile onto the aggression, get a Nidus in the main or an attack elsewhere. And I feel like he was missing that third prong when you can basically leave the Lurkers idle doing their thing.
The ability to overload your opponent, something that he was so close to doing in the last game. Let's see if he can find it here in map 2. Representing a Vitality in an unfortunate team kill match in the top left side, it is Solar.
And in the bottom right-hand side of Oceanborn, it is his map pick. It is Maru. That's the other thing, right, Piggy? I mean, yeah, that was Solar's map pick as well. So now it's only going to get tougher. It's a very steep uphill battle.
This map is so very good for late game turtle play. That being said, I do think 2-Rax Reaper Wall-Off here is one of the most risky builds on this map. And I think if Solar wants to, mix in and all in, it's, hey, look, you've got no ramp on this natural. That ramp is way further in front, doesn't really help you defend.
Yeah.
It's an exposed Wall-Off. All your early game productions there. I would love to see Solar throw an all-in into this best of 3. It's always a hard choice because playing like that last game, Solar always feels like that's his best way of playing. And it feels like, I think when Maru's like weakest against Solar is when he like leans too hard into like early timing attack aggression. He's like, I'm gonna hit you with the hell that timing. I'm gonna rush you with 3-Rax Reaper. I feel like Solar very regularly beats Maru when he plays like that. When Maru plays a balanced game like that last one, where he just kind of macros and attacks and keeps going and works his way towards the late game, I think that does get very much in Maru's favor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Solar could go for a Baneling Bust, a Ravager push. It feels like Nidus Worms and even Queen and Ling Drops have been gaining popularity recently.
Yeah, for sure. I would love a Ravager push personally. Just keep it simple, right? There's no ramp. You can siege those barracks rather easily. At the same time, I mean, when you say like, yeah, Maru sometimes does feel like the need to punish Solar, because if we think to last game, that was also a great opening for Solar as far as the upgrades were concerned. He was very greedy, right? Like kind of delaying his Baneling speed in favor of getting those upgrades, and he was so as clean as he was in getting the link speed, in getting the 1-1, the Baneling speed after the fact, and then the 2-2. Just perfect gas management from Solar on that front. But still, it wasn't enough, kind of that perfect setup that he got. And, I feel like Maru looks to punish that, but maybe this time around it's on Solar to try something.
Oceanborn, an interesting map. We talked about the late game being very good. The base is a bit closer together. More focused on busting the fourth base immediately on this map a lot of the time is the Zerg. It's like, I'm going to smash you earlier and harder. If you let them get to 5 bases, like in that last map, it's a huge problem. It is so difficult as the Zerg. Last game, there was enough space between the bases. Solar was finding good fights. 5 base first, 5 base, 6 base first, 5 base. He's going to go for that third hatchery. Queen's moving out. Now, because this hatchery is a bit closer, you can defend it without massing Zerglings or anything like that. And that's why he's got, it's not a crazy delayed third hatchery. Delayed it a little bit. Lots of gas building up for Solar as well, though. That Roach Roaring does go down.
Yeah.
With no link speed, it's usually not a sign of aggression, but it's just basically saying I want to play a Roach style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Maru opened with the Reapers. Maybe there would have been an opportunity had he continued Reaper production. But again, these players know each other so well that it is very unlikely for Maru to do something like that. And Solar is kind of exploiting that to some degree, right? Like makes the Zerglings, puts them in a perfect position, and lets the Queens push the 3 Reapers back. Again, without link speed, if you continue to make those Reapers, it actually can become pretty impossible for the Zerg to defend.
Well, you talked about upgrades in Game 1, Cats. Guess what? Maru wants the upgrade advantage in Game 2. That is a disgustingly fast double upgrade, isn't it? Third command center into double upgrades. I mean, the thing is, these upgrades are so early, this doesn't even give you a good 1-1 timing as the Terran, because you don't actually have many Marines. You're aiming for like 2-2 to be the point where you're actually doing a ton of fighting. I mean, technically you can hit the 1-1 Hellbat timing if we see an armory come down with like maybe 10, 12 Marines at most. But it's going to be one of those kind of weird in-between ones, and it's the 2-2 that you're really looking for later in the game. Lair comes down for Solar. No Evolution Chambers for him just yet, which makes sense, of course. I mean, it's pre-5 minutes. Evo's down at even 5:30 is considered very early with a Roach build. But Solar's kind of locked down on the defense, droning pretty well. And I think playing Roaches, immediately like Maru seeing that, any plan of going for a Hellbat Marine timing, I think, goes out the window. Roaches are just, too effective against that. And actually, did you see that he just started Cyclones and then canceled them?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Maybe just accounting for the fact that Solar could be going for some aggression here, but that's not going to be the case at all, as he is actually just going into his own lair. Still no Evo Chambers on his side of things, and an Armory for Maru perfectly timed as well to continue to get onto his 2-2.
Double upgrades at 520, or double Evo, I should say, for Solar. So he's going to be behind a full 2 upgrades. Now, this is such a weird situation because essentially Maru, if he can get to 2-2 against 1-1 with similar bio numbers, you'll ravage him. I mean, Solar will be the one with the ravages, but he's going to be getting destroyed. It's not going to be good for him at all. So there's a 1-1 timing you could hit where you're both even on upgrades. It could be massive for Solar. Obviously, he's actually got a super quick infestation hit, so he could tech up to very fast lurkers or swap, just into like banelings and that sort of stuff is a more common transition. I do think if he tries to go back into lings off this opening, though, there's a massive window on 2-2 for Maru to take him out. I think the best choice for Solar is to play a Roach like Hydra Lurker Viper style. I think that could do really well.
Yeah, I think that could absolutely do it. I mean, there is the Infestation Pit now finishing up, so we'll see the Hive to follow, and there is the Hydra then as well. So Lurker seems to be the flavor that Solar is aiming for here, as Maru is going to push out and clear a little bit of creep. Solar is now taking his 4th base, but there is a squadron of Marines here ready to take that down. 2 medevacs available for the evacuation should Maru need it. Solar is heading here, but is that going to be fast enough? It doesn't look like it, so a cancel will be had. Great job from Maru to start.
That's so irritating for Solar with this fast Hive Lurker play. You need the 7th and 8th gas to really pay for that. That is a frustrating catch there for Maru. Something where as Zerg players you think, you know what, I'm fine, my Roaches are just standing right here. But those Marines, they're such a fast unit, and the Roaches were not quick enough to respond. Now, Link Speed's on the way. That's just going to allow you to kind of mix in some Lings to absorb tank shots, but it's the Lurker Den coming in, as well as the Hive finishing up soon, where the real power lies for Zerg. On the Terran side, no second factory. It's just kind of 5 barracks, a factory, a starport, and oh my, it is indeed. It's a 2-2 8 racks timing, Cats. So 8 barracks coming in for Maru. It's an incredibly committed 3-base push. He is planning to try and take Solar out in this game.
Is that going to be enough, however, to go up against Lurkers, Piggy? It feels like the Lurker then is well-timed for Solar. The positioning is going to be extremely important for him, however, to kind of be able to receive the aggression from wherever Maru is planning to throw it.
I like that these Roaches are kind of posturing aggressively. Solar, though, does not know about the 8 racks. Remember, we saw the Overseer go down, starts 2 Vipers. The Lurker upgrade's already there. Should already have Hydras coming out. And the earlier you morph those Hydras into Lurkers, which he's already doing with 2 of them, the better for Solar. Lurkers, as you said, Lurker Viper, it feels like hard counters 8 racks. You can just abduct the siege tanks in, there won't be many of them. And the Marines, while they can maybe fight where the Lurkers aren't, drop the main base or something, running into Lurkers with Marines and Roaches in front is not a good idea for Terran. It feels like this build for Solar is perfect, but Maru's a wizard. He has ways of getting out of these bad tech positions and just finding a way to turn it to his favor.
Yeah, and I think his magic hat is probably going to be the lack of vision from Solar, right? He just got link speed, so maybe now he has an opportunity to try to get more scouting out, and that's the first thing that the links choose to do. There are no overlords whatsoever, so Maru is going to look for the angles here. And before Solar has enough lurkers basically to be positioned everywhere, that's where Maru can exploit him positionally.
Spore Crawler does get some damage, but look at that, sniping the two gases. We're talking about these gases and how important they are.
Very
Solar
deliberate.
is gas starved. You already had that 4th base cancelled, but he's got a 5th base up as well. He's taking the gas down there. So Solar's gas income is shooting on up. More Lings, Hydras, Lurkers being made for Solar. And it does feel like Maru is realizing, oh gosh, I really can't take you out, can I? Starts to build a 4th base on location. The Lings actually take out the SCV building it. Now, for Solar, it's really about, okay, I have a big advantage, but I'm playing one of the best late game players in the world. How do I leverage this advantage? Maru pushing right now is crazy. This is a big opportunity for Solar, but he gives up the base. I feel like he can stomp this army. I mean, one Blinding Cloud on the tanks. The Lurkers could even siege on top of the Bayou. He does have the better force right now, but Solar maybe not confident in his Lurker count just yet. And the fact that there's a drop in the north, Maru is right now posturing with a worse army. He is a small kind of... I'm thinking of like, you know, I've seen like little meerkats or small little animals, and they get up on their hind legs and they scare off a taipan or a cobra or something. Solar right now, he should be the predator, but Maru's treating him like prey.
Yeah, but it's very difficult for Solar because of the lack of creep, for example. Not enough creep spread, that Maru is always coming from unexpected angles and positions, so if his army is not ready to absorb and receive, that's where he's beginning to struggle. As these medevacs do get parasitic bombed and may have to evacuate here, but there's not another one to follow up. Still, 3 of them will go down. Maru perfectly times the last medevac to pick up the remaining units, and a tank will get abducted, but not before the Viper falls.
Yeah, abducting it, but there was nothing there to take advantage of it either. So losing a Viper and Maru taking good trades. Oh, Lurker Drop comes in the natural at the same time.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That could find the money. Remember, Maru just threw away a vast amount of units on the Zerg side of the map. The Lings are cleaning up the tanks. The Lurkers will be hard to deal with in the picture-in-picture. That is the most important fight. But Maru gets on top. The Bayou is wounded, but it survives.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those Lurkers were kind of out in the open. They maybe could have taken a better choke there on the side of Solar. And now he does a wonderful job of separating both Lurkers as well. When Maru does have enough scans, however, so he's going to be able to respond responsibly, effectively, to all of this Lurker harass. But this does buy Solar a little bit of space out on the map, and he opts to move out with it, which is beautiful. But there's only a couple of Lurkers here, Piggy.
Oh, it's such a close fight right now. Both sides have so few
good.
units. The Lurkers get sniped by Maru, though. Solar was just a few seconds slow on borrowing those. He's got more units coming in behind. He's got the supply advantage, though. It's neck and neck. 65 army supply against 65. Maru has got to be low on scans right now. He must be. He's used so many, and yet he has one left, and he gets both Lurkers. A 2-for-1 trade on the scan. And Maru, yes, he lost 21 workers. It's a messy position, but remember, he was way behind on the tech. The fact that he even survives is amazing. The question is, can get enough tanks and Ghosts up to survive the next wave, because Solar is not done just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maru's 3-3 just finished as well. I mean, Solar is lagging behind in upgrades. He has some Lurkers, but he has lost a lot on aggression as well, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult to respond to the aggression of Maru, who is getting situated now to push on forward. So a little bit of bio here. And it is important to note as well, like you were saying, I mean, these players play so fast, and the positioning is so difficult to get sometimes, but a lot of those Lurkers were so scattered. It felt like there were 5 Lurkers lost in that last engagement, and each of them didn't have the backup of the last to really rely on.
100%. I think the Lurkers in the main were kind of crazy because there were so many ready point guys.
Okay.
No way! I did not see that coming at all, Cats.
Another one!
Center goes down. Maru goes for the crazy counter drop, though. Solar's committing to a Lurker drop in the natural as well. Siege Tank does take that Lurker out. The drop in the main gets deflected. Oh my, Solar finding some value here.
Beautiful.
It's getting chaotic for both sides, but Solar, it seems like he's managing it better. Oh wait, hold that thought. That's a big army.
Yeah.
Take out the 6th base, and now it's going to get the 4th as well. This is a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Solar could have reacted maybe a little bit faster, but he's doing so many things, and on the other side doing a lot of damage as well. Now trying to focus fire the tank with the Hydras, but instead they will have to get back, as the choke is not going to favor them at all. Now with a couple of Marines and a Marauder, Maru is going to be able to clear that position and will be very happy with the last minute.
Wow, I can't believe Maru defended that base and lost so few workers there. I mean, 12 more workers do go down. He gets a hatchery snipe. Still 74 workers to 52 in favor of Solar. But Maru's hanging on. The problem is the lack of that 4th base. And that is why Solar's income's so far ahead. Maru's floating his main out right now. There is still a Lurker, I believe, or something inside Maru's main. These Lurkers get jumped on. Solar's got to be careful. as Maru has a big army supply, about a 12-14 army supply advantage for him. He's got the 3-3 against 2-2 right now, which he's really taking advantage of.
Yeah, he's going to get another cancel there too, as a few Zerglings are going to do what they can to try to cause some mayhem on the other side of the map. I mean, those lurkers, it is so difficult to make that decision. You have 5 lurkers in a line ready to absorb some bio, but the respect that Solar has from Maru takes that half a second to try to get back and thus successfully evacuate him. The game is still very close, and I mean, Solar is only going to close the gap in terms of upgrades, and Maru actually not lifting the supply depot that lets Solar inside to 2 bases.
Oh, that is a huge problem for Maru right now. The +2 melee Adrenal Zerg get in, and they rip the line apart. Lurk is diving on the front at the same time. They burrow on his face. A dangerous move, a crazy move, and Maru punishes it, taking out 6 Lurkers. Solar cannot afford to be this sloppy. I mean, he's got money to spare, but that does give a big army supply advantage to Maru. You're doing good damage, but you got to be careful. This army is now so small. Maru could flank it, take out these Lurkers, and counterattack. Solar has an income advantage, but can he hang on to it, or is he being way too ballsy? Blinding Clouds come down. The Lurkers doing big damage. The Hydra and the Lynx as well. Maru with a beautiful surround. Does he have the numbers, though? He loses so many units. Does he break the position? Yes. Does he defend the 4th? Yes. But Maru has no economy behind this. He's barely got an army supply advantage. I think he feels like he just has to go now.
Yeah, this game is pretty crazy. The ghosts are out. Maru's going to try to take advantage of that. Does can and uses the snipe to try to get one of the lurkers. The Marauders are going to finish the job, as Solar is going to be able to retreat with those morphing lurkers instead to the safety of his queens and his transfuse. A lot of these medevacs are also bruised up, so Maru has to be pretty careful himself, but now has attained the better position as far as the choke is concerned, so that will cause Solar to go back.
He's killing it! Maru, I can't believe it with the counterattack! Solar got too wasteful with the aggression. His Lurker Morph got caught. The Ghost Snipes are massive. The Queens are falling. And Maru takes critical damage. He limps across the map, literally losing his vital force as he moves across. No one thought that wounded Terran soldier was going to be able to get this back, and yet Maru strikes back with decisive victory from what many would call a losing situation. That there is the comeback ability of an absolute legend of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many situations where he was surgical, basically. Such precision, even as fast as he reacts to the Lurker Siege just a few moments ago, coming from both angles at the same time. I mean, it's not easy to do that as fast as you can possibly do it and kind of hit at the exact same time to clear that position. And it was so very close in so many moments. Solar did great with the Lurker drops. Solar did great with the Link Rambais. He did everything he could. And if these 3 Lurkers had already been morphed that we see on screen right now, Maru is not able to do this. And even towards the end here, I feel like there should have been a Parasitic Bomb, and instead there was a Blinding Cloud in desperation on the side of Solar. You can see he actually blinding clouded his own queens.
A bit of panic for sure. I think if Solar could see everything that we could see, he would have given up that base, pulled back, because Maru was completely crippled. But it is what it is. Maru's a legend. Let's hear from the man himself.
Thank you guys so much. Here with Maru on the stage, and Solar, unfortunately, with a team kill, will need to bring up his key and surrender it to his teammate Maru. So, Solar, here he comes now. Deep in thought after that game. He was far ahead and ultimately does need to pass that on. But Maru, you managed to wrest that game back from a difficult situation. Tell me your thoughts as you did that.
일단 조정수 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 강민 선수와 꽤 어려운 게임을 해내셨는데 일단 소감이 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 저그전을 지금까지 다지고 있었어가지고 자신이 없었는데 그래도 이긴 것 같아서 다행인 것 같습니다.
I mean, I was on a losing streak on all the TVZ matches so far on this tournament, so I feel really relieved that I won this game.
And you won it in style. Now, taking out a teammate, especially considering the club points aspect here at the Esports World Cup, does that put extra pressure on you now to go the distance in this tournament?
이제 팀 바이탈리티가 이제 또 클럽 챔피언십 경쟁에서도 또 뛰고 있는 만큼 확실히 조정수 선수와 강민 선수가 이제 다 좋은 성적을 거두는 데 있어서 좀 확실히 더 부담감이 되셨을 것 같은데 조정수 선수는 그런 부분에 있어서 더 부담감을 느끼셨나요?
부담감은 딱히 없었는데 잘하고 싶어가지고 4강 직행을 하고 싶었는데 이제 너가웃에 와가지고 좀 꼬인 것 같지만 좀 더 열심히 해서 또 팀에 도움이 될 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
But that didn't pressure me at all. But what I feel mostly is actually I could have grabbed that like ticket to the top 4, but I think I failed to do that. So I'm now in the knockout bracket trying to grab the last minute ticket. So yeah, I'm going to try my best to compete and try my best to get my team into the club championship.
Well, good luck to you, Maru. You are putting up impressive games here, and I know your teammate is proud of you as well. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that great 2-0.
Maru looking good in game number 1 and game 2, I mean, Solar, he had such a strong position in this game, but he just cannot get rid of Maru in the end. Joining me, Ben, Kevin, as well as State to talk about this one. Ben, this was, well, Maru doing Maru things.
I mean, I don't know if it's Maru doing Maru things or Solar doing Solar things against Maru. Because, I mean, like, I was looking at this situation. Just before that moment there, he also, like, headbutted into those units, lost a good 4 or 5 lurkers. Over here, it was almost deja vu. He just came down and got those lurkers cancelled from morphing in, and then it just goes from bad to worse. He starts blinding clouding his own queens and stuff, and it's just game over. Like, look, that was just nerves galore for Solar.
Roddy?
It happens so often at Solar. It feels like he's one fight away from getting the job done. And he morphs the lurkers there and they get cancelled. He's like, all right, let me morph them over here. They get cancelled as well. And then it just all falls apart. A silly blinding cloud, like Benny said. I feel like a lot of traditional RTS players, they always have this one guy that just has their number. I mean, I was that guy for Ben actually in Warcraft 3. Like, it was tough for Benny. Ben was a good player, but it just never really went this way. And it really seems to be that Maru is that guy for Solar. And perhaps that's why he looked a little bit deflated in the beginning of the day, just knowing that he was going to go up against Maru once more. It's okay, Ben. You got your revenge in StarCraft. You were pretty good.
You're so full of crap, Kevin. Like, you're so full of it. Absolutely full of it, mate.
Save, what did you think of the match? Who was your kryptonite, maybe?
Well, I was playing Age of Empires 4 a while ago, and it certainly was bad. I don't think I took a single match off of him, so that always felt bad. Although, now that I think about it, back in StarCraft 2, you were also my kryptonite in all the NA Online Cups, so...
I'm a bit of a crusher of the commentators.
It's a little bit of a circle right here, yeah.
But yeah, the matchup State. Talk to me about it.
Well, I mean, I feel like every single time we see Maru versus Solar is getting so close to finally taking him down. He always goes for some really great plays. It feels like the games, they start to even out. And then in the end, somehow, miraculously, Maru just always comes out ahead. It's almost as if there is some kind of mental block. So for Solar, I mean, it's a little bit of a painful bracket draw for him to catch Maru this early here in the knockout bracket.
Yeah.
But Maru just continuing his reign as the king of late game TVZ.
There is an idea and a potential of Maru going on a bit of a rampage down here that most people out home might be expecting, but we'll see how it materializes here, Roddy, because it's not all said and done just yet.
No, of course not. This knockout bracket is still incredibly stacked, but I do think we have to emphasize on how impressive it is for Maru to play that insanely close TVT yesterday against Oliveira. That heartbreaking defeat against Zero, where he did really put up one hell of a fight. He was here till almost 1 a.m. to then just show up the next day, do it all over again. Someone was going to be that unlucky guy. It turned out to be Maru. Then he shows up here. I don't think it was the best Maru we've ever seen, but he's still here. He gets the job done, and he's still alive. I really find that incredibly impressive, because I think I would have been crying all night, man. If I'm like one series away from the final 4 and I have to start all over again, that's so tough.
All right, well, State, let's check in with Pro Perspective and see what you've got for us from this one.
Yeah, taking a look at game number 1 here. Maru versus Solar on-site Delta. Solar, he's going for this engagement here on the bottom left. He's already in a tough position. He's able to catch a lot of the bio over on the bottom left side, but then he sees the army coming in from Maru, and he's like, okay, this is really scary for a moment, but then for some reason, he changes his mind. He's like, actually, I think I can take what you got. I'm going to come in from this side, And then the disaster piece, this burrow broke my heart because the indecisiveness of, oh, do I go? Do I not go? And then finally coming back in like this, you can see him coming in with these Vipers. He's trying to get the blinding clouds and parasitic bombs to save the day, but even the snipe adding insult to injury. I mean, it was almost a disaster piece there in game number 1. I mean, this later moment in the same game, you can really see that he is capable of making big plays happen. These ghosts, they get surrounded, the overseers are there. This is a big damaging blow to Maru, but in the end, you look at the resources all the way down here at the bottom, and after Maru macros up the next army, Solar pretty much dead in the water, and that is Maru basically coasting to another 2-0 win against Solar.
Yeah, you can see these kinds of moves occur in game where you don't even need to see the player's reaction on camera to know exactly how they're thinking about those kinds of moments, Ben. Stuff like that for Solar. We've seen plenty of Solar reactions in the past, but this is one of those where you didn't even need to see it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think Kevin said it well when it was like you saw Solar kind of destroy Estraya, but he didn't look that happy knowing who he had to go up against next, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, Maru, for a lot of people, he is a final boss. For every Terran out there in the world, he's just like, oh my god, he's so scary. And for Solar in particular, super damn scary as well.
Yeah, another crushing of the key for Solar, but that's how it breaks down here, Roddy.
At least he's losing to his good friend, his teammate, and he will absolutely be cheering Maru on. But it's tough, especially because it's not like he's getting bopped from the beginning till the end, and he's got no shot, and it looks like they are leagues apart. No, Solar is competitive. Solar gets himself ahead, and it feels that he's 1 or 2 good moves away from getting the job done. Side Delta, I think he played awesome. Oceanborn, he was absolutely winning it, and he just cannot get it done. I mean, it's really sad, but Maru doing Maru things is what you started this segment off with, and that's really what it is, especially when he's going up against the Korean Zergs.
And he has a TVT up against Cure coming up next here, as that is going to be his match later on down the line. We have an update in terms of Hero going 2-0 against Gumiho. That was on the B stream. And now coming up with our next match here on the mainstream. It will be Classic going up against Reynor. So that is going to be our next one. Will Protoss continue to live on alongside Classic, and will he get a chance at Hero, or will it be Reynor rampaging through the Protoss? Join us right after this.
Ready, set, go.
another day, another key crush here as Maru. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Maru's able to crush a few keys throughout this tournament, but this will be another one for him. As unfortunately for Solar, his road will come to an end here at Esports World Cup. Now, we have big fixtures on the way here. We have yet another Protoss trying to keep themselves alive in the tournament, going up against Reynor. Goodbye to another key. Joining me, Pig, as well as Zombie Grub, to talk about our next one. Reynor versus Classic is on the way. Pig here. It's a bit of a banger.
Yes, it's a banger. It could be a Bobby Dazzler. It is a rematch of the match which many would say should have been the finals at Gamers 8 last year, but could have stopped that one. This time, though, Classic's in fine form. He's fighting back. Reynor is looking amazing against Terran, amazing against Zerg, and he didn't look very confident against Hero. He himself looked very upset with his play in that series, but this is a different sort of Protoss in Classic.
It's also a best of 3, and Protoss can be a little sneaky.
Cannon rush, cannon rush.
Well,
whoa.
Yeah, no, cannon rush for Classic, I'd be on board with. Hero, maybe not as much. But seriously, this is still a very dangerous situation, right? I know that Reynor has mixed in more aggression and some more all-ins, even some like kind of weird builds in his practice against Protoss. But do you actually throw that out in a best of 3? Are you the type of player to do that? I don't think as much as Classic could be, honestly. And Classic is exactly the type of guy that we remember. Yes, the DT blink. I actually remember Proxy Gateway Adept. More so.
Really?
Right? Like, he does that a lot.
The random proxy gateway on like King's Cove?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes,
wow,
exactly.
That's a blast from the past.
Yeah. So, I think this is Reynor. He has yet to really achieve the final form or show the final form, despite how much he's practiced, despite how much we believe it when he says that he's confident. He hasn't been able to show it, whereas Classic has been a little shaky in his interviews, like, yeah, I'm a little worried, like I'm not playing up to my standard, but he is actually performing well thus far in the knockout bracket, so it's difficult to place them exactly. It's like Reynor maybe should win, but Classic, big game player.
Big game player. That's right. Very true. Well, I am getting word, actually, that we can head down to the player pit now and get a few words from Reynor before this match.
Hello guys, I'm Wardy and I'm joined here by Reynor ahead of his match against Classic. Reynor, yesterday you had some downsides to the ZVP matchup. How are you feeling about today?
Feeling better than yesterday. I think Classic is a way different opponent than Hero. Hero always has given me trouble lately. But yeah, I'm not feeling bad for sure.
Are you concerned at all about the best of 3 format? Is that something that you're a little bit worried about? Is that dangerous with Classic being a fairly creative player?
Best of 3 is definitely a very punishing format. No mistakes allowed, no map losses allowed. So yeah, it's I prefer best of 5s for sure, but it's fine.
All right, well, we wish you a lot of luck. Any final words before you take to the stage?
Not much. Thank you guys for cheering for me, and hopefully I can play well.
I'll see you soon.
Oh, there it is. Reynor scoring big on the scorecards overall from the perception of the other pro players here, and I'm wondering how his opponent is going to be thinking about him. Classic on the other side. Technically, yes, there are potentials for tricky things. Oh, it's all business here for these two as they're heading to the stage to get this game underway, Pig.
I just love that shot. Just having a ride there, a little bit of a date in the golf cart before you get to play each other in the real-time strategy for all the stakes. I think Classic trying to get a bit meditative, trying to just kind of shut out all of the noise, all the stimuli, all the distractions, and Reynor as well with those headphones on. Obviously, he's got the noise cancelling going, trying to make sure they stay focused on the game in front of them.
I imagine. It's Italian rap going on.
Exactly, exactly. I listened to some of it. It was awful. I hated it.
He prefaced giving us the playlist with that, to be fair.
He did mention we wouldn't like it.
He did do that, yeah. What a kind individual of him. Yeah, but stcplay.gg, you guys can go and predict who you think is going to be victorious. Yeah, actually, this is the most stern ride we have seen so far. Legitimately, I was saying all business, all game faces here, but oftentimes very jovial from some of these rides that we've seen so far, ZG. But again, the severity of the situation really does show on the face of the players.
And we haven't really seen Reynor jovial. There was some, I think, outside of the character issues in the first day for Reynor, and then he just didn't have the results that he wanted. But it's almost like if I ever see him actually get like really pumped up, and he's listening to music at the desk, I'm gonna feel a lot more confident. Like, obviously that's not going to be the only determining factor of whether or not he's feeling at his peak form, but it feels like it's been a little missing in getting some of that back, maybe actually being confident. I know he keeps saying it, but there's always like the question mark. I think, we would all love to see Reynor pop off, but we also would love to see Classic continue, his run in Riyadhs, right? Tournaments, as well as just another Protoss into the next stage at the very least, not quite into the semis yet.
Well, it sounds ridiculous, right? But the fact that we have names like Reynor, names like Maru, honestly, in that top 4, I'd love to see a Protoss pick, just to kind of join that. We don't really get to see it too often, and here on the biggest stage would be amazing.
It would be very, very cool. And I mean, I remember speaking to Reynor about Classic and saying, why is he, you know, risen up so quickly last year when he was coming up? And he said, you know, Classic just does everything properly. He plays Protoss well. He knows how to abuse the defender's advantage. It's not just gimmicks. He's a very solid, well-rounded player.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to get to this one. Basilisk versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds especially looking for a lot more EWC points, as we have Reynor going up against Classic. Best of 3 to determine who continues on in this tournament and who is eliminated.
More keys to get crushed here on the big stage, as we have seen this match last year on Gamers 8, and it did not go Reynor's way, but this time, I think he's ready to rewrite history.
Absolutely. If we remember the rest of history, Reynor did pretty well at Gamers 8, but Classic is playing for the home team, so it's a toss-up, and we've got to give it up to the match. But why don't we bring out our 2 players, Reynor and Classic?
Reynor of Team Basilisk, the Italian hope, is back with confidence, fresh off a win, ready to rewrite history after last year's loss against Classic in Gamers 8. Classic, on the other hand, representing the home team, Twisted Minds, crushing the world champion's key earlier today, on his way to be the dark horse of this tournament.
Players, shake hands. And as you return to your seats, picture victory. And casters, pull up the game, because it's time to start.
It is time here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Demu, joined by my good friend Rotterdam. We have Reynor from Basilisk going up against Twisted Minds Classic. And I know Reynor's your boy, Kev, but it doesn't get easier.
And Classic plays my race band like it doesn't really matter, right? There's always something, because we have been watching this game for so long. And these guys are awesome. An incredibly important match. Obviously a single best of 3 tournament live on the line. Reynor's had good series throughout the tournament, but obviously also that loss against Hero, that's got to really sting, especially because it felt that he never truly got going. He felt he had a lot of confidence in his builds, he came in prepared, and Hero just played a bit different, had an answer for a lot of it. I do think historically Classic is a very different player than Hero, even if Hero hasn't been as crazy aggressive as we've seen him in the past. I don't know, I think it's going to be an awesome best of 3. I'm incredibly excited for it. The winner of this series will move on to duke it out with Hero. The stakes have never been higher.
A very different breed of Protoss Classic is compared to Hero. I mean, as quick, no, he is not, but his strategic genius, absolutely. I mean, last year's Gamers 8, Classic came in swinging, man. Like in that Swiss stage, not only did he beat Reynor, he beat Cyril as well. I mean, that was absolutely phenomenal for him, making that top 8 in the way that he did.
And he was so close to going further with that mega close best of 5 against Cure. I think they both look back at Gamers 8 and say, that was pretty good. For Reynor, it was amazing, the biggest victory of his career. And even though Oliveira was our reigning, defending world champion of the world, we know we're going to get a different champ. Reynor also kind of feels that he came to Rio to defend his title. Even if the branding has changed, Gamers 8 is no more, and it is all about the Esports World Cup. Classic had a good run, Reynor had a legendary run.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Reynor so far in this tournament, you said it, 0-3 against Hero was not his day, but Zergs get better as they keep on playing and playing the dirty stuff. And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side of Alcyone to get things going, it is Basilisk's Reynor.
Played against Hero Marine earlier today on the B stream, and it felt like it went pretty well. A mixture between macro and aggression, and it does not seem like he was in all that much trouble. In the top right side, representing Twisted Minds, we are looking at the main base of the man who eliminated the previous world champion in an earlier best of 3 today, Twisted Minds Classic.
Classic's been lying a little bit under the radar for a lot of players, I do feel. Like he didn't have the cleanest showing in that upper bracket and lower bracket situation, but still, he was so close to just winning any one of those matches. He just fell short 3-2 against Cure, I believe, and he was 2-0 up in that series as well, if I'm not mistaken, which that's a real tough opponent in TVP. Totally different matchup, and shifting gears entirely here. Reynor's one of the absolute fastest players on the planet in a different matchup. Classic's going to have to keep him on his toes.
What's very cool about this as well is that even though Reynor has been on the pro circuit for over 6 years at this point, and even when he was not 16 yet, he was already going to a few tournaments, Classic has been around forever. You'll very often hear us call him one of the best Brothers players of all time, and he absolutely deserves that. He's been here, he's done that, but they've only ever played 4 series against each other at offline events, which is really not a lot. And Classic has done incredibly well in those, only losing 1 of them, so winning 3 out of 4. Now, of course, a lot of those series were played a long time ago. Earlier today, I briefly mentioned a legendary match they had in GSL Codas, but the year was 2018. I mean, 2018, 2024. It almost feels like we were playing a different game back then, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor back then didn't hit his stride yet, you know. He was, it's weird to say, but still a kid, still in his youth kind of thing. Now, far more seasoned, and Classic's tenure definitely lasted longer for sure, but there is one big favorite in this matchup, and if you took the Reynor from a year ago, who was kind of unbeatable, Classic was the one to do it, which is very surprising to think about, because he's not the fastest player out there by any means, but he managed to do it with his mind, and he brought home a very special build back then. So I'm very curious what he's going to bring to the table this time.
Yeah, Classic showed us a whole new level of the Golden Armada. We all knew that we could build a lot of carriers, and that was very good. But he would mix in those Void Rays, and he had some fantastic spreads on Void Rays, where suddenly Fungal Growth and Parasitic Bomb didn't really look like it was going to be the ultimate answer, because it would only connect with 2 or 3 Void Rays at a time. Is Classic still willing to bring that kind of stuff, or has he said goodbye to that playstyle? Is he going to bring us different stuff? So far, it's all very standard coming out of Classic. First Adept is poking, Oracle's on the way, second Oracle gets fired up. We saw Hero open up with the Void Ray quite often, just to make it a bit more confusing for the Zerg. Seems like Classic is just going to try to find damage in these first very crucial 5-6 minutes. Even if it always looks the same, the movement is the real strategy here. Classic has done this a million times, Reynor has played against it a million times, but the games never play out in the same way. Adepts, they can shade all over the place. One moment they're here, the other moment they show up in the back of your main. The Adepts can be used as the real damage dealers. They can also be used as a distraction maneuver to open the doors for the Oracles. And this is already going to be a very important test for Reynor. You don't want to be bleeding out too many drones. 1 or 2 drones, acceptable. If it's more than 5 before minute 5, you're already hating live as the Zerglings show up at a pretty sweet moment. But Classic already had that shade activated, and the Adept will stay safe for now.
Yeah, so far very clean by Classic. Like, no mistakes have been made whatsoever, and so far he's passed a little bit of a stress test, right? There was a lot of Zerglings made, hopefully to catch that Zergling, or rather the Adept, but hopefully to do more. But they do keep him safe as well, give him some map control, and now it's all about what he's going to do with these Oracles and whether these Zerglings can do anything on the other side of the map, which so far they can't at all.
Yep, and since we have a pretty quick evolution chamber, that screams +1 melee, and if it is going to be +1 melee, Reynor doesn't really want to be bleeding out too many of these Zerglings, because these are not just your early game safety links. No, these are links that are supposed to be very important for us later on as well, to give our army a little more power. Classic indeed playing this mega safe so far, Ben. He just wants to get those 3 bases up and running. That's nice and all, but if it is all-out greed against all-out greed, that favors the Zerg. But of course we have to mention this has not been all-out greed for Reynor. He did make those Zerglings. He is investing in an Evo chamber, a +1 melee early on, so he's mined a little bit more gas. So obviously you can be happy with this if you're Classic, but it's still important to A, figure out what Reynor is doing, and B, eventually find a way to slow the Zerg down, even if it's just by pushing back the creep a little bit.
No, absolutely. He's doing the creep bit part now, which is great by him, and probe count looks decent against that drone count as well. Reynor with a really good scout in that main base, by the way. You got to see the Forge and Twilight Council timing exactly in charge before anything else. Now that's a bit wild and wacky from Classic here.
Yep, that's cool. Something that Hero did a long time in the past, and everyone's like, well, we could just make a bunch of Zealots with +1. +1 is a mega important upgrade for the Zealots, because it makes them so much more efficient against those Zerglings if the Zerglings don't have any Carapace upgrades, and it is incredibly unlikely that Reynor would ever have Carapace upgrades this early on. Just too expensive for a Zerg. You can't really afford it. The economy is more important early on, as Reynor does find a little opening here, gets on top of this base, and Classic, who has played this so safe so far, is now taking a lot of damage. 7 workers. It's not the Protoss killing drones. And single Zerglings actually remaining make it 8 workers, and it could have perhaps even become 9. It is not 9. Classic really needs to get something done right now on the other side of the map, because there was way more probes than he's ever supposed to lose in this phase of the game.
He just wasn't anticipating at all. This is a nice cancel on this 4th base by Classic, but so far you can definitely say that these Adepts on the map, they haven't got to get too much done, but here they are, and I don't think there are as many Zerglings to greet them. I do see a few coming from the natural right there, but still, a little bit of counter damage being done. This is what Classic needs.
Decent amount of roaches on the production tab as well. So we've got Zerglings with +1 melee, we've got a couple of roaches out, and I also see Overlord speed. That could allow Reynor to create a bit of a creep highway, or we can just go for the old school German taxi. 3 Dropper Lords are morphing. Reynor is willing to send it very early on here to the other side of the map, and Classic has flown back. Classic was happy with the damage that he dealt. He has actually everything at home. He needs to see what Reynor is doing. The moment Classic knows, he can start building more batteries, more cannons, but the Oracles are kind of missing the Queens. All right, at this point, Classic knows. Storm is amazing, but I don't know if it's really going to be done in time. It's still going to take a little while before the Queens are there. Classic needs more batteries, and he's building them now.
Yeah, I mean, +1's going to come online very quickly, which will allow these Zealots that he's going to make a lot of to deal with these Zerglings very nicely. And honestly, he's doing a pretty good job of slowing this down.
Reynor does this really well, by the way, whereas the Protoss, you're so focused on defending the third base that Reynor sneaks in 8 Zerglings from a Drop Lord into the natural. Oracles don't have a crazy amount of energy, and this can actually deal a lot of damage, because Classic, obviously, all of his eyes are here right now. He's looking at those Queens, Roaches, Ravagers. Storm is done. First Storm is decent, second one so-so, but it's the Zerglings in the natural that are really putting a number on all the probes of Classic.
Yeah, that whole probe line absolutely shot here, and he tried to fight it with the probes only, but that +1 on the Zerglings, even these Vials landing on the Immortals, really softening it up. The shield battery overcharge, though, that is going to be a bit tricky to take down. There's not that many Ravagers left. And Zerglings were here, there, and everywhere, actually. But he holds, Kevin. He's holding so far.
Absolutely holding so far. Shield battery overcharge was amazing. One Archon was able to get a lot of shots off. In the end, it went down, but the extra cannons perhaps making the difference there, too. Just pushing out way more damage than you normally have. Reynor, however, is not done yet, and that's a good thing for him because he is kind of committed. The minimap right now is like, wow, that's a lot of creep, and there are 4 bases, but Reynor was only doing this of 50-something drones. Reynor knows that he needs more, and he's going to look for more here in the main base with all these Zerglings. Not quite 16, but a lot of these probes are still low on HP. Classic has already taken a serious economic beating, and he's not done yet taking damage.
No, and I mean, he's only got enough for 2 Warpins here, and Reynor gets right on top of them as well, deals with them. The Oracles are here to save the day, but not to kill the Overlords. Reynor's absolutely making this very difficult for Classic to deal with.
And that's such a big victory because he just forced all those Oracles to activate Pearls of Beam, -25 energy on each and every single one of them, and he still can't kill those Drop Lords. Reynor did see that a Phoenix was in production, and it's going to take a little while before a single Phoenix takes care of these Drop Lords, but at least you have that consistent damage, so you know you don't have to worry about this anymore for a little while later. But where Reynor earlier felt very committed, we now look at the production tab. It's like, man, he's already up to 70 drones, still building extra drones, +1 missile attacks is on the way. Reynor really is firing on all cylinders. Couple of supply blocks, he had one earlier, he's hitting another one now. That's something he's gonna have to clean up a little bit, but I think Classic is too afraid to move out after losing as many probes as he's done.
And I tell you what, he hasn't been reacting super fast to these drops either, so these 4 Banelings that are in here, this could be absolutely disastrous, and Classic with no reaction whatsoever, killing 8 probes immediately, and oh, the little lip clench there. I know that pain. 13! That's way too many.
Yep, and Reynor is playing a beautiful game here. It really does feel like this is a perfect symphony of I'm going to attack you and I'm going to look for damage here, there, and everywhere as these Baneling drops are perfectly queued up. And at this point, he's almost suffering from success because he has killed so many probes that there really aren't that many probes anymore. Most of the mineral patch is gone anyway in the main base. Classic warps in a Stalker or 2, but I don't think he ever found the resources to fire a Blink. So these Stalkers are really not going to be very useful. At this point, though, it almost feels that Classic, his best chance is just increase your army supply. Try to stabilize on these 3 bases. Try to stop the bleeding of losing out all those probes. More Immortals, more Archons. And Archons, Immortals, and Storm are capable of great things, even when the game has not gone perfect for you.
Absolutely. This was the first real defense against the drops that went Classic's way, I feel. But he's going to go for that natural again, and they are Banelings over here. Reynor is maxed out now. Now he can use all his resources on teching, expanding, and just making his army bigger and better afterwards.
Reynor is playing in incredibly aggressive styles. The Zerglings with their upgrades will get on top of this Nexus, so the 4th Nexus is going to get cancelled. I really thought it was a bit too early for Classic to do that anyway. You're still taking damage from drop alerts. You have a decent army, but it's not as big yet as you would love it to be. I'd say try to stabilize on 3 bases a little while longer, as the doors were open for a split second. Stalker got warped in, but a Stalker cannot get healed by that shield battery until that warp in is done. So it's 6 more workers falling. It's more Zerglings atop the 4th. Reynor truly is in all the right places.
Yeah, like if you're in Classic's mind right now, you can almost feel like, wow, I've never played against this kind of pace before, and this kind of strategy as well. Reynor's bringing a whole new array of Zerg crap to his front door, but this army from Classic is actually ridiculously scary. Reynor has to think about keeping that at home.
Absolutely. We've already seen a couple of miraculous victories throughout this tournament. Players winning from positions where it looked dire. You think of Maru there in that final game on Oceanborn. Gumiho on Oceanborn as well. Where on earth did that come from? And Reynor will know that. Reynor's obviously paying close attention. Just a couple Zerglings, Banelings, Roaches, Ravagers is not the dream. Actually, a few Vipers would be amazing, because Blinding Clouds are very effective against all these units that are clumped up. Reynor needs time, and he's going to fire up 41 Banelings. That is a humongous investment. If the Storms connect in a big way, I mean, sure, Reynor's played a beautiful game, but he's nowhere near there yet. Classic has done a tremendous job in keeping key units like Immortals and Archons alive.
If there is a window for Classic to do it, it is now. He has seen this Baneling drop in his base quite quickly. That is so many Immortals in the back. High Templar galore, but the Banelings, they just keep on rolling. But that is not the connections that Reynor was looking for. This is actually going to be a lot closer than the supply tells here, because this army from Reynor, it's not ready yet.
It's incredibly important that Classic doesn't lose all his Archons. He really needs to keep them alive. Otherwise, Reynor can just remax on Zerglings, and Zerglings are amazing. It's only 2 Archons remaining at the moment. Reynor is still here with Roaches, Ravagers. Maybe he can go for the Warp Prism. Reynor from downtown gets the Warp Prism with an Archon inside of it as well. And that will do it. The Italian Stallion gets the 1-0 lead. Played a beautiful game, an incredibly high pace, really brought the intensity there to Classic, but Classic still had a terrifying army. And if Reynor did not take that fight as well as he did, that really could have gone Classic's way.
It really could. You saw that he was going like double Lurker Den, trying to get the Hive online, and Classic, that's when he chose to push.
Yep.
And I mean, he tried to go for that 4th base multiple times, but I was with you. I don't think this was the game where you can really afford to do that when you've already taken so much damage, especially if he was kind of pushed to force, or forced to push like this, because yeah, if he gets a few more units alive in that push, could have been a different victor.
Fired up Reynor as he's trying to make a legendary run throughout this knockout bracket. Perfect day at the office for him so far. 2-0 over Hero Marine earlier. And now the 1-0 lead over Classic. But I do think that Reynor realized, like, man, these guys are good. Because he probably felt that almost everything Reynor did was perfect. Maybe he was hoping for a little more at the 3rd base with the Queens, Roaches and Ravagers. But he did so much with those Zergling drops and then the Baneling drops as a follow-up. Like, it was incredibly awesome, even sexy play, I would say. And it still got close. And it really goes to show how well prepared everybody is in this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about that first game after we introduce these players on Site Delta. Spawning on the top left-hand side, currently 1-0 up, it is Reynor.
And the man who was the best performing Protoss in Game S8 last year when we went to Riyadh for the very first time is down 0-1. Tournament live on the line for Twisted Minds Classic.
If you just think about those drops that Reynor did, like obviously there was so much pressure at the front, but that one Zergling drop in the natural, that really helped Reynor so much, because Classic defended well at the front, but trying to fight those Zerglings with the probes after the +1 finish, that just wasn't it. But any one of these things that didn't work out as well, I tell you, Reynor's been very good about build prep, especially the aggressive build prep in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it's just incredibly difficult because as a Protoss, you know that losing an Immortal or losing an Archon can be fatal. So you're really focused on that 3rd base. You see your battery overcharge putting in some serious work. And like, okay, then you see a couple of Zerglings. You're like, well, let's just fight. And yeah, maybe he forgot for a split second that there was a good chance those Zerglings would have had +1 melee. Because you're absolutely spot on. He took a little too much damage there. But the fact that he still created such a monstrous Protoss army that really did have potential. And Reynor has been pretty vocal about no longer being a believer in the Baneling. Well, the Baneling drops were pretty damn awesome. I think we can all agree on that. Those 40+ Banelings rolling into that many Archons and Immortals. That's a terrifying sight of your Zerg. Where you're just like, I hope I kill enough to at least buy some time for myself for the next wave of Zerg units to show up. Because yeah, the Hive was not really going to come into play there yet. The double Lurker then, that is all for later. And it's almost that Reynor got punished for cancelling the 4th base over and over again. That class got like, all right, at this point I'm just going to send it. And he's like, whoa, not yet, you know.
Calm down, cowboy. Like
maybe I should have let him get that 4th base, but in the end it is all good for the Italian Stallion, the champ of Game S8. As Classic opens things up here with a Twilight Council in Game 2.
And he's definitely a player that I know full well how good he is with these Twilight Council builds, be it Adept Glaives or even DTs. He's one of the players that really showcased that at that very famous BlizzCon against Rogue, where it's like he looks so down and out, but he's pulling out all these weird cool builds. But I think this will be far more standard from Classic in this matchup, because the first game, very standard opening out of him, and we'll see what he chooses to do, but Reynor very good about the scouting.
And that's a very important scout, because obviously Reynor was forced to expand elsewhere. He has taken the forward hatchery, and it can be a little more difficult to defend against Resonating Glaive Adepts when your natural is basically your 3rd base, and that means it's going to be way more saturated. We've seen Zerg players defend against Resonating Glaives plenty of times in the past with a wall off in the natural, where they say like, all right, you're not going to kill my hatch, and I'm just going to make sure that I don't have any drones in the 3rd base. Good luck, have fun with your Adepts then. At one point, you're going to be forced to fight roaches. That's not really an option here for Reynor, unless he would transfer all the workers from the 3rd back into the natural, start creating a wall off. But that is just unlikely that Reynor is going to try to defend like that, so we're going to play it out in a very different way.
He did start Glaives, but then cancelled it immediately, just realizing that, okay, I need those minerals just to get up more gateways. So this is going to be very high pressure. These Glaive builds can come with, 2, 3, maybe 4
That Adept is low on
gateways.
HP.
It's what? It's on it.
I think he could have tried to go for it. Yeah, Reynor is in the end, he's like, you know what, maybe I should go for it, and I hope for Classic that the Stalker is in the correct spot. But a single Stalker really has a hard time dealing with this many Zerglings. One more Adept is going to show up. There is still a gap. That pylon is not going to keep the Zerglings out, so Reynor gets a picture-perfect scout, and he's also disrupting the flow a little bit of this Protoss economy. And I can guarantee you that these Protoss builds are razor tight. You do not plan for pulling probes in your natural, pulling probes in your main, and Reynor is buying incredible precious seconds for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, these Adepts, they want to be on the other side of the map, not dealing with this run-by that's still in your base, and the jig is up. Reynor knows exactly what he's up against.
That does not mean it's going to be easy. Adepts can still bounce all over the shop. There is a War Prism in the mix. Reynor is on 41 drones, so at this point he actually has the economic lead. Roaches, of course, don't have their speed upgrade yet. So Reynor really is going to have to do an excellent job in positioning his units correctly defensively.
Yeah, and just connecting that creep between the bases. I mean,
supply block.
It can get very tricky here. Classic is temporarily supply blocked here, but he doesn't have the minerals to warp in anyway, so maybe very well timed. Classic with the first shade doesn't really get too much done, but we all know how this can go. One wrong move from the Zerg player, and you can be absolutely eating your whole mineral line worth of drones.
There are many ways to follow this up as a Protoss. You can just go up to 3 bases, you can try to transition into something else, but what we've also seen a few times is that the Protoss player just banks up a bunch of Immortals at home. And this is the first wave. As Reynor, his Queens were anticipating this War Prism movement. Classic really cannot afford to lose his Prism. If he does that, it could very well be the end of his run at the Esports World Cup, as the Adepts do shade in. Queens are pushing out a lot of damage on that Prism. That actually means that he can't really pick those Adepts up anymore. It is really not going all that well yet for Classic. Finding some drones is fantastic. Taking that much damage on your Prism is terrifying, because that also means it's going to be harder to bring it back later for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, these Adepts in the main are definitely getting a lot of lost mining time and some drones for their troubles as well. But overall, Reynor's definitely not going to be too happy about this. And now he has a few choices. He can macro up like crazy, or choose to gun across the map. But he's going for the lair, droning up again. He has weathered the storm.
Unhappy, you mean?
Yeah, he's not going to be too unhappy. Oh, did I say too happy?
Yeah, I was like, I think he's all right.
I think he's all right. Yeah, mistalk by me. I was mainly talking about the good situation he's in, you know?
I think obviously he's been happier in the past because in a perfect world, Reynor would have already been in that Final Four. So perhaps he's not as happy as he's ever been yet, but I think he's pretty happy with how this best of 3 is unfolding. That lair is close to finishing up, and that's obviously a very important building for Reynor because he needs to get access on the roach speed. You can never attack with slow roaches off creep. It is painful. A single Immortal is going to solo your entire army. Reynor knows that, spots the third base here, but there are so many of these third nexuses that are like, are they fake? Are they transitional? Is this to give you the wrong idea? Reynor will know that it's so important to keep on checking. Hey, how many workers are you actually building? Do I need to drone up? Or is it actually important for me to crank out as many units as possible? As he does build 10 drones, and Classic really hasn't built any workers in a while. Well, I mean, I think Reynor is going to get away with it because it does not seem that Classic is like quite mega eager to move out right here and right now.
He's got so many sentries somewhere though, Kev.
Yep.
Like that is so many, and I mean they.
Oh, that's a disaster for Classic. Losing that Prism, that all goes back to that initial move out where he took a lot of damage on the Prism. Not all of that was shield. Some of it is real HP that you'll never get back. Reynor fires up 8, 9, 10 more drones in a Bailing Nest. I kind of think he needs to slow down a little bit. Reynor needs to focus on what is happening, and that is that Classic is just waiting for that second War Prism, and he's going to go for it.
As long as he has enough Ravagers, though, I mean, supply-wise he's ahead, army-wise he's ahead, but the good quality of those 3 Immortals and what they can get done. But 9 sentries, Kev.
Yep.
That is not much damage being done.
You mentioned Ravagers, and that really is going to be the most important unit here for Reynor. As long as Reynor can just spam Corrosive Balls for days, sentries have a hard time avoiding them, and that obviously will allow him to take care of those force fields. Reynor even sets up a very tiny counterattack. War Prism cannot go down the Ravagers. Triple Ravager is enough to kill the Prism. Classic knows that, so he immediately cancels that Warp in, and he goes for round 2. This is really it for Classic. It kind of feels that his entire tournament comes down to this move out. There is a lot of creep. I don't see an Observer. Okay, the Observer is over there in the back, as he does find a little opening with the Adept Rod. Classic needs a whole lot more than a few drones. Classic needs to take a good fight as the doors are open in the natural. That's going to force him to go for some defensive weapons, but that set of force fields is excellent on the side of Classic.
Great start here with the force fields, but I mean, he needs a lot more than this. These are about the best force fields he can hope for. He's really sectioned off this army, actually, and those Immortals are kicking in. They are dealing a lot of damage. Reynor's trying to do counter damage on the other side of the map at the same time. That War Prism is very safe behind it all as well, and those sentries came in absolutely handy here. 16 Adepts still left over. Bailing speed on the way. Reynor feeling he needs another weapon to deal with this.
And Reynor always finds a little opening on the other side of the map to keep Classic busy and distract Classic. Like, Classic is going to be happy with that he didn't lose any Immortals, but he used so much of his force field energy. He is not going to have force fields forever. The Ravager count is climbing. There are still Queens here dropping Transfuse. Reynor looks at that War Prism, is looking to go for it. Gets the War Prism as well. Kills his own Overseer, but that is all good, because that means that these Immortals can no longer be picked up. There are no longer extra Protoss units being warped in, and it seems that Reynor is going to get a very convincing 2-0 here on the board in the knockout bracket. Round 2, and he can get ready for that rematch versus the man that hurt him yesterday. Hero took down Reynor 3-0. Reynor winning this means that we'll get Hero versus Reynor round 2.
Reynor's angry today, man. You feel it. Like, every day he's been getting a little bit humbled, you know, by how good the opposition is at this tournament. But today, he is on nothing but fire here. There is too much Reynor, too much speed for Classic. And this is the end of Classic's run here at the Esports World Cup. Reynor takes it, and you can see how pleased he is with that victory.
And he should be. He played incredibly well. We often talk about the speed, but there are moments where we don't see it. And there are some maps where it's harder to display all that speed as well. You think of a map like Ghost River in ZVP. It's just hard for a guy like Reynor to really showcase what he's made of. But you give him larger maps. You give him a little more room to be as efficient as possible with those Zerglings. Scout perfectly. I feel that Reynor pretty much saw everything that Classic was doing before Classic even truly knew what he was going to do, even though the Meng obviously came in with a plan. But Reynor's scouting was 10 out of 10. The activity with the Zerglings was fantastic, and he had a really good read on what he needed to do against the holds. Every prison that was inside got picked up immediately. A phenomenal performance by the Italians.
Yeah, absolutely solid play out of him, and his build prep was obvious in this series. He's coming out with very good aggressive builds, great defensive builds as well. This Reynor is one that's looking to go the whole way, and we'll hear from the man himself.
And that's it for Classic's run at the Esports World Cup StarCraft II. Reynor takes the win and move on to the next stage. But before we start this interview, Classic, if you please can you handle the key to Reynor. Thank you very much. Reynor, you got knocked down to the knockout bracket by a Protoss player, but now you were able to win against one. Did that match help you prepare for this one?
Hero and Classic are very different players. They have a very different approach to the game. The Classic is a lot more methodical, where Hero is chaos itself. So I would say not really. I think my ZVP is good, and yeah, I think it showed this series here.
I mean, you absolutely crushed it. 2-0, that was a very quick one. But you're up for revenge in the next round. Thoughts going into that match?
So Hero won against Gumiho?
Yeah. So you're going against Hero for the second time in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. I'm obviously confident, as always. And yeah, just can't wait to play.
All right. So let's send it now for the analyst desk to talk more about this match as Reynor get that key crushing going.
Keys being crushed still as Reynor moves on through into the top 4 of this knockout bracket. Times are getting tough. We say goodbye to yet another great Protoss.
Yeah, man, Reynor just played absolutely exceptionally well. After getting 3-0'd by a Hero previously in the tournament, I was really doubting his PBZ, but coming in here, going up against one of the best Protoss players in the world and winning in such a dominating fashion, I'm liking his odds a lot more now in the knockout bracket.
Yeah, he was looking really good and on point in that series. I talked to him beforehand as well, and he was just saying, yeah, I feel good. You know, I keep putting yesterday behind me, and he's going to have to do that, right? He got 3-0'd by Hero yesterday. He got to watch Serral take on Hero to an intense 3-2 victory as well. Do you think he's learned anything from those series?
I mean, I think he has to, right? Reynor is one of the smartest players around, so I'm sure he was studying those VODs. Maybe even spoke to Serral a little bit about what went wrong, what went right. And, you know, Hero, over the course of really what feels like a couple of weeks building up to EWC, has reinvented his PBZ. And now it's been a couple of days. These Zergs, they can start to figure that out.
Well, that's going on obviously coming up. We've got Maru versus QS State. Some quick thoughts on that, TVT?
Oh, I mean, Maru is the king of TVT, and in GSL in Korea, it feels like he is always getting the upper hand against Cure, but lately, Cure, he has been doing better, so, I mean, I have to give Maru the odds there, but I still think that Cure has a shot.
We've got so much we've got so much awesome StarCraft, I can't even get it out of my mouth. Let's go on over the desk to analyze that PVZ.
Don't worry, Wardy. We have got ourselves another Protoss down and out. Unfortunate here for Classic here, but Reynor looking phenomenal in this best of 3. Looking to be able to crush more Protoss dreams in the next round, potentially going up against Hero who already defeated him. Joining me, I have Pig, I have ZG, I have Lambo. Talk about this one. It didn't really feel like Classic had much of an opportunity here to really break through some of what Reynor was pushing.
This is what the most excellent Zergs in the world do in this matchup. They do not give the Protoss a chance to get started.
Yeah.
And it was Lings in the mineral lines, Lings swarming the third probes, into, you know, you've got the big Ravagerling attack in game 1, you've got Baneling drops, Zergling drops coming in from all sides, and just a fantastic defense of the Adepts, sniping the Prism into, of course, the Ravagerling dominance. It felt like Reynor just played a really flawless CVP.
A very happy result from Reynor there coming on in, and, you know, I mean, compare that to how we saw him very seriously coming in, the elation on his face for yet another round past CG.
Glad to see it. Always happy to see him pop off and feel good about the games. Finally delivering probably what he pictured as the kind of almost perfect game, right? So that's a big confidence boost going into the next series, but very unfortunate for Classic, who, especially in that second game, just making some pretty brutal mistakes, nothing in the wall to get that scout.
Yeah.
Just isn't the games that you want to go out on, but it's a tough bracket.
I'm going to throw caution to the wind. Any particular thoughts about those builds there, Lambo?
I mean, I personally made that build, the one he used in game 1, and I coached him a little bit for GSL, where he prepared to do this against Hero. And I told him, you only do this if you confirm that it's Blink.
Right.
Hero went, in GSL, he went for 4 or 6 fake Stalkers, then baited this build, but he actually went Charged Archon, and Charged Archon is supposed to destroy this build. This game, Classic didn't even fake any Stalkers. He still did it while I was molding upstairs. And I was getting really worried. It really wasn't supposed to work, but Reynor just outplayed him. He was just quicker than him, and he really only won because of the Overlord jobs.
Oh. Oh, fair, fair. I mean, it's an interesting scenario, all things considered, because it looked like he was doing so much with it in this first game, despite, yeah, maybe some inconsistencies here and there.
Mate, people, you know, there was a time when 8 Zerglings in the main was every game. Back when you could make the drop a lot on hatchery tech. Scarlet remembers, she loved that time. And I mean, Protoss aren't as used to playing against it. We don't see it as much, right? And those 8lings in the main, they just did crazy damage. And the redrops, the banelings going back in. It's kind of cool as well. Banelings don't get the one-shot on the workers, but the overlords are a little bit faster. And I feel like once you've got momentum there, it was just really hard for Classic to stabilize.
All right, well, let's get a pro perspective with the Dapper Yapper himself, Mr. Lambo. What have you got for me?
Well, I have the exact execution of the build, if we can go into it right now. This is where Reynor attacks, and really the only reason why he's even alive in this game is right here. It's the worker kill count, because what happened is he dropped the natural at the same time as the attack, and Classic looked at it, the Overlord didn't unload all the Zerglings yet, and he just A-moved his probes. I don't think he realized that Reynor was on +1 melee, and he completely underestimated it. He lost 20 plus workers to it. He did fantastic at the front. He hit great storms, he defended in the main base with the oracles, he used a good overcharge, he had 2 cannons in position. That alone was really good, and then it just kept on going, because I don't think Classic actually was in that bad of a position. He had a lot of his gas units still alive, but Reynor just kept attacking, and Classic kept being out of position. It's so difficult to pick apart someone who's only on 3 bases. Usually we see this against a Protoss that's on 4 bases, on 5 bases. That's when you can out-multitask them, but Reynor managed to do it just by pure speed, and you can see Classic's expression here, and this was really the last one that where, I mean, Classic just moved out and he didn't pay attention anymore, even lost more probes, and then also got the 4th base cancelled, which forced him to all in, and Reynor, with just having more mind, even though he had the worst unit composition, managed to close it out in game 1, which was not the strategy that he wanted to see there.
Fair, fair. I mean, it's 7 or 8 minutes into a game, stretching a Protoss and attacking at 3 locations seems quite oppressive for a Protoss to really deal with here, ZG.
Yeah, I'm really actually getting excited listening to this, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, the build wasn't supposed to work, but he basically just like powered through, because that's kind of what you would feel like when Reynor was at the top of his form in this match before like the last year-ish, or maybe 6 months, I should say, where it felt like he was uncertain about the matchup. You know, we did have a patch that changed it a little bit, and then he was working on that, changing it up a little bit, but then that game 1, it was like back to form, you know? He was just popping off, he was everywhere at once, he had the confidence to push on through, so even in an unideal scenario, he still won.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here, the knockout bracket. Unfortunately for Classic, he is done here at the Esports World Cup. However, now we know our 4 remaining names which are going to vie for the opportunity at that last round of 4 spot. It will be Reynor going up against Hero. Pig, hearing from Reynor just before, you know, he says what a lot of us think, Hero is chaos personified. So what do you think about that rematch? Because it might be tough.
You know, it seems a little bit like it's not intuitive, but you need to be aggressive against Hero.
Yeah.
You need to find a way to make him respect you, or he will do terrible, terrible things. And that is what he did in the previous series. It's a chance for Reynor to get revenge. I'm really excited to see if he can not only bring out better strategies to counter Hero, but also a reset of the mindset, because it looked like he got very thrown off as those losses stacked up in the previous series. Needs to come in with a fresh perspective, and I think he will have a newfound respect for Hero's abilities.
I'm excited because regardless of which name we find in the round of 4 out of these 4 remaining players, anybody here absolutely deserves that spot. Our next matchup will be that Terran versus Terran. It is going to be Maru going up against Cure. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Will the TVT god in Maru move through with a chance at that round of 4, or will Cure be able to topple him? We have ourselves Reynor going for the key crush as he has been able to be victorious over Classic. Sorry, Classic, your key is leaving. And Reynor will be advancing on, of course, going up against Hero. That's got to make you a happy boy here, Roddy, the fact that Reynor is still alive.
Absolutely. I mean, Reynor is also our Gamers A champ, and it's great to see him have a bit run. I mean, we saw him play some fantastic games because he did really look fantastic against Solar. And it's not that he had bad games against Clem, right? Everybody was loving it. We were raving about it. It just did not go his way against Hero, but it's fantastic to see him have a second chance. That is a series that I really can't wait for. But that's not why we're here. We're going to talk about TVT, Kalaris.
Yep. We are. It's a Terran versus Terran powerhouse game as we have got Maru going up against Cure for this one. I've introduced a million series throughout these days. I'm just like, God, there's so many good players literally everywhere. But yeah, Maru, of course, in TVT, absolute god. We've said it a million times. And Cure here going up against him. Might have a tall order, but I feel like he could maybe try and bring some of that aggression, some of that flair to try and maybe catch Maru off guard a little.
He's kind of got to as well because, I mean, Maru is the literal monkey on Cure's shoulder, you know?
Yeah.
The man that's blocked him from winning so many GSLs, so many different tournaments, and he always gets so close. Cure always gets ahead almost every single first game they play in a series, and Maru makes impossible comeback after impossible comeback. The number of times he's come back from down 50-60 supply in TVT against Cure is crazy. This year, 12 map wins to 0 for Maru until a few months ago in GSL Season 2, Cure took him out to 0. So, hey, recency bias, I'm always one for that. That gives Cure definitely a fighting chance here. Roddy?
Maru is the TVT god, James. You said it spot on. He is literally the best TVT player throughout this very long, rich history of our awesome game, but he has not looked invincible in it in this tournament.
Yeah.
Did he look amazing? Of course he did, because he's Maru. He always looks amazing. But his very first game of the tournament on Oceanborn against Oliveira, he was in all sorts of trouble. In the rematch, he was in all sorts of trouble throughout the entire best of 5. But that also goes to show why he's the TVT god, because Maru is literally never down and out. You give him 70 supply or more, and he is able to turn water into wine. His late game is scary. He's difficult to kill. He has all the ingredients to be the ultimate TVT player, but it's still going to be very difficult for him because Cure did get a good victory over Beyond. I mean, these games are so freaking important. This is literally like the biggest one-day tournament we've had throughout history.
Yes.
This is like unrelated to what happened yesterday and unrelated to what happens tomorrow. This is the biggest one-day tournament we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And even for Maru playing a best of 3 here against Cure, that's got to be scary.
Literally all the best players, apart from 3 names that have already made it on through here. And the interesting thing for me about this is in this TVT, if you do somehow manage to get through the next series by chance, you know you're going to be going up against Clem. That's a guarantee here. So your TVT has to be on point.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an important match to set the stage for that because you are the cutting edge of TVT. You guys are the leaders in this matchup.
For sure.
And you've played so many of these big storied series before. For me, though, the real focus here is Maru. Can he close up that early game? Oliveira was consistently getting ahead of him in their series. He needs to try to clean that early game up because Cure is no doubt going to have watched that series. He's going to try and take advantage of some of the same weaknesses.
Shot thought.
Well, it's obviously not TVT time yet against Clem. The winner of this series plays the grand finals today against a Terran or a Zerg. So I don't think we should be thinking about Clem yet. They should be respecting each other. And then hopefully they make it through the final round of today.
All right, well, you guys at home can go for the predictions. stcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to be able to take this Terran versus Terran. For both teams here, Team Liquid and Vitality, looking for points at EWC. But one of these players will be eliminated right now. Will it be Cure or Maru? Let's find out. Moving on.
Welcome back to the stage, everyone. Fancy. We've got another match coming up.
Absolutely, it's going to be an exciting one. The winner of this match is heading to the final for the knockout bracket, and it's back on best of 5. But for now, it is best of 3, and for our next match, it is going to be Maru versus Cure.
This year, Maru has won every single head-to-head against Cure, except for the last one at GSL. Can Cure snatch another match from the TVT Master here in Riyadh? Or will Cure take out his first Terran in this tournament? We'll find out shortly as our 2 players approach the stage and stare deeply into each other's eyes, then play the match.
Players, if you please shake your hand and take to your seats. Another TVT match is ongoing, and the winner goes to the final match of the knockout bracket. The stage is set. Casters, all yours.
It feels like a tale as old as time. Cure versus Maru. They have been the best Korean Terrans, arguably the best Terrans in the world, and now they are facing each other in a best of 3 just to survive to the next round.
Yeah, this is brutal, isn't it? Like, these guys have duked it out for a long time. Cannot forget that they were former teammates back in the day during the Jin Air Green Wings days, and I know Maru definitely took the limelight, but Cure was always full of power. And when it comes to consistency, Cure has always been on his toes, especially in this matchup, and as Rachel very rightly said, the last time that these guys duked it out, Cure did end up the victor, and he's gone through this bracket, and every time he's played a Terran, he's looked pretty darn good. Did take out Bjorn right before this as well, fairly convincingly, and yeah, this is not going to be easy. Both of them would have preferred, in fact, when I say they would have preferred being on the other side of the bracket, no, because Hero and Reynor are over there, so it's tough. It's tough at this point.
No easy matchups, but I do think that Cure is coming in here with perhaps a better chance because of his last victory versus Maru, ending that streak, but also just checking back a little bit further. Cure does not have a good record, particularly against Maru when it comes to best of 5+. So best of 3 is where he often picks up the victory. So this actually might be favorable to him as we head in to Ghost River. In the top right, as the red Terran for Team Vitality, he is Maru.
That was not quite Maru, but spawning over. Oh no, you were correct.
But wait.
The camera was on Cure, but spawning over in the top left-hand side is one of my Team Liquid boys. It is Cure.
Like the logos are really different colors. How did I mess that one up then?
No. You were absolutely right, but also that was Maru, you know. So, I mean, when I was watching them walk out on stage, I'm like, there might be no meek and milder looking two to just stand there, and they're meant to look each other in the eyes. They're looking everywhere else, just being like, oh dear, I hope he doesn't go too rough on me here. But Ghost River to start things off here. Like, this is kind of a crazy TVT map, honestly. Like, you get the Sight Deltas of the world, the Oceanborns, you're going to have a very nice layout to work with. But Ghost River, this just calls for aggression. And there was one series that I remember, Clem going up against Cure. It was some big deal, and it was when Cure had already joined Team Liquid and had been part of it for a while. Cure chose to deal with Clem in the early game, which I was so surprised about, because I'm like, Cure, you're a strategic genius in this matchup. It's all about positioning, whereas Clem's about speed, but he actually did bring it to Clem. And I mean, I know that TVT, the Koreans have always been the best at it, but Cure isn't a one-trick pony in this matchup. In fact, I think he's a guy that brings a lot of builds to the table and really utilizes his mind as opposed to his speed.
Yeah, actually. And we talked a little bit about his speed being a little lacking compared to, like a Clem in TVZ. But when you watch him play in this matchup, yes, strategically he is fantastic, but his micro is often on point. He can bring the aggression early on. They did play Ghost River the last time they faced off against each other, and it was a win by Cure because Cure ended up 2-0ing him in GSL. So maybe Cure also happy with this result of the map pick and bans. We do have both players not going super aggressive on this map. No proxies coming down, but factory expand from Cure you think would make a little more sense. Maru with a much faster command center despite the length of this map.
Yeah, Maru's definitely gone for the more economic approach. One of these players did SME Scout. I do believe it was Maru. So he knows what he's up against. Yeah, to get to Scout that it was a double gas opening with the fast factory, which does signal that Cure will be the one trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, you don't need to necessarily get damage done because you have advantages in other places, such as a much faster starport, faster Ravens on the go and all that. So Maru definitely feeling like build-wise, he got away with something a little bit here.
He did build the bunker.
He did build the bunker, just to be safe about what can happen in that front door. Now, these units are very nicely placed by Maru. Does get a Reaper for his troubles. that is not the start that Kyo's looking for.
No. So just to elaborate on that bunker, sometimes you will see the 1-Rax Expand players still try to avoid building that bunker. They think they can actually track the units enough, and then they can get the factory unit out as fast as they can as well. But that's maybe a little more questionable on the shorter rush distance. It's also something where if you're going to grab a Cyclone instead of a Hellion, I mean, the Hellion pops out a little bit sooner, right? So you don't need a Tech Lab anymore for the Cyclone, but still. It is going to be double Cyclone for Maru into the Viking. Very defensive setup. Obviously can't get aggressive on the other side of the map. Cure not going to go into any medevacs himself. This is something that Maru actually gets in and sees. He might also grab an SCV. Yeah, I think it'll happen if he sacrifices the Reaper. Well, actually did not end up getting the focus fire. So the SCV is clumped up too much.
Did Maru... So I just want to talk about what he's producing, because Maru initially started producing a medevac, then cancelled it, started making a Viking, then cancelled it again, and is now going ahead with the medevac. So kind of interesting what he's been doing, whether it was like, okay, if he doesn't come at this time with this, then I can go ahead with the medevac. If that doesn't happen, then I'll go with the Viking. So a lot of changing and flipperooing from Maru, but now he has a medevac. His opponent doesn't, but Cure is looking like he's very comfortable with just sitting in his position. Now, he was quicker to the Ravens and obviously quicker to the tanks as well, but we'll see what Maru can get done, because remember, does have a little bit of an SCV lead so far, but that first tank shot was beautiful.
Yeah, already having a tank in position. Maru was hoping that it'd be basically anywhere else, or at the very least not Siege. So the Cyclone aggression stops before it can really even begin. I guess he did actually get 2 SCVs, so that, yeah, but the tank is going to make sure that those Cyclones are going to, hopefully not find any more damage. In fact, they would sacrifice themselves to get 2 shots, so this one of the main base could grab it. Well, Cure moves perhaps at the exact wrong time. Maru going to be able to find a supply depot because of this, and it is the case that he will have the fun with the medevac, basically. There's nothing that actually directly kills it. Marines are not going to be able to chase this down. There's no Cyclones, and there's no Viking. Well, not yet, sorry.
Yeah, this was a huge scout for Maru, though. Like, no third here, no third on location. Now, there isn't a proxy starport, but remember, this map is very short. Like, I'm a little bit scared for Maru if Cure does push out, just because he's got a third CC. He's getting the extra barracks now. He's been kind of slow to get the Vikings going. And how many Ravens does he have? I feel like he skipped those almost entirely in this map. Oh, no, he hasn't at all. He's got 2 out. So Maru just doing Maru things here. But the tank count definitely in Cure's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting right to it on the production on specifically the tanks can sometimes leave you a little under-defended as far as the Cyclone is that great overall defensive unit, but the tank is really the better unit as TVT goes on. So Maru going to try and at least keep some units on the map. Maybe he gets a Viking that was not controlled correctly. That is not the case, but tracking the army, getting into position, also important things here. Cure certainly going to be able to delay a third CC for a long period of time, but is he going to go for the throat in the natural?
This is so rough. Like, Maru's got so much investment that's not going to be paying off for quite some time. The stim, the +1/+1. Like, you really can't do much with these Marines unless you catch your opponent unsieged. And Maru will have more Marines out, but this kind of siege positioning, very scary. And Maru, he's just doing what he does. He feels the opportunity to get across the map and deal some damage. These Cyclones still very good against the air units as well. He's doing about as good with this defense as you possibly can.
Yeah, we did see him yesterday versus Oliveira. Basically hindsight make a mistake with the Ravens, but it was also a 2 starport play from Oliveira, right?
Stim on that barracks.
Yeah, that could be in question. Yeah.
Unless he gives up the vision, and even for a little period of time here, that's actually a really big deal.
Yeah, if the barracks dies, guys, Stim dies as well. The SCVs are repairing that up. You can't lift it either. Stim will also get canceled, so... Yeah, that was a little sketchy, but that is going to finish. So Maru is going to have much faster upgrades. His third CC has been done, but he, the 19 SCVs went down. Good lord.
To 2 Ravens?
Yeah, that's insane, actually. I just didn't even imagine that would ever happen. 19 SCVs just went down. Cure went from a position in which he could kind of grab a couple of things, being an annoyance, to now actually really needing to do damage.
How on earth did he get that many kills? Like, I was expecting him to leave some units behind to deal with them, pulling the SCVs, but maybe he was just so focused on this front, and maybe that speed factor really coming into play here that we talked about. Now, these tanks, are shelling out a lot of damage. Cure is up to 3 CC now, so we'll be able to start cranking out mules and mining on all 3 bases, but those Ravens, they were still dealing damage, and Maru somehow finds the time just be like, you know what, I'm going to cross the map with these Vikings as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Cure's like, enough of this. I'm going to go for it. Interference Matrix on the tanks. Vikings land. Cure's tank siege up. Maru coming down his own ramp, trying to get the best concave possible to take this out. But it looks like it might be a little too low. The disables are running out, and that is going to save Maru's main base and natural. But Cure is still here. He will continue to rally. He just killed 21 SCVs, almost evening the SCV score. In fact, now he's out ahead, and he still has the contain going. Maru's break was not quite good enough.
Okay. Does Cure actually have Stim? Because, I mean, he's been foregoing a lot of... Okay, he's got Stim, doesn't have combat shields, doesn't have the 1-1. That's a big deal. And Maru, with his last Raven there, did donk on the last Viking that was available for Cure. So Cure no longer has vision permanently, so he's having to use scans to actually shell on that command center. Is getting pretty damn low, but a lot of the little things here from Maru have bought him a lot of time. And now he's got air control, getting out of Liberator. He will be able to break out fairly soon.
Yeah, the Liberator is going to be it, guys. There's nothing you can do about that on Cure's side of the map. Now, the question is how Cure can be able to escape. You know, the next scan that comes down might be more for, well, actually, it's going to find a tank. Yeah, it is going to find a tank. Wow, that's, and the Viking lands unsuccessfully to try and stop that from happening. I was going to say that, you know, the next scan might be to determine if he can actually successfully evacuate, but you know what, it's kind of confirming that he can actually do what he wants in this natural, but with medevacs, with stim and combat shields, bio drops from Maru are now an issue. Cure, totally unexpected, did not have any defense at the 3rd CC, so Maru kind of getting some jabs in while he's, you know, kind of petrified back at home. Only able to do so much. Oh my god, that actually just went down! Oh, Maru microing his dropship did not lift his command center.
No, he did not. Now, there is still a window here. I mean, there's so many little things going on. Cure actually picked off the low health Viking there. The SCVs are coming, the drops coming in from behind as well, all over these siege tanks, and Cure's trying to hold on here. He has so many Marines on top of this, and Maru's army just absolutely melted Cure with an absolute feisty Game 1 victory.
Absolutely. Good use of the map as well. You know, that could be really shaky for Cure's perspective. Keeping your tanks on that side of the map, things can happen, right? They can break out with the SCV pool. They can start maybe getting those medevacs, or even a Viking land behind your tanks and break you. But what ended up happening was that he basically just kept the contain 100% of the time. There was no successful break that really pushed Cure all the way back, and then we can see more unsuccessful breaks as the game went on. Maru just not able to wrangle this game back and get the benefit of his opener.
There was a few huge mistakes out of Maru there that may not have seemed that big, but he had a tank on the high ground that Cure saw. He started shooting at it. Then he had 3 Vikings. One of them, he chose to run over and land. So it meant that his Viking died, right? Didn't get the tank kill either, so a tank and a Viking for nothing.
Yeah.
Then Cure focused down the low health Viking, meaning he outnumbered it. So once his Liberator was out, there was nothing. He couldn't actually utilize it. So that was just some little small errors from Maru there that led to a huge, overwhelming victory for Cure.
The other small thing right there in the previous fight, guys, sorry, it's already moved on, but there were a lot of Marines that were coming down for the break from Maru's main. They had been stacked up there because earlier there were threats of being killed by popping, right? Because the tanks were shelling away in the barracks. So we had a bunch of Marines that were coming down the ramp past his tank, and while they did get involved in the fight, you could certainly argue that he could have taken more time. If he was given time, guys, Cure pushed, so just to be clear, but if he had more time, he would have gotten a better concave in his natural, or he would have set up the drop behind the tanks to get a full surround. So Cure really choosing the right time to strike. Maru arguably opening up that time by continuing his extreme harassment, sending all of his Vikings across. He kind of poked the bear.
He certainly did poke the bear one too many times. And guys and girls, the colors have swapped for this match, and Cure, who will be Cure, spawning over the top left-hand side, the Team Liquid Terran. Cure.
Classic Demu triple player intro. Love it.
It was almost like America, America, America on the first day, you know? Seems a lifetime ago at this point.
And in the bottom right, now on his last life, it is Team Vitality's Maru.
Maru has nads the size of China, I swear. Like, his life is so damn on the line here, and I just see He's not making SVs at 14 supply, and there he is, proxying.
Oof.
My goodness, Zombie Grub.
My goodness indeed, Demu. Thank you for that. Proxy 2 racks. When push comes to shove, when everything is on the line, go back to your strengths. Go back to what everyone thought you were proving was broken. I've never seen this strategy lose. Of course, that's on TVZ, but seriously, a Proxy 2 racks in TVT on Site Delta, where Cure is, in fact, going for a 1 racks expand. Is he SCV scouting? I do not see it. This is exactly what Maru would want.
This is the perfect storm, isn't it? Like, he's scouting around the natural a little bit, and it's like, oh, there's no proxy behind the natural. You're not going to be that brazen, are you? Goes to the low ground expand. And the thing is, this is barracks first as well. It's not gas first. It means the factory will be up much later now. Very often, you can go for a bunker fairly on with this build, but more often than not, you don't, especially with the ramp being this kind of veil of security, but it's not really. And we'll see what Maru does. He's sending the first SCV back home. And in fact, is that both SCVs have gone back home? So it's going to be a macro follow-up behind this, but make no mistake, Cure has to be so on point from this point on.
Yeah, this is the worst situation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an automatic win. You know, it's definitely a soft counter, shall we call it. But things are going to get more complicated for Cure. He does have to worry about straight up dying. That grenade popped them forward into the Marine, into the Reaper. Even Maru can't help but kind of just smile at that one. And yet Cure will, despite that awesome opener, still have to cancel his command center. Maru will absolutely 100% not get that snowball.
I am so happy about that sad lip, by the way. I've never seen so much emotion out of Maru. Just one little sad lip there. But my goodness. I tell you what, cancelling the CC, that's actually... I don't think Cure needed that after killing one of the Reapers. So that's actually something that's gone in Maru's favor. But everything else, that Reaper grenade was insane. Like, the fact that he kept on running past it, like, I see a ramp with Reapers, and I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know what's up there, you know? But Maru just went in and bit the bullet for it. Really nice hold by Cure.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that is, you know, Cure also anticipating a move like that. I mean, it's kind of something you do no matter what, but it just, you know, half a pixel space or whatever it is in StarCraft, and maybe those Reapers don't get popped. But yeah, that did stop, again, like I'm saying, like the snowball, that thing that could actually kill Cure and just make this an easy game. We see that in Pro TBT, but no, this is just more of a complicated game.
There's so many things for Maru that are just so un-Maru-esque here. Like, 2 Reapers down, we should have 5. And this is just giving Cure so much confidence. And remember, this is now the best of 3 stage. Maru went through such a marathon over the past couple of days in those upper brackets, the lower bracket as well. And now 1-0 down. And he's gone for an opening that has absolutely not paid off.
No, it hasn't. It has not. Now, he's going into triple command center behind this, and if he can successfully get that up on the 3rd CC, well, then that will help out for sure. But that would be kind of the next question. Right now, Maru grabbing some Cyclones and a Medevac can provide some aggression, kind of keep that map control. He does still have some Reapers that can go for a backstab too. But Cure is also getting some aggression. He's also getting out in the map. That Medevac flying across, coming in obviously much faster. I am kind of worried that Maru might see, he sees it, he knows about it, he might keep the Cyclones at home, maybe bait Cure into dropping and then pounce on him with the Cyclones, or he might just say, like, you know, show the Cyclones, say, no, you're never getting in here, go away.
Maru's timing on getting these 2 Cyclones out, by the way, is like super clean. Like, he's going more Cyclones as well, which I don't hate in this situation. Just making sure that you will regain the map control that you lost from earlier. We all know that Cyclones are pretty good. They're not quite what they once were in this matchup, but definitely not bad, especially in the hands of somebody like Maru. Now, we might get a bit of a Medevac chase going on over here, Zombie Grub, and Medevacs are pretty damn fast, but this one's taking a bit of a tour around Site Delta over here, so maybe not looking to chase down the Medevac, maybe looking to deal damage of his own.
Yeah, well, he also kind of needs a scout, too. Both of them a little in the dark. I mean, there's some natural progression from the stage they were in, but getting that confirmation, you know, I'm personally curious. We saw mech from Maru yesterday. could he do it again? I believe he did it on-site Delta. It is possible, paying attention to the fourth gas timing in particular, but medevac drop from Maru, sees a couple of Cyclones, says, no, it's not worth it. Obviously, we have a barracks on the way for Cure, so definitely bio from him. Barracks on the way for Maru as well, and we will be having bio versus bio, Ravens versus Ravens, and now the situation is Maru slightly ahead, seriously, slightly ahead on the worker, just by 1 or 2. Ooh, medevac accidentally flying in, thought it was safe to pass by the natural, not so much.
I was a bit scared for Maru that it was going to be an interference matrix to cancel that speed there, and then the Cyclone kills it, but Cure did not opt for that, maybe thinking that it was not possible. Now, Cure does have a little bit of supply lead. These little victories here, there on the map are nice for Maru. And remember, his tank count's going to be significantly behind here against his opponent. I mean, this game's very different to the last one because Cure is going for the 3rd CC, also going for the engineering bays and such. And any advantage you had in the early game in this matchup, they kind of died down a little bit at this point. Because you're not going to be able to kill your opponent directly. And this is where Maru really wants the game to go, I feel. Even though I say that after just a proxy 2 racks opening, this is where Maru starts to really shine.
That is very true. That's not something you really argue against. But I am a little worried about Maru's defensive potential. He is down a tank. The Cyclones, they lose strength as the game goes on, only in possibility scenarios, right, that they actually remain effective. And Cure does have a stronger army. He's also building Vikings, not medevacs, so he will be able to siege up and contain possibly. If he gets a delay on Maru's 3rd CC, I mean, he will jump forward in the economy, which Maru is currently winning. There's the scan, and from both players too. Maru admits, I cannot defend that 3rd CC. Let's back away, play the long game. A couple of Reapers from Maru getting some cheeky SEV kills, but now Cure can siege up the main base as well, possibly.
Yeah, and I mean, all that production is there, isn't it? And I mean, 4 Cyclones out, like, they will be a little bit scary, will be able to deny vision a little bit, but Maru's in a similar position that he was in game 1, where it's like, okay, my opponent has more tanks, he's outside my base right now. Tank count does look fairly similar, but the thing is, those Cyclones melt to siege fire. They absolutely melt. Maru's Marine count still behind as well. I mean, those Reapers definitely did a little bit of damage on the other side of the map, but no air control either. Cure is all over this game.
And he just scanned the medevac pickup, which is, really the only option too. He basically scanned the medevacs. That's one of their only options. So he also means that he definitely has the Viking control. He can be kind of brazen with this air army. So he goes in, gets 3 tanks disabled. They are not going to be part of the fight, guys. Maru forced to pull the boys. He's going to try and defend on his last life in the Esports World Cup. Will he be able to break through? He is breaking through. His only disables were so big. The tanks of Cure also not a part of the fight. The rest of his army not strong enough. Just before Cure's 1-1 as well, Maru chooses the right moment to survive, but his economy is in the dumpster.
It's in tatters, absolutely in tatters, and Cure, you can see it on his face there. I mean, Maru's gonna attack you. He has to, and you know it's gonna come. But how do you stop it? I mean, Raven-wise, he's got 1 remaining here. That's so much bio. This tank has a lot of work to do. And Maru, the Raven doesn't do anything, Zombie Grove. He's getting in there. He's got combo shield against no combo shield. Now he's got to pull the SCVs.
Yeah, he's pulling the SCVs. That last tank coming out's not going to even help as Cure realizes he lost too much. That was too successful of a break to survive an almost immediate counterattack. Maru, unable to do that similar situation in the first game. He tried to break out. He didn't. He was continually contained. It was difficult. Second game, after some kerfuffle with some of the openers, kind of came down to the same thing. Could Cure demolish him in the contain, or at least have enough units surviving if he was broken? Well, the answer to that was no, and Maru now brings it up to a 1-1 score.
Really impressive out of Maru, honestly, because that was not easy. And the fact that he went for it, the first unsiege on the tank against the interference matrix was big, by the way, because anytime you can keep a tank alive for longer, maybe Cure didn't want to push as hard as he had to at that point in time. It's just all these very split little decisions here, but Maru kind of forced his hand there, took the opportunity, and I'll tell you what, those 4 cyclones he made earlier, they actually came in pretty handy.
They did, yeah. You always, you got to shout them out when they actually work in the mid-game, Otherwise, they are just seen as anti-drop, maybe some pokes, but yeah, they did help out. Maru looking cool as a cucumber, despite the early game going the way that it did. He did play the rest of it out quite nicely. And Cure, you know, definitely thinking he was in a good position. He had a chokehold on him. He was also aware of the potential break and what could happen from there. But it's all about those tiny little minutia, right? That really makes the difference. And Maru is very good at that type of micro.
He certainly is. He's one of the best strategic minds in StarCraft II, and has been for a long time, like a puppet master. He reads things that almost no one else can, and when it comes to TVT, there's been nobody else as dominant in this matchup ever in StarCraft's history. But now, it's all down to this map. Who will make it to the knockout bracket final? Oh, spawning in the bottom left-hand side of Alcyone. One final time in this matchup. It is Team Liquid's Cure.
And in the top right, also on his last chance still, he is the blue Terran for Vitality, Maru.
What a situation to find yourself in as Maru. Like, he was literally maps away from making it, skipping all of this stress, absolutely avoiding it. It was up till 1 AM yesterday, playing his absolute heart out, only to find himself taken out not only his teammate Solar, but potentially a former teammate here in Cure as well.
Yeah. And it'd be nice revenge for GSL, of course. Not that that actually knocked Maru out at all. It just was one of those, well, can Cure actually start to reverse the trend, right? Can he now start winning against Maru reliably? Well, it looked that way in game number 1. Very strong performance. And it even looked that way in game number 2. But Maru does the kind of magic Terran breakout and instant counterattack that would work especially well there. Now we're on Alcyone, one of the larger maps, if not actually the largest, I believe. So we're going to have a bit of a difference there. And certainly already, because we don't have a proxy 2 Rux.
No, definitely. And Maru, like, we have different builds going on here. It's going to be Maru going for a 1 Rax fast expand with a scout. So this was barracks first, so the factory comes online later. Most likely we'll have a very similar build from game 1 out of him. But if there's one thing that Maru's very good about, it's showcasing a build that looks identical, but then doing something a little bit different. And even though TVT, I don't want to call it a linear matchup because there's so many different openings these days, he's been very good about melding it to his will, like doing these builds where he gets a 3rd CC before the starport, being ultra darn greedy, and it's pretty hard to punish, but Cure is so precise with some of these builds and knowing what to do with what build order that it's very hard to get away with it against a guy like Cure.
Maru kind of taking advantage of the situation. You know, last game he proxy 2 Racks and did basically punish Cure's attempt at a 1cc, even though the beginning didn't look that great. He did end up canceling it. So then the next game, especially on a bigger map as well, Maru's like, well, I'm probably going to get ahead, actually. You're not going to 2-Rax me. You're not much of a 2-Raxer, and you're probably going to be playing safe by factory expanding, so I'm going to get ahead with a 1-Rax expand. You're not going to be able to do anything about it, and so far, so good. But Cure is building multiple Reapers and multiple Hellions.
Yeah, the build that Cure's went for, even though it's a double gas opening, going Reaper into Reactor, while not scouting, it is a little bit greedy, because if there was something like the previous game, well, this can absolutely bite the bullet a little bit, but it's going to be a lot of Reapers out of him. Like, make no mistake about that. I mean, his starport's still on the way, so it's not the 7 Reapers that can cross the map kind of thing. It's probably going to be stopping at 3 and 2 Hellions, but this can still get some damage done. Maru doesn't have the same kind of firepower just yet, but he is quite quick to get in this Cyclone out.
Yeah, so not 5-3, but rather 3-2 on the number of Reaper Hellion. A little less pepper, a little less potential in case they do find something good. They won't really be able to snowball it as much. They shouldn't anyway. And this does look like, yeah, maybe some Reapers could get some SCVs, but one of them already going down, second one very, very injured. I mean, how many SCVs do we really expect here? 3, maybe?
2 max, I think. Although maybe it is going to be 3 at this point. I mean, very close to getting that last one. Ooh, that was super close, eh?
Yeah, that was close. That's kind of your, that's the only thing you're really going to be asking for, honestly, unless you just found them completely out of position and unaware, which should not happen at this level. Both of them are grabbing medevacs, very common, especially in Korean TVT, I think, although we've seen a little less of it. Yeah, medevac versus medevac. Not seeing each other's medevacs as well, very common. Even though the Xel'Naga could be taken, it wouldn't have seen the medevac anyway, so that's all right. And yeah, there you go. Both on either side of the map.
Yeah, like 2 ships sail in the night here, and damage is going to be done on both sides. And Cure's getting a lot of stuff like tech lab-wise, so not producing anything just yet. Maru's quite quick to getting out a tank, and he is greeted by the Hellion and the Cyclone, but having the medevac here, this can be pretty juicy. I mean, trying to get some damage done with the Reaper as well. Those Marines were also very good at dealing with that initial bit of aggression. And Cures, he's right on in the mineral line. Now, what's greeting him? Absolutely nothing. This is definitely benefiting Cure in this situation.
Absolutely. 3 SCVs already going down. Command center delayed. And that is big when you're playing kind of similar stories here. Tank's gonna get a shot. You're gonna stay? Okay, second shot killed everything. Garrett is repositions. He's like, you know what? I'm having a field day. Auto turret is finally gonna dissuade him, and Maru was returning home, but there is a dead spot on Alcyone. You can just leave it there as long as there's no Vikings, which we're not getting into. Both players grabbing barracks and Ravens.
Yeah, third CC very quick from Maru, and on Cure's side of things, he's only just starting his zombie growth. Now, Cure did get a really good scout in this main base, getting to see that third and when it was happening. I'm just wondering if he knows that the third CC is very early. Maybe he could have got away with a low ground one. So I'm just wondering, where does he feel that he's going to get a little bit of a lead this game? Because playing the catch-up when it comes to a CC being that much faster than you, it is a little bit annoying.
More than annoying, it's a little bit scary, but you know, sometimes you do see this, and while it's definitely Maru's economic lead, they both get on 3cc. They both have similar enough upgrade timings, and then it's a lot about those interference matrix, who gets them first, who gets them in a more powerful position, concaves with Marines, you know the drill. TBT is TBT, right?
Yeah.
It might just be your first real, you know, macro game, no contain on Maru to make it complicated. Maru does get a scan, sees that he is much farther ahead in the third CC. If you could take it immediately, then he, you know, definitely would, but you got to be a little careful about actually planting it on location.
This is very cool from Maru. So he scouts that third with a Marine, goes back, gets control of Zelnaga, scans the main. He's like, wait a minute, because you have to confirm that you're not getting two base pushed at that point, right? So he knows that he's ahead economically. I also love the fact that he's actually got a second barracks with a tech lab here. So he's going to have stim and combat shield ridiculously quickly. Like, that is a lot of gas being used on upgrades, like 400 in total, 400 minerals, which, you know, right now he's kind of like, oh, this is a little bit risky. But knowing that he's ahead on the economy front, Maru's making a lot of really good calls here.
That's a really good point. Oftentimes you'll see both, oh, they're both doing it. Well, you'll see it both added on because you expect that you're behind significantly. So if you're late to stimulate the combat shields, obviously, unless you get both at the same time, and then you can kind of make up the difference. So it's usually a comeback move. In this case, it's like getting even farther ahead, because he's probably also going to bother to actually swap that onto a reactor once it's done. He's not going to get lazy about that. So the temporary loss of, I don't even know, like I don't know, but you know, the Marines that would have popped double at a time instead of one, it's probably going to be worth having that so much faster. And he also does know, again, that he is in a good position. Kira does still have the army supply lead, but especially as we add on more tanks, you know, 4 army supply lead, like, what does that really matter?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these numbers, you're looking at the production tabs, they're neck and neck. Like, Armory starting, 5th and 6th gas for both of them. A little bit of a supply block here for Cure temporarily, does manage to fix that up. I mean, this is just, it's going to line up to be a very cool TVT out of both of them. I do feel that Maru's position, and how I think he feels it too, that it's quite a nice one for him, but has to be so careful. 1 medevac and 2 cyclones. I mean, you're definitely feeling the nerves through the screen here from both these guys. Cure, so quick to start up his 2-2, by the way, but every tank is interference matrixed, and Cure, he's got energy as well, stops the tanks, gets the Dorito dust on it, and all the tanks are stopped as well, and now they are just killing each other.
Yeah, I think the Dorito dust was a little bit later there for Maru, right? So Kira actually had a lot of Marines, I believe more than Maru. We didn't get the check on right before that, but he certainly does now. And then so the tanks, although they are disabled and that looks like the most beautiful engagement in the world, it is a matter of actually getting on top of them, taking that out of the equation, and then also making sure you win the non-tankless battle, which did not happen for Maru. Cure the reaction very quickly, also realizing he took a hell of a fight, killing all those tanks. Cure on the counter-attack, on the warpath. He has an almost 30 army supply lead. Can Maru pull out this defense?
I mean, if there's one thing that actually bodes well for Maru, is he took out all 3 of the Ravens, but CC on the front here does not get cancelled, gets killed. I mean, those tanks in the back line, they have a job to do. An anti-armor missile goes down. SCVs will pull temporarily. And for now, Maru can breathe a tiny little bit, but Cure, He's smelling blood in the water here, Zombie Grub. These tanks are getting so damn close, and Maru, after such a fiery day yesterday, this might be it for him.
I think it might be. Cure knows that he's got to go ahead and end it right here. You let Maru get back on 3cc, you let him turtle up, and there's a strong chance he makes the comeback happen. Cure is the one most familiar with that as well. So he's going to continue getting ahead back at home with a faster 4th command center. I believe his armory was faster, so his upgrades might be as well. And he is continuing to delay that 3rd. Yes, he has maybe 15, maybe 10 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot, but since he is the one pressuring, it could happen that he has the upgrade lead. It looks like he's not ready to go ahead and break him, but Cure, realizing that Maru's going to try and go this direction, is actually going to send his main army off the left side and then triple medevac drop into the main. Maru, on a not incredible tank count, can only defend so many locations at once.
Definitely, those drops that are heading to the main right now could spell disaster. I know I saw one turret over there. Cure being very precarious over here, but this is almost a distraction at this point, because here is where the real damage is getting done. That CC is stopped for now. 2-2 finishing up very shortly for Maru. Maru's trying to do everything he can right now to soften the blow. 2-2 has finished. The units from Maru can fight against this, and Cure's dealing a lot of economic damage behind this while taking a 4th on location.
Exactly. Just killed 15 SCVs. Now, Maru does still have 4 command centers at this point, and wow, a very bold move with his 4th command center. Did it just lift? It's going to try and go over? No way, right? Okay, yeah. No way. 15 SCVs, and he can replace that, but that's, 50 minerals a pop when you also desperately need to be building Marines to cover your tanks. Obviously, priority on the tank production. That's going to cover. The splash is going to cover a certain amount of army supply, and then a couple of Vikings to make sure that this runaround game won't happen, and that if Cure is going to add on some Liberators, it won't shock Maru. But that missile turret died. There's no more vision in the main base there over on Maru's main, and Cure is just going to continue hammering that point.
This is so risky by Cure, but if he can get in there, this is a doom drop and a half over here. There's going to be 4 tanks, I think, in the mix with all those, and oh my goodness, he's getting in such a good position here with all these tanks as well. Oh, Maru, this is not good. Even getting a tank picked off in the main as well. Maru bringing everything he has to try and deal with this, but Cure's just growing ever bigger behind it all as well.
Yeah, Maru is trying to take this as patiently as possible. You just kind of have to accept this is happening. Lifts the command center, gets the concave here, and that's going to be an okay fight, but definitely not good enough. No, it's not even an okay fight. That is not good enough. Maru supply in the dumpster, and he taps out. Maru is out of the Esports World Cup, and Cure gets another chance to fight on.
Oh, well played out of Cure. You could really feel that a few of these moves out of Maru were not the Maru that I'm used to seeing, where it's just absolutely flawless. But Cure, you could tell every move in all of these TVTs, it was clinical. He was always looking for that kill. It was patient as well. The way that he moved his tanks, and Maru just got caught off guard one too many times here.
Absolutely. Cure continuing to reverse the trend here. Maru has a wonderful record against him, but lately it has gone the way of Cure, and this could not have been a better time to prove it. Winning against Maru in a best of 3 in the EWC. What a wonderful result for him, but it's not over yet. Let's go to the stage to get an interview with our winner.
Congratulations, Cure. It's been a tough year for you against Maru, but you have pulled out the winning result in this match. And as a result, Maru, if you would hand over your key. I'm glad to see the attitude is still positive between you two. And I want to know exactly how you were feeling towards Maru when he decided to proxy rax you in game 2.
일단은 김덕 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 일단 2세트 때 또 전홍수 선수가 전진병을 하셨잖아요. 그때 좀 빌드가 많이 불리했는데 그때 상황을 좀 한번만 좀 말씀해 주세요.
전진 투병형 예상했던 빌드라서 마당 취소할 생각으로 운영을 하려고 했는데 운 좋게 사신 한 마리를 이제 잡아가지고 좀 주도권 가지고 할 수 있었어서 많이 유리했는데 좀 방심했어가지고 또 이렇게 성주한테 지나 이런 생각도 많이 들고 했는데 그래도 다행히 이겨서 다행인 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, in game 2, I kind of expected him to be to do proxy rex, so I just well, if he does, I'm just gonna cancel my CC, so I'm just gonna go macro all the way. But luckily, I got the first Reaper, so I was really ahead. I thought I was winning that game, but somehow I let my guard down. So, now, man, this is how I go down again by Maru. So, okay, but I'm really happy that I won eventually.
Well, you definitely have the experience against him, and it paid off in dividends. Next, you'll be facing the winner of Reynor versus Hero. What's your preference? Would you rather go face a Zerg or a Protoss for that final jump into Sunday?
이제 마지막 4강까지 가는 이제 관문이 딱 한 관문 남았잖아요. 그래서 마지막 최종 진출전에 이제 저그 아니면 토스가 올라올 텐데 레이너 선수와 김준호 선수 중에서 누구를 만나고 싶나요? 어떤 종족을 만나고 싶나요?
레이너 선수한테 너무 아쉽게 져가지고 이번에 꼭 만나서 복수하고 싶고 준호 형은 또 워낙 잘해가지고 또 짜증나게 플레이를 잘하셔가지고 안 만났으면 좋겠어요.
Well, first of all, I really want to get a revenge on Reynor, so I want to face him. And consider the fact that like Hero is very good, and Hero not only is good, but he also plays really annoyingly. So I really want to avoid him as much as possible.
Well, either way, we'll be looking forward to that match. We're going to let you relax now and bring that up next. But for now, let's take another look at your games with the analysts.
Kua has knocked out Maru. He will get to destroy his key and state. Did anyone see that coming?
Man, I mean, what a surprise. Maru, the favorite potentially to advance from the knockout bracket, getting taken out by Cure in stunning fashion. And what was really impressive for me is that, for years we have talked about Cure as this guy who's a specialist of TVP, He is the Protoss killer in Korea, but very quietly he has been building up as one of the best Terran players in the world. And I'm sure nobody now will disagree with that, but finally, in GSL, the most recent season, he was able to beat Maru in a TVT, this guy that has been stopping him for years. And now, on the biggest stage in the world, EWC, he is showing that was not a fluke. He wins again, and I am so excited to see how he's going to do in the next match.
And maybe this whole run from Q not a fluke, because of course last year he was in the finals here in Riyadh State, so that's one to look out for as well. Another big thing, that club championship. Team Liquid are racking up the points.
Yeah, I mean, Clem already in the top 4, and now Cure potentially coming in from the knockout bracket. We're talking a lot about that club championship. Imagine how big it will be for Team Liquid if they potentially have 2 stars in the top 4 of StarCraft II. I mean, that would just be absolutely monumental for the team standings.
So much at stake here in Riyadh as we continue the Esports World Cup with StarCraft II. Let's send it over to the desk and see what the boys and girls have to say.
That's right. Unfortunately for Maru, he is eliminated, and I'm sure that a lot of people that are eyeing up that trophy will be thinking about putting that key inside as well. Remember, if you are the victor here at the Esports World Cup, you get to pick 3 keys to embed within the trophy. And that means now as well, Cure manages to shrug off Maru here in a strong series coming out from Cure Pick.
He's been ahead against Maru so many times before. He's had victory within his grasp, and it's almost always slipped away. But this time, it's got to feel a little unreal for Cure because he finished off Maru in style.
Yeah.
This was really clinical, pushing the front, not overextending, dropping in the main multiple times. And I just, I kept thinking, that was me, I was being superstitious. I was like, Maru's going to find a way back in. Maru's going to find a way back in. But Cure just finished him off so clean.
Yes, he did, and that means now and confirms that Cure is in contention for top 4. He is awaiting either the winner of Reynor or Hero to figure out who's going to be in that best of 5. But for Cure, this is a monumental victory, Rotterdam. He's got to feel over the moon.
Yeah, that's a really easy way to get rid of all those bad memories you have of playing against Maru and all the times that Maru took you down. It is heartbreaking just to focus a little bit on Maru. Obviously, we're going to talk more about Cure. This is his moment. It's the final match of the day, and it's a sick run by him, but it's also so sad for Maru. He's been such a phenomenal player throughout over a decade at this point. We have looked at him time and time again as the best player in the world on certain moments.
Yes, yes.
He just cannot win an official world championship. It's really sad. He came in here, he was strong, he was so so close in that series against Dark as well. He could have been in the Final Four. Perhaps he should have been in the Final Four, but it's another year that it's not meant to be for Maru, and that's really sad.
Kyo mentioning in the interview he'd much rather play against Reynor because Hero plays an annoying style here. Lambo, I mean, is that the correct choice, do you think, for Kyo? What do you think?
I personally think Reynor has a better shot against Cure than Hero does.
Okay.
Because Cure already showed what he had prepared for Reynor, right? It was the very first round of the group stage where they played against each other, and Cure showed his prepared strategies. He showed his hand. I'm pretty sure he thought that was his absolute best strategy, because at a tournament like this, you don't hold anything back in the first round, which I do think favors Reynor quite a bit. But at this point, the moment you're on a run, the moment you feel yourself, I think anything can happen. I think he can bring it to both of these.
Yeah, perhaps his emotions getting the better of him, saying that he wants revenge on someone like him. If he suddenly barrels into him and Reynor's able to still have his number, Roddy, that could be scary.
Could also just be a strong tactical play, you know? He's like, man, I really don't want to play Reynor, but if I call him out, it makes it seem like I'm overly ready. And if Hero makes it through, well, I said that I would rather play the other guy, but Hero I've done plenty of well against in the past. I've taken him down many times, so perhaps a little bit of bluff poker, who knows?
Maybe. All right, let's check in with the pro perspective here. Lambo, what do you have for us from this series?
Well, I have the first game prepared, which was really interesting, actually, because Cure got the better of Maru in the build order war. We can see he managed to fight his way to the natural of Maru in range of the command center. He had, I think, 3 of these tanks were able to shoot the command center, but he needed to scan. He didn't have the air control anymore. Maru had the air superiority with the 3 Vikings. He also had a drop going out towards Cure side of the map, and he had a Liberator on the way. So all that Maru needs to do at this point is to wait. I know it's very difficult, but Maru is usually so patient. He's so calculated in his movements, but instead he tries to siege that tank right here in range of the other tank, and Cure right at that moment scans, and that's the reason why not only this tank falls right here, but he also lands a Viking, which I don't quite understand why he did that. I think he wanted to kill that tank, or he wanted to help his own tank. That was definitely a big mistake, because now Cure has 2 Vikings against 2, and the Liberator will not be able to clean up all the tanks. The moment you have a Liberator here at your own natural, you siege it up. These tanks right here, they will need to retreat, or Cure will need to engage into the natural of Maru, and I think that's exactly where he can clean it up. Maru at this point, he does have a 3rd CC, he has 1-1 upgrades already done. I think he was in a fine position if he didn't lose that single Viking, and that really shows how close these matches are and how important these small decisions really end up being.
Yeah, Roddy, any thoughts?
Yeah, I just felt that throughout the entire tournament, everybody is aware of how good Maru is in TVT. So they said, we are not just going to sit back, macro up, you macro, I macro, and let's go ahead and transition very easily into the late game. No, they really brought fire to Maru. Maru had a couple of great answers for it throughout all the series we've seen from him, but eventually some of these contains just become a bit too much, and apparently even Maru can make a mistake and can lose his cool. Could have something to do with the stage that we're on as well, right? This is not an everyday TVT. It's really well done by his opponents, and once more heartbreaking for Maru.
Roddy makes a great point. I mean, the fact that Maru here, it's rare you see Maru lose this many TVTs, even maps, never mind series.
He's looked mortal in this tournament, hasn't he, against multiple opponents, and so has several. You know, a bunch of the top favorites have found themselves some fantastic matches, some ones where they are getting, taken advantage of. And I think Kue here just pulled everything together so nicely. He's someone who, even when Maru looked invincible in the matchup, he was one of the few guys who would always take him to match point in TVTs. I think he showed here that his form's leveled up. Whether Maru is not in his best form, I don't think so. I think Maru is still playing well. I think Kue just got better.
All right, well, we have the penultimate series of the day on the way, and what is remaining is 3 players. We have our Terran in that best of 5, but we have a Protoss and a Zerg looking to go head-to-head to join him in it. It is going to be Hero versus Reynor. It's the rematch. It's a big one, as we have got ourselves a break, and on the other side of it, this huge best of 3.
set, go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, and we have had a major result here as we now know the guaranteed champions and winners of the first ever Esports World Cup will be Team Falcons, as they have been able to accomplish this thanks to the results elsewhere, thanks to the fact that we had some results in Tekken 8 go down, thanks to the results that we've had here in StarCraft II. There are still other competitions, but Falcons is so far ahead of the competition that they are going to be the champions. Congratulations to Team Falcons for taking #1. And even with still games available, ZG, look how far they've been ahead of the competition.
They got a lot of very good players across the board. I was checking out their stats before even coming here, you know, and I was like, oh, okay, so they might be not doing that like in 2 esports. I think they might have not done that well or had someone, but like everywhere else, you know, first places, second, third places, they had almost every esport covered with fantastic players.
Yeah, they definitely did, and that is not to mention, as I said, that there are other games on the way. I myself, late next week, will be covering PUBG. They have a phenomenal North American roster there to try and challenge for. So the question is how far will Falcons be ahead of second place, I suppose? But first place for them is $7 million for Team Falcons. Obviously, they've placed first in Warzone, they placed first in Free Fire, second in Apex. The list of results goes on, Lambo. So their Falcons is a terrifying team, even for 2025 and onwards.
100%. I mean, if I look at these rankings, it kind of looks like when I check the EPT point rankings and I see Cyril at the top, just way ahead of everyone. I mean, they're as good as the next 2 teams combined, almost the next 3, honestly. Like, that's a crazy result for them.
Crazy.
I mean, I follow Dota a little bit. I know they're just good everywhere. That's insane.
Yes. Yeah, they had a great Dota team. Yeah. Definitely, definitely. You're right. They're the Cyril of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
maybe Cyril is the Falcons of
yeah. There we go. There we go.
All right. Well, that is Falcons. Congratulations to them, of course. Later on down the line, I think it's on the 25th of August, there is the closing ceremony for the Esports World Cup as well. And I'm sure down the line there, they will be awarded with that beautiful trophy. And in fact, we do actually have an interview with the CEO of Falcons. So let's head to that now after this phenomenal result for them at the Esports World Cup. All right, once again, congratulations to Falcons for becoming the Esports World Cup champions here. And as I said, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next week for the good old PUBG boys. But anyway, we have got things to focus on here for StarCraft II. We have got the penultimate match of the day, and it's a big one here as we have Hero going up against Reynor. So let's talk about it. Of course, they've already met up against one another here. Reynor, we've heard it time and time again here. Lambo has come in confident, but can he defeat the man that defeated him before?
I think so. State actually covered for me earlier in the TVZ just so I could speak with Reynor specifically about this match against Hero and Classic.
Okay.
We talked some strategy. I don't want to go too much into it, but I think the mindset is already very different. Hero saw against Classic, the match that he just played, that he can actually all in, so he might not play as greedy, you know? He has to have that at the back of his mind. Reynor just played super, super solid as well in the second game.
Yeah.
So I think just watching that should be intimidating for Hero.
All right, well, before we actually get your thoughts, CG, let's hear from Reynor coming into this all-important match to see who moves on to the best of 5.
Here with Reynor, who comes off of a strong 2-0 against Classic, now to face Hero once again, who actually got a 3-0 victory against you yesterday. So I'm sure you've had a chance to think about those games. It's very easy to kind of dwell on those, but it's obvious that you are back and ready. So what's going to change today?
Well, it's going to be different games, hopefully, and I feel prepared. I learned from my mistakes of yesterday, and I think I can take him now.
All right. You're also on a losing streak against Hero. I'm not sure if you're aware. It's difficult to be. But, yeah, I mean, do you feel like this is the time that you're going to be ready to break through and turn it around?
It's now or never, all on the line.
Love it. All right. Best of luck, my friend.
All right, it's now or never. That man's face looking to try and vanquish Hero here, who may have been a thorn in his side for quite a while. But ZG, what are your thoughts coming in?
My thoughts are that that's really good news from Lambo and Reynor's mentality.
He's a smart man.
He is a smart guy. It's, you know, it's weird. We hired him for some reason. I don't know. But
him. Anyway, go on.
Also, keep in mind yesterday's games. It's nice to hear that Reynor took a serious look at them and he learned from his mistakes. But you know, he could actually also have looked at those games and been like, you know, I was in some good positions. It wasn't like they were impossible victories. And honestly, Hero was making a lot of mistakes as well. We were kind of joking about it. Was like Hero forgot to build supply depots because he's so used to being aggressive. There were some mechanical mistakes in some of those games that didn't end up hampering his victory, but that certainly Reynor could look at and continue to build his confidence on, perhaps even if he were to get aggressive again, even force Hero to making more mistakes, because I know we joked about him not losing the units, but obviously if he is playing a little mechanically poor, Reynor playing very well today could take him down.
Of course, we've heard from Reynor throughout the day as well, and he did say that Hero is basically chaos incarnate, Lambo, and it's a fair assessment of the man who will just throw a lot of things at you, a lot of gateway units at you, and just make the game as difficult as possible in terms of multiple attack paths.
Yeah, 100%. That's what he's known for, but in this tournament, usually he mixes it up once every time he plays against a Zerg, and then the rest of the series, he just plays standard, which we're not used to seeing from him. I think this also is a factor in how Reynor is going to play, because usually he's always afraid of everything that can happen. You have so much in the back of your mind because Hero prepares specific builds for you. It could be quick Tempest, quick Carrier, quick Phoenix, charge out all in, blink all in, and so on and so forth. And this time, if Reynor is not afraid the entire time, if he can play freely, I like his chances.
Well, of course, you guys at home, once again, get involved with the predictions. STCplay.gg. Tell us who you think is going to win. Will it be the Protoss in Hero or the Zerg in Reynor? And yeah, I mean, like with the kind of dynamicness of the builds he's throwing towards you, and especially these Stargate openers with Tempest and things like that, all of these kind of potential outcomes here for Reynor. He's got to be really on his toes about what's being thrown at him.
Absolutely, and that has really, I think, been tripping him up. Again, general matchup-wise, he's had to kind of develop, but then also, you know, there was a time where I don't think Hero was as favored. I'm not sure about that, but it certainly felt like there was a time, right? And then he did go on a string of victories where he was just amazing in changing up his playstyle from best of 3 to best of 5 to best of 7 versus Reynor, you know, rematch after rematch. And it feels almost like inevitably either luck will turn as far as when the right build comes from Reynor to Hero, but then also that Hero will get exhausted and Reynor will finally get that victory.
All right, let's do it then. It is our best of 3. It is Hero versus Reynor. The winner goes on to play against Cure.
Okay, here we go again. One last match before heading to that best-of-5 finals at the knockout bracket. It's going to be an exciting one, Rachel.
It's going to be an exciting one, especially seeing how these players have ramped up their self-report of their own skill. Reynor feels better. His opponent feels better. This is going to be an amazing match. Hero is pumped, and I like that they hang out backstage together, too. There's great vibes between them, but one of them's got to go home, and it's kind of sad, too.
Honestly, it's going to be one of those matches that nobody knows the outcome because Reynor has a chance to take revenge, but Hero at the same time has been looking really good throughout this whole knockout bracket. But let's welcome them on stage first. It is going to be Reynor versus Hero. Basilisk's Reynor, a lot of people thought that he is not at his peak this year, but he keeps proving everyone wrong. But revenge is the only thing on his mind against Weibo Gaming's Hero, the only surviving Protoss, keeping the dream alive for all the fans out there.
For the last time this tournament, Reynor, Hero, please shake hands. And let's send it back over to the casters to find out who's moving on to the knockout bracket finals.
We cannot wait to find out what is going to happen here. Who will go on to face Cure for that final spot in the top 4. Joining me is Rotterdam. I think we're both on the edge of our seat right now.
I mean, the PVZs have been so freaking good this event, and this is a rematch. And of course, yesterday it was a 3-0 for Hero, but there is something very interesting that we absolutely have to talk about. That was a best of 5. This is a best of 3. A lot of people might think like, well, that's going to be somewhat similar, right? In StarCraft II, we currently have 9 maps, and the veto system is completely different for best of 3s as it is for best of 5s. In best of 5, it goes player A vetoes 1, player B vetoes 1, and then you get to choose any of the remaining 7 maps. In a best of 3, that is not the case. It is just ban, 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 ban until 3 maps are remaining. And that actually gives us right now, Pick, 3 maps that we could potentially play on that we did not get to see yesterday at all. The 3 maps they played yesterday all got banned. 2 of them got banned by Reynor. He got rid of Ghost River. He got rid of Golden Aura first. And Hero, even though he won on Crimson Court, he got rid of it. And of course, on different day, the series are always different, but I think that is another argument for why this series could look completely different, because we're going to play on 3 maps that we did not get to see yesterday.
A new chance and a new beginning potentially, and of course a finish for one of these players who will be going forwards and who will be going home. It is an intense match. We're getting towards the end of the knockout bracket, the pointy end, and all of the intensity you can see in the camera down there in the green shirt. Up here in the top left side in the red, representing Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
Hero, the man who had an absolutely amazing run today, taking care of a couple of Terran players. 2-0 Spirit, 2-0 Gumiho, and that brings him to this match as he goes up against the Italian Stallion once more. The Gamers A champion of 2023, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. These PVZs this weekend, Pig. I mean, obviously we were both so freaking lucky and fortunate to be casting that Serral versus Hero best of 5. And it's easy to use these cliches whenever we say he's playing the best ever or it's one of the best, but I do really think we can safely say that Hero's PVZ has never looked better than what he's showing us this weekend.
He has leveled up and he's shown a very different brand of PVZ. So economic. And he was mixing things in, right? He did start mixing in double chronoed adepts, bit more kind of crazy proxy gate adept oracle aggression. So there was some of the classic Hero mixed into that last series, but also some of the late game prowess. You know, he's so good at macroing up. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say he's like the most precise, slow, methodical player like a Showtime or a Stats or something, but he's a player, when he gets to that late game, he's all over the map. He is swarming and he is incredibly difficult to deal with. I do feel that for Reynor, it's important to get some aggression going. I think he was far too passive in his last series, and Hero got away with some ridiculously greedy starts.
Yeah, and even when Reynor was aggressive, it didn't feel like it's the all-out aggression where he's like, I am convinced I'm I'm going to kill him with this. It's like, no, we're going to send a lot of units to the other side of the map, but I've got another base, but I'm still getting some upgrades, and I still have a high drone count. And against Hero, you really have to play with a lot of heart and commitment, because we know he does the same thing. Every move out that Hero makes is one that he does with a purpose. He will be looking to kill you, and if he can't kill you, well, as a Protoss player, it's a little bit easier to then still build a Nexus, get a couple of extra workers as long as you've got some gases working your way. I am sure that Reynor has learned a lot from that best of 5, but it is still difficult pick. Even though Reynor is a confident man and he has prepared like crazy for this event, at one point it is starting to haunt you a little bit, where you're like, man, this guy beat me in the GSL Kodas, he beat me yesterday, he beat me in IM Katowice. Is it ever going to stop?
I mean, there are so many big matches. It really has been so back and forth between the two. And historically, I found them some of the most entertaining PvZ matches in the entire world, which is why I'm so excited for this. Hatchery goes down for Reynor, making sure that does not get blocked by the first Adept. And of course, a very typical Adept Oracle pressure for Hero. Only a single Adept to start, though. He's not going for the let's chrono 2 Adepts across and really force a massive reaction.
Nice. And I thought he would be able to get 1 or 2 hits off from the high ground. The Adept, Steph Curry with the shot. First, he wins the Olympics. Does cancel the Shade in the end. Or actually does not cancel, let it finish up. But still getting a drone though and forcing a second drone to morph into a Spore Crawler. Hero's going to be happy with that.
Indeed. A drone for not even losing any shields really on that Adept. A fantastic trade. Well, obviously, trade, probably the wrong word. A fantastic pickup since it was free. The third Nexus will go down. Now, this is a pretty big lane pressure for Reynor. This allows him to delay Spore Crawlers because it will force the Oracle to stay at home. Let's see how efficient the defense is. Nice positioning for the Adept. The Oracle's nearby.
Adept is still going to fall though really quick as Reynor does get a tiny surround on it, forcing the Oracle to use Pulsar Beam as well. These are the starts that Reynor is looking for. Losing a drone, yeah, that was a bit annoying, but if you normally kill one Adept for a single drone, that suddenly turns into a victory. And if you can then add on top of the fact that Hero had to use Pulsar Beam there, Reynor is going to be very happy with this. And this is frustrating for Hero, because Hero does not want to lose this pile and definitely doesn't want to see the Nexus get cancelled, but that should never happen because Reynor hasn't built too many units. But once more, he is forced to stay active with his Oracle on this side of the map, and that's not why you're building Oracles.
Nice micro for Reynor. Thinking of the last time they played, there were Oracles cleaning up so many of those Zerglings. Even when they had to come home to use Pulsar Beam, he was able to track them. But notice Reynor quickly kept changing directions to get those Oracles wrong-footed, catch them off wrong-footed. Oracles have very slow acceleration if they ever stop moving, so the Protoss doesn't quickly change directions. They can find themselves losing track of the Zerglings. Reynor going to go for the fast Evo. That is a melee upgrade that he wants to get nice and early. This is really good to set you up to deal with Blink Stalker pressure.
It's the same thing as he did against Classic in Game 1, but Classic went for Zealots and +1. That's not really why you normally go for +1 melee. It's indeed a whole lot better against those Blink Stalkers that Hero did use against him successfully on Golden Aura yesterday. So far though, I'm looking a lot at the minimap and I'm keeping an eye on the Queen movement, and I feel Reynor's Queen movement has been pretty damn good. It's been on point, making it difficult for Hero to find an opening. We did have a stasis trap going online in the natural. I'm not exactly sure how successful that stasis trap was. Well, turns out a little something, a Queen and a drone. Not a whole lot though yet for Hero. This is not the kind of stuff that normally makes your heart beat a whole lot quicker if you play Protoss. It's good that we're not losing Oracles, but he's definitely not getting a lot done.
No, Reynor's defense is tight. He's got the ship locked down tight right now, and he's not really taking any direct damage. Hero, on the other hand, does have Templar Archives. He's got the gases going up on the third base. The question here is how fast does Hero commit to a fourth, and can Reynor get a cancel? I feel like Hero's had a lot of fourth bases cancelled in this tournament and still just kind of got to the late game very effectively. But if you let him get it for free, probe it up, that's where it gets incredibly scary for a Ravager Bane style from Reynor.
I almost feel that it has a lot to do with the fact that Hero's just been building more probes this tournament than he's done in the past, where if you then lose a Nexus, you're like, oh, now it's going to take forever to really get that economy going, as once more Hero with triple Oracle is getting deep into enemy territory, but there is no opening. The Queens are again in the correct spot. Hero does have Sidestorm on the way though, and that's obviously going to be nice. And he's even getting a cannon and a battery already. It feels a little bit early, because Reynor is going up to 4 bases. I don't think that Reynor is looking to be very aggressive yet, as we see the Spire go down.
I love this choice. I've had a lot of chats with Reynor over the last months, and basically it's me being saying mutas are so good against Protoss, and him saying they're garbage pig, they suck. He says that's how you lose. If they just A-move you when you're trying to build those mutas, it's a dangerous window. It's a dangerous window, but it's so dangerous if the Protoss doesn't scout it, if they don't know about it, and that's why I love this move, because Hero has been doing a lot of this very turtley Stalker Storm style. It's very generic. It doesn't have a super sharp timing attack to it, and oh, unfortunately for Reynor, Hero gets in, gets the Queen, gets a bunch of drones, and sees the Spire, perfect scout there for Hero.
Not just the scout, right? It's the 6 drones, it's the queen. That is mega for Hero. He's going to be incredibly happy with that. Reynor, perhaps it would be better to let that queen die on the left side, because then maybe the oracles turn around and the spire is not revealed. It's not the end of the world for Reynor, as he still has a strong economy. He's got those zerglings with +1 melee, +2 melees on the way. But it is so nice for Hero to see that that is something that Reynor was thinking about. And just to go back to what you were talking about earlier, Reynor will even go as far as saying Mudas are bait in this matchup. You should not go Mudas. And now in the biggest PvZ of the year for him, he is opening up with a Spire. Now we see a lot of roaches on the production tab, and I would love to take a little look in the back of the main base of Reynor, because did that Spire complete or did he cancel it? It is completed, but he's just not using it.
And I think that's the right call. When it's scouted that early, just going for mutas becomes incredibly dangerous. You can opt for like 5, 6 mutas, something that can just one-shot probes, force extra stuff. But I think he realizes in this stakes, Hero has to build the cannon battery, has to show that response. Yeah, he's not building Phoenix, but he's also pushing forward with the Stalker Storm. Hero has forced Reynor now with that scout to go back into Ravager Bane, a more standard style. Reynor's getting an infestation, but it's very late, so he's kind of stuck on lair tech right now.
Yep, and that's a lot of roaches, no Ravagers, so we can't really spam any corrosive balls. First Storm goes down, Zergling counterattack does not look like it's going to get a whole lot done, because the mutas that Hero was worried about, well, it doesn't have to be mutas, it can also be Zerglings. And if Hero casually takes out this 4th base, Reynor really is in a bit of trouble. The Storms are keeping the Zerg army at bay, and this is starting to look amazing for Hero at this point. A perfect scout with the oracles, didn't get a whole lot of damage done, but the first time that the man from Korea moves to the other side of the map, he is again putting Reynor in a very complicated spot. Drones are dying, hatcheries have gone down, and the Storms are connecting with way too many Zerg units.
Stalker Storm isn't even meant to be a killing timing attack, it's more of a defensive army. But he gets in there just before melee upgrade +2, just before the Baneling speed finishes. No Ravagers out there initially, and Reynor just did not have the tools. He was caught flat-footed on 85 drones against a 3-base Protoss, and that was just a little bit too greedy.
And look at the timing that Hero found as well, right? Now +2 melee is done. That would have made the Zerglings so much more powerful. But it feels like it's a little bit too late. Most of the Zerglings are gone. The Storms have connected in a big way. And even without a War Prism, Hero is not afraid to go in incredibly deep as he lands a few more monstrous Storms over these Roaches, Ravagers. Reynor is pulling the drones, trying to do whatever the hell he can to stabilize, but it is not going to be enough. It is Hero who takes the 1-0 lead, making it 4 maps in a row against the Italian Stallion. And what a scout that was with the oracles.
Beautiful macro play there, and a reactive timing attack from Hero, seeing the Spire, seeing a fully droned up 4th base with 8 gases, and he realized Reynor was going for too many different things at once. He was much more focused, just Stalkers, Psystorm, a War Prism. There was no 4th base. You know, there was no real progression past this stage for Hero in terms of his investment. He didn't waste money on second Robos or Mortals or anything like that. It was a nice timing, and Reynor was just too greedy.
Yep, you make a good point. Spire was done, never got used. Infestation Pit never got into play either. We did not have a hive. And these are the little things that do really start adding up, especially that Spire is really expensive. And this is perhaps the biggest moment of the game. Triple Oracle activate spells are being cleaned goes back, and that allows Hero to seize the Spire. And obviously that allows him to make a lot of correct calls in the future. And let's not just ignore those 6 drones that he was able to kill there. It was a little bit late in the game, but it's still solid. And what's incredibly painful here for Reynor is because he didn't really plan on building this many Roaches. He just wasn't quite ready for it. He did not have a single Ravager when the beginning of this battle started. And without Ravagers, it is so hard to keep a Protoss army at bay. These High Templars and Stalkers, they're not afraid pick. They will just walk forward.
Absolutely. 4 or 5 Ravagers. Few Banelings on top of the ramp when Hero first starts to move through the middle of the map, and it's a different story getting forwards, but once you get in between the Zerg and their own economy and they're forced to attack in those ramps, it is deadly. We're now going on to his map pick. It's one of the more wild maps out there, Amphion, and in the bottom side of the map, he's looking for that 2-0. It is Weibo Gaming's Hero.
The last standing Protoss in the tournament. If he gets the job done here, it will be a best of 5 against Cure to determine who is going to be that final player to make it into the final 4. And of course, that will all happen tomorrow. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the Italian Stallion. Can he turn things around? Can he snap the streak? It is Reynor.
It's always interesting when you go for something like a Spire, you want to hide that tech at all costs. A lot of people build it in front of their natural because that's the kind of hardest place for the Oracles to get in and scout. The back of the main's usually pretty decent, but those Oracles were just way too successful. Reynor no doubt going to be kicking himself for that one. Keep in mind the 6 drones you mentioned that went down. It wasn't just 6 drones, it was 6 drones and you've built gases on your 4th. Remember, every time you build a gas, that's another drone going down. And he's replaced those drones and still at 85. You could kind of sum that up as Reynor actually going to like 95 drones or 100 drones if you're accounting for all these different tech structures and different things that he's gone to against a 66 probe, 3-base Protoss. You start to see why Hero's army was so scary. And you don't want to build a lot of Ravagers for safety. You know, you don't want to sit on 20 Roaches, 10 Ravagers without any good reason. But Reynor definitely needed to have a few Ravagers ready to intercept that push and slow it down.
And Reynor was looking for a big counterattack with his Zerglings. We know how active he is with those Zerglings. Classic really had a difficult time dealing with those run-bys over and over again. But because Hero scouted the Spire, he's like, well, 2 cannons and the battery. Then the 40 Zerglings show up. He's like, oh, well, I still have 2 cannons and a battery. So I'm actually going to be okay. I do not need to get slowed down here. I don't need to be turned around. I can just continue pushing. And it was obviously all right before +2 melee. Just a lot of things adding up perfectly there for Hero. And unfortunately for Reynor, once more did not go his way. Amphion, out of the 3 maps that we are going to play today, I can guarantee you that this is Reynor his least favorite map in this matchup. That makes it extra scary. But as he said in the interview, it is now or never pick. So I guess we can't worry too much about which maps we really like or like a little bit less.
Reynor was the StarCraft II World Champion in 2021, and part of that road was a lot of comebacks. He almost every series he went to the final game. It was like quarterfinals, 2-3. You know, he barely won at 3-2, semis 3-2 as well over like Maru and Dark there before the finals up against Est. Reynor, when he's at his best, he's always had to make comebacks. Like he's always had these kind of slow starts in series, and we're going to see if he has that same dogged attitude, that determination to bring it back here. The Oracle is starting up, and the Adept's going to shade out to the front.
I'm sure he does, but I'm sure there are a lot of worries as well, right? Because at one point it becomes so difficult to shake it off that this guy just keeps on beating you. And it doesn't matter if it's a big online tournament or a tiny offline tournament. We didn't even mention Dallas, but in Dallas they played against each other too. And that was another victory for Hero. Hero just continues to get the job done against Reynor, who really does look good in this matchup. It's not that Reynor is bad in ZVP, not at all. And I think he's put a lot of hours into it to get ready for this tournament. Hero has just truly stepped it up from the PvZ point of view. First Oracle is flying to the other side of the map. Reynor's got an Overlord that's going to give him a tiny bit of heads up, but I guess we're going to miss it at first. Second Overlord, though, should give him that little bit of heads up. Queens are a bit out of position. First Oracle is going to show up here in the main base. No Spore Crawler yet, Piggy. Hero already finding more drones than he did in that previous game. 3 workers with the very first Oracle prior to minute 4. And that's a big start for Hero.
Welcome to Amphion. That's exactly what Hero says here. There are 17 different angles you can attack by air on this map. And look at that save on the probe. Hides it behind the Adept with a bit of mineral walk. Hero is playing clean, precise StarCraft, denying Reynor's attempt to harass.
Yep, a rough start for Reynor, as he, from here on out, just needs to make sure that these Oracles can get much more done. The Queen movement was excellent on Oceanborn for a very, very long time, until perhaps he revealed his own Spire and made the game a bit more doable for Hero and gave him a much better read on the situation. Seems like the follow-up defense is pretty good on the side of our Italian. Hero trying, poking, looking for an opening, but there is nothing to be found there yet. We mentioned it a little bit throughout the previous series that we've seen from him. I think Lambo went on it on the desk as well. Hero's got so many different follow-ups. Just because you see a couple of Oracles, that does not mean it will always be Stalkers with +1. It can be so many things, and that's why it's important for Reynor to continue to scout, even if it's difficult, because there's a lot of space in the main base on Amphion.
Stalker did deny the Overlord there. Nice play by Hero. He's got the Forge, the Twilight, the 3rd and 4th Gateway. It's been pretty standard openings for Hero. There really haven't been too many crazy twists. He feels confident playing straight up against Reynor. And this is what I talked about, is you need to kind of get his attention, get his respect somehow in this series. This is why I was calling for aggression out of Reynor. But so far, Hero is the one who's finding damage with these opening harassments.
Beautiful 1-2 there by Hero, right? He's like, hey, I've got an Oracle, I've got a whole bunch of Adepts on the edge of creep. I'm going to pretend to shade in the end he cancels the shade. Hero thinks, Reynor thinks it's okay to move the Queens a little bit forward. And that's where those 2 Oracles from the early game show up one more time. And once more, zap down 3 workers. It is definitely not game-ending damage, but it really does start adding up so quickly, especially on a map like Amphion, where getting a 4th base, even as a Zerg, can be pretty difficult.
Hero's already going to 6 gateways. He's setting himself up so nicely. And he's also saying, hey, you can't get a 4th base. 2 more drones going down. Going into the natural as well. Dipping in from all sides. It's hard to defend Oracles on this map, but Reynor may simply need to leave more Queens back there. It's something where keeping an Overlord tracking that position and leaving Queens behind the mineral line is almost essential here on Amphion.
Reynor losing 15 units so far, and obviously a lot of it was drones. That makes it extra painful for Hero. It's been a picture-perfect game. He has not lost anything yet, and I gotta say, the adept movement, the adept positioning is so freaking good. At this point, Reynor's gonna give up. He's like, if I move my Queens too far away, I give these Oracles too much wiggle room to once more show up with Pulsar Beam, zap down more drones. So Reynor is now expanding in the center of the map, but Hero is already gearing up for the next wave of aggression. He is taking gases, he is dropping a robo, but Blink is about to finish up, and it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Reynor to deal with this, as Reynor at this point says, it's enough, I'm just going to build a lot of units. He's got Dropper Lords as well, 2 players that are looking to attack into each other pick.
So Hero has kind of switched it up. After the Ling scouted the fact that Hero was going for very committed 8-gate Blink, he dropped the gases, the Robo, the Templar Archives. Hero started probing up again. So Hero's thinking of transitioning. This is a pressure for him, whereas for Reynor, it is a massive attack that he is super committed to.
Yep, hatchery is going to get cancelled, so Reynor is now still a 3-base Zerg. That is the last thing that he was ever looking for. 7 minutes into this game, it is Reynor's time to try to start finding some damage, and at this point basically end the game. And I don't think Hero has quite picked up on that yet. This is maybe a little bit stubborn by Hero. Hero, the game has gone so incredibly well for you. At this point, you need to focus on your defense. Stalkers do not base trade as well as Zerglings. I mean, this is great damage, and in a normal game, we would normally say this is game ending, but it's not about the damage that Hero can deal. It is about defending against all these Zerglings, Queens, and Roaches that Reynor is sending to the other side of the map.
A lot of Lings get in there, taking out so many probes right now. Reynor getting astronomical amounts of damage with the Ling drop in the main and the natural, as well as the Ling flood running in the front. Hero was doing so much damage, keeping Reynor under his thumb, but he was not expecting the counter attack. He cancels the 4th base, dives into the natural for even more damage. A crazy move from Hero. Cuts his opponent down to 3 base while he's going up to 4, and he kept on attacking, and he gets punished for it. Hero's Cavalier attitude, it's part of what gives him success. He will attack when other Protoss won't dare to, but in situations like that, caution would have been the better decision.
Hero had, I think, such a mega start to this game, not just because of all the drones he skilled, but the map control, pushing creep back, making it hard for Reynor to even go up to 4 bases. He just got a little bit too greedy. There was no need to do that with the Stalkers. He could have gone home the moment he dropped the stasis trap there on the high ground. He got a cancel on the 4th base. If Hero goes home, he's absolutely flying. He's cooking. At this point, he's even building a Phoenix. I guess he wants to make sure that those Drop Lords won't continue to be annoying, but I actually think that's a pretty big investment when you're 3-base Protoss on 50-something workers. Phoenixes ain't cheap. We don't have to worry about Aspire. Reynor was in so much trouble here in Game 2, but he's really starting to turn this around as he once more sees a couple of Zerglings arrive in the Protoss natural. Good job there with the hold position as well. He's getting 6 workers for just a couple Zerglings. Finally, it is Reynor who finds some momentum against the Protoss that's been hurting him.
I do like the decision of the Phoenix personally. I think after watching the series of Classic, Hero said, let's not let that happen to me. There was so many effective baling drops in that game. So he's taking safety precautions. He's got 4 bases established, but he's still only now recovering his probe count.
As much as I would love to agree with that, Classic had no Blink. And yes, without Blink, it is incredibly difficult to defend against baling drops. Hero's basically playing Mass Stalker. He's got Mass Stalker with +2 finishing up as well. I feel that should be good enough to deal with a couple of Drop Lords. But hey, if Hero wants to make his life a bit easier with that single Phoenix, he's obviously allowed to do so. It is still some resources that could have gone in other powerful units, maybe an Immortal, a couple of Archons, additional units in that regard. As it perhaps looks like Hero's gearing up for an attack, even though he's been expanding. Reynor obviously needs to be careful because he has spent a lot of money on not just going up to 4 bases, but 5 bases. A Lurker then, Hive Tech. Hero is here and it kind of feels that Hero wants to battle.
Mass Roach Ravage is going to be good against this, though. There's plenty of Roaches and Ravagers available. More Ravagers morphing. Hydras being produced as well. Reynor is not too far away from Lurker Tech, but he's going to have to defend this with just the basic army. Lots of Stalkers, 1 Immortal, a couple of Archons and Zealots in the mix. Queens on the right side. And moving up that ramp, zero hesitation. Hero, the Mad Lad, dives on top of the Queens. Ling's getting stasis trapped in the rear, but they do get us around on an Archon.
Yep, getting a single Archon is big, because that means only 2 Archons are remaining. That's still a lot of Stalkers. They are so deep on creep. A couple of Hydras are going to show up. Reynor knows that he needs to pull the drones, because he just needs every single little bit of HP damage that he can get his hands on. Most of the Queens have fallen. The Zerglings that were stuck are about to be freed up. More Stalkers showing up as well on the bottom left side. It is a very close competitive fight. That final Immortal has gone down. The Phoenix falls. I believe every single Oracle has fallen. It was not an easy hold, and Reynor's definitely not done yet, but it's starting to look like it is sort of stabilizing, but Hero ain't done yet.
Hero's got +2 range. Remember, these Roaches and Ravages do not have upgrades, and as the Zealots come in, the Zerglings are no longer effective, but the focus fire on the Immortal is massive. That was a Roach slaying unit.
Yep, that is big, and now the Zerglings were on the right side as well. It is still so close though. Hero is going to be able to warp in a few more units in the near future. The first Lurkers are here. Now Hero does have an Observer, so he knows about it. He's going to try to move around them, but it's difficult to dive into Lurkers. Hero has 4 bases. He could slow things down if he wants to. Reynor held, but he lost drones. He lost a lot of Queens. Oh my goodness, those fights were so close. And yes, if Hero keeps that Immortal alive a little bit longer, perhaps this fight would have gone even better than it already went.
Hero threw the Phoenix away in the battle. Because of that, Reynor is realizing he's open on the counterattacks the way Hero always is. No one in the door! A massive crucial mistake, a reliable mistake as well. One that Hero makes on the daily, pretty much every single game. There's a Dropper Lord coming in as well. I don't think there's any units loaded into it, but this Ling Run Bite is already doing massive damage. Zealot dropped a counter though. Hero will fight his drop with a drop of his own, and that is a good way to put some hurt on Reynor, but Reynor's much quicker on the drone pull, and he doesn't lose any workers.
These PVZs just continue to get better. Now Hero does have some really big upgrades finishing up. +3 for the ground units, done. Psystorm, done. And he's going to get a few more cannons and batteries as well. It seems like he's safe against Zergling drops in the 4th base as well, or run-bys that is. And he is thinking about transitioning into perhaps a 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon, but that's going to take a little while, as that War Prism apparently took a lot of damage from the Hydras, but it does live. This game really is on a nice edge. If you're just tuning in right now, supply does not look promising for the Zerg, but there are a couple Lurkers in the mix, and that should allow Reynor to drag this game on for a little while longer.
It's still a very close game. Reynor is not rich by any means, but the Ling drops he keeps doing have forced cannon battery everywhere. It's not going to find any more damage directly, the Ling drops, right? Baneling drops may find something in the future. Prism does go down to the Spore Crawler, but the Zealots will take out the Queen. Expensive losses, these core units. Things like Ravagers getting sniped there by Zealots as well. Nice pickoffs for Hero, who is a little bit more rich. A 4-base Protoss feels a lot more rich than a Zerg that's on only 75 workers for the last few minutes.
Yep, but I think that previous fight as the Banelings didn't just go for the probe. Oh, more Banelings show up. The Banelings snipe on a Nexus in the bottom right side. Now that's not something that we see every single day. Slow Banes getting the job done, having a pretty big impact. I actually think if Hero continued to be aggressive, it would have been so hard for Reynor to keep on trading. Okay, yes, there were a couple of Lurkers, but they definitely did not have all of the Lurker upgrades yet. The Stalkers were out in high numbers. They had great upgrades, but Hero did not want to make the mistake that he made earlier in the game, where he was aggressive, but he didn't really need to. And now he probably looked at his piggy bank, he looked at his setup, he's like, should I continue attacking? Nah, let's go ahead and get that 2nd Stargate and the Fleet Beacon and play a different kind of PvZ. But this obviously will allow Reynor to get big hype upgrades like Adrenal Glands and start working on stuff like missile attacks and just get way more Lurkers.
The Tempest coming in is so nice. That 5th base in the bottom right starting up for Hero. Hero looked absolutely monstrous with the sort of Tempest army roaming the map, the Mothership recalls. These are all things that Reynor is going to have to show an answer to. He lost to this army on Crimson Court in game 1 of their previous series, but that was from behind, and quite far behind. He'd had a very bad early game in that one, and he found himself just with no answers. This map's bigger. There's more chance for movement. There's more chance to go around. And I think a lot of people would say, if you're facing this Tempest army, don't just sit on the edge and let it pick away at you. Go around with big ground armies and smash through the Protoss economy. So we'll see how much Reynor chooses to commit to air. He's obviously going for the double Spire for the double upgrades, but I'd actually love to see Ultralisk tech open up. Potentially a massive like Lurkers and things. If these Immortals ever get cleared out, you can swap into either heavy Lurker or heavy Ultra. For now, he's got a lot of basic units though that he's just hunting for value with.
Yep, I feel like this is a bit of a distraction maneuver by Reynor because he is looking for an opening with all those Zerglings that he had on the left side. The Lurkers were on the move out as well. These Lings are not the same Lings as earlier, +1 melee. No, these have +2 melee and Adrenal Glands, and that actually means that that Stargate could already be in a lot of trouble. This cannon is going to fall quickly, and warping in a couple of Zealots is not necessarily necessarily going to be enough, as we've got a big fight unfolding in the center of the map as well.
Mothership uses Cloak. Reynor quickly backs away. He had almost a semi-surround on that army, but he's going to need Overseers there as well. The Locusts go for the counterattack. I love that he doesn't pull back here. Reynor's realized if you sit back, Tempest will chip away at you and pick you down. The Lings in the main won the fight, as you predicted, Roddy. The Zealots, without any armor upgrades, couldn't keep up with it. Lurk is now splitting into his economy. Reynor fighting chaos with chaos of his own.
Yes, but he does need to deal with a monstrous Protoss army on this side of the map. Will Hero recon? Yes, he will recon. That actually is going to give Reynor so much time to get way more Corruptors out, perhaps even increase the lurker count. I think this was perhaps another moment where Hero should have just gone for it. He is lacking detection. We had an Oracle earlier. I don't know where it went. Maybe, okay, it's still there. There is an Observer in the mix as well. But there is so much happening. Reynor is attacking 3-4 different bases at once. And Hero had a terrifying army. I don't think Reynor was ready. Look at the amount of Psystorm that there was to work with. The Lurkers were in the bottom side of the map, but Hero decided to recall after taking out one of those center bases. But Reynor still has top right. Reynor still has that base in the center. This game is the absolute definition of on a knife's edge, but I am starting to believe that it's looking better and better for Reynor. Hero still has a big army, but I kind of felt that he should have just gone for it. With that many storms to work with, that Corruptor count is increasing rapidly, and Reynor is going to get his hands on his own spellcasters too.
Reynor does not have Vipers yet, and that's a problem. If he had some Vipers, he could threaten the pickoffs. Getting stuck defending against this is always an issue. Whenever you're stuck defending, the Tempest with that range advantage are going to punish you. You can't dive on this with Corruptors because the Storms will zone you out. Oh, Hero in a massive position right now. Reynor's up against the wall. This is a massive problem. The Lurker Drop's coming in. He's desperately trying to pull Hero's attention away.
Reynor once more attacking on 3 different locations. He's in the main, he's in the natural, and he's attacking a very important base in the bottom right side too. We keep our eye on that production tab. It is so many additional Corruptors on the way, and the Tempests are absolutely chipping away at the lurker count, but that lurker count is still very high.
He's got to back away.
Increasing. The bottom right side is going to fall. Eventually, Reynor is going to be forced to fight this army, though.
He's going to have to, but he just doesn't have that many air units. He's only got a handful of Corruptors, Rotterdam. Mothership gets abducted, but the Tempests are barreling their way through. Hero has shown up to this tournament with absolutely vicious intentions, and he is carrying through on his promise. He has said he has improved at this matchup massively, and we are seeing the proof here in the payoff. This is a beautiful series from Hero, and his Tempest timing attack here, catching Reynor without the spellcasters or the Corruptor count to deal with it. His Lurkers was simply worn down. They do not shoot up, and they could not answer the Tempests.
There are still so many Immortals remaining, and the Zerglings have absolutely done their thing on the bottom side of the map, but it's no longer about these production facilities. It is about this army. Reynor needs to find a way to clean up this army, and it feels like he just doesn't have it. 2 Hydras are never going to cut it. 2-3 Lurkers is not enough. It is starting to look like it will be Hero who's going to advance into that final best of 5 of the day. After this grueling day of StarCraft II, the Corruptors are going to give it their all one last time, but the amount of High Templars, it just felt Hero never ran out of energy.
Hero on a roll. Reynor obviously fighting for his life. It is his tournament life on the line. The man did not have Vipers, but I honestly think maybe the only answer was to run around with the Lurkers and base trade. I just don't think he had an answer to the Tempests. Tempests are very hard to deal with. They're a very technical unit. When they've got those High Templar backing them up, it's difficult. But to be fair, after the early game finesse that Hero showed, what could any Zerg do to come back from that? It was Oracles finding damage after damage. It was Blink Stalkers diving in, sniping hatcheries. And even though Reynor did massive counter damage and put himself in a position where there were chances, it felt like Hero was always very quick to recover.
The early game was beautiful by Hero, how he kept on tucking those adepts between the mineral patches, making it so difficult for Zerglings to go for it. Zerglings need support of the Queens. Queens move out of position, Oracles show up. After that, all hell truly broke loose for a little while in this PvZ. Hero had it, started to look like he was losing it, but the transition into all these Tempests in the end turned out to be the right one. If he only had 2 or 3 Tempests, that wouldn't have made much of a difference. But if you show up with 7 Tempests, yeah, the Corruptors are going to have a very hard time even getting close to them. With this many Storms on the ground, Archons on the ground as well, the final Corruptors of Reynor will melt. And that is absolutely going to do it big. Hero, the last standing Protoss in this tournament, will advance into the final best of 5 of the day against Cure.
Good game indeed. And Hero showing it was not a fluke, that close series with Serral yesterday. The previous series against Reynor as well. They were both an example of the massive steps, the strides he has taken. A matchup that used to cause him so many issues, and he is now showing himself to almost certainly be far and away the best PvZ player in the world right now. He is showing styles that are unique to him. He is swapping between chaotic aggression against Serral yesterday and flawless macro here against Reynor. He's got finesse in the harassment, in the small moves and the details. There's small mistakes, right? He still lets Lings into his face with the run bys, but he's always able to recover.
The man still has so much killer instinct as well. He knows when to go to the other side of the map. He showed that in game 1 on Oceanborn, and here as well. One recall looked a little bit shaky, but he went for the counterattack immediately. The man is playing stunning PvZs this weekend. Let's hear from him as he's on stage, ready to talk about it soon.
Hero taking down another key here at the knockout bracket. Reynor, if you could please hand over your key. Thank you very much for playing on this tournament. Hero, you've shown a lot of diversity in your play styles throughout all of the tournament. Is this how you keep winning?
일단 김주로 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 김주로 선수 이번 대회 통틀어서 정말 다양한 플레이 스타일을 보여주셨어요. 그래서 지금까지 올라오셨던 이 비결이 과연 거기에 있는 건지 좀 묻고 싶네요.
일단 대진표 자체가 저그전을 위주로 연습해야 되는 대진표였다 보니까 저그전을 굉장히 많이 했는데 운이 좋게 이렇게 저그전을 좀 많이 할 수 있어가지고 좋은 경기력 많이 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, in the bracket, I needed that. I thought that I need to prepare a lot for PvZ, so I think that helped. And considering the fact that luckily I think I had a lot of PvZ matches throughout the tournament, so also I think that went as plus.
That's actually very true, including the fact that Serral was the one knocking you down into the lower bracket. But I do want to ask you, you know that you're going against Cure next match, and in your last match you went 3-1, and you're the one who knocked him down to the lower bracket. Is there anything that might stop you from winning the next one?
이제 세라 선수에게 아쉽게 3대2로 패해서 여기까지 내려오시긴 했지만 그래도 이제 다시 4강으로 올라가는 마지막 관문에서 이제 한번 이겨봤던 상대인 이제 김도욱 선수를 만나게 되셨잖아요. 또 3대1로 또 그립 스테이지에서 만나서 또 김도욱 선수를 한번 내려보낸 전적이 있는 만큼 또 자신감이 있으실 것 같은데 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 도우기가 너무나도 잘하는 선수고 오늘 봤을 때 어제 제가 했던 도우기가 아니더라고요. 그래가지고 방심하면 안 될 것 같고 좀 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, Cure is a tremendous player, so I shouldn't let the guard down. And seeing his plays today, I think he's a different man now. So yeah, I'll have to watch over that.
I mean, knocking down Maru was no easy feat for him as well. So Hero versus Cure is going to be our last match for the knockout. But for now, we'll get that key crushing ceremony going, and let's go back to our analysts.
Hero is flying the Protoss flag still here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup with StarCraft II. Lambo Protoss is on the verge of top 4. They said it couldn't be done, but we're so nearly there.
We are very, very close, and Hero he's showing things that are no other player can do it. There are so many Protoss players, all of them are trying to do it. He's showing a solid style. He's showing a macro style. He's not really relying purely on tricks anymore. He's just straight up outplaying his opponents very often. He's been tested now many times in the PvZ matchup. He only lost to Serral, and now in order to get into the top 4, it's going to be a PvT.
A PvT, he's already done once in this tournament. In the group stages, he got it 3-1 over Cure. Do you think there's any chance of Cure turning it back around?
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you can beat Maru, you can beat anyone. I know Cure used to be this TVP monster. You know, he was the specialist in that specific matchup. So I think it's much closer than it seems. So even though Hero did beat him in the group stage, I think it's going to be a very close one.
It's heating up here as we have one best of 5 left. That's going to make $40,000 a difference for some, and perhaps even more if they make a run in the top 4. That top 4 spot is up for grabs next after this desk.
Wardy said it brilliantly. They said it couldn't be done, but Protoss still exists here and is surviving throughout StarCraft II. And what a way to do it. Being able to dispatch Reynor 2-0, especially after that second game where I thought to myself, Reynor's probably got control of this one. He's got it by the horns. But no, it will be Hero 2-0, ZG.
Yeah, he's pushing through despite the odds of the individual games. He was favored coming into Reynor here, so that's why we were talking about it in the pre-show. But as far as the games go, there are multiple moments where you're like, well, actually, Reynor might have this one. But Hero's aggression is just unmatched. He actually manages to make things work when everyone else either wouldn't have tried or would have failed horribly if they did.
Yeah, definitely so. State looking at how this all played out as well. I feel like, especially game one, Reynor really never got to grasp this opportunity as well for him. Hero's just, exactly, he just causes chaos, he causes problems, and unfortunately Reynor's not able to deal with it.
It's kind of astounding what Hero's been able to do here at the EWC because I watch a lot of Hero replays getting ready for this tournament, to analyze and cast this tournament, and he wasn't really playing this style that often. He's a killer. He goes for the killing blow so early. We see him do Blink Stalker all-ins. We see him go mass expand into timing attacks. He goes for the throat, but so far here in EWC, especially in PvZ, he is showcasing a breadth of late game play that I did not know he was capable of. And if he can kill you in the early game and put up a fight like this in the late game, I mean, I'm Dark, I'm Serral, I'm hoping that Cure takes him down because he is looking deadly.
No, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head because honestly, yes, okay, yeah, you have to go through this next round and stuff like that, but those Zergs on the other side, if you want to become the world champion, you have to be able to take out an excellent Zerg in that final, regardless of who it may be, Dark or Serral. We're getting ahead of ourselves, of course, because there's Cure and Clem on the way, so Hero's PvT is going to be unbelievably tested if he's to go anywhere first.
Yeah, but the good news is that it actually looks pretty good, right?
Yes,
we know that he is very good in the matchup. We know that his aggression can work out. And the good news for Hero and Protoss fans out there is that Cure is no longer the unstoppable TVP player that he was last year. His win rate was insane at one point. Definitely the best TVP in the world. That has dropped off, and perhaps just in time for Hero.
All right, State, give me some pro perspective. What have we got from this game?
Oh man, Hero is just like a sledgehammer. I want to go back into game number one and it's best of three, where Hero on only 3 bases with Stalkers and just a handful of Storms hits this timing that Reynor did not expect. All right, we see Hero, moving in right now to Reynor's base. And keep your eye on these Templar. We have what, maybe 3, 4 Storms in total in the bag? And this is the kind of fight where here is Hero. Your army is mostly Stalkers. He's not even using them to blink defensively. He is charging forward on both fronts, and the Storms that are about to land on all of the pull drones, on all of the Roaches and Ravagers. This is the kind of army that Hero kills you with in the mid game, and the fact that he is able to pull this kind of play off in game 1 versus Reynor, and then in games against Serral previously and other Zergs in this tournament, he's going to the Tempest and the Carriers too. He's like a Swiss Army knife of PvZ. He is the complete package, and I am so excited to watch him in these next matches.
Putting on a masterclass. Fantastic stuff coming in from Hero here. However, before we're done with this segment, we've got to hear from Reynor here. Unfortunately, is dismissed from the EWC.
I am here with Reynor. Ricardinho, that was a tough loss. I know you prepared like crazy, and everyone knows you're one of the best players in the world without a doubt. So, yeah, how are you taking this loss, I suppose? And, yeah, what words do you want to share with the fans?
Well, it's really heartbreaking, and I don't know. I prepared so much for this, and this year, I mean, it hasn't gone my way at all. So, I don't know, it's just very sad.
That's very understandable. I know you'll bounce back. Back to you guys.
Indeed, powerful words coming from Reynor here, but if anyone's going to take it on the chin and then just get better and better and better, it's someone like Reynor ZG.
Yeah, I mean, he came in as one of the youngest players to be one of the best players as well years ago, so he is absolutely still young. He's still hungry. I know his attitude was a little bit different for this tournament than previous ones, but I think, it may be part of the maturing process. Perhaps he will be coming back even stronger, but to meet up against the guy that just continued to beat you in some of these other big tournaments, I mean, yeah, that wasn't the best bracket draw, and unfortunately for Reynor, that's going to be the EWC for him.
No, for sure. I mean, even on these exit interviews here, there is no better discipline in esports, in my mind, than StarCraft II. So when you have these kinds of emotions brought out from these players, you can really see how much effort that they put into this game and how much skill it requires even when you see them on the battlefield. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. It is time to go to a short break. However, we have a big match on the way for our round of 4. Hero versus Cure. One of these players is making it to the final 4. One of them will challenge not only to be able to become the champion, but also for that $400,000 prize pool if they're able to make it there and get to the grand final. See you in a few. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup here. And as I mentioned just a brief moment ago, Falcons has been able to complete the challenge and become the first ever Esports World Cup champion. So congratulations to them. First things first, though, with me, I have Mohamed Al-Materi, who is joining me as the General Director of Falcons. Firstly, congratulations, my man. How does this feel now becoming the first Esports World Cup champions?
Thank you, and thank you for everything. It's a strange feeling, to be honest, but it's a good feeling.
Yeah.
I hope that I got this feeling every time.
Yeah.
Good one, yeah.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. So let's start at the very beginning, right? Because this is an 8-week escapade. You guys start off in Warzone, coming out swinging with Biffy, Shifty, and the guys. my question regarding this is obviously you started off brilliantly and were able to get a lot of points from there on. What does this mean to Falcons as well as putting the region on the map when it comes to esports?
Yeah, to be honest, the system for the Esports World Cup that you need to get one champion at least.
Yes.
It was my concern because in the esports, you know that anyone can win, even if you have the best team, and you can see that so far it's 18 games, and we are the only one who got 2 trophies. So
yeah.
every game there is another different champion. So what we got that in Warzone we won, and it was the first game, and we won, and we secured that we have the title.
Yeah.
So after it, for us as a management and for the players, of course, for all the other games, it was like a relief for them because okay, I don't need to be the number 1. Top 2 is enough for me.
I get you.
So yeah, from that day it starts like okay, just collect the points.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing for us as a region, as a MENA region, and especially as a Saudi Arabian team, because it's an Esports World Cup established here in Saudi, in Riyadh, and from the day the Crown Prince announced the Esports World Cup, I had a meeting with all my team, and we told everyone that this is a cup in Riyadh and needs to stay in Riyadh. So we put a goal for us. It's a bridge. It can make you pressure and stuff, and you will have big stress. But in the same time, it's gonna be motivate you so good. So thank God for everything.
Yeah.
And now we are the champion, and the cup stays in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, my question now is that how far ahead of second place are you going to be? Because you still have so many great talents that are actually going to be playing. Like, for example, next week I'm covering PUBG, of course. You've got a great roster from North America in Flood, Rello, Roth, and Snakers. So the sky's the limit, maybe. Maybe you win by even 5,000 points. Who knows?
Yeah, so for this, of course, there is maybe if Vitality won the StarCraft, we will go to the game week 8, and still it's not officially.
It'd be up in the
So we still have a strong team. In the last week we have the Tekken team, we have Ataf, and we have the Rocket League, the Saudi Heroes, and we have of course the PUBG BC, and we have we still we didn't lose oh okay, Vitality maybe if they won the StarCraft we will lose and stuff. No, we didn't think about that at all.
Sure.
Because we know that we still have good teams. But for me I had a goal that I need to be the champion at least game week 7, and thank God we did it. And the next goal for me is to get minimum 6,000, 5,000 points.
Yeah.
And I think we can do it, inshallah.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. There's some great rosters that you've got fielding, some great players coming.
And we're still excited for the last week because it's not over because we are the esports champions. We still want the trophies. So we still have 4 games. We are aiming to bring all 4.
That makes sense, So that's obviously in the future, week 8. What's in the future in general, I suppose, for Falcons, considering this victory here? What, 2025, 2026? What's next for Falcons?
Yeah, so from the day the Crown Prince announced the Esports World Cup, our aim was clear to everyone that we will win it.
Yeah.
And for the next years, it's gonna be the same. Our goal, it's clear to everyone. We need to be number 1 in the world. So if you want to be the number 1 in the world, you need to win the Esports World Cup every year. And this is our goal, and let's hope we can do it.
It's looking like that. I mean, if you think about your Apex roster, I think by the end of Apex, because you guys qualified in Game 7 for that match point, and even though Alliance won, Falcons still technically had 2 more points than them. So I think you've got great opportunities not only to rack up points in the next ones, but points in 2025 with these kinds of rosters, for example, jumping from 600 points to 1,000 points in some of these games, right?
Yeah. For me, I think next year is going to be much stronger.
Yeah.
All the teams going to be more ready than this year. This year we had I think 6 teams was ready. But I think next year, all the teams, all the esports clubs in the world will aim to win the Esports World Cup.
Yes.
Because everyone knows it's there is a lot of money, there is a lot of things you will be will be good for you, for your team.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be hard, but I have the best esports stuff in the world, so I'm not. I don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. I am jealous of some of the rosters you have across the board. Even in PUBG Mobile, you guys didn't have the best of times there, but that roster as a whole with Top and those guys, if they're able to stick together and get things moving, I put them as the champions for PUBG Mobile. But it was, next time, eh?
Yeah, next time. And in the esports, one day you can lose and the second day you will win. So it's something everyone knows it in the esports. So yeah, we still have the faith in the teams. We still have the faith on all of the players who left early or didn't bring the cup. We are not just planning for 1 year. Our plan is for more than 5 years. So next year we will be bigger, not smaller. We will be bigger.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here today, and congratulations once again for the win.
Thank you.
And that is it. That is Mohamed Al-Mutiari here from the General Director of Falcons. For now, though, we have the match of the day on the way here for StarCraft II, as we have got ourselves Hero going up against Cure here. It's a PVT for the ages. One of these players will be able to make themselves a position in the round of 4. One of these players will guarantee themselves $80,000. Never mind the chance to be able to challenge for $400,000 down the line. And joining me to talk about this one, I have myself, Mr. Benjamin Baker, as well as Rotterdam. Boys, congratulations to Falcons, obviously, here for this huge achievement. However, now it turns to the business of StarCraft II, where we may have, then, a Protoss in the round of 4 in 2024? What is this?
I mean, this is actually nuts. I mean, if one man's ever going to do it right now, this is the man. And he's turning up in the way that we all know he can play, which is crazy to think about, because even though things are happening, like he's letting run-bys happen, you see these little mistakes here and there, overall, what you're really seeing out of him is a true killer. The smiling assassin has come to play. And the play that he's brought as well, like he talked about practicing late-game PvZ, we haven't really got to see him too much in this matchup, even though we did deal with Cure earlier on, which I'm sure Kevin will talk about. It's amazing. It'll be lovely to see a Protoss make it.
Kevin, will you talk about it?
Yes, they have played against each other before already. They had a crazy game on El Saini. But now it's an amazing matchup, James. Such an important best of 5. We looked at this day in the beginning of the day, it's like, this is the most important one-day tournament in the history of StarCraft 2. One player is going to come out, will make it into the Final 4, win at least 80k, and they both took down absolute titans in their previous match. Cure getting the win over Maru, the best TVT player of all time. That is so freaking impressive. You almost want to invite him to the Final 4, but then you're like, hey man, it would be very cool to actually have a Protoss farm one. And Hero has played the best PvZ of his entire career. Even if he didn't beat Zero, he looked so freaking good. And going 5-0 against Reynor in this tournament, a very prepared Reynor. They're both so impressive. It is once more heartbreak, but it's going to be a 6 series.
Yeah, now the gloves are off for Hero in terms of the trials, right? You guys at home can vote with stcplay.gg as to who you think is going to be able to take this one. But for Hero, the Zerg Gauntlet might be over for now, depending on if he would get to the final. But it's all about the Terran Gauntlet here. Not only Cure, but also Clem that potentially awaits him. So you've got to be so on point in 2 huge, huge series here.
And there's 2 very different Terran players as well. Like Clem, we'll get to him maybe eventually, but he is so fast, right? Whereas Cure, he's methodical. Like, I've talked about him being slow, but a lot of other players, they can be like, oh, my slow sets me back. But he molds everything around it and just makes himself so good at everything else that it's very smart in the way that he plays. Like the TVZs earlier, I was talking about how he positions himself off the creep and ready. In TVP, 6 months to a year ago, he was the best on the planet. Now it's a little bit shakier now, and he is going up against Hero that can totally throw you off your game.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get to this. It is our final series of the day, a best of 5. The winner moves on into the Final 4. Who will it be? Will it be Hero or will it be Cure? It's time to find out here at EWC.
Absolutely, Fancy. After round of heartbreaking, sending people home, finally we get something to celebrate with this next match. Somebody's going on to Sunday.
Absolutely. We crushed 13 keys so far, and we have 1 more key to crush, but 1 more player is going to the Final 4 of the tournament. So let's not have anyone waiting and welcome our first player on the stage and his opponent. It is going to be Cure versus Hero.
It's an uphill battle against the odds for Liquid Cure in this matchup. But after fighting through the bracket this far and overcoming the likes of Maru, Shin, and beyond, he's looking unstoppable. Hero of Weibo Gaming, however, has been chewing through Terran like Spirit and Gumiho on the B stream, and he's hungry for 1 more win today in this best of 5.
Players are now shaking hands and heading to their seats for one final match for the night. It is the final spot for the Final Four for the tournament. $80,000 on the line. Casters, please take it away.
It's a rematch already. Best of 5 between these two once again with literally everything on the line. One player advances, one player has to exit the EWC. Will we have our second Terran or our first Protoss?
Oh, it's so exciting. I'm so happy for us to be returning to the best of 5s as well. It's been a day of brutality, and we're going to get at least a little bit more StarCraft. Guaranteed it's going to take 3 wins for either of these players to take that final spot in the top 4. Kua against Hero is such a good matchup. Previously, Hero got the better of him with just chaotic games. It felt like Kua was mauling him in some of those matches, and Hero just kept fighting back from behind and somehow finding ways to win. Kua did say he wanted to avoid this rematch because he finds that Hero plays in a way that is annoying and frustrating to play against. Hero himself has said that's his entire goal as a StarCraft player. I really do feel this is all about Kua trying to just avoid letting Hero get it into that messy, scrappy mud wrestling match.
It's like Hero chose to play Protoss in StarCraft II because he saw that the probe could harass Terran SCV.
The
He's
worker
like, oh.
regenerates its life?
Oh. Of course, he does come from Broodor, actually, guys. He's been playing StarCraft for a very, very long time, but what really impressed us wasn't his earlier career, but rather coming back from the military and immediately establishing a new Protoss meta, immediately establishing a new Protoss hope. Can he continue to be that Protoss hope? We're on Golden Ore for game number 1 of this best of 5. In the bottom right for Weibo Gaming, he is Hero.
Looking a little tense up there, of course. The moment the intensity getting to both of these players, no doubt. In the top left side of the map, representing Team Liquid, it is Kua. Their last series opened up on this map, these spawns, and it opened up with an engineering bay block from Kua. No doubt something Hero's keeping an eye out for. He had to take his 3rd base initially last time. You can see Hero coming out with a probe scout, but it's actually a very close... Oh, no. Is he doing the famous Kua build, Zombie Grub? Is it the double proxy Rex Marauder that he does every single time when it comes to big World Championship clutch matches? He's been doing this every TVP series at a major tournament for the last few years, and it has an insanely high success rate.
Yeah, he's kept that in his back pocket as well, so you're right. We are beginning on the same map, but the situation is going to be very different. This is dedicated from Cure. Hero will see no barracks and go, okay, what if this is like just a single barracks with a proxy Reaper to annoy me? Oh. Well, he should immediately think about this more so, because Cure does do this build, and it does kill many a Protoss.
You should see the second gas is missing. I believe he's spotted it. Yeah, he's gone in. He knows there's no second gas. It has to be double proxy Marauder. Yep. Now, the safe way to defend this is, of course, to not expand, to be 100% safe, go either Robo or Void Ray or something on the high ground. Problem is, it takes a while to get out and expand, and if you're one of the best Protoss players in the world, like Hero, you will try to defend it this way. He did the same thing, I believe it was at Dallas. I can't remember if it was against Kua or another player, and it was nail-biting. He barely ended up defending. What you have to pay attention to in this scenario is that those Marauders, even if you get shield batteries up, they can shoot through the shield battery healing. A Stalker only has 80 shields. So when you get up to about 6 Marauders, you're going to be not just knocking the shields out in one shot, you're knocking half of the hit points. 7 Marauders can always 2-shot a Stalker. 8 will always, or 9 will always one-shot it.
Yep. There's the shield batteries, the canceled Nexus. Stalker is going to go mano a mano with the first Marauder. Without that Marauder slow, you do want to be careful, but once that kicks in alongside the other Marauders, we are going to get very down to the wire. A micro battle to determine who starts off the series right, who wins game number 1 on their last lives in the tournament. Hero with a proper defense so far, still getting some probe action in the main base as well, getting a Stargate too. Obviously, Marauders do not shoot up, guys. Don't know if you know that. So if you can get something in the skies, there's not much that Cure can do about it. Cure going to be looking for the bust.
He needs to just focus the Stalkers, does Hero. With all that healing, there's no way to push in there for Kua. Kua's kind of acting scary, but notice he's already swapped to Marine production. He knows the best he can do is contain and macro up behind it. That is the correct call. Now, I love the Stargate response. I think it's one of the best things you can do. Problem, this is not the fastest Stargate response. Hero tried to go Nexus, delayed his second gas. This Stargate's about 20 to 30 seconds late, so his Void Ray or Oracle is also going to be delayed. This is giving Cure valuable seconds to get up a factory at home, start building potential Cyclones, as well as getting these Marines out. So I do believe Cure still has very good transition potential. He's basically forced a one base versus one base game, and he's going to have to try and get his own command center up behind this.
Yeah, this is going to get a little wacky. We have seen the probe actually already kill one SEV, guys. That actually did happen in the pit there. And now another one could be happening. Oh my goodness, the SEV, the one pulled. Oh, okay, supply depot was coming down. I was going to say, the SEV that was pulled to kill the probe did not see that, but this one absolutely will. No cheeky pylon for you to get the counterattack that's even better thanks to it. No, but I was going to say is that Hero will often zig when most others would zag. He will send a Protoss or a Void Ray over to the other side of the map, even when other people would not. He's going to try and find some of the reinforcements, perhaps the Marauders not paying attention, and then again, he could go across and try and do some damage. Cyclone's already on the way, though, and that would be an insane call to have that Void Ray go ahead and lose right off the bat, but it's Hero, so I feel like he's going to try.
And remember, one Void Ray does beat a Cyclone really hard, and if it gets on top of it, it's very hard for the new modern Cyclone to escape. It's not as fast, and it doesn't have as long lock-on range as the old Cyclone. So just going to go for the bust here. Stalker Sentry coming down. No Guardian Shield. So the bunker's actually doing a fair bit of damage. Focuses down one SCV, takes out the bunker, and those Marauders with nowhere to hide will be going down so quickly to that Void Ray.
Bunker barely finishes. That's just a little more annoying. So this is a goner. Cure arguably wasting a couple of minerals, actually, as I didn't really get too much more. But right, back at home, Cure is setting up that defense. One Cyclone is not going to be the ultimate comfort, but out of Viking, out of Bunker, Hero does have a lot of army. He's going to come across the map, and he's going to take time to now reverse the contained situation at the very least, if not find some damage if Cure lets him. Cure has locked himself in the main base. He knows the counterattack is coming, and it's a question of whether Hero actually tries to pull the trigger because he's insane and he does that.
Oh, Depot's taking damage there. Here we go. Void Ray Stalker Adept going to be picking things off. Can he get that Depot? Cure not wanting to give it up. Cyclone, oh, it goes down so easily. Those Cyclones so fragile to the Void Ray, especially with the Stalkers adding their damage in. Really nice harassment from Hero so far. Don't want to throw too many units away, though. And he's going double expand, including the goal base.
Nice. Yes, absolutely love it. Not the aggressive insanity, but rather positioning his army on the front lines, getting a pseudo-contain, threatening Cure with the possibilities, but actually going for a double expand back on his side of the map. And in the corner, which you might not check, Colossus is going to be used to get a scout, because why the heck not? Obviously, he can't do any damage, and of course, Cure knows that's a hallucination, guys. But if he can get a scout, that's a good use of it, as well as the high ground vision should he have continued trying to poke and prod. We got a medevac drop from Cure heading on over to Hero's base. Hero does not know about that, but he does, or he should have a recall available.
I mean, he's got to realize there's no units there.
Yeah.
That hallucination sees an empty base. Hero, if he's paying attention, will head home right now, because that drop could come in and do damage. He's just so focused on denying the command center. That drop will not have stim, though, and there are 2 shield batteries at home. So combined with Warpins, Hero may be able to defend. Does have enough recall energy as well as the drop. Piers is unloading in the fog of war inside the corner of the main base. Waiting for Stim's tempting, but I don't think he can wait for it. He's just going to go in now. The Marine Marauder Medevac is going into the mineral line. He's got the recall energy, but right now Microing Adepts in the back of Cure's main base. And it's a slow reaction for Hero. He's got to run those probes away. They're taking massive damage.
Yeah, that was a perfect timing, really unbeknownst to Cure. I mean, you don't know where your opponent's actually looking, but the Adepts were in the main trying to get those SEV kills, and Cure was able to catch Hero off guard back at his home. So Hero takes more worker damage, and even more, actually, as they unload. And the natural mobility still on Cure's side, even though Stim was seconds away from finishing. You just don't have that blink. The Stalkers and the Sentry.
Okay, trying to stop him seeing the goal. That's the big thing. The Void Ray's coming back, and the thing is, Cure knows. He's barely missed this probe transfer. Void Ray's coming, but he's going to get pushed into the goal base. He's going to find out about the goal base.
Oh, he knows. No, yeah, he is going to know. Almost went the wrong direction. If he had been any shyer, he might have actually stayed hidden, but he needed to boost somewhere to the left, and hey, that's where the gold base is. The drop will be killed, but at least the discovery of the base is something that Cure can take into account as the game goes on. The problem would be is that these kind of secret bases do cause a complication. It seems like when they're immediately scouted, hey, that's a big problem, right? It's going to go die because I can't defend it. I don't have the initial defense like the regular third would have. but it can be a trick. It can be a trap. A lot of the times, even the Protoss will use this advanced economy to go ahead and be aggressive. So moving out to try and kill it, you might get that, but then you're going to get counterattack and get run by. You might even get swarmed. So it's not as easy as scouting it and dealing with it.
If it wasn't for that drop, I dare say Q would be miles behind in this game. But that drop did a massive disruption, made him aware of the situation he's in, and he's gathering and waiting for those upgrades. But look at this, Sentry's waiting for the ambush. Force fields ready on that ramp. Charge and the 8-gate explosion is almost here, not to mention the Immortals, the Observer giving a great vision advantage as well. Watch out for the force fields, Cure. You're walking into a potential ambush. One medevac almost goes down, and the force fields.
Yeah, yeah.
Back.
I mean, this is not a particularly impressive army for Hero. If Cure were to jump on top of it with all the upgrades done as well, Stim and +1 at the very least, combat shields a little bit later, but it's finishing 2. There it is. But yeah, getting cut off would have been a big problem. Hero still on the front lines, continuing to warp in. More gateways finishing up, Immortal in tow. He did see the army movement, but he's going to go ahead and just go for the reinforcements.
You can't fight the Marines. You cannot fight. Yeah. There's an SCV pull attempt for Cure. Hero knows he can't fight that army. There is 40 Marines in a ball. They will destroy Zealots.
Yeah.
Hero knows that he has to go around and counterattack because fighting that front on is a losing proposition. Hero quickly abandons the gold and dives towards the main base. A genius move for Hero, avoiding what would have been a 100% loss if he fought that front on, diving into the production. And Cure now finds himself in an impossible situation. He's only killed one Nexus. It's in the corner of the map. Most of Cure's army is idle, but Cure defends the high ground.
Yeah, that is important, not letting him actually camp the production. Some units were held up on a couple of barracks in the natural. SCVs have gone down, but so have probes. Hero going to try and get everything he can from this and actually continuing to get some other units over here. Immortal on the right side helping out too. That's not a lot of Marines, but it will be able to beat this army. Hero went for the move that he thought would be best, but Cure able to get the reinforcements in line, able to buy the time with the SCV pool as well. And Cure is now marching into Hero's main.
Beautiful moves here for Cure. And he is getting up that ramp. Force fields too late, unloading extra Marines on the high ground. And if you have a critical mass of Marines, Zealots ain't going to get it done. You would need great upgrades in overwhelming numbers, but the Stim, the shields, the +1, and the medevacs turn these Marines into a killer force. Cure starting off with his trademark proxy double Marauder, and he gets himself into a winning spot.
Yeah, such an awkward game. It did throw it into chaos, but it was actually the Cure who really started it. He was the one that was asking for it by going for the double proxy and then deciding, hey, it's not going to work out. Let's try and play another way. Hero wanted to go ahead and dive into the chaos, dive into the weirdness. And you can see with his army positioning how well he can do with that type of situation. But having his gold scouted, having it killed, having a little bit of a disjointed army attack, not getting on top of production as soon as possible, Cure was able to build up too much on the defense and had the unbeatable army on the offense.
Hero going for the Nexus in the face of scouting. No barracks and no second gas. In hindsight, it was a miscall. Should have dropped the second gas straight away. If you're not going to be able to defend it, with the batteries on the low ground and the Stalkers, you do need to just go straight for that Stargate. And you can imagine if he broke out 20, 30 seconds earlier, that could have been huge. Alternatively, I think he handled the situation so well with the gold base idea. But after that hallucinated Phoenix saw there was a very empty main base. That was the one bit of misinformation for Hero where he should have realized, hey, why is there no medevac? Why are there no Marines? There's like a tank, a bunker, and a cyclone. There had to be something missing there, but he didn't quite pick up on it, and that drop was massive. It gave Cure everything he needed. Of course, it was his turn on the receiving end of the tricky strategy, but he himself is known to be the annoying player, the one who brings out the crazy build orders. I'm sure he'll have something for us here on Post Youth. In the top right side of the map, representing Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
And in the bottom left, not just thinking about his advancement, but possibly Team Liquid's as well, sitting second place in the club championship. He is now up 1. It's Cure. Team Liquid, a contestant as far as the rest of the clubs, at the very least. And it was a fantastic pickup back when we heard that Team Liquid was getting Cure. We're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. That made sense. Another fantastic Terran on probably the longest legacy of StarCraft for a team. Yeah, I have to say that, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. good old days of only being able to go over to TL.net and actually get the live report thread up. That's how you actually figured things out. And here we are, 2024, StarCraft II still kicking, and a lot of people tuning in from multiple channels. We got the probe harassment being as annoying as you would expect, and that is Hero in his element there. But no development, no weirdness on a map. It might get weird, because Post-Youth does have this interesting natural up in your main. That's half and half with the gold. But no proxies, no early aggression as of yet.
Probe's just going to circle around being annoying. You can see all those damaged SCVs. You don't want to give up the mining time to repair those. But that means if an Adept or an Oracle gets in later, they're going to have a bunch of much more vulnerable targets. Second gas on the way after the Nexus. Very standard opening other than the probe harass for Hero. And the gold base does go down on the inside for Kua. Now, there is a full gold base in the middle of this map for each side, but it's so vulnerable. It's on the low ground. It's got a ledge above it. I mean, if you take that without some sort of special plan to secure it, it is such a weak point. It is a trap, many would say. You go for that, and all you're doing is giving yourself, or your opponent, sorry, a fantastic attack angle to come in and punish you. Reaper's going to come in as the first point of interaction here. Q's going to come in, meet a Stalker first. Stalker shuts the Reaper down super hard. It's a less mobile unit than the Adept, though, so it's very difficult for Hero to move out and scout.
It's also a little bit tricky. You do it's not always the case, as seen here, but oftentimes with that Stargate, you do have an Adept, or multiple Adepts even, and an Adept first is also very common, as it is your Scout. You get the Probe, you get the Adept, and then whatever else, Observer, Phoenix, whatever happens, right? But no, the Stalker comes out first, and this actually is a Stargate that I don't think Cure quite get the sight on. Hellions are on the way for Cure. Now, is that going to be 2 into Cyclones, or is that going to be 4?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just 2 for now. There's no starport just yet.
Yeah.
And that means you're not really proxying the starport for a committed drop. Getting up the ramp is a long shot at the best of times. So it's actually 2 Hellions into 2 Cyclones. Wait a second.
Okay.
What is this build order, Zombie Girl?
Okay, so just double checking. He did not see that Stargate, right? He was pushed away very quickly, very nicely by the Stalker. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's actually very interesting to get the Cyclones, not just because of the situation as far as scouting goes, but, third CC does start up here. Okay, well, now he scouts it 100%. But I was also going to mention getting up the ramp with Cyclones could be a little bit difficult, but the Hellions are like, difficult, no problem. Gets up there, doesn't do too much damage, lost mining time mostly, but it does know now that that was an Oracle opener. It might have seen the Phoenix also start on the Stargate to kind of get some confirmation there. If it had seen the Robo, that really would have been the... I mean, maybe the most important, but basically that it's not going to be Oracle into Twilight Council. You want to know the Phoenix are there. You want to know that's probably going into Phoenix Colossus as well. Very popular nowadays. But man, those Cyclones are still coming, and it's... I mean, it will give him a lot of defense against the Stargate now that he knows about it.
Yeah, there's a third command center up very early, so it's a very economic build for Cure. A change of pace from Game 1 into Game 2. Let's go for the big economy. Build up to 3 bases, and if Hero had gone straight across the map with the Oracle to scout, I think he'd be in better stead. But right now, first bit of information about this three command center build, potentially coming in now, sees extra barracks, and there we go. Does get a pretty good idea from those barracks timings that there is something missing, and usually that is the third command center in the back. So Hero should be clued in. He's going for the Robo Bay, and no doubt is thinking, ooh, third base and probing, more important than ever, considering we know Cure's got Cyclones. He's safe against us. We make an Immortal or a Shield Battery. Like, you're fine. With Phoenix and an Immortal, there's nothing Cure can do aggressively, not with a 3 command center build, and this allows you to maybe go quicker double forge if you want. Maybe pump out an early 4th base even. We'll see exactly what Hero opts for, but usually there is some form of adjustment once you realize that the Terran is rushing 3 base.
Right, yes, which again, he's basically able to confirm because of the barracks timing. So even though he doesn't see it actually for sure, the barracks timing, the lack of starports, general lack of units, very defensive setup with the Cyclones as well. So there really are a lot of signs to it. Just a little probe scout in case there does something, come across the map, right? Put a pylon there as well. Starting to get set up more into the mid game because we've kind of just accelerated past any early game shenanigans with the defensive setup of the Terran and the Protoss going into a macro Phoenix Colossus.
I'm not sure why Hero is building shield batteries right now.
I'm also confused about that.
It's incredibly safe, and yet he's scouted that Cure cannot be aggressive off this build order unless he misread it.
Yeah, he could have thought that was the 4th and 5th barracks, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, oh boy, yeah, we got to kind of reconsider here. Nobody sees the upgrades. They would have been
The thing is, maybe a little confused. It's an intense moment. You're down one game. This is the final series to see who gets into the top 4. Hero may have misread that information. Sometimes we start to think of these players as omnipotent, and then really, there's a lot of tenseness going on. Your blood's pumping, your heart's racing. It is easy to make a small misread. He now 100% knows what's happening, but he may not have realized before, and almost certainly didn't. Going for 2 to 3 shield batteries unnecessarily, and that slows down his economic growth. It means Cure, as his barracks kick in, we're expecting Cure to take a big supply lead as he starts pumping this bio out.
And obviously the Cyclones were used defensively in this game, but they can often be used in an offensive manner against a Stargate player. So yeah, I think just momentary confusion leading to a bit of a bumpier road to that macro game that Hero would have loved to have tried to match Cure with. Is forced to kind of quit the attempt at the 4th. That will come down a little bit later. Cure sharping around for anything that might be around here. Probe waiting for another 4th base. Pylons as well. Making sure that the vision is not over on the left side as well so we can get back into the main. Obviously, when you have Revelation on you, you're not going to do any cheeky drops, but just taking that map control. Cure, even though he's on a losing streak versus Hero in their most recent history together, looks to be really on point here, getting away with the opener and putting himself into a fine position.
And Hero is stuck being passive. I mean, this is what I think is uncomfortable for Hero. He's been stuck on the defense for 2 games. Yes, there was a bit of counter pressure from him in the last one, but Cure is the one out with map dominance, with a bigger army. Does not have Vikings though, so the Colossus Phoenix is a problem. He's going to still attack. A crazy attack here for Cure. That is a wild decision. Guardian Shield's great. The Force Field's still being held. I love the patience on the Force Fields from Hero. A lot of Protoss players would have panicked, thrown them down, but he's waiting on it, and he realizes, hey, I can catch this army. Cure trying to pick up to go for a Doom Drop. It gets spotted. One Phoenix does go down. Cure's going to continue with the Doom Drop idea. Hero's trying to chase him down right now. He does have a shield battery on the interior base, but he doesn't have a lot of units over there. He may have to use a recall, but if he uses the recall, his 4th base is wide open. A cannon, a battery, and a Stasis Trap. Stasis Trap could be somewhat effective. Does freeze up a few of those units. The recall goes down. You got to watch out. The Phoenix are going to be able to potentially shoot down some of those medevacs, but look at the focus fire. The shield battery saves the Colossus at the last second. Disaster for Cure, but let's see if he can still find something. He's still got an army on the front.
Yeah, the army is now out of place. Cure with 2 armies that are very threatening is now getting the opportunity on the goal. The Phoenix alone can't quite deal with it. The shield battery is gone, but here come the Colossus. Thank goodness he saved the second one. 3 Immortals in tow as well actually meant that this Marauder army is not as impressive as it usually would seem. We also got Zealots helping out in that picture-in-picture, threatening a run by 2. A moment that looked so scary for the Protoss is handled almost as well as possible and puts Hero in a supply lead with 4 bases up and running. His upgrades aren't exactly impressive as he stalled out on those. Blink is not done, and the medevac drops could continue, but considering how this game started with a little bit of kerfuffle, misconceptions, Hero has gotten himself back in.
Yeah, a bit of a kerfuffle, understatement of the century. It looked almost like he was going to get overwhelmed there. That's crazy, right? Hero's now got map control on a map where you're so vulnerable as Protoss with that gold base. He's somehow secured the position. Yes, he's behind in upgrades, as you pointed out. His work account's not great, but look at this. He spotted the drop coming out. Cure's coming back with it. Gets a medevac there. Cure is actually in a very dangerous position. He's got a few Vikings, but those Colossus with those Guardian Shields looking very scary. The Zealots looking very powerful as well. Hero baits out a stim. Massive SCV pull. Vikings coming in a beautiful arc. Hero may have overextended.
Yeah, this concave is going to be a problem, but the Terran army getting kind of choked in on itself. The force field come down. The 4 Immortals looking to pack a punch. Actually couldn't quite make the connections. 1 Colossus falls. Second one falls as well. The rest of the army is going to have to retreat. 4 Immortals do pack a punch, but you would like a little protection. Zealots coming on the front lines. Disruptors following this up as well as a 5th base. And the +1 armor at least started, but Cure is getting to 2-2. He did survive, losing 14 SCVs there. Let's see if he can actually increase his army quality, get some medevac energy back up. Ghosts are also on the way for him too. It's not over yet for Cure, but he is in a difficult position.
Oh, I think Cure is one of these Terrans who likes to go for 4 tech labs and only 1 reactor on his barracks. And I think Heroes read into that and said, oh, you don't like to mix many Marines in it all. You know what? I'm going to make 5 Immortals. This is a ridiculous Immortal count right now. Don't get me wrong, when they're hitting SCVs and Marines, they're not that great. Same against Ghosts, but when they're hitting Marauders, those will disappear very, very quickly. As he had some more Colossus Disruptors. The second Robo, the second Forger is rounding out his tech. He's up to 70 probes and a 5th base. And Cure's the one who's simply down in army, down in workers, finding himself desperately looking for a fourth base and unable to secure it right now.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that one, and he's also not going to be able to mine from his third. Zealots also waiting to chop up those SCVs. Cure diving on top of a Nexus will take down that fourth gold. Fifth base is up and running. Cure knowing he's got to go for the throats. We're in another base trade, Pig.
This is kind of crazy. I feel like Hero's army might have been better on the defense because he had a much better economic position. He had a lot of infrastructure and tech coming up, but he was expecting Kua to pull back to defend. Kua did not. Kua is going for broken, saying a base trade might just be my best option here in game 2. Hero has a 23 army supply lead. He's already got probes on the other side of the map building a Nexus. He's making Colossus, Stalkers, Cannons, and Batteries in the back of his main, and Kua's production has already been completely removed. A massive advantage for the Protoss player, fighting back in map 2 despite a messy start.
Yeah, very messy, and it's ending messy as well, but in favor of Hero this time. That supply block, not super important, not as much as the 30 army supply lead. Hero's technology and production still alive in the main base. Same cannot be said for Cure, who was lost everything. He has a 30 army supply deficit, but he does have 2-2 versus 1-1. I can imagine some situations where Colossus walk down the wrong cliff, Marauders jump on top of him, Immortals get caught by the Marines, which are not as effective against. It's not impossible for Cure to win from this position, but it is damn difficult.
Only 2 Vikings is a massive problem. 3 Ghosts will be great with the EMP, the 15 Marauders, the Medevacs will be great, but with only 2 Vikings against 2 Colossus, those Colossus with range will be fantastic. They'll be able to chip away from afar, move and shoot, and that, especially with the Sentry in the mix, gives Hero the ability to pick and choose where and when the fight happens. He's got a Disruptor in there as well. Nice EMP. Oh, pushing Hero back up the ramp. Cure being aggressive. I like that move, because, yeah, you're not going to be able to chase him up there, but it pushes Hero into the main. It allows you to maybe keep him locked in there for the moment. It just makes Hero, he can't really force the fight. I mean, actually, are we literally trying to chase him up here?
Apparently, the SCV is eager to actually take out that mineral wall that was, of course, Cure's. This is very confusing look right now if you're just tuning in. Recalling out the more expensive army, the less mobile one as well. The Stalkers can just blink away. Scan reveals that Hero has skedaddled, and Cure is going to try and get back on the offensive. Still at that 30 army supply deficit. Hero starting to work on that +2 upgrade, trying to track the army movement. One surround from the Terran could still make this a loss for Hero, so he still has to be a little careful. But once he gets maybe a little more of a setup here, he's got a base that actually I believe is hidden, ditto on Cure. But once he can actually say, hey, I got economy, I got upgrades, I got technology, and if I can get a little map vision too, I've got this one.
Yeah, Hero maintaining all of his production, even adding 2-2 upgrades in is so big, isn't it? It's just, if you save your base while taking out their whole base, it's kind of an advantage in the strategy game. You can make all the different units, whereas Cure is back, still trying to rebuild his base as if it's the start of the game, making supply depots, rebuilding barracks and factories, and a 45 probe to 10 SCV advantage is nothing to scoff at. Zealots at the mineral line from behind. Army coming forward on the right side as well. He's going to get position on this production, and Cure is up against the wall.
Things have calmed down, which absolutely favors Hero. Far less chances to make those mistakes with some cliff walking or, well, Disruptors being out in the open, which they are a little bit. Decent split there from Cure. The Disruptors might be going down. Cure sees an opportunity. He's going to stem on top of what he can. Disruptor number 3 does grab a Ghost and some change, and this is going to be the main fight, perhaps the ending of this game. Cure scans ahead, says, I don't think I can take that on. But there's not really any alternative. A longer game does not benefit Cure.
No, great handling of this game by Hero. And I really feel that moment when he was defending the army in the middle into defending the Doom drop into his back is such a crucial moment. Hero may have misread the early game, but it didn't matter, and it doesn't matter if you're this good at handling scary moments in the game. His Sentry usage was fantastic, and now look at this. He realizes that army's just way too small. You can't hold me back any longer. The Stalker's blinking forwards. The Phoenix keep picking up Marauders and now shooting down the Medevacs. The Colossus coming in from behind. Q are desperately trying to start a step away, but it is seconds away from him realizing there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide from this Protoss army.
Yeah, does not want to give this up, even though this is far from the end of the series. Every win matters. Finally admits defeat. Game number 2, initially going the way of Cure, although he might have been a little unknowing of that. Eventually falls very much in favor of Hero. A nice bounce back from the Protoss as loco StarCraft guy, I love that. As Hero does fight back, reducing this down to, as people can say, a best of 3. There's always the mind games to consider from the first 2 games, however, so you never want to quite reduce it. This is a well-matched best of 5.
Yeah, beautiful play on both sides. And I think the moment it gets into this mid game, I love that Hero doesn't settle down and play safe, because that's like the conservative thing to do, and that's just not his MO. That is not what he does well. When Hero's playing good StarCraft, he says, I got a 20 worker advantage, I'm going ahead on upgrades and tech and bases, let's base trade. You know, that's the Hero decision making that I know and love, because some players aren't experts in these chaotic positions. It is a mistake to play like this for some players, not for him.
Yeah.
For Hero, this is always the right thing to do. Keep the fighting going as long as possible, make it intense, and make it a nightmare for your opponent.
We are heading into game 3, where they are now 1 apiece. It's going to be on Alcyone. In the bottom left, bringing the series back to a 1-1 score, he is Weibo Gaming's Hero.
And his opponent in the top right. A couple of clever build orders so far. We'll see what he brings out in map 3 for Team Liquid. It is Cure.
Here's prowess in the matchup, still worth considering, but it was last year that he really peaked and had a definitely best TVP score overall. That might have been overtaken by Clem at this point. Cure is still good. It's still his best matchup as well, but I feel like what's happened, the difference here is that last year, and you talked about this, I talked to you about it actually, is that Cure didn't always have the prettiest TVPs, but he always made it work at the last second. That element has been lost. He does have good TVPs as well, but when it is ugly, he doesn't push past a little bit. Is it the maps? Is it the patch? Is it just the way that the game flows? Who knows? But the point is, this was Hero's best chance, I believe. He's on a good win streak against Cure, and he knows he can take him down. But let's not forget that Cure at one point was the best TVPer in the world, and is still probably the second.
Top 2 in a matchup does not lie. Right now, we are fighting for that final spot in the top 4. Do not forget the stakes, ladies and gentlemen. It is a massive match. It's very important, and it's one for the Protoss fans out there. They're all watching, saying, please, Hero, you can do it. But remember, Cure, he's been the guy that's been stopping so many of your Protoss players from getting through there. Players like Classic, players like Showtime, even Hero in the past. So many of these players have had big tournament runs stopped by Cure. Cure has been just a problem for Protoss in the past. And even though Hero's matching up well against him right now, this is still far from decided. I love this Reaper Scout, though. Look at that, looking for proxies, and finds himself a sneaky Zealot. What are you doing over here on the side of the map? Were you trying to dodge being scouted by a Reaper? Yes, you were. The Reaper will clean that up, and that is going to shut down Hero's opening pressure. Now, I believe Hero didn't actually probe scout this game, so I think this is kind of like the Zealot's meant to do some harassment. Actually, he did probe scout as well, so probe scout plus Zealot pressure is kind of a big commitment to get shut down.
Yeah, just wanting to throw Cure off a little bit. It was going to be that 1-2 punch Zealot into the Adept, and then if they're a little awkward about it, they could even accidentally pull the Reaper back into a fight they didn't mean to take. But this is 2 Reapers on the field. The Adept doesn't want to kill the SCV. It's passive, okay?
Ooh, that's an unfortunate mistake. Getting rid of that SCV is such a disruption to the turn build order. It doesn't go in. The Reaper's now getting inside the main base. There's nothing there to defend. The Stalker's about to pop out. A great start for Cure in map 3. The Chaos starting early, and it's all on Hero's side of the map. Not good for the Protoss player. Cyclone comes out, cleans up an Adept as well. The Reapers both survive, rotating to the natural, looking for more probes. There is a shield battery there, though. Thankfully, Hero finally having something go right.
All right, there was a delay in the command center, guys. Finally, those 2 Adepts came back in, killed the SCV, but did have to sacrifice one of their lives against that Cyclone, and 4 probes went down at home. Second SCV will be killed, and we're getting a little bit more of a tit for tat. It did look for a second like this is going to be an absolute disaster for Hero, but at least he's returning some damage. We'll again lose another Adept on the field to the Cyclone. Still doesn't have really full information as to what it is from Cure, by the way, either, so a medevac is on the way. He should be playing defensive, and then the Robo will come out and maybe give him a little bit of that vision on the other side of the map, but this has been a little topsy-turvy. Finally, everything gets cleaned up, but we are on the way to a Widowmine drop by the looks of things. Yeah, Hero just not completely aware, guys. Like a 1-1-1 off of a second command center is very common, but there's also the 3 racks we've seen earlier today. Obviously, there's a Cyclone, can't be that, but it could be a 3rd CC. It could be 1-1 into 3-1 with 3 barracks. It's still a little uncertain, whereas Cure, of course, has gotten a good scout, and here comes the Widowmines, Banshee on the follow-up.
And she's become very popular lately in this matchup, but there is no gas to get Cloak with it just yet, so that's going to be heavily delayed. These Stalkers perfectly placed the spidey senses of Hero. Kua turn around! And a quick reaction by Kua does avert disaster. Flying through there would have been terrible for him. I think as the dust settles, this was probably a slightly positive opening for Kua, but only slightly positive, because Hero did delay the command center twice, which delays SCV production time, as well as the 2 SCVs you've taken out. Hero is naturally comfortable in these messy early games as well, so I think it's always going to be something where he's pretty calm, balancing his way out of it. But the unit preservation has been great for Kua, not throwing anything away unnecessarily, keeping his medevac drop alive. He's building tank, marine. Will we see another Banshee and more marines in that production tab? Because if we see another Banshee, I almost feel like Kua is going to push out really soon.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that Banshee, and that's kind of what I was, going to go into, honestly. There's a lot of distractions being set up with the Widowmine drop and the potential Banshee that would then lead the Protoss to not be out in the map, so you could do a direct push through the middle. Widowmine!
Oh my lord, that is risky.
Oh, that was so risky. Good lord. All right. No, okay. The game is not done, guys. It's all good. But seriously, that could have been the direct attack to the middle. The Terran is not going that direction. It's like one Banshee without Cloak. Actually, kind of a weird thing to see, honestly, but it is a surprise. So there is that. You got to give credit to it. Shield battery is not going to be finished, but Stalkers are moving into position. The Banshee might get maybe even 3 probe kills, especially because the Stalkers are a bit lazy. There we go. Actually, I think they make that 4.
Yeah, not bad at all. Banshee does incredibly high damage.
5.
5, yeah. Beautiful play there. Stalkers do blink in at the same time. Got to be careful. Getting themselves an SCV. The Marines are going to jump on top. A few of those Marines will go down, but Stalkers are valuable. And Hero does finally get the blink off cooldown, retreat from that base. Kuas are going, the trades, are going very well for Kua. He's looking really good because Stim, shields, +1. All of these upgrades are starting to come in. You've got medevac production available from the Starport reactor. Meanwhile, Hero's just trying to get set up on a 3rd base. He doesn't really have any probes on it just yet. He's trying to get up some charge, a few sentries, a forge. There's no splash damage. Hero does not have the next step of the game ready, whereas Kua's already there.
Yeah, exactly. The pacing of this game is looking a little awkward for the Protoss, but never count a Protoss with a Warp Prism out, I would say. The Warp Prism is flying on over. Now, as far as the direct damage with just a Warp Prism in Kier's face, that has limited potential. Kier will take care of it while he's still back at home. But the threat of the Warp Prism, we know how the potential of these run-bys can go. You hit at the exact right time. Kier goes, oh no, I don't know if I want to return home or attack. It gets a little awkward. So that is something that Hero absolutely needs to utilize. Never lose that freaking Warp Prism. And perhaps he can start making some comeback maneuvers, buying some time, getting a scout on the push. So yep, there goes the Warp Prism.
Warp Prism going into the main base right now. Great way to try and distract. Hero does not have a lot of units at home, but Kua's push out is not committed. He's actually going for a 3rd command center very early. He's got plenty of SCVs building. Kua is looking to exert a bit of pressure, but he just pulls his whole army home. And he says, oh, if you're going to go into the Prism, no worries, let's just clean that up. Let's make sure I don't take too much damage. But actually, the Prism micro is really slick there.
Yeah.
Almost got an extra Marine in Marauder. Still got 2 SCVs and some units, not to mention buying time, going straight back in over the work line. That's a very Hero move. He's like, do you know those Marauders? They don't shoot up. I'm going to fly over them with no fear.
Yeah.
At the same time, gets himself a medevac by making Kua use that select all army key. Zealot run by ready on the left. The Colossus tech is now ready as well. Our first Colossus starting up. We should be seeing extended thermal lance. Kua, he's taking his time in this match, but that does allow Hero to get established on 3 bases.
He did get a scan into Hero's natural to kind of get a check on the gases and what could be the emphasis on the Protoss' side. He's going to have to be content on 3cc defensively for a little bit, but there might be a time for him to move out before Hero really has the army or the positioning with the army that he would like. Those Colossus do not want to be in a choke up against the tanks that Kira has retained, for instance. And then, of course, on the Hero side of things, he wants the Colossus to attack the Bio, particularly the Marines, and Zealots hopefully on top of the tanks. That would be ideal for Hero, but Kira, his army supply is fearsome. Equal upgrades right now, but a 20 army supply difference. Hero going to have to try and defend his 4th base. Ooh. That is sketchy, but the bridge is here to use those force fields.
Force fields will buy very valuable time. Thing is, it is only time. And what do you have to get up during the interim? You may have to give up this 4th base. That might be the best decision. The Zealot run by does come in with the Prism, get some medevac damage, but the tanks are shelling, and those Stalkers and Immortals and Zealots have to back off. Hero's got to be careful. The longer you stay here, the more you feel like you may have to commit to that engagement. He's losing his Prism on the other side of the map. The Zealots will eventually be cleared up. Q is only mining on 2 bases right now. You can give up the 4th and be okay, but he's going to go for it. Whoa. Hero diving forward. Immortal Colossus Zealots jumping on top, but no, he gets a tank and has to pull back.
Well, he got 2 tanks, didn't he? That was actually maybe not the worst engagement because the Bio Army pulled back in a shock. It was like, what are you doing? And it left the tanks exposed. Yes, there was a Colossus to threaten the AoE on that choke, but it was only 1 Colossus. And this is a beefy Marauder opener. Army, sorry, not opener. 15 Marauders will absolutely pack a punch, but we also do have the 2 Immortals. Hero with some mad loud strats chooses the right opportunity to take advantage of Cure, just slightly not paying attention, even taking more advantage as he catches a couple of medevacs left behind. Cure, just a little distracted at the right moments, does not stop Hero from getting onto 4 bases. +2 going to finish for Hero as Cure's +1 armor finishes, and Hero has taken the map control. This is actually now reversing the script here. Hero's the one that's pressuring Cure. Again, Cure with a perfect surround, a perfect concave, has a very strong army, but Hero is going to make sure it never ends up being a perfect engagement. Not until he gets those disruptors on the front lines and he has a retreat option in case Cure does get the ideal situation.
Hero casually waltzing through dangerous situations and coming out with massive leads. It is a fantastic army use for him, and it feels like Cure is almost getting kind of pushed into a corner here, slowly losing map control. It's Hero with the scarier force out front, needing more Vikings once again is Cure that he does not have available. But the first ghosts have arrived. EMPs in the middle of that Zealot Stalker Ball will be devastating. That being said, Hero is already building a 5th base. He's making double Robo Disruptor. He's got +1 armor and +3 attack on the way, whilst 2-2 has just started. Cure is finding himself behind in this game. He's trailing. A big surround of Marauders, though, could potentially bring him back with some nice EMPs.
Exactly. That is still a #1 fear for Protosses out there. The Disruptor is really critical here, not just for their actual ability to trade, potentially, if they get the hit, but also for the retreat possibility. Although Hero, not the one to first retreat amongst all the Protosses, is he? He is using them very offensively, hoping to catch Cure, not paying attention, not running away fast enough, opening up the opportunity as the Bio pulls back from the Disruptors. The Stalker's going for a couple of snipes. Really nice play here from Hero overall, getting himself into a wonderful macro position. 5 bases, good upgrades, bigger army supply, good late game army, but Cure can turtle for a little bit. Eventually his army will be maxed out too, and then it's about finding that right engagement.
So many pickoffs! Hero's toying with Cure right now. He's loose, he's fluid, he's getting wiggly and jiggly. You can tell Hero's just having fun right now, and Cure's just a little bit too slow to react to a few of these moves. He's massively down in supply right now, and Hero continues to pick off medevacs, Marauders, picking off units with those disruptor shots. Q is trying to set up the flank on the left side. Hero realizes he just pulls back and says, okay, I'll fight that left side. Your flank is going to be the army I jump on. Have fun dealing with 30 Zealots on the front lines, mate.
Yeah, 30 Zealots is actually a real problem. They don't have the best armor upgrades, but Cure's 2-2 is nowhere close to being done either. You don't want to accidentally run into a handful of Wood Mines, though, and you do not have perfect vision. Despite a cheeky little observer on that left side seeing some of the army movement, you still don't know if there could be a Wood Mine field behind that, and you are dependent on those Zealots recovering your army to a certain extent. Hero very careful with what he actually commits to, pushes forward, baits out a Viking right there. EMP gets shot down. Disruptors will push the bio back. That was a lot on the right side right there.
Big disruptor shot lands, and Hero has picked off multiple medevacs, multiple Vikings, and this is just making it so hard for Cure. If you don't rebuild your medevacs, you're going to get hurt on the ground, but you don't have enough Vikings to crush the Colossus yet, not to mention the fact that you are simply bleeding out units to the disruptors. Hero's bank is monumental. He's going up to about 20 gateways right now. He's got 3-2 upgrades almost finished. This is right now an upgrade advantage for Cure. He may want to fight, but he walks into massive disruptor shots.
Yeah, not a good start for Cure as he tries to take the concave. Vikings not killing the Colossus fast enough as the aggressive Hero Blink Stalker force fit is actually not going to be enough. This might actually turn around a little bit. That Stalker forward blink is what I was trying to say. It is the Mad Lad Hero move that goes sour in this game after the first one worked out so well. That looked like Hero just too confident in his ability to win against 2-2 Terran, and he might be on the verge of losing at least a base, but he has a bank. He's got some decent upgrades. He does have Shield Buddy overcharge. He can buy some time. He can recover, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Zealot flank from the left. Disruptor Rally coming forward as well. Hero just needs to buy time. He's got the economic advantage, and the 3-2 upgrades have kicked in, which is a massive turnaround. Cure picked the fight right when he was 2-2 against 2-1 upgrades. He was up an upgrade. Now he's down one, and the numbers and the reinforcements are monumental. Cure took a fantastic engagement, but it was not enough. Even though there was a good disruptor shot or two at the start of the fight, a few of them whiffed. The Vikings wrecked the Colossus, but at the end of the day, Hero's Remax was too powerful. And Hero there, you could tell he was worried for a moment there. A little bit of a panic, making him have a bit of a cough. And that is a fantastic 2-1 lead for Hero. Hero had what I thought was a pretty good start, but Hero has this magical quality to take control of the map, to get in your face, to start picking off things all over the place. There is a lack of fear in the way he plays. A lot of Protoss players sometimes get scared. It is impossible to scare Hero.
It is impossible, and he will just actually scare you instead. Hero goes down in this series, but we're going to go to a break before Game 4.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
We are back. We just watched Hero take game number 3 to put him in a 2-1 lead despite the beginnings of a couple of games at this point. Hero continues to impress. I think the fact that he zigs when other Protoss would zag is still throwing off Cure despite their long history.
Indeed, it feels like sometimes when I watch a siege tank push, those tanks are just impossible to get on top of. Hero just picks them off easily. He makes it look simple. The blink forward there was utter madness, as you pointed out, Zombie Grub. But honestly, some great disruptor shots to start that fight. So even though the Marauder spread came in, the EMPs were nice. Eventually, battery overcharge cannons, disruptor shots, big Stalker Zealot Warpins. He does defend, maintaining an advantage. And we're going to be going into map 4. It's a map that leads itself and lends itself to his style. In the top left side of the map, it is Hero for Weibo Gaming. Amphion is a very different map. Anything that creates chaos and differences and adjustments requires adaptation. It's good for the Protoss.
Also the first time we're seeing it between these two in this tournament. On the bottom side, on his last life in the EWC, he is Team Liquid's Cure.
Always interesting to see players moving around in their chair a little bit more. Usually there's a bit of that frustrated energy after a game like that last one that you want to kind of get out of your body. And just to clarify that former point I was making, not any Protoss is favored on this map. I mean specifically this Protoss, this one we're watching. This man that loves flowing. For those who don't know, every time there is like a new map pool that is being proposed, there's a map contest. If there's a tournament for that, Hero wins almost every single one. Day one of the maps, no one's played them, has no idea what's going on. Hero's always in the finals. If you're not betting on Hero to go in the finals, you're crazy. He's just so good at adapting on the fly and figuring out different map features. I often say that if we had randomly generated maps, I've really been thinking about that this tournament. I think Hero would just be unparalleled. I don't think he'd lose a tournament. He'd be a 10-time world champion by now.
Yeah, and considering that the history of new maps actually, I believe, lends itself more to Terran, because they can abuse some of the ledges that are unknown. They can abuse some of the Liberator spots you don't realize. You know, they have actually won a decent amount of them. It has changed in recent history, and Hero just is, as you said, so good as the lone Protoss in being able to develop things on the fly and then even really lead, I suppose, the race forward in many regards. This map pool actually, you know, kind of old at this point, and actually some of the maps very old, yet it seems like when others would still be a little uncertain about exactly how they want to take the concave, how they want to take the fight on that bridge, you know, it's Hero who actually says, well, this is actually how it's going to work. So just trust me, guys, I got this. Occasionally he's wrong, let's be real. And occasionally he is spot on. He is pushing this faction forward. We do have our openers now in play. One Rax expand from Cure. Hero with his Nexus, scouted now by Cure's little Reaper squad. Single, sorry. And the Adept, well, is going to be chasing that one down. Stargate play from Hero.
Stargate's very popular on this map. Air harass is a problem, drops are a problem, and as a result, Phoenix Colossus is incredibly popular here. That being said, Hero also does favor Oracle into Blink play. It's an older style that doesn't get played as much by most players, but he already showed Oracle earlier on today, and I do think it's very well rounded. I mean, Blink harass on this map is great. Oracles have so many angles to come in from as well, and what is that, Zombie Grub?
All right, Cure. Wait, no, is Hero doing the same thing? Okay, no, he's just chasing the Reaper down. That's the Reaper, sorry. Oh, that would have been so amazing if that had happened. But no, it is Cure who is absolutely changing up his style. Yes, he will in this matchup go for those proxy Marauders, but otherwise not a weirder player at all. But going for the secret command center in the bottom right of Amphion, trying to do something a little risky that he can get away with to bring this to a game 5. Oracle's coming out. I'm glad you mentioned that there is the possibility of going right into Blink after this. In the other Stargate game, he went into Phoenix. I wonder if Cure even got a glimpse on that so far. Cure has not a clue as to what Hero is doing.
Command center floats down, SCV transfer is good. The secret third command center in the corner is a wild strategy. If Hero gets enough information, he may be able to infer that this is what's happened, but also you might think, oh, you're roll-inning me. Sometimes you see, oh, there's buildings missing. You must be proxying something on my side of the map. So it can really throw off Hero's read the longer this goes.
And considering our own misunderstanding on that one game where we were like, oh, he definitely knows it's 3CC. That is going to play a factor here. That's really interesting from Cure. When Hero scouts a potential lack of barracks again, or the actual start time of a barracks, like, again, there could be that confusion. He won't necessarily think immediately into there should be a third CC. Where the heck is it? This could be a really good play in the overall scheme of the best of 5. The Oracles did get on in here. Did not see too many gases.
Yeah, only one gas. So,
yeah,
I mean, that's a tell. But honestly, it's hard to read in the moment because you never play against this. It is like 1 in 1,000 games at this level is someone building a command center in the corner of the map. I know you might run into this in the Platinum League out there on the ladder, but it's so rare. But he's going aggressive. He's going for Rogue Stalks and Adepts diving in. The bunker's not up, Zombie Grub. No. Hero committing 100% off of his instincts. Cure being so greedy. The Oracle's in the main base. The Cyclone was trying to reinforce forced to the front. It has to go back to the main base, but already so much damage has been done.
Yeah, Hero, he actually, I mean, didn't even really scout this initially, but he was already going into further oracles. He already did not get that Twilight Council. He was going to proxy that gateway, apply some pressure. The mass repair on the Cyclone, not going to be good enough to beat that Pulsar Beam. Sorry, 9 SCVs go down, plus Missile Turret will finish, but back on the front lines, Hero looking around for a couple of more SCV kills if he can find it. With the bunker done, I don't think he'll be able to break this, but now is the question, did he actually read into what he scouted? Because I'm not sure that he did. That actually looked like an intentional play into the mass gateway to go for a classic, really, a classic bust of plain gateway units onto a Terran who doesn't have a bunker. It's very old school, guys. It has happened. He's not going to bust the bunker. He's just going to run on past it.
He's going in here very committed. The Marines do not have upgrades. No stim, no combat shields. The bunker there can help out as well. The Stalkers can micro in and out a lot here. But there is a command center in the corner of the map as well. The Forge and the Twilight are finishing. Honestly, if you stop and think about everything you've seen, if you're calm, this is a ladder game. Of course you know there's a hidden base as Hero. You think he's calm right now? He is one game away from getting to the top 4 of the World Championship and securing himself an $80,000 minimum prize. He is on the edge of his seat. His heart is thumping, his heart is racing, and he's playing very good StarCraft. But to actually have the wherewithal to right now think there must be a hidden command center, that is something which I don't think anyone would think of in this moment. And that is the lifeline for Cure, because he took a lot of damage, but he's given time to recover. The third base is late for Hero, and he's just dropping those mules in the corner of the map, so his main 2 bases will mine out much slower than normal. This is going to be massive in the long term.
Another reveal, technically, if you were really, really paying attention, but that is currently the problem. Hero also facing a guy who is just so well known as being standard. The only thing he does different is a couple of proxy marauders. What the heck would this be? If he does end up losing this game and watch the replay, he's going to have a smile on his face and shake his head, because so far he's not getting any scout over there. No units would go over there accidentally. This is how Cure will not only bring himself back into the game, but possibly straight up win it. Hero just does not have the information.
No, lacking that information, and knowing is such a big part of StarCraft. The fog of war is very real, and now Cure moving out to deny the gateway. There's just no reason for the Oracles to scoop down around the bottom right. I keep thinking, just go down there. But it's like, well, why? Why would you ever go down there with your Oracles unless you think there is a hidden base? A fake third command center. Actually, a 4th one starting here for Cure very early at 7:30. Moving forward, Cure has a monstrous army now as the upgrades, the medevacs are all kicking in. What's he up against? A couple of Stalkers and Sentries. Hero did not get enough damage with his early attacks.
No, he did not. If it was in fact a 2-base Terran, that might have been different, but the replacement 3 SCVs at a time is so freaking strong. The Oracles having now also lost a lot of their power as the game goes on, right? They do have stasis traps, and we should not underestimate that. The 3 Oracles are hopefully going to punch a little bit harder in the early game. They did not. Stalkers, a lot of them with Guardian Shield on the front lines. You see Stalkers up against Bio. You might go ahead and give it to the Bio immediately. Sometimes the math does work in favor of the Stalkers, especially with the Guardian Shield and the Force Field. Very effective versus a lot of Marines, especially.
Especially if you get some stasis traps behind this, could be nice to fall back on if you do get chased. Right now, there's only a few force fields. Hero is doing what Hero does best, which is attacking with an arguably weaker army. He is the man who will rear up on his hind legs, wave his arms around, and scare away the giant bear. Right now, Cure's army is way scarier unless force fields are crucial. The Stim Marauders will rip those Stalkers to shreds. Guardian Shield's good, force fields are good. The Oracles are going to come in for the distraction, catching a few of those Widow Mines. Well worth it. Going to go for some SCVs also. What is the follow-up? Robobait, charge, and a 4th base for Hero. And Hero, of course, still unaware of just how bleak the economic situation is.
That's the problem. He thinks it's a brown bear, which will just skedaddle. Like, oh God, it's huge. What am I going to do about that? But it's actually potentially a polar bear.
Oh no.
And it just kills you guys.
There is
no surviving against that. Cure is building up to that state. He's going to have 4 orbitals as well, because that's not a 4th kind of quote-unquote. He can get away with an orbital on this 4th in this type of game. 1-1 is done for Cure. Drops headed towards the main base, undetected by the Oracles thus far. Nothing is getting a scout. Zealots are returning back home, but is that going to be enough? This is a triple medevac, and just seconds away from the stasis drop.
Oh, it was about to expire. It was 1 second away from expiring, and it gets a massive stasis defending the drop. Hero is getting the valuable seconds that he just might need. The miracle stasis trap there keeping him alive, and that's giving him time to get Colossus out. His first one's gonna pop, second Robo's finishing up. Hero is in such a scary moment of the game where the mass bio is a problem, but look at that. Gets on top of it. Nice focus on the sentries to at least get 2 sentry kills for Cure, but still, that's a lot of Marine Marauder to lose for just 2 sentry snipes.
Yeah.
I cannot believe Hero is getting through this middle stage. Cure has got about 1 billion Marines and Marauders, but he just can't find a good engagement.
Yeah, I apologize for a little bit of a shriek there, but I can't believe that actually worked. I thought for sure the stasis trap would not affect that triple drop, but things continue to just line up for Hero in just the right amounts to keep him in a game where he still has really no clue as to what's truly happening. And I don't know if this game state has really given him any hints either. Cure does have a very big army. Hero's going to actually get in on here. Drop is going to happen, so now it's kind of awkward for Cure. He's going to lose a lot of supply depots too. A little supply blocked and not quite taking care of it. But remember, he is on 4 orbitals. He could supply drop if necessary, as well as Mule, as well as Scan. And there's that Scan revealing the incoming Zealots. The Colossus is here as well. Cure knows that he can take a good fight if he gets a good concave.
I love the blink back. You see an entire army stim like that. Q is kind of panicking a little bit. Hero realizes, hey, I'm going to bait multiple stims out of you. If you stim again, it's going to take you forever to heal, even with, I mean, there is 10 medevacs. That is a lot of healing right now, but Hero is keeping him on the defensive, and it just, to me, is so impressive. Hero's army is 99% Stalkers. It's not a good army at fighting, and yet he's got Q stuck at home defending while the Robo transition happens. This is a very nice play. It's not like Hero's got the game in the bag by any means, but he has managed to equalize in a situation that was looking bleak.
Yeah, 2-2 will finish up for Cure momentarily. +2 attack first, which is preferable, which means this could turn around. Hero, he has over-dedicated in the past. Will he do so here? That's a very large Stalker Ball. Obviously just poking and prodding, warming back into potential stasis traps, and Colossus on that choke does give him a certain sense of safety. 2-2 finally going to complete as the drops now initially meant to go are now on the path. Now this does leave that defensive army a little more vulnerable, but only if Hero picks up on that, which of course he is playing with fire. He knows it as well. Cure actually just going to go through that choke. Very dangerous indeed. Didn't end up being a drop. Actually just going to try and get behind, punish Hero for staying in this middle of the map.
Oh, that's a very... Yeah, it's so crazy the way he's just abusing this choke point is Hero. And yet he's up 14 army supply now. Disruptor's rallying to the front. He's got 5 bases. The Colossus, +3 attacks almost finished. Coming forward to get medevac snipes as well. Here come the Disruptors. Cure has had a lot of problem with the Disruptors shots in this series. And he continues to get peppered by them. But the Marauders will chase down those front Disruptors. Stalkers turning around. The Colossus and the Zealots pulling back. Remember those stims wearing out. Every stim you use is 20 hit points off each Marauder. Disruptors in the front lines ready to fire. Not going for it just yet. And Hero extricates himself from a dangerous situation, maintaining a 30 army supply lead. The upgrades are better for Cure. He's got more command centers, but if he can't beat this army, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, and he's actually got a safe base that is now depleting because he took it so quickly, so he will not be as safe as you would expect on 5 bases in a typical 15-minute Amphion game. Take that into consideration, but this game still on a nice edge. Cure able to finally push that Protoss army back, didn't get the overwhelming surround that he was looking for, but now he does get to breathe, and let's all breathe for a second, because that looked like someone was going to pull the trigger. No one did. Hero back on the offensive to take some map control, but actually deciding when to push into the Terran can be very difficult, especially when you don't know exactly where all of their army is. And we got the 5th base, or sorry, the 6th coming down as well off to the left side. Kind of keeping up appearances for Hero. Now we have the army really digging deep into Cure's 3rd base. Will Hero actually commit? He knows the concave is set up. He knows the upgrades are decent for the Terran, but he believes in his army.
Crazy push for Hero, but he does just poke, pulls back. And Hero's been doing this for a while. Q's SCV count is 90. That's so high. I think it's too high, to be honest. It means he's kind of vulnerable right now. But, oh, nice defense on the left side. Oh, my lord! Massive Disruptors landing across the Terran front line. Q is going to continue to chase. There are more Disruptors ready in there, ready to throw those shots out, and that is going to make it hard to chase down, but they're not landing. Q are chasing him down. Hero losing Colossus to the Vikings as well. Uh-oh, the Disruptors are exposed. Q may find a few very big pickoffs here. Nice chase for Q, but Hero does get out 2 Colossi and 4 Disruptors. Only 5 Ghosts out, plus 2 ship weapons is almost here. 3-3 is almost there as well. The upgrade advantage for Terran is getting better and better. Hero is still on the front trying to force Q to make mistakes, but Q's army is pretty big. The Marine Marauder trying to get out of there. Hero has a ton of Zealots, but they aren't doing well against the bio.
Here is actually out of a lot of medevac healing, guys. This army is not going to heal back up. We got the Zealots jumping on top of the rest of the army as Cure emergency evacuates. All of this happening before his 3-3 is intact. A disruptor shot once again grabbing a couple of units. When all is said and done, it is looking like a wash as far as the trades, but Hero is the one with the bank. Despite Cure's hidden base, his economy did not end up better than Hero's as we get into 15-16 minutes. It's a back and forth as Hero realizes he's got a chance, blinking forward, showing that he knows that he's got the opportunity to get as many medevacs down as possible, furthering increasing that healing problem, and Cure is now down 30 supply.
It's been 10 minutes of Hero on the front, not letting up the aggression. And when you are permanently using those stim packs, you just don't have time to heal. Hero is so excited. He smells blood in the water. You can see him dancing around in his chair. And he says it's time to go for it. The Disruptors have just been finding massive shots. The bio is so wounded. There's no Vikings, no medevacs left. And the Zealots are in here. Hero, he's warping in 15 Zealots at a time. The reinforce across this map is absolutely wild. Hero, a relentless competitor, and he has stepped it up a notch for this tournament. This man is ready to claim his spot in the top 4 of the Esports World Cup.
Usually that zoom in is to a very disappointed loser in the best of 5, but in this case it is Hero realizing that he is just one push into the main base away from making the top 4 of EWC. Cure not going to tap out anytime soon as he knows this is his last chance. He had a wonderful idea. He got away with his idea on that hidden base, and it did not pay off. Hero's control overall, his confidence with his army is simply unmatched, particularly in this tournament.
This is crazy. Hero never found out about the hidden base. I cannot wait for them to interview him and ask him, did you know about the hidden base in the bottom right corner? But what a crazy match, and it's just trademark Hero in your face from start to finish. He's going to get down there and see, oh, those minerals are all gone. That's kind of odd. That's weird. I thought you would have just taken that base. But Hero, he's no doubt very happy. Kua looking very devastated as he does, of course, accept the situation. Taps out with the GG. After a grueling series, Hero has had to work so hard, playing through the group stages, playing through the entire knockout bracket here from start to finish. This man has truly earned his spot in the top 4.
His run is absolutely incredible. Just to quickly go through it as we wait for this interview to be set up. Of course, he did defeat Cure earlier on in the lower brackets. He had to go up against Cyril twice and nearly beat him the second time. And then he also took down Reynor twice again, Gumiho too, and Spirit. It was a grueling knockout bracket, but Hero keeps the Protoss hope alive and heads to the top 4 of EWC.
Beautiful performance, and he does it in trademark Hero style. All aggression, all chaos, and 100% decisiveness.
Hero, you are the Protoss hope, and you have claimed one more key. This one from the Terran, Cure. Cure, you put up an incredible fight, and in that last match, pulled off an incredible heist of several minerals and gas before you caught on. Hero, at what point did you figure out that Cure had a hidden base in the bottom right?
일단 김준호 선수 정말 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 방금 전 경기로 한번 돌아가 볼게요. 김도욱 선수가 이 몰래 멀티 했다는 거를 알고 계셨나요?
일단 제 플레이 하는데 정신이 없어가지고 아예 생각도 못했고 약간 병력 싸움하는데 계속 이득 보길래 그거에 좀 집중했던 것 같습니다.
Well, I was so focused on my game, so I didn't even figure out he had a hidden base. But what I would try to do was actually getting a good fights in over and over again, and so that's what I did.
Great fights, some really truly beautiful force fields in there. Tell me, preparing for this match, were you expecting it to be as knockdown, drag out as it turned out to be?
일단은 좀 많이 그래도 이 매치를 위해서 준비하셨을 텐데 그래도 이렇게까지 어려운 경기가 될 거라고는 생각하셨나요?
일단 물론 4강 진출 제가 우승이 목표라고 했지만 4강 진출도 사실 꿈이라고 생각하거든요. 그래서 일단 진출하자마자 너무 벌써부터 눈물이 날 것 같고 다리가 풀리더라고요. 그래서 그만큼 진짜 생각도 못했고 정말 꿈만 같습니다.
Well, even though I've said that winning is still my goal, but actually being in the top 4 is actually like a dream for me now. Like after the moment happened, well, I was gonna cry. I mean, that was just so unbelievable, and I just can't fathom it right now.
It is an enormous achievement. You will be moving on to Sunday to join Dark, Serral, and your first opponent, Clem, who you'll be facing off against. Tell me, what are you thinking about the matchups that lie ahead of you?
이제 내일 4강전에 클램 선수를 만나게 되실 건데 또 물론 이제 반대쪽에 강영호 선수와 세라 선수의 경기가 남아 있지만 일단 4강전에 상대 이제 클램 선수를 상대하시기 전에 좀 소감을 좀 상대에 대한 그 생각을 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
일단 좀 내일은 좀 더 마음 편하게 할 수 있을 것 같고 오늘 좀 빌드를 많이 쓰는 탓에 내일 좀 힘든 경기가 될 것 같은데 오늘 호텔에 들어가서 좀 더 많은 생각을 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, first of all, I need to rest up now. It was an exhausting match. But second of all, I used a lot of builds against Cure, so I need to work on what build to use, what other builds to use, what other strategies to use in the next game against Clem.
Well, this is my last question for you, Hero. As the last one standing at the end of a grueling and long day, I want to know, is there anyone out there that you want to give shout-outs to? Anyone you want to say hi to? Or anything you want to say on behalf of Protoss?
이제 오늘 정말 많은 일정을 또 치르셨잖아요. 많은 일정 치르시고 결국에는 어렵게 또 살아남으셨는데 이 힘든 일정 치르시는 동안 또 같이 이렇게 봐주신 팬분들과 시청자분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 첫째로 가족들과 늦은 시간까지 봐주시는 가족들과 항상 해외 대회가 있으면은 늦은 시간이지만 항상 봐주시는 장모님과 기한이 형, 가람 누나, 가온이 그리고 와이프 가을이까지 정말 힘이 많이 되고 고맙고 그리고 오늘 항상 팬분들이 이렇게 경기 끝날 때마다 힘을 주시는데 정말 힘이 되고 감사합니다. 내일도 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Well, first of all, thank you all of you for watching, and I'm really grateful for my family and my wife's folks for tuning in until the late hour in Korea. And I feel a lot of crowd like cheering for me after the game. So thank you so much for cheering and rooting for me. And I'll show great games as much as possible Sunday.
Congratulations once again, Hero. Thank you so much for bringing us those exciting games. And thank you all for watching. Let's check in with our analysts and take a little bit of a closer look at those matches.
Hero is going to represent Protoss in the top 4. I'm Wardy, and I'm joined by a very special guest, someone who's been hidden away as well of one of Cure's command centers this week. Loco, where have you been?
Yeah, first off, thank you very much for having me. I have been broadcasting on the EWC Central stream, which is basically the main stream of the Esports World Cup, and I've been talking about StarCraft over there. So basically, there are 3 games at the EWC every week. It's been going on for about 2 months, I believe. I think this is week 7. Anyways, this week is, of course, StarCraft II. I'm apparently the StarCraft II expert.
Somehow.
And we also have EAFC as well as Call of Duty. So I've been trying to basically teach people about StarCraft II, try to get them excited about this awesome game. So hopefully it's going well.
Apparently you taught them about roly-poly banelings.
I taught them about roly-poly banelings. I taught them about Ring Around the Rosie. I taught them about what the mini-map is, how you select units, how Zerg reproduces, right? What a corrosive bile is. Today, one of the highlights was the fungal growth that Serral managed to get done on the Ghosts yesterday. So it's been a lot of fun.
Sounds like you're doing an awesome job. All right, we've got 4 players left. Who do you think is going to take it down?
Okay. So we have Serral going up against Dark, and then we have Hero going up against Clem. I'm a massive fan of all of these players. I would actually kind of like all of them to win, but I guess that's impossible. I actually am gonna go with Hero. Yes,
Hero?
It's been too long since we've had a Protoss winner. I think it would be amazing if Hero actually brings it back. And honestly, he is playing out of his mind good. That series against Serral was also incredibly close. I think he may be the one who can actually bring it home.
You heard it here first. The StarCraft expert himself, Loco, is apparently going to say Protoss wins the World Championship.
Yeah. Well, we will see, but Hero books the trend once again. In a year where Protoss has had a tumultuous time, Hero was able to make it to the semifinals at the last World Championship, and he's able to do it again against Cure, making it through into the round of 4. What a victory, not only for Hero, but for Protoss, Ben.
I mean, freaking incredible what he's done. Like, honestly, all the control and all the micro the fights. I know we had a few errors here and there, but overall, what you were watching was just peak Protoss play. Like, he's gone through some of the toughest Zergs on the planet, 5-0 in Reynor, and like that's just talking about one matchup. Like, this is the second time that he beat Cure 3-1 in this tournament to make it. Honestly, he's had such a stacked bracket to go through as well. Just, he deserves to be in the top 4.
Even hidden bases can't stop him, Roddy.
No, he's like, man, I feel like I'm macroing really good over here. I've been taking some good fights. I had a solid start. Yeah. This Cure guy, he definitely knows how to macro as well. But it's awesome, man. I think he didn't get the memo. Didn't he know it's not allowed to go this far, Hero? Like, who let these guys in? Are they suddenly back to claim higher? It is awesome. It's so cool to see. Hero's been amazing ever since he came back from the military. Yeah. He obviously won a tournament in the very beginning, then a couple of deep runs, but to see him make it through today, I mean, it started off with Spirit, into Gumiho, into Reynor, and now the victory over Cure. It really is amazing. Like, he's already a champ. What happens tomorrow is tomorrow, but Hero's already a champ.
The trajectory since coming back from the military has been excellent, but I mean, he has stood the test of time. It is probably a decade ago now that we used to call him the Intel Extreme Masters Prince when he was able to take down so many victories back then. And he's still here, still representing Protoss proud.
I mean, he is the smiling assassin. Back then, today, doesn't matter what it is. He is one of the greatest Protoss players of all time. And the fact that he came back from military service and was able to basically dominate in Korea in a meta where Protoss was really struggling for so long is incredible. We've seen so many players try to come back from military service and fail, and somehow now in 2024, this guy with a legendary career is in peak form. In an era where no one was expecting Protoss to get top 4 in a world championship like the EWC, he is here, he is going to the final day. I could not be more excited.
Well, let's check in with the bracket then to confirm exactly what's going down. That man will advance here. We have got ourselves a brilliant run through from Hero here as he took down Cure, he took down Reynor, he took down Gumiho, he took down Spirit. Barely dropping maps, by the way.
9-1 in maps.
Yeah. That's huge stuff coming out from Hero here, and honestly, we are relishing the opportunity to see how he's going to fare in that round of 4, where 3 of the very best await Hero to try and duke it out to become the world champion. But even just getting to this round of 4, Roddy, $80,000?
The 80K is amazing. The fact that he survived today is amazing, but our final 4 also looks incredibly fantastic. We've got 2 players from South Korea, we've got 2 Europeans, and we are already guaranteed a non-mirror matchup final. We've got the ZVZ on one side, we've got the TVP on the other side. It is going to be so good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's show it. The top 4. We know our players, we know the matchups. Dark versus Serral, Hero versus Clem. We have the opportunity here in these best of 7s to determine who is worthy of that best of 9 grand final. Not only has $1 million never been done before, best of 9 final here for the World Championship has never been done before. And you have the 4 players here who are earned the opportunity. On one side, you have Dark, who it might be the final tournament ever for him, and now going to military service. You have Serral, the Finnish phenom, arguably the greatest of all time, the most earning player of all time in StarCraft II, going head-to-head here between them. That Zerg versus Zerg is sure to provide fire, Ben, as they try and become the world champion.
I mean, the most monstrous Zerg that we've ever seen in Serral, right? And then on the other side of things, you got Dark, who's really stepped it up. He wasn't mentioned in that top 10 greatest Zergs of all time, or top 10 greatest players of all time. But
and it was wrong.
It was absolutely wrong. The fact that he wasn't mentioned was disgusting. I think it's just made the boy angry, because he is, in my eyes, the greatest Zerg out of Korea.
And then, of course, on the other side of things, you have Hero going up against Clem. Clem, who shrugged the monkey off his back when it came to offline performances, was able to finally clinch that championship. Hero, the man who has been to final after final after final, who was a victim of SOS when he was $sign in the 100,000 takes all tournament. But he has stood the test of time as Hero. He goes up against the young prodigy in Clem, who it almost feels like maybe a little bit of destiny in the air. Maybe if Clem could clinch the world championship, Roddy, what would that mean?
Actual nothing but goosebumps when I see those two standing there, knowing what it means to them, knowing how incredibly good it is and how cool their stories are. We've been talking about Clem's talent for so long. We have praised him so many times at World Championships in the past, whether it was Katowice or Game S8 last year. And Game S8 was good, but most of the time when it came to that biggest tournament of the year, it wasn't quite Clem's time yet. To see him here in the Final Four, looking good, going up against Hero, finally a Protoss in top 4 mate. I'm so excited, actually. That was a sick intro. Those shots were amazing. That is going to be an epic best of 7.
Does Hero book the trend? Does Hero as a Protoss in 2024, when everybody has doubted Protoss for so long, does he go on to the grand final? Because he has shown that he is unbelievable versus Zerg State. So that could quite be easily a wild card in itself.
I mean, he has reinvented his PvZ over the course of the last couple of weeks in preparation for the biggest RTS tournament of all time. He is bringing out builds that nobody was really expecting him to do. He is playing late games where, you know, a lot of people think of Hero as this player who in PvZ goes for the throat and goes for it early, but he's playing masterful late games. I mean, you hide that name, you think, maybe I'm watching stats. Maybe I'm watching Classic try and navigate this late game, but still he's able to do it. I feel like Dark, Cyril, they got to watch out if Hero makes it to that final.
I wish I had saved a lot of this fire till tomorrow, because I gave myself goosebumps during all of that.
They're so good, these matches. They're actually just so
It's amazing. Like, you almost forget about that upper bracket run that Dark did as well, like not dropping a map, and Clem not dropping a map as well. Freaking insane.
Absolutely. Here's the key crush, of course, is we've got ourselves Hero, who will be taking away Cure's dream here for this one. Understandable. And again, I think a lot of people are very excited about Hero being able to make that round of 4 here. Look, he was like casting a spell there for a second. But yes, unfortunately, Cure's key is gone. But what's important as well, and what's really cool about the World Championship here, Roddy, is that at the end of it, yes, you claim $400,000. You also claim 3 of your opponent's keys, which I think is an awesome system. Yeah. I imagine we'll see a lot of, well, a Cyril key, a Maru key, all of these big names. But it's exciting.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to either see that or the champ is just going to take the last 3 guys that he played, right? Because obviously the last 3 opponents have been incredibly good. And yes, there is a chance that is Cyril or Maru. Oh. It could be someone else as well. That is a really cool system too. I mean, some of these shots have been really funny, like when they're staring through the case, you're like, that's my work, by the way. That's me being crushed. That's all me, baby. But yeah, it's going to be fun.
All right, let's take a look at the Gadia player of the day here, States. What do we have coming on in?
Yeah, we've got a couple really cool plays, but Showtime versus Gumiho was probably the most exciting TVP that we have seen all day. I mean, this was wild. Base trade. We had Showtime hiding nexuses all over the map, trying to muster an army that could defeat what Gumiho had assembled, and by the skin of his teeth, at a game where I know I was watching, a lot of other casters were watching, we thought Showtime had it in his bag. Gumiho was able to just MacGyver this victory seemingly out of thin air in phenomenal fashion, and I just thought it was a terrific game. I mean, how often do we see situations like this one on screen right now on the biggest stage? It is just amazing.
Bit of a shame that, of course, like Showtime and Shin's road came to an end so quickly here on the stage, but I've never seen a base trade quite like this, Rotterdam. It was insane.
I mean, they had an epic finals a couple months ago, but this game was even better.
Yeah.
And it was such a shame that that second game, it looked so good for Showtime. It really looked like everything was going perfect. But yeah, game 1, legendary. Anybody who was watching this live will remember this TVP until the very end of StarCraft II, and hopefully that many, many years in the future. It was ridiculous. It truly came down to one Marauder hopping in and out of a medevac, dodging those projectiles over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Gumiho microing these Marauders with Medivacs, it felt like I was watching Parting doing some kind of insane immortal bust with a Warp Prism, right? This isn't the kind of dropship micro you typically expect to see from a Terran player, but in these scrappy situations, Gumiho shows he can really hang with the best of them, and I mean, that was just a sick game. I feel like this EWC has delivered on another level in terms of gameplay.
The quality's been so good across the board, across every single day. Yes, we had some 3-0s here and there, but it didn't really matter because those were good, and then we got some banger 3-2s along the way as well. Anyway, let's check in with the schedule for tomorrow. We have 3 big series coming your way here. Of course, best of 7s until the grand final, which is a best of 9 here. So we will start things off with the Zerg versus Zerg, Dark versus Serral. We then move on to Hero versus Clem, the Protoss versus Terran. I mean, there isn't 4 races, so this is about as balanced as we could get it here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a perfect. Like, David came out there somewhere, is just like, as it should be, you know. Mr. Dave.
Yeah, he's doing magic work somewhere at the moment, I'm sure. All right, well, aside from that as well, you guys at home can also continue to be involved as well, as we have a QR code that we want to share with you. And this is for feedback here for the Esports World Cup as well, because 2025 is always on the way, and we want to make the Esports World Cup great together. So ladies and gentlemen, please provide us your feedback at home as to how things could change, might not change. What do you like? What do you not like? All right, but let's have some closing thoughts here for day number 4 Rotterdam, because I'm tired. It's been a roller coaster today.
I was already providing some feedback. A little more Wardy, you know?
Where is that guy? Also, where's Loco, you know?
Yeah, that's StarCraft guy. We've seen him one time on the StarCraft stream for the StarCraft guy. Bloody
I'm teasing you, James. You've obviously been amazing, mate. And you know it. Closing thoughts. Awesome day. We knew that this was going to be a memorable one-day tournament in a much bigger tournament.
Yeah.
Don't think many people picked Hero in the beginning, no matter how impressive he was in that earlier stage of this tournament. To see him get the job done, 9-1 in maps, going up against Clem tomorrow. What a best of 7.
Stay.
You think of all the good series we've had so far at EWC, they've been best of 5s. We're going to go to best of 7s and best of 9s tomorrow, and just imagine how epic things can get. Think about Clem's games versus Serral. Think about Hero's games versus Serral, and expand that onto a scale that RTS has never seen. A best of 9 StarCraft II. I cannot wait. It is going to be a show for the history books.
I think I know who you're rooting for, Ben.
You mean Clem? Actually, honestly, at this point, I'm kind of fanboying Hero a little bit. Like everything that he's been doing, and you know, we have had a big absence of Protoss going on forward in previous tournaments.
Sure.
And the level that Heroes bring in is so good, because like, I know he came back from the military, he revolutionized Protoss, and it really feels like the style that he's been bringing this tournament, he's kind of doing it all over again. Like, he's really showcasing something very new.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. It's been, again, another special day here from the Esports World Cup. And from tomorrow onwards, we will be crowning our world champion. These last 4 days, though, have been paved with gold, as these 4 players will go head-to-head. We will find out who becomes our Esports World Cup champion, our StarCraft II world champion, and who walks away with $400,000 for first place. You don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?